swiftly illuminated, resembling daylight. Soon, Su-yi discovered a heavy, secured door leading deeper into the base. This door was as formidable and tightly sealed as the watertight hatches found in submarines. Just as he was about to instruct his men to commence breaching, Tian-Shu suddenly interjected. Sir, according to the combat data uploaded by your Destiny-class power armor, there seems to be an unknown virus leaking from the crevice of this door. I suspect that this is a virus capable of transforming normal beings into werewolves, and it can spread through the air when approaching the source of infection. The reason we did not detect it earlier is likely due to the external virus losing its viability over time, while the viruses inside, sealed off, remain in a normal state. Virus? Su-yi paused, then inquired, can the power armor defend against such a virus? Absolutely, Tian-Shu affirmed confidently. Once the tri-defense system of the power armor is activated, it will enable the pilot to survive in the vacuum of space for a year and a half without any external assistance, let alone be affected by this virus. No matter how formidable a virus may be, it is fundamentally merely a manifestation of biological evolution. At its core, it remains a living entity with inherent biological characteristics. Attention! Everyone, activate the Armored 3 defense system. An unknown virus has been detected within. Report any anomalies immediately. Breach the door. Yes. Several soldiers from a mechanized airborne division, clad in powered armor, swiftly approached the last imposing door. This barrier was nearly as thick as that of a nuclear shelter, albeit slightly smaller. The good news was that this door was not connected to the mountain, thus sparing them the time and effort of cutting a passage through. A direct, forceful breach would suffice. As Su-yi arrived at the final door, preparing to enter, far away in the Black Palace of the Eagle Empire, a young man, visibly anxious, burst into the office of the venerable commander. What has happened? His demeanor was frantic, almost incoherent. The commander expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What is this disarray?" The secretary did not respond immediately, but first scanned the room, ensuring that unrelated personnel had departed before whispering, "Commander, we have a grave situation." Grave situation. The commander chuckled lightly, his demeanor untroubled. In a world that has devolved to this state, what could possibly constitute a grave situation? Ever since experiencing the overwhelming presence of a starship, he no longer perceived anything as truly significant. They say the sky is falling. Yet when that colossal starship looms in low Earth orbit, the notion of a fallen sky becomes a tangible reality. Even without firing a shot, its descent could thrust the entire Eagle Empire back to the Stone Age. Now, that is a grave situation. Wells could be deemed significant. As a seasoned politician, he had gradually come to understand the modus operandi of the Celestial Domain Group, realizing that the Eagle Empire's military rampaging across the world elicited not only disinterest but a tacit approval from the Celestial Domain Group. Otherwise, they would not be supplying the Eagle Empire with their exoskeletal armor in such abundance. Recently, the Eagle Empire had not engaged in any actions that might offend the Celestial Domain Group, as long as they avoided provoking them. He could not conceive of any matter worthy of grave concern. Even if extraterrestrials were to invade, the Celestial Domain Group would be there to counter them. And it was likely that those unfortunate aliens would end up captured and dissected by Su-yi for research. Far from his worry. "We have been discovered at the underground research facility on the Southwest Peninsula," the secretary murmured. "Underground research facility? Which facility?" the commander inquired, momentarily bewildered. Previously, the Eagle Empire, as a superpower capable of global influence, had established various research institutions and experimental bases around the world. The Southwest Peninsula, situated between two oceans, boasted a unique climate conducive to numerous natural research facilities. The secretary, lacking specifics, did not clarify which particular facility was being referenced. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression darkened. "It appears that the Tianyu Group has been conducting military operations in the Southwest Peninsula recently, aimed at eradicating local criminal organizations involved in fraud and the trafficking of human organs. Correct? Please do not tell me that our research institute has been implicated in these matters." At the moment he uttered these words, he was already convinced that the White Eagle must have individuals entangled in the sordid affairs on the Southwest Peninsula. and it was highly probable that even members of the official White Eagle system were involved. Yet the next moment, his secretary's words offered him some solace. We do have a certain level of involvement in those operations, but it seems that the Tianyu group has no intention of pursuing this further. They merely dismantled the laboratories and executed those who participated in the experiments, without making a fuss about it. However, just as old Deng Tu began to feel relief, the secretary's next statement sent a chill through him. What has been discovered is the Research Institute codenamed Beastman. Chapter 543. The naivety has collapsed. In a moment of relief, old Deng, reclining in his office chair, suddenly sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exhibiting a surprising agility that belied his age. He stared intently at his secretary and demanded, "Repeat that. What has been discovered?" "The research facility, code-named Beastman," the secretary replied, shrinking back slightly. "The personnel from Zone 9 detected this through remote surveillance and deemed it significant, instructing me to inform you promptly." "So, my lord, what exactly does this research facility entail?" Old Deng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, and he slumped back into his chair. With vacant eyes, he gazed at the exquisite ceiling of the Black Palace, murmuring, "It's over. Everything is over." Then, as if recalling something urgent, he quickly stood and asked, "Has there been any further word from Zone 9? Any news regarding the Zhao family in Jiuzhou and their connection with Tianyu Group?" "How do you know?" The secretary was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved another document. "The personnel from Zone 9 mentioned that due to Tianyu Group's superior information control, they only recently received credible intelligence. Not long ago, the Kingdom of Nanyang gifted Su-Yi a bronze cauldron, and following this, Tianyu Group traced a pair of siblings named Zhao Qianda and Zhao Wanshu in Jiuzhou. It is said that these siblings are highly regarded by Su-Yi, and the brother seems to have ascended to a senior position within Tianyu Group Security Department, possessing authority over a specialized airborne unit, although he is yet to officially commence his duties. We learned this information from the public announcements on Tianyu Group's official website." At this revelation, old Deng's eyes dimmed completely, and he collapsed once more into the comfortable chair, feeling as though the very sky had fallen upon him. For a moment, the oppressive weight of impending doom resurfaced, overwhelming him with a sense of helplessness and dread. Since Tianyu Group had already uncovered the truth, there was no longer any need for concealment. After all, even if I remained silent, it would not be long before the individuals from Tianyu Group made it public, providing you with an early opportunity to formulate a response. After lying there for some time, he finally spoke in a weary tone. "The Beastman Research Facility was established over 20 years ago and is classified as an A-level imperial secret. Even at its inception, the number of individuals within the entire empire who were aware of its existence, aside from the researchers, did not exceed 20. In fact, I was completely unaware at that time. As the youngest member of the White Eagle Empire's council over 2 decades ago, old Deng, though now a powerful leader, had not held the same authority then. The high level of secrecy surrounding an issue of which even he was oblivious is evident." The secretary remained silent, listening intently, while old Deng continued to recount, albeit with diminishing strength. "It was only after I ascended to the position of vice leader that I became vaguely aware of this research. It wasn't until I became the supreme leader that I truly understood its purpose. The so-called Orc Research Institute traces its origins back over 20 years, when our personnel stumbled upon a unique stone tablet on the Southwest Peninsula. However, stumbled upon may be a misnomer. This tablet was guarded by an ancient Zhao family, a branch of a much larger clan residing in the Nanyang region. This family is immensely vast, with branches scattered across the globe, and historically, they were once wealthier than nations, purportedly descendants of the imperial lineage of the 9 provinces nearly a millennium ago. The branch on the Southwest Peninsula existed solely to protect this stone tablet, yet their existence was fraught with hardship. In pursuit of wealth and prosperity, they reached out to our local agents. With their cooperation and the utter administrative chaos of the local authorities, we successfully located the tablet deep within the mountains of the Southwest Peninsula. Upon confirming that it possessed a remarkable power of great research value, we, at the peak of our capabilities, discreetly constructed an enormous underground research facility using the local terrain. If you have seen the film Resident Evil, the hive pales in comparison to this subterranean complex. It would be akin to an anthill. Such an ambitious undertaking was only feasible during the Empire's zenith. To ensure that no information leaked, all workers involved in the project were ultimately retained at the base, becoming experimental subjects themselves. According to the data I possess, over a decade ago, when the research facility was completely sealed, more than 100,000 living test subjects had been sent in, with over 3,000 research personnel inside. At this juncture, he glanced at his secretary and spoke somberly. Not a single soul emerged alive from within. The secretary swallowed hard, utterly shocked that the Empire had engaged in such activities. However, having come this far, he felt compelled to inquire, what exactly was the nature of the experiment? It revolved around harnessing the unique powers of that stone tablet to merge humans and animals, thereby creating controllable super soldiers. Old Deng reclined back, somewhat resigned, and replied, "You heard correctly. Those madmen sought to fabricate an exceedingly dangerous biological weapon. Did they succeed in the end?" The secretary asked, intrigued. They succeeded. Yet they also failed, Old Deng sighed. After countless experiments utilizing over 100,000 human samples, the Institute ultimately produced a supervirus. This virus is terrifying, once contracted. There is no cure, and it spreads through various means: respiratory transmission, water sources, direct contact, exhibiting extreme contagion. In the final batch of over 3,000 samples, not a single individual exhibited immunity to this virus. Furthermore, those infected transformed into monstrous beings akin to werewolves, gaining immense strength while losing their sanity, becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied, completely uncontrollable. At this stage of the experiment, we contemplated halting the project. However, the head of the Research Institute insisted that further inquiry was warranted. To demonstrate the necessity of this experiment to the authorities at the Black Palace, he conducted a radical trial. The unfortunate result was a viral outbreak that infected the entire institute. Fortunately, the laboratory maintained an exceptionally high level of confidentiality, and, upon discovery, we promptly secured the underground research facility by sealing multiple nuclear-grade doors, completely restricting all access points. Subsequently, Zone 9 dispatched personnel to periodically investigate the area, and numerous obstacles and explosives were strategically placed at various entrances to prevent any intrusions, as well as to thwart the escape of any lurking creatures or viruses. Years have passed without incident, yet it is utterly unforeseen that the Celestial Domain Group has now uncovered this situation. Chapter 544. Would the White Eagle forsake such a weapon? Wait, escape? The secretary felt her mind struggling to comprehend. Those monsters have been sealed in the pitch-black depths for so many years. Could they possibly still be alive? Huh. Old Deng chuckled wryly. It is indeed difficult for an ordinary person to conceive that these creatures, birthed from human ingenuity, exist beyond our understanding. They seem capable of extracting some substance from the air to sustain themselves. However, this energy source is exceedingly limited. Without external nourishment, they can merely survive on the meager energy drawn from the atmosphere. Yet is that not absurd enough? Moreover, these monsters can enter a state akin to hibernation, significantly reducing their consumption while continuing to absorb the peculiar energy from the air. Thus, even when confined in the dark abyss, devoid of food and water, it is utterly impossible for them to perish entirely. A portion, if not the majority, would inevitably endure. This is why we routinely dispatch teams to investigate and have strategically placed ample explosives, ready to obliterate the entire mountain and bury these creatures deep beneath the earth. The secretary was evidently taken aback by the White Eagle's hidden knowledge, a chill running down her spine. She questioned, somewhat perplexed, why, when the decision was made to close that research facility, was it not simply destroyed? The noise would be too great. It is perilously close to the 9 provinces. Old Deng shook his head. The decision-makers at that time still harbored fantasies about the mysterious powers contained within that stone tablet and did not wish to alert the people of the 9 provinces. Thus, they refrained from making a significant commotion, opting instead to leave it hidden in the remote mountains. Did we uncover anything from our research afterward? the secretary inquired, only to realize the impropriety of her question and quickly amended. What I mean is, that peculiar power seems strikingly similar to the spiritual energy frequently mentioned by the Tianyu group. If we could derive something from that stone tablet, it might enable us to surpass the Tianyu group. In that case, the White Eagle Empire would rise to greatness once more. We have not discovered anything. Old Deng sighed. All the research materials we retrieved were based on that stone tablet, which remains ensconced in that cave. The decision to abandon the research facility was due to an accident, a virus leak that released those monsters from their confinement, resulting in the demise of all personnel within. Naturally, the stone tablet could not be extracted. Without it, my research materials are practically rendered useless. That stone tablet is a vast treasure trove containing innumerable technologies that humanity has yet to comprehend. We have only studied it for a mere decade, barely scratching the surface. Even the viruses that transform humans into monsters were serendipitously derived from a few insights into the use of spiritual energy. We know merely that they exist, but not the reasons behind them. Through extensive human experimentation, it ultimately transformed into a virus. I have perused the notes left by the former director of the Research Institute, who believed that this power was not intended to create monstrosities, but rather for another purpose. It was merely our misguided ambition to weaponize it that led us astray. Seemingly relieved to have found the answer she sought, the secretary let out a sigh. Yet, a sudden thought struck her, and with a hint of concern, she remarked, "Those viruses." The old director paused, exasperated, and spread his hands in resignation. You know, such terrifying entities can still be utilized as weapons. We will never relinquish them. So, you are not mistaken. We indeed have backups of the virus here, located within the biological laboratory affiliated with Zone 9. The secretary swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down her spine. This virus is highly infectious, with no known cure, and once contracted, one swiftly transforms into a werewolf-like creature with sharp fangs and claws. These monsters are difficult to eliminate with conventional firearms, and some formidable individuals possess the strength equivalent to 5th or 6th tier warriors in the magical realm, capable of easily overturning tanks. What would be the consequences of a leak? Before the emergence of the Tianyu group, should this virus ever be released on Blue Star, it would spell doom for the entire world. Even now, with the Tianyu group providing a safety net, if this were to erupt on the homeland of the white-headed eagle, both North and South America would swiftly transform into wastelands. The Tianyu group would most likely not allow their airborne troops to descend and combat those creatures to protect the uninfected. Instead, they would choose to obliterate the 2 continents from their star ships in the sky. With no time to spare, the secretary immediately retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a particular number. The old director showed no sign of surprise. In fact, his previous detailed explanation was intentionally aimed at relaying this information to the Tianyu group through the secretary. Ever since the revelation of the super artificial intelligence known as Tianshu within the Tianyu group, the Black Palace has prohibited any internet-capable electronic devices during discussions of critical matters. This ban applies to everyone, including the old director himself, who must strictly adhere to this regulation. Only one individual is allowed to disregard this rule and bring communication tools into the Black Palace: the Chief Secretary of the Black Palace's Secretariat. The current appointee is new. The previous chief was imprisoned for life about 2 months ago due to dereliction of duty and corruption, and given his age, he is unlikely to ever see the outside world again. The new secretary is of Jojo descent, boasting an impressive resume. He previously served in the Jojo military, and later, due to the collaboration between Jojo and the Tianyu group, he was dispatched to the magical realm, returning to Blue Star 6 months ago. After retiring from the Jojo military, he worked for a few months at the Tianyu group, serving for a month in the Airborne Division as the Deputy Chief of Staff. Following his swift transition through the Airborne Division, he was reassigned to the Weapons Trading Department of the Tianyu group, where he served as the department head for over a month. He subsequently resigned from the Tianyu group and, approximately 2 months ago, arrived in the homeland of the white-headed eagle, acquiring citizenship in a single day. After approximately a week, he entered the Black Palace and swiftly filled the vacancy for the position of Secretary General in the Secretariat. Since then, Most matters intended for the Grand Leader of the Bald Eagle Empire had to be processed through the Secretary first. Given the individual's age and credentials, their future, whether in the Tianyu Group or in Jiuzhou, is undoubtedly promising. Yet, they chose to serve as a secretary to this elderly figure in the waning days of the Bald Eagle Empire. Old Deng is not one to be easily fooled. He is well aware of the person's capabilities. In fact, this individual was personally promoted by him after reviewing their impressive resume. Chapter 545. The worst-case scenario. With a hissing sound from the pressure relief valve, the heavy door slowly creaked open. A faint layer of spiritual energy enveloped Su-yi, forming a protective barrier around him. This was not a conscious activation on his part, but rather an instinctual response of a cultivator when confronted with perilous entities. This indicated that even for him, the viruses present here posed a significant threat. Fortunately, this danger referred specifically to the risks associated with viral infection. In reality, under the robust triple defense system of the powered armor, these viruses could not make contact with the human body, thus rendering infection impossible. The group gradually entered the vast underground laboratory. A soldier plugged a USB drive capable of linking to satellite signals into a control interface within the lab. Tianshu swiftly took full command of the laboratory's internal systems. The first action was to activate the negative pressure system, eliminating any possibility of viral escape, followed by illuminating the space. As the lights flickered to life, the immense underground laboratory was laid bare before their eyes. They found themselves in a facility reminiscent of a sports arena, expansive and grand. However, a cursory glance revealed countless werewolf corpses strewn across the ground, lying as if in slumber. Indeed, prior to their arrival, these beings had been in a dormant state, but they had just been permanently rendered unconscious after Su-yi harvested their souls with the soul-gathering banner. Sir, according to information relayed from the White Eagle, the steel should still be located within this subterranean laboratory. Tianshu's voice resonated in Su-yi's ear. However, we have encountered some unexpected developments. There are still remnants of the virus in Zone 9. Moreover, we remain unaware of how many virus backups might exist throughout the White Eagle Empire aside from Zone 9. Su-yi paused momentarily, then inquired, what would be the consequences if this virus were to spread? That depends on the extent of the virus's dissemination. If it remains confined to a particular laboratory within the White Eagle, then with our current capabilities and a swift response from the starship, we could likely annihilate merely a city area. However, if the personnel from the White Eagle Empire have already dispersed these viruses across the globe without our knowledge, then upon an outbreak, it is likely that the entire world, save for Penglai Island and Ingzhou Island, would face devastation. Tianshu elucidated, at present, I can confirm that the locations devoid of such virus samples are limited to Penglai Island and Ingzhou Island. We have no means of knowing whether the White Eagle has quietly transported virus samples to Kyushu. Isn't Old Deng being uncooperative lately? Why not just ask him directly? Sui Fronit. The feeling of being out of control was deeply unsettling to him. The Grand Commander of the Bald Eagle is essentially merely a spokesperson for the colossal capital behind him. The individuals backing this experiment include several super complexes in the military, medical, and financial sectors associated with the Bald Eagle. As the Grand Commander, he is only privy to the general outline of this top-secret research. For the commander who originally sanctioned these studies was not him. What does Tianji have to say? Tianji is the codename designated by the Tianyu Group for their research-oriented artificial intelligence. Upon hearing this, Tianshu remarked, at the very moment I took control of the laboratory, I acquired the experimental data here and transmitted it to Tianji. Currently, Tianji has concluded that this virus possesses an exceptionally high level of infectivity, and its mutated forms are exceedingly potent and troublesome. In a direct confrontation, without aerial fire support from starships, an equal number of orbital airborne troops would likely sustain a casualty ratio of merely one against these werewolves. However, our orbital airborne forces are limited in number, and those half-elves are seasoned warriors from another realm, which allows them to achieve such results. Should ordinary individuals clad in powered armor engage, the casualties would likely be far more severe. Furthermore, the virus spreads with virtually no constraints, anyone on Blue Star may become host. Thus, Tianji's recommendation is to eradicate the virus at its source by all means necessary. Even if it is impossible to eliminate it at the origin, it must be contained within a fixed area, and its spread must be strictly prevented. However, exterminating the virus at its source is no simple task. According to the laboratory's data, these viruses exhibit astonishing resilience to an almost exaggerated degree. They can endure temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius without freezing to death, instead entering a state of dormancy. To kill the virus with low temperatures, one would need to approach absolute zero. Its tolerance for high temperatures is even more remarkable, reaching over 3,000 degrees Celsius, twice the melting point of steel. Conventional weapons cannot eradicate these viruses. Currently, Tianji has devised a temporary virus detection device that can be mass-produced in a short time, capable of identifying all individuals parasitized by these viruses. My suggestion is to first establish a safety zone while simultaneously mass-producing detection devices, concentrating those who test positive in this secure area. Moreover, a starship equipped with heavy weaponry should hover above the safety zone. The ship's large-caliber plasma ray cannons and plasma guns can instantly unleash temperatures exceeding 100,000 degrees, effectively annihilating the mutated forms while swiftly eradicating the virus. At present, Su-E possesses 1 star destroyer, 10-star domain fire delivery ships, 2 smaller patrol ships, and 1 transport vessel designated solely for the children's table. Originally, there were only 5-star domain fire delivery ships, but after Bai Lu captured the young master of the Yang family from the Interstellar Alliance, the ransom was set at 5 such ships. Later, all were transferred to Su-Yi's side. In the grand scheme of the interstellar realm, the presence of these few starships scarcely poses a threat to the Galactic Alliance. Their existence is virtually inconsequential. The weaponry aboard the domain's firepower projection vessels is equally, if not more formidable, than that found on the Annihilation cruisers. Thus, if a secure zone necessitates the protective firepower of a domain firepower projection vessel to be deemed absolutely safe, then the starships currently at his disposal can establish a mere 11 secure zones on Blue Star. After accounting for the indispensable protection of Penglai Island and Ingzhou Island, only 9 secure zones remain. Of course, this scenario represents the worst-case outcome, wherein the faction of the Bald Eagle has reckless unleashed these viruses across the globe, potentially triggering a cataclysm at any moment. A more favorable situation, as suggested by Old Deng, would be that the viral samples are confined solely to the laboratory in Zone 9. Should they spread, it would likely only be within the Bald Eagle's domain. However, given the dubious character of the descendants of those pirates, Su-E finds it difficult to place his trust in their integrity. Chapter 546. The 8 trigrams and the divine mechanism, whether motivated by a cautious strategy or a lack of faith in the character of the White Eagle's deranged faction. Su-E ultimately instructed Tian Shu to prepare a contingency plan, anticipating the worst. He then promptly proceeded to the location of the stone tablet mentioned in the laboratory data, swiftly uncovering the ancient slab hidden underground. The archaic and esoteric divine patterns etched upon it, coupled with the perplexing and vibrant fluctuations of spiritual energy, left him utterly astounded. To be candid, he had already encountered a considerable number of items related to cultivation on Blue Star. However, this stone tablet stood out as the most energetically active object he had ever encountered. It was no surprise that the Zhao Song royal family had assembled a group to study its inscriptions, managing to decipher certain aspects of the tablet's content, as uttering just a few lines could incite a surge of spiritual energy. It was equally astonishing that researchers on Blue Star, who lacked a fundamental understanding of spiritual energy, could discern clues from it, ultimately leading to the creation of that terrifying virus. The intensity of the spiritual energy emanating from this artifact was so pronounced that even an ordinary person could perceive its extraordinary nature with the naked eye. This effect far surpassed the treasures gifted to him by Lin Aran, which were meant for the transformation and returning void stages. Such phenomena were indeed quite exaggerated. The stone tablet was encased in an extraordinarily resilient tempered glass. Su-E paused outside for a moment, inhaled deeply, and then, with a decisive punch, shattered the glass and grasped one corner of the stone tablet. In the next instant, a resonant voice echoed within his mind, as though a grand bell had tolled. To observe the way of heaven and to grasp its conduct is the ultimate truth. Thus, heaven has 5 thieves. Those who perceive them shall prosper. The universe resides within the hand, and myriad transformations arise from the body. When heaven unleashes its killing intent, stars shift and dwellings change. When the earth unleashes its killing intent, dragons and serpents rise from the land. When humanity unleashes its killing intent, heaven and earth undergo upheaval. When heaven and humanity unite in intent, myriad transformations find their foundation. The way of nature is tranquility, hence all things in heaven and earth come into being. The way of heaven and earth is immersion, hence yin and yang prevail. Yin and yang push against each other, thus change follows. There exists a wondrous mechanism, birthing all phenomena, the 8 trigrams and the divine mechanism concealed within. In a moment of ethereal clarity, Su-Yi felt as though he had entered a peculiar state, or perhaps an incomprehensible realm. Here, he seemed to forget time and space. Apart from the concept of self, nothing else existed, yet paradoxically, everything seemed to be present. With the slightest thought, he could conjure forth everything he desired. These were not mere phantasms, but rather entities of true existence. In this space, he felt akin to an omnipotent deity, a creator before the division of chaos, capable of accomplishing anything he wished. Simultaneously, streams of extraordinary power began to flow into his being, washing over his physical form and soul, swiftly purging all impurities. Consequently, his cultivation level began to ascend rapidly, soaring from the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, and soon to its apex, before hurtling towards the peak of the golden core stage, mere steps away from the nascent soul. It was only at this moment that the inexplicable surge of extraordinary power gradually receded. It did not vanish entirely, but rather concealed itself within various parts of his body. Here, could this be the very location of the origin of the Blue Star world? In the final instant of exiting this peculiar state, Su-Yi appeared to grasp something, yet it was too late. Before he could thoroughly observe and comprehend, he had already emerged from this extraordinary condition. Suddenly, Su-Yi opened his eyes wide and sat up in bed. Moon Ling, who had been resting by the window, was startled awake by his movement and exclaimed joyfully, "You're awake. How long has it been?" Glancing out the window and realizing that he had returned to Penglai Island, he immediately inquired, "Half a month. You nearly scared me to death," Moon Ling replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she rose to embrace him. "Sui genti karesit herbak," offering comfort for a moment before he began to inquire about the situation. He soon learned that, after coming into contact with that stone tablet, he had fallen into a deep slumber, rendered completely immobile. The AI of the Destiny-class power armor detected the pilot's loss of consciousness and immediately entered sentinel mode, forbidding anyone from approaching. This apparatus was exclusively designed for high-ranking military officials akin to captains within the Interstellar Alliance, possessing immense authority and an autonomous combat AI, rendering it an independent entity that Tian Shu could not commandeer. After numerous unsuccessful calls and confirming Su-Yi's comatose state, Lillian, who had accompanied him into the underground cavern, initially intended to subdue the armor in sentinel mode, which could not distinguish between friend and foe, and retrieve Su-Yi. However, Tian Shu intervened. After all, Su-Yi was situated within that subterranean laboratory. Forcibly dismantling the power armor would undoubtedly expose him to perilous viruses. Extracting him directly posed an even greater risk of spreading those viruses. Ultimately, Starmark, upon receiving news, hurried to the Southwest Peninsula. Having already reached the Foundation establishment stage, Starmark incinerated the entire underground laboratory with a fierce blaze. Simultaneously, all airborne troops who had entered the area were subjected to a cleansing fire, eradicating the viruses clinging to them. Only then did they tear apart the protective armor and retrieve Su-Yi. They subsequently discovered that not only was Su-Yi unharmed, but he had also entered an unknown state, his aura growing stronger by the day. Aside from being in a deep slumber without consciousness, everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Realizing this, Star Mark instructed others to merely keep watch, with no further actions required. Even the esteemed physicians from the Tianyu Group's medical department, concerned about Su-E's prolonged immobility leading to malnutrition and wanting to administer glucose, were met with Star Mark's firm refusal. It was absurd. At that time, Su-E appeared to be in a frenzied state, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy, creating an imperceptible vortex of spiritual power that connected directly to the cosmic expanse around Penglai Island. With such an immense force flooding into his body, was there truly any need for glucose to provide nourishment? Moreover, Su-E originally possessed cultivation at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Even if he consumed nothing, he could endure for a month without succumbing to hunger. However, due to Su-Yi's deep slumber, the entire Tianyu Group has entered a state of AI self-management. Although Yu Ling possesses the authority to control the three major AIs, Tianshu, Tianxian, and Tianji, her mind is utterly chaotic, leaving her no inclination to oversee them. Day after day, she remains at Su-Yi's bedside. In this state, Tianshu faithfully executes the commands issued by Su-Yi prior to his unconsciousness, while simultaneously initiating gradual arrangements on an increasingly tumultuous blue star. Yet, in the absence of direct orders from Su-Yi, the security department's forces are not mobilized to quell or manage the disorder. Instead, they are left to unfold unchecked. The source of the sudden turmoil on Blue Star is, in fact, those viruses. They have been unleashed. Chapter 547. A dramatic mishap. The reasons behind the peculiar virus leak are, in essence, quite simple. After the Tianyu Group ventured into those caverns, the factions in the White Eagle Empire that had previously engaged in virus research were well aware that such a matter could not remain concealed. However, they had not descended into madness to the extent of detonating the viruses they had strategically placed around the globe. Instead, they attempted to communicate warnings to the Tianyu Group, asserting that their viral samples were distributed across all regions of Blue Star, hoping that the Tianyu Group would overlook the numerous lives lost during their research endeavors. Simultaneously, they began to transport the viruses, relocating those they deemed to be in unsafe positions to more secure locations, in order to better threaten the Tianyu Group. They even sought to extract some benefits from the Tianyu Group, such as acquiring extraordinarily advanced technologies. Yet, this group of fools evidently miscalculated. During the transportation process, a viral sample from a laboratory in South America inevitably encountered an incident, leading to its leak and subsequent spread. The unfolding of this leak was, in truth, remarkably theatrical. The transport was overseen by the military of the White Eagle. However, in regions like South America, those in the know understand the dynamics at play. Too far from paradise and too close to the White Eagle, the populace, having been oppressed for many years, harbored a profound hatred for the White Eagle. Previously, their aspirations had been stifled by a lack of resources, with the Tianyu Group intentionally inciting global conflicts and the availability of the Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 exoskeleton armors to anyone with the means. They found themselves financially constrained and their exoskeletons vastly inferior to the opulent military presence of the White Eagle. Consequently, despite internal chaos, few dared to confront the White Eagle directly. However, this time was different. The oligarchs of the White Eagle, fearing that the virus transport would be detected by the Tianshu, dared not use the advanced exoskeleton armors produced by the Tianyu Group. Instead, they relegated their soldiers to utilize mechanized equipment that had been nearly rendered obsolete in modern warfare. They presumed that the local populace, having long been intimidated by the White Eagle's formidable reputation, would not dare to challenge their transport convoy. Furthermore, they believed that a fully mechanized and technologically advanced battalion of over 1,000 soldiers would instill a sense, awe, and represent the will of the White Eagle. Yet, they grossly underestimated the depth of local animosity and the current state of chaos in South America. The convoy escorting the viral samples encountered an intense gun battle involving local gangs just under a kilometer from the virus research facility. Both factions were clad in the exoskeletons of the Tianyu Group and wielding an array of high-tech weaponry, rapidly transforming the street into a battlefield. Fearing that their samples would be compromised in the fray, the commander promptly ordered the convoy to circumvent this perilous area, opting to take a longer route rather than risk involvement in the conflict. However, this matter caught the attention of another local gang. The soldiers of the White Eagle have historically acted with brazen audacity in such areas, showing little regard for the local populace. Under normal circumstances, when faced with a gang confrontation, these soldiers would not only avoid retreat, but would often don their powered armor to spectate and jeer, providing unsolicited commentary on the unfolding events. Even if they had pressing duties that precluded their participation in the fray, they would typically command both parties to cease fire temporarily, allowing them to pass unhindered. Such overt displays of cowardice and avoidance were previously inconceivable. The unusual circumstances hinted at something amiss. Though the locality lacked sophistication, its inhabitants were not foolish. Some began to speculate that this contingent of White Eagle soldiers was undoubtedly transporting something of great value. Concurrently, others calculated, based on the number of soldiers and the size of their convoy, that these soldiers were likely not wearing powered exoskeletons. This deduction was not particularly challenging. A standard 5-seat Hummer armored vehicle from the White Eagle military typically accommodates 5 soldiers. However, if these soldiers were clad in powered exoskeletons, only 2 could fit within, as otherwise the vehicle would become overcrowded or the chassis would be unable to support the combined weight of both the soldiers and their armor, leading to mechanical failure. By estimating the number of vehicles in the convoy, one could ascertain whether the White Eagle soldiers were indeed equipped with exoskeletons. Upon realizing this, certain factions within the local underworld began to devise plans. These individuals, part of the local gang, would have previously scattered at the sight of the official military, let alone the formidable White Eagle forces, which they regarded with utmost deference. Yet, amidst the current chaos of South America, the official presence had all but vanished. They had procured substantial quantities of powered exoskeletons from the Tianya group, and while their equipment did not match the opulence of the White Eagles, it was no longer technologically inferior. In the past, they refrained from confrontation due to the superior organization and numbers of the White Eagles garrison. Besides the exoskeletons, the White Eagles also possessed other formidable weaponry, such as naval vessels and aerial combat aircraft, against which they had little recourse. However, the situation had now shifted. The local gangs, equipped with exoskeletons, found themselves in a position of advantage over the White Eagle soldiers, who were not similarly armored. A gathering of gang leaders convened, unanimously agreeing that this opportunity was ripe for exploitation. Consequently, the convoy transporting viral samples for the White Eagle was ambushed. A full synthetic battalion, comprising over 1,500 soldiers, would have been sufficient to overrun many smaller nations just a year or 2 prior. Yet, when they encountered a coalition of nearly 1,000 local thugs clad in powered exoskeletons, they experienced the harsh reality of technological disparity in weaponry. Due to the urgency of their mission, they had no time to bring along heavy weaponry. The large-caliber vehicle-mounted machine guns and cannons are utterly incapable of penetrating the defenses of exoskeletal armor. The only weapon within the entire convoy capable of breaching such defenses is the tank cannon mounted on a few accompanying tanks. However, this weapon is virtually ineffective against the target. As for the aerial support favored by the soldiers of the White Eagle, the armed helicopters that can swiftly depart from the base to provide assistance here have become obsolete since the Tianyu group announced a partial lifting of the ban on electromagnetic weaponry, allowing large-caliber electromagnetic rifles to flood the market. Now, adversaries armed with high-precision electromagnetic rifles, nearly the size of a person, can effortlessly eliminate helicopters from a great distance while standing atop buildings. Chapter 548. The Lockdown of a Great Continent. Devoid of aerial support, exoskeleton armor, and heavy artillery. The despair of the White Eagle soldiers on that fateful night, confronted by an onslaught of iron monstrosities from all directions, was profound. Yet, this anguish has become irrelevant, for the scene of the calamity was bereft of any survivors. Amidst the chaos, viral samples were shattered, and the horrific virus silently began its insidious spread. The White Eagle soldiers tasked with transport, alongside local gangs eager to seize treasures while venting their frustrations on the White Eagle, swiftly succumbed to this dreadful orc virus. Mutations commenced in the capital of this small South American nation. Thousands of miles away, the military command of the White Eagle, realizing the gravity of the situation, found it too late to take preventive measures. They attempted remediation, approximately 2 hours post-incident. They commanded the nearest warships to unleash over 10 cruise missiles equipped with thermobaric warheads upon the site of the outbreak. However, the effect was negligible. While a significant number of the newly transformed werewolf monsters were obliterated, the spread of the virus was already an inexorable reality. Had this incident occurred 6 months prior, they might have resorted to a decisive nuclear strike, annihilating the entire city along with its surrounding areas. The intense heat of a nuclear explosion would have obliterated those terrifying viruses. Alas, their nuclear arsenal had been dismantled. The current predicament had entirely spiraled beyond their control. Recognizing the futility of the situation, the Black Palace promptly dispatched hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor to seal off the connection between South and North America via the renowned canal. Simultaneously, they mobilized all aircraft carrier battle groups and warships stationed domestically and at nearby military bases to encircle and blockade all maritime routes leading from South America. In a bid to emulate the advanced strategies of the Chanyu Group, they obliterated every airport and port in South America, establishing an impenetrable barrier against any escape. Presently, it appears they have succeeded in containing the orc virus within South America, with no similar infections reported elsewhere in the world. While the speed of mobilization and response over these few days cannot be deemed exceptionally swift, it is certainly not slow either. This rapidity is primarily attributable to the exoskeletons provided by the Tianyu Group, which, with their formidable load-bearing capabilities, enabled swift movement without delay. This may well be regarded as the last glimmer of the White Eagle Empire before its twilight. The inhabitants of South America, unwilling to resign themselves to death in that forsaken land, are reportedly engaged in fierce conflict. For years, they have endured oppression from the White Eagle without much protest. However, the present circumstances have left them with no alternative but to fight back. The dreadful virus is ravaging the entirety of South America, and failure to escape now would certainly mean death. In this dire moment, one must fight with all their might, for there may be no second chance. The proud eagle has not lowered its head to seek assistance from the Tianyu Group. Instead, it has placed an enormous order with them. It has committed nearly 1/3 of the Eagle Empire's overseas assets to procure a staggering 5 million Sentinel, 2 exoskeleton armors from Tianyu Group. The value of this equipment approaches 10 trillion Kyushu currency. However, the Eagle's wealth is indeed substantial, with overseas minerals, oil fields, and land far exceeding this value. Do they truly require such an abundance of exoskeleton armors? Certainly not. Throughout South America, including the Sentinel, 1 light exoskeletons, the total number of exoskeletons may not even reach 1 million. The Eagle alone has deployed a full 600,000 Sentinel, 2 units, with over 500,000 already delivered and drivers undergoing training, poised to enter the battlefield at any moment. As for the Sentinel, 1, the numbers are even greater. This equipment serves not only military purposes, but, due to its affordability and durability, has been acquired by many civilians and companies, either for prestige as security personnel or for engaging in various high-risk tasks. A rough estimate suggests that the total stock of Sentinel, 1 armors within the Eagle Empire, including military and civilian use, is likely no less than 5 million units. In a conflict between equally advanced equipment, the victor will undoubtedly be determined by quantity and organization. Though the Eagle has fallen from grace, it remains vastly superior in these aspects compared to the South American territories, even without procuring any additional equipment. The individuals from South America would struggle to match them. However, the administration in the Black Palace harbors a persistent fear that the Tianyu Group may not refuse South America's request for exoskeleton armors. They can sell land and resources to procure equipment from Tianyu Group, just as South America can. Previously, they had watched the Eagle decline day by day, believing that their fortunes would soon improve, leading them to overlook military matters. But now, the situation has shifted, failure to act could result in demise on South American soil. In such times, considerations of land and resources become trivial, and the loss of life is rendered meaningless. As for whether the Tianyu group would accept orders from South America while fully aware of the rampant beast virus, the consensus in the Black Palace is that this remains uncertain. The Eagle's current efforts aim to confine the virus to South America. Yet, for the Tianyu group, whether the virus is contained within South America or throughout the entire continent seems of little consequence. With a single starship, they could entirely seal off the continent, ensuring not even a small boat could escape. Conversely, once the virus fully spreads across the land and transforms all into monsters, the Tianyu group might then boldly present an interstellar strike to the world under the guise of virus eradication. The notion of sacrificing stone for the blade, grass for the fire, or changing the essence of humanity may indeed be too conservative. According to the assessments made by experts on the Bald Eagle's weaponry aboard the Star Domain's firepower projection vessels, it is feared that a single volley could potentially melt every stone across the continents of North and South America. The threat posed by those viruses is even less concerning. In order to prevent such a scenario, the Bald Eagle has resolved to take the initiative, investing a substantial sum to nearly monopolize the production of the Sentinel-2 medium exoskeleton armor in the coming months. This acquisition is not for their own use, but rather to prevent the opposing side from obtaining it. Aware of the implications behind this move, the Celestial Axis did not reject this monumental procurement plan. The first batch of 1 million Sentinel-2 exoskeleton units was dispatched that very day to the Bald Eagle, and they were nearing arrival. Concurrently, a starship was deployed to patrol the relevant maritime regions. Not only is the Bald Eagle imposing a blockade on South America, but the Celestial Domain Corporation is equally enforcing restrictions. Any potential escapees not captured by the Bald Eagle's military would soon find themselves targeted by orbital strikes shortly after their fleeting freedom. Currently, the situation remains manageable. As long as Sue-E remains unconscious, the Celestial Axis will not permit Blue Star to spiral out of control. Chapter 549. The end of days is approaching. Though the Jojo region is separated from the site of the incident by vast oceans, it has mobilized comprehensively. With the assistance of planetary mining machines and urban construction modules dispatched by the Tianyu group, within a fortnight, 9 unprecedentedly large super cities have arisen at an alarming pace. All 9 cities are situated along coastal areas. This choice is not merely a reflection of economic development, but is primarily informed by Tianji's research on certain mutated werewolf samples procured from South America, which revealed that these creatures are not without their vulnerabilities. They are averse to water, establishing safe zones in coastal regions, with the aid of Tianyu Group's planetary mining machines, allows for the cities to be constructed with maritime boundaries adjacent to land, rendering them easy to defend and difficult to attack. From project initiation to site selection, and ultimately to construction and completion, the entire process took less than 10 days. The primary contributors to this rapid development were undoubtedly Tianyu Group's 2 sets of supermachinery, capable of erecting a super city that can accommodate up to 200 million inhabitants under extreme conditions in less than a day. However, the construction teams from Jojo also played a significant role. To meet the pressing deadlines, the construction carried out by Tianyu Group's planetary mining machines and urban construction modules was, in truth, quite rudimentary. Typically, once a city is established, it only features basic infrastructure such as walls, buildings, and drainage systems. Additional facilities would require the Jojo construction teams to supplement them. For instance, the installation of electrical and natural gas systems was merely planned with reserve conduits by Tianyu Group's super engineer machinery, leaving the actual installation to be resolved by Jojo itself. This was no trivial task. Fortunately, the AI design blueprints were exceptionally detailed and comprehensive, having anticipated such challenges during the design phase, coupled with the vast size of Jojo's construction teams. This ensured that the hastily erected refuge cities could be operational in a short time frame. Naturally, these cities are significantly more rudimentary than typical urban environments. Although Tianyu Group AtoZ's urban construction modules usually enable swift and high-quality construction, allowing for immediate occupancy post-completion, as exemplified by Penglai Island and Ingzhou Island. The urgency of the situation precluded the creation of perfect residences. The primary objective was to construct 9 shelters capable of accommodating the entire population of Jiuzhou in the shortest time possible, resulting in interiors that are rather stark. Moreover, due to the limited area of each refuge city, vertical expansion was the only viable option. Consequently, when one gazes upon these refuge cities, they appear as towering forests of steel, with an average building height exceeding 1,300 meters. Each refuge city boasts over 200,000 of these superstructures, each with usable area surpassing 2 million square meters. If we consider that each refuge city is designed to house 200 million people, then on average, each building would need to accommodate approximately 1,000 individuals. Theoretically, this would grant each person an impressive space of 2,000 square feet. However, it is important to note that this figure represents a theoretical maximum based on total constructed area relative to the highest occupancy estimates, and does not imply that each individual would indeed receive 2,000 square feet of space. In practice, the policy set forth by Jiuzhou operates on a household basis, allowing each family to receive a residence of 1,000 square meters. While property holds considerable value in the outside world, here it is not regarded as particularly precious, primarily because most of these homes are distributed in an unfinished state. Due to the urgency of the construction timeline, the urban modules have not yet undergone any form of interior decoration. They merely serve as temporary shelters, ensuring that all those who relocate have a place to reside. With an average of 2,000 square meters of building area allocated per individual, divided into 1,000 square meters per family, and considering the limited population of Jiuzhou, the influx into these refuge cities falls significantly short of the design capacity of 200 million inhabitants. Consequently, there exists a substantial amount of vacant space within the city. However, it would be a misjudgment to perceive this emptiness as useless. Various commercial establishments, dining venues, and entertainment facilities will inevitably require space. These vacant areas are destined for future utility. Nonetheless, given the current urgent circumstances, the primary objective is merely to accommodate the population. Beyond the construction of the refuge cities, the challenge of relocating the vast Jiuzhou populace from across the expansive landscape to this singular location remains a formidable task. While the Tianyu Group can assist with urban construction, the responsibility of transporting individuals rests solely with Jiuzhou. During this period, nearly all means of transportation have been pushed to their limits. Railways, roadways, vessels, and aircraft have all been employed to their fullest capacity. A significant number of people are migrating from the Midwest to the 9 major cities. Simultaneously, the need to transport vast quantities of supplies and various types of equipment to these cities cannot be overlooked. It is impractical to relocate people without providing them sustenance. This undertaking is a colossal project of staggering proportions. Even with the assistance of AI provided by the Tianyu Group, the progress of transporting individuals and supplies has not met expectations. After half a month, fewer than 300 million individuals have successfully entered the 9 cities. Despite the fact that during the Spring Festival, passenger traffic can exceed billions due to the combined efforts of railways, highways, and flights. That phenomenon is not indicative of current operations. The present situation involves utilizing only a few fixed routes to transport both individuals and the necessary supplies to these 9 urban centers, which is an entirely different challenge. The chain reaction triggered by this mass migration has resulted in numerous adverse incidents. Fortunately, the overarching control provided by the Tianyu Group's advanced AI has enabled swift resolution of these issues. Overall, the people of Jiuzhou have expressed little discontent. After all, daily news reports are filled with accounts of the dire situation in South Mizu, where the ferocity of the werewolf-like creatures has become deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. No one wishes to become a meal for such monstrosities, in contrast to other nations' official organizations, which appear to be in denial. Jiuzhou's proactive construction of refuge cities as a precaution has proven to be far superior. Regardless of circumstances, Upon entering the refuge cities through the detection machines provided by the Tianyu Group, safety concerns are alleviated. As for other matters, when compared to external possessions, it is evident that life holds far greater significance. In this apocalyptic calamity, merely surviving is a remarkable feat. What more could one desire? In stark contrast to the situation within the realms of JoJo, the world beyond has descended into utter chaos. Although the mutated beasts are currently confined to South America, and the virus is yet to spread, the entire globe has undeniably succumbed to a state of anxious dread akin to the end of days. Chapter 550. The latest proposal of the celestial pivot, even the white-headed eagle, which continues to bolster its military presence along the North-South American border, is now engulfed in chaos. Originally, there existed a commendable tradition of zero-cost purchasing in their domain. However, as substantial armed forces were dispatched to the front lines, the stability-maintaining forces dwindled significantly. Consequently, zero-cost purchasing has evolved from a minor game available only to select beta testers into a nationwide phenomenon within the white-headed eagle's territory. Are there no provisions? Steal. No drinking water? Steal. No clothing? Steal. Some even resort to forming groups to intrude into homes, murdering the original owners of luxurious villas and usurping their properties, all while no one intervenes. It is not that the common folk of the white-headed eagle particularly relish such zero-cost activities. Rather, it is the capitalists there who display a blatant disregard for humanity. Amidst the bloody battles at the front, the inflation within the white-headed eagle has reached a critical point. Particularly, the prices of essential commodities like food and fuel have surged dramatically. A loaf of bread may not cost $50,000, but its price has risen 5 to 8 times compared to usual. The already struggling ordinary citizens of the white-headed eagle find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Even the middle class, which previously maintained a semblance of dignity, is now grappling with hardship. Ironically, the white-headed eagle is not lacking in resources within its empire. There exists a wealth of natural gas, oil, and vast plains ideal for agriculture. However, at this juncture, those capitalists prefer to sell food and other resources at exorbitant prices abroad, or even dispose of them into the sea rather than sell them at original prices to the common people. With starvation looming, what can a populace do? They are left with no choice but to resort to theft. Moreover, the situation in the white-headed eagle is relatively better. At least the official government still retains control over the military, capable of issuing commands. It is merely the chaos that has led to a loss of control among the capitalists, subsequently causing the general populace to spiral into disorder. Once the crisis in South America is resolved and the celestial troops return home, order will likely be restored swiftly. There may even be an opportunity for a cleansing to eradicate some of the internal malignancies within the empire. Of course, when the orc crisis will be resolved is an entirely different matter. There are countless regions faring even worse than the white-headed eagle. Upon realizing that the apocalypse may be imminent, the world has erupted into turmoil. The already impoverished and underdeveloped areas have descended into complete disarray, with the authorities rendered utterly ineffective. Surprisingly, many formerly prosperous nations of the Eurasian continent now find themselves in a situation akin to those impoverished nations, with virtually no order remaining. This is particularly true for some of the smaller member states of the North Atlantic Treaty. These nations had previously relied entirely on the white-headed eagle for military support, with their own armed forces being little more than ornamental. In times of peace, their generous welfare systems often garnered admiration. Yet, when war broke out, it became evident that this was but a fragile illusion. Due to the existence of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the national defense of these smaller countries was almost entirely dependent on the white-headed eagle, which can be viewed as the eagle shouldering their defense expenditures. Furthermore, under the global supply chain system established by the white-headed eagle, they essentially control certain upstream industries, the high-value-added industries. Coupled with the absence of defense expenditures and a relatively small population, have led these nations' official organizations to often be well-funded, thus fostering a society characterized by generous welfare. However, the once mighty eagle now finds itself in dire straits, having relinquished its global military bases after several setbacks orchestrated by the Tianyu Group. with troops long since returned to their homeland, rendering the North Atlantic Treaty Organization nearly defunct. Initially, this situation seemed manageable. Despite the global surge in chaos under the guidance of the Tianyu Group, the affluent region of Ozhou had not yet descended to such depths, and the Eagle had not reached the point of turning against its nominal allies out of desperation. Until now, the orcs, however, do not heed notions of camaraderie. Their stance towards humanity is starkly binary. Either they consume humans or infect them, transforming them into one of their own. Following the eruption of the orc crisis, these small nations of Ozhou, devoid of sufficient defense forces, were plunged into panic. Having enjoyed prolonged peace, they were woefully unprepared for conflict. This is a true reflection of their reality. While they may lack military expertise, they are acutely aware that a nation without even a proper battalion cannot withstand the might of ferocious orc warriors. Should the orcs ravage their lands, their only recourse would be to await their demise. Consequently, chaos ensued. The Eagle turned a blind eye, and the few nations in Ozhou with some semblance of strength could only muster a feeble defense, unable to intervene. The far-off Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou were even less inclined to address these trivial matters. The outcome was predictable. Tianshu has performed admirably. Upon hearing the recent developments, Sui offered his commendation. Instantly, a projection of Tianshu appeared in the hospital room. "You flatter me, sir. This is simply what Tianshu ought to do." Over the past fortnight, aside from aiding Jiuzhou in constructing those protective cities, the Tianyu Group had scarcely engaged in any other activities. Yet often, inaction can be a form of action. Following the emergence of the orc virus, the screening plan devised by Sui and Tianshu appeared rather sluggish. The virus's formidable transmissibility, combined with the strength of the infected capable of effortlessly overturning tanks, cannot be overstated. It is, without exaggeration, a supervirus that could lead to the complete extinction of humanity on Blue Star. Currently, the Tianyu Group need only observe from the sidelines while ensuring the safety of the people of Jiuzhou. When the moment is ripe, it is likely that, aside from the islands of Penglai and Yingzhou, along with the 9 major cities of Jiuzhou, the rest of this planet will devolve into a wasteland. At that juncture, when the starships in the sky unleash their fire, the world can be swiftly purified. Crucially, this calamity is not of Suyi's making. It is a consequence of the Eagle's own misdeeds, with which he has no connection. It is often said that when it comes to self-destruction, humanity excels in its own way. Suyi's ambition to establish a screening plan is a long-term endeavor spanning over a century, necessitating complex manipulations, economic blockades, and the influence of fishing fleets to guide the process. The efficiency of such a plan could be deemed exceedingly slow. Yet, when the Eagle intervenes, it swiftly demonstrates what Western speed truly means. Though the virus is currently confined to South America, its implications are vast. This phenomenon will only accelerate its spread over time, and the vast ocean will absolutely not suffice to completely contain the virus. Thus, were it not for the existence of the Tianyu Group, humanity on Blue Star would inevitably face extinction due to this alone. Of course, this is merely a theoretical projection. In practice, the situation is undoubtedly more complex. While 2 islands may remain isolated, it is exceedingly difficult to ensure the safety of the cities in Kyushu, particularly in a scenario where the entire world is overrun by beastmen. Therefore, the Tianyu Group cannot afford to wait until the entire globe is infected before taking action. According to your calculations, under conditions of absolute control, what would be the furthest extent of the beastmen's rampage? Tianshu promptly provided the response: all regions beyond Ozhou and Yazhou. Once the beastmen virus spreads extensively across the continent of Yaya, achieving complete control would likely prove quite challenging, with a high risk of failure. Let's proceed with this plan. Chapter 551. Aftermath of the Peninsula Operation in Essence. The plan devised by the Celestial Axis is to remain an observer. This situation was not instigated by the Celestial Domain Group. Rather, it was the White Eagle Empire that brought about the calamity affecting the Blue Star. What Sui must do now is to remain indifferent to the unfolding events. As for the line delineated by the Celestial Axis, which permits the orcs to ravage all areas of the Uya continent, It is undoubtedly a strategic measure based on the orc situation, reflecting an extreme prediction under the worst-case scenario. In all likelihood, by the time these orcs have consumed the entirety of the Uya continent, it will not be too late for the Celestial Domain Group to intervene. However, such a delay may incur uncontrollable risks. The extreme area she has proposed should ensure that any arising situation remains within a completely manageable scope. Of course, the werewolves are creatures birthed from the erratic research of the White Eagle's mad scientists, who gleaned fragments of energy control methods from ancient tablets. To claim that there will be no unexpected occurrences would be misleading. For instance, the sudden emergence of a Goo King, an entity of extraordinary power, could pose a threat. One powerful enough to wield weapons capable of slaying even those in the transformation stage, monsters that even Su-E cannot contend with. Yet, the probability of such an event is exceedingly low, negligible to the point of being disregarded as a factor influencing the decisions of the celestial axis. After all, she is not an artificial intelligence of the interstellar realm, and her understanding of energy is limited. However, she has witnessed the might of genuine cultivators and possesses numerous backups of cultivation techniques within her database. Even though she cannot cultivate herself, this does not preclude her from grasping the fundamental principles of such practices. These observations form the basis for her assessment that the likelihood of mechanical deification is exceedingly low. What has transpired in the Southwest Peninsula? Su-E has not forgotten that during the state of emergency, in addition to the Orbital Airborne Brigade she commanded, the Celestial Domain Group deployed an entire 12 Orbital Airborne Brigades to the Southwest Peninsula. 2 brigades were tasked with assisting in the defense of the Jojo border, while the remaining 10 were to execute the previously established plan, meticulously combing through the entire peninsula. Now, half a month later, it is reasonable to conclude that this task should be nearing completion. Approximately a week prior, all operational plans you devised were successfully executed. The Celestial Axis promptly reported. In this operation, the 1st to 10th Brigades of the Orbital Airborne Troops of the Celestial Domain Group have eliminated over 270,000 notorious felons, over 430,000 armed insurgents, and more than 37,000 local elites colluding with criminal organizations. In total, 726,334 enemies have been neutralized. The entire Southwest Peninsula now shows no trace of any criminal organizations or armed insurgents, having completely purged the previous malevolence. Our operation has been a resounding success. Upon completion of the mission, given the proximity of these units to Jojo, I took the liberty of redeploying them to Jojo to provide military support for the protection plan. Indeed, you have performed commendably. Su-E nodded, finding no fault in this decision. If previously, her assistance to Jojo could be viewed as a mere emotional inclination to aid her fellow countrymen, now it has transcended to a matter of strategic importance. Upon the discovery of various extraordinary ancient relics in the land of the 9 provinces, he increasingly perceived its exceptional nature. While Blue Star is reputed to have 4 great ancient civilizations, Su-E has indeed uncovered numerous artifacts and information left by other ancient nations, yet mostly to no avail. Only the treasures preserved in the 9 provinces are authentically derived from ancient times, imbued with unique powers. This alone substantiates the distinctiveness of the 9 provinces within Blue Star. Therefore, he could not stand idly by as the 9 provinces faced annihilation, at least until he unraveled the secrets concealed in the ancient 9 provinces regarding spiritual energy. Calamity must not befall it. The 12th Airborne Brigade was stationed on the southwestern frontier of the 9 provinces, presently embroiled in chaos. Their deployment to assist in advancing the protective initiative for the 9 provinces was undoubtedly most appropriate. The 9 provinces welcomed this support wholeheartedly. After all, although the warriors of the 9 provinces are valiant and fearless, confronting those bloodthirsty, beastly monstrosities devoid of humanity posed significant challenges. Particularly, the areas traversed by werewolves are often accompanied by the spread of virulent contagions. Currently, the 9 provinces are equipped with a vast number of Sentinel-2 exoskeletons and have over 200,000 sets of Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeletons. According to calculations from the Celestial Axis, Their internal 3 defense systems are inadequate to combat such horrific viruses. However, the Power Armor's 3 defense system can effectively counter these threats. Hence, rather than deploying their soldiers to guard against the potential emergence of werewolves and prepare for combat, it would be more prudent to assign these soldiers to assist in relocating civilians and constructing the 9 Great Refuge cities. As for the task of guarding against werewolves, it is more fitting to entrust it to the fully equipped power-armored airborne troops. After all, once donned in power armor, even ordinary individuals possess strength rivaling that of most werewolves, while the Armor's superior 3 defense system is fully capable of isolating the virus's incursion. The weapons they carry possess an absolute suppressive capability over these monsters. Currently, the areas ravaged by werewolves are separated from the 9 provinces by vast oceans, and establishing a dedicated unit for defense is merely a precaution. The airborne troops, possessing superior mobility and enhanced individual strength, are evidently better suited for this role than the conventional military forces of the 9 provinces. The long-standing trust established between the 9 provinces and the Tianyu Group allows the officials of the 9 provinces to proceed with confidence. After all, whether they are at ease or not makes little difference. If Su Yi harbored any ulterior motives, could they possibly oppose him? In an era where technology was not as advanced, willpower could sometimes overcome technological disparities. Yet, as technology has progressed to its current state, even prior to the emergence of the Tianyu Group, individual combat willpower has become increasingly difficult to influence the course of battle. Not to mention, they must contend with the Tianyu Group's superweapons that far exceed current technological capabilities. A single strike from an orbital cannon could obliterate an entire city. Regardless of how strong one's combat willpower or extensive their experience, one must still locate the enemy. The adversary is situated aboard starships suspended several dozen kilometers, or even hundreds or thousands of kilometers above the ground. How does one engage them? This cannot merely be described as a technological disparity. It reflects a divergence in the level of civilization. When confronted with such an adversary, it is evidently prudent to cultivate amicable relations before any malice is intended, as opposing them would be a most foolish course of action. The parties in the Jiuzhou region clearly comprehend this distinction and have cooperated wholeheartedly. Moreover, the Tianyu Group has not deceived them. The suggestions provided have consistently aligned with the optimal solutions for the current circumstances. Why not adhere to them? Surely, no one harbors the delusion that their intellect surpasses that of the superintelligent systems developed by the Tianyu Group. Chapter 552. The Complexity of Right and Wrong. Let us observe the unfolding events. Su Yi lifted the covers and rose from the bed, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Simultaneously, as if awakening to a realization, he reached to touch his forehead. A golden mark, unbeknownst to him until now, had appeared there. With a mere thought, the mark flickered with golden light, and an ancient stone tablet materialized, suspended in the air before him. So, this is how it is, Su Yi mused, a glimmer of understanding dawning within him. This object not only contained a plethora of mystical techniques inscribed upon it, but could also serve as a formidable treasure. In essence, it could be wielded to strike foes or to seal others away, adorned with numerous divine patterns. Once successfully activated, even cultivators at the void refining or tribulation transcending stages would likely be suppressed for eternity. Indeed, it was a remarkable artifact. Su Yi retracted it back into his forehead. Now is not the time for meticulous study. He turned his attention to Yuling, who had been vigilantly watching over him by the bedside, and a fervent warmth surged in his heart. He wondered what bizarre cultivation method Lin Aran had imparted to him, as he felt an intense and restless energy stirring within him since awakening. He had endured this sensation for quite some time, especially each time his gaze fell upon Yuling, which only heightened his agitation. Perhaps it was due to the complementary nature of their respective cultivation methods. Thus, he resolved to set aside trivial matters and commence his training. What are you staring at? Having been together for so long, Yuling quickly discerned the meaning behind his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, "You've just awoken. Shouldn't you rest a bit?" "I feel better than ever," Su Yi declared, pulling her into his embrace, while also instructing Tian Shu summoned Xinghan and Yang Yi. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling's embarrassment deepened, and she playfully hit him, saying, "What are you planning? Of course, it's for your own good. Your combat power is currently insufficient." Su Yi chuckled lightly, silencing her with a kiss. Before long, Yu Ling would come to truly understand what it meant to be lacking in combat prowess. Blue Star, the Bama Canal, serving as the boundary between North and South America. The northern bank of the canal had been rapidly fortified by the empire of the white-headed eagle into an impregnable stronghold, with troop numbers exceeding 2 million. The southern bank was not the territory of the South American nations either, as it too had been occupied by the legions of the white-headed eagle empire. A little over 100 kilometers to the south lay a substantial mountain range, which constituted the first line of defense for the white-headed eagle empire against the fleeing nations of South America. At this moment, the area beneath this defense was a veritable sea of corpses, countless bodies filling the entire foot of the mountain. The combat zone along the southern part of the mountain range had been reduced to a barren wasteland. All structures had been reduced to rubble, while the flatlands were riddled with bomb craters several meters in diameter. The remnants of numerous tanks and armored vehicles lay scattered throughout, alongside the shattered exoskeletons of sentinels. Amidst the ravages of war, a procession of ordinary individuals, numbering in the tens of thousands and unarmed, is steadfastly advancing northward. These common folk carry no weapons. Instead, they have bound their hands and raised them high, adorned with white cloth banners to signify their peaceful intentions. Their actions serve solely to convey their lack of aggression, as they seek refuge from the chaos surrounding them. The conflict here has persisted for some time, with a coalition of South American nations banding together upon realizing the dire circumstances, now clashing head-on with the formidable forces of the White Eagle. In the initial moments of this confrontation, the White Eagle swiftly demonstrated the prowess of its former global dominance, incapacitating the entire South American air and naval forces within a brief span. With control over both air and sea, the outcomes on land were all but predetermined. Both sides donned sentinel exoskeletons, making it exceedingly difficult to discern victor from vanquished. In light of the overwhelming aerial and naval support, coupled with relentless bombardments, the retreat of the South American troops was an inevitable conclusion. Recognizing that brute force would yield no success, the coalition's command devised a strategy. The White Eagle, still retaining some semblance of dignity, established slogans to deter South American armed forces from advancing northward while simultaneously preventing the spread of the orc virus. From a moral standpoint, their approach could be deemed justifiable, as the White Eagle had not overtly targeted civilians, engaging primarily with the South American military. In the chaos of warfare, the lines of right and wrong become blurred. The coalition's strategy was clear. If the armed factions and military could not pass, then surely the civilians could be allowed to proceed. Fearing that the White Eagle might dispute the status of these individuals as non-combatants, they ensured that the civilians wore only the most basic garments, binding their hands to demonstrate their non-threatening nature. At present, the banks of the Panama Canal are thronged with journalists from various nations, and the South Americans believe that as long as the White Eagle retains even a modicum of honor, it would be impossible to impede the escape of these individuals. With such a massive contingent of unarmed civilians, should the White Eagle act without regard for decency and fire upon them, the ensuing uproar could escalate into an international humanitarian crisis, prompting calls for intervention. The current international landscape is no longer beholden to the unilateral dictates of the White Eagle. Skepticism about its willingness to relent and allow the passage of these individuals abounds. As for what may unfold beyond that point, it is no longer a concern for the South Americans. Their singular focus is on fleeing, escaping as far from the horrific monsters as possible. This moral leverage against their adversary hinges on the enemy's potential misstep, which could invite international mediation. While this strategy may appear implausible and even humorous to those from the land of the 9 provinces, the lament of smaller nations often lies in such desperation. The leaders are not oblivious to the unreliability of these tactics. They're simply left with no alternative but to pursue this course of action. Fighting? They are utterly incapable of mounting a successful defense. Initially, They had contemplated leveraging their resources as collateral to the Tianyu group in exchange for a greater number of Sentinel exoskeletons, with the ultimate aim of launching an offensive in South America. However, upon contacting the Tianyu group, they discovered that the orders for the Sentinel 2 medium exoskeletons had already been fully secured by the White Eagle. While the Sentinel 1 exoskeletons were indeed available and in substantial quantity, they now faced the formidable White Eagle army, equipped with a significant number of Sentinel 2 units. Aware of the stark differences between the two types of exoskeletons, they understood that without sufficient Sentinel 2 units, defeating the White Eagle soldiers was an insurmountable challenge. The Tianyu group did mention the possibility of making a reservation now, assuring that once they completed the White Eagle orders, they would promptly shift production to fulfill their needs. Yet, the prospect of waiting even a few months seemed untenable. In less than a fortnight, the terrifying virus and monstrous entities had already ravaged a significant portion of South America. If they could not traverse the Panama Canal to reach South America, it was uncertain whether they would endure even a month, let alone several months. Chapter 553. I require assistance from the Tianyu Group commander. A significant number of civilians have entered the bombing zone. An observer reported loudly as he lowered his binoculars from a position atop a mountainous artillery emplacement. They cannot traverse the minefield. The South American alliance is forcing civilians to wade through it. This is remarkable news. Inform the front lines to unfurl banners warning them of the minefield, and ensure the entire process is documented. When casualties occur, we shall utilize this material to counter the South American alliance. They have been causing a ruckus internationally, and this presents an opportune moment for retaliation. In the trenches, a general of the White Eagle leisurely sipped his coffee, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. That's not right, Commander. They do not appear to be traversing the minefield, the observer interjected hastily. The minefield in that area was cleared this morning by demoning vehicles and exoskeleton soldiers from the South American forces. The mines we buried should have been removed. Not traversing the minefield? The general paused, his expression growing colder as he slowly set down his coffee. After a moment of contemplation, he replied coolly, "Prepare the artillery. Armed militants disguised as civilians are attempting a terrorist attack against us. This is no ordinary enemy. We must respond decisively." "Commander, that may not be advisable." The observer cautioned again. "These individuals are merely clad in the simplest of undergarments, and many have their hands bound, with white flags tied to their backs. Numerous journalists from various nations are observing at the front lines. Claiming these individuals are armed militants in disguise would be difficult to substantiate." "WEF?" The general, feeling increasingly agitated, rose from his position and seized the observer's binoculars. "Let me see." Upon witnessing the throng of tens of thousands clad in undergarments, hands bound, and bearing white flags, even the general, who had commanded his artillery to eliminate countless foes, felt a tremor of unease. Regardless of the circumstances, these were undeniably civilians. To directly order the bombing of civilians, the weight of such responsibility was unbearable. He hastily dropped the binoculars and grabbed the phone to contact the frontline command. The frontline command, equally apprehensive about issuing orders, placed a call to the rear command at the Panama Canal, the overall command for this war. Upon hearing of the situation, the command there also hesitated to give orders and escalated the matter directly to the Pentagon. Reports of the situation ascended through the ranks until they reached the desk of Old Deng. Upon reviewing the report, Old Deng could not help but admire the ingenuity of the South Americans in devising such a troublesome tactic. It was indeed a source of significant frustration. Of course, this had little to do with national sentiments. The White Eagles had committed numerous transgressions, and an abundance of grievances rarely stings. Why should they fear this? In light of Tianyu Group and Kyushu maintaining a conspicuous silence for so long, clearly uninterested in intervening in these affairs, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. The issue lay within the domestic sphere of the White Eagles. Throughout, Old Deng's faction had leaned to the left, and, under their indoctrination, they had cultivated a host of idealists. Under normal circumstances, they engage in minor misdeeds, utilizing their media influence to whitewash their actions, attributing blame to others and labeling them as terrorists, all while claiming to wage a just war, a narrative that many naive souls readily accept, thus maintaining their steadfast support. However, with the emergence of the Tianyu Group, the White Eagle has utterly lost its grip on public opinion. The most popular social platform globally is no longer the White Eagle's X, nor is it the TT from JoJo, but rather the forum of the Tianyu Group's official website. This may sound peculiar, yet it is indeed so. The reason lies in the fact that the Tianyu Group has never sought to control public discourse. Their platform allows for unrestricted expression. Furthermore, the official site often provides first-hand information on groundbreaking technologies and significant news. Over time, many individuals developed the habit of browsing the Tianyu Group's official site for news, subsequently engaging in discussions on the forum. Coupled with the miraculous translation software developed by Tianyu Group, which can accurately translate nearly all languages with remarkable fluidity. Users from diverse linguistic backgrounds can communicate effortlessly, resulting in high user retention. Consequently, a strong demand emerged for a mobile app from the Tianyu Group, enabling everyone to share their thoughts freely. Upon recognizing this potential, Tian Shu, from a business perspective, determined that neglecting such an opportunity would be foolish, thus establishing a division for Tianyu Entertainment and promptly creating an app for the Tianyu Group's official website. This software primarily serves to disseminate information about the group's new products and various news content, while also incorporating entertainment features akin to those found on popular video platforms. The global audience soon discovered that the app's video functionalities and recommendation algorithms far surpassed those of other platforms. The Byte Group behind the popular short video app had previously triumphed over Xiaoma's Penguin, dominating the short video market in JoJo and later sweeping the globe with TT. A development that has since troubled the upper echelons of the White Eagle, all thanks to their sophisticated algorithm. When previously pressured by the White Eagle, they had intended to acquire the technology, but JoJo's authorities intervened, prohibiting the export of certain technologies, including the recommendation algorithm of that app. Now, however, the features embedded in Tian Shu's swiftly developed software boast a vastly superior recommendation algorithm, alongside the influence of the Tianyu Group and an entirely unrestricted environment for expression. It is no wonder that the mobile app of the Tianyu Group's official site has become a sensational social software. Users share their thoughts freely. And far from being limited to the White Eagle, numerous humorous incidents from JoJo are regularly featured. JoJo has reluctantly accepted this reality without protest, and the White Eagle, naturally, dares not voice any objections. Thus, the hegemony of public opinion has dramatically dissipated. While the situation once seemed manageable, the consequences of their oversight have now materialized. Regarding the recent operation in South America, it has been extensively discussed on the Tianyu Group's official website. The individuals from the White Eagle are not naive. In a context of complete transparency, they can discern right from wrong. Consequently, the public sentiment regarding this war within the White Eagle is exceedingly negative. The empire currently retains a semblance of control, citing the need to prevent malicious armed factions from spreading their viruses within its borders, which allows for the suppression of dissenting voices and the continuation of military actions. However, should there be a direct order to fire upon unarmed civilians, the leader is acutely aware that the sound of cannon fire would ignite a storm of outrage online. Within mere minutes, news of the White Eagle's forces slaughtering innocent lives would flood the video section of the Tianyu Group's website, an outcome that does not even require active guidance from Tianyu. Mere inaction would suffice. Given the stakes of life and death, and understanding the terrifying nature of those viruses and monsters, the leader will not permit such actions. After a brief moment of contemplation, he wearily stated, "Authorize the frontline troops to issue 3 warnings. If ineffective, they may open fire." He paused, casting a deep gaze at a former secretary who had served in both the JoJo and Tianyu Group, and added, "Please assist me in contacting the Tianyu Group. I require their help in managing the fishing vessels. You have unearthed such entities in the Southwest Peninsula and should possess greater insight into their terrifying nature than I do. Not everyone in the White Eagle Empire shares my understanding of the horrors of beastmen. Should I be ousted from power, the fate of 1 billion souls across North and South America is a matter only fate can determine." Chapter 554. Are we all objects of abandonment? I can merely convey the message. As for whether Mr. Su will acquiesce, that is beyond my control. The secretary, though somewhat taken aback by the old chief's initiative in addressing this matter, did not decline. Strictly speaking, this was indeed one of the purposes of his visit. Before long, the old chief's request was reiterated to Su-yi by Tian-shu. Su-yi did not reject it outright. Instead, he proposed a condition: the detailed information regarding all research institutions of the Bald Eagle Empire, both domestic and abroad. The old chief was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped Su-yi's intentions. His eyes narrowed gradually, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Observing this, the secretary introduced another condition. Mr. Su also mentioned that if you are willing to provide us with this information, in addition to aiding in controlling public opinion, we can offer a building on Ingzhou Island as compensation for you and your family. The buildings on Ingzhou Island are predominantly over 800 meters tall. Given the scale of such structures and their prime location, you should be well aware of their potential value. Mr. Su has heard that you have recently welcomed a grandchild, and he specifically asked me to convey this aside. Sometimes, even if one does not consider oneself, it is prudent to think of future generations. Don't you agree? This building would suffice to ensure that your descendants can live comfortably off the rental income for a lifetime. After what seemed like an eternity of internal struggle, the old chief exhaled deeply, as if reaching a form of reconciliation with himself, appearing to age several years in an instant. As for these demands, I agree. I shall provide you with all the information regarding the biological laboratories of the Bald Eagle Empire that I can access within my authority. However, some major corporations may possess secret laboratories, and I cannot ascertain specific details about them. I can only enumerate the companies that participated in the research on the stone tablet and the virus in the Southwest Peninsula. If they still have virus backups, it should not be difficult for you to uncover them, given your capabilities. Upon hearing that, Su-yi sought information on all research institutions outside the Bald Eagle Empire. The old chief fully understood the purpose behind Su-yi's request. He aimed to eradicate all potentially existing virus samples on Blue Star, directly eliminating the possibility of a new infection source emerging. Yet, this could lead to another scenario. Currently, the only region plagued by the Beastman virus is South America. The sole continent that shares a land border with South America is North America, where they currently reside. Other regions are separated from these two continents by vast oceans. As long as shipping and flight routes are secured, the likelihood of the virus spreading further is exceedingly low. The Tianyu Group evidently intends not only to abandon South America, but also to forsake both the North and South continents. After acquiescing, the old chief weakly inquired, "So, the Tianyu Group does not believe we can hold the defense line at the Bama Canal to prevent the Beastman army from reaching the Bald Eagle Empire?" "Indeed," the secretary replied candidly. "Are you aware whether your military has ever engaged in combat with those Beastmen?" Old Deng pondered carefully before shaking his head. "No, at least not on a scale resembling a battlefield engagement. While prior research was ongoing, our soldiers did indeed encounter these creatures, even exchanging fire on occasion. The outcomes were predictable. The number of werewolves at that time was limited, and they posed little threat. Each incident was easily managed by our warriors. Admittedly, there were risks involved and we did lose some soldiers, but overall the results were satisfactory. I cannot fathom how our forces, with the strategic advantage of the Panama Canal, could allow those monsters to infiltrate such a narrow defensive perimeter. How can you be certain that the werewolves your soldiers dispatched back then are the same as those now?" The secretary chuckled lightly. "That research facility has been shut down for quite some time, and your latest intelligence on these werewolves likely dates back years, doesn't it? From our engagements with thousands of werewolves at that cave research facility, we have gathered insights that are undoubtedly more specific and relevant than what you possess. The current iteration of these werewolves has evolved into an incredibly formidable force. In one-on-one encounters, even the elite soldiers of the Orbital Airborne Brigade, clad in powered armor, could face casualties. Do you truly believe that your soldiers, equipped merely with Sentinel-2 exoskeletons, can withstand the onslaught of potentially millions of werewolves emerging from South America?" Old Deng fell momentarily silent. He had not deliberately sought in-depth knowledge on this matter. He had merely perused some relevant documents. Aware that the laboratory occasionally experienced incidents of werewolf breaches, which the station's security forces swiftly contained, often without any injuries. Consequently, he had assumed that the combat prowess of werewolves was only significant in relation to unarmed civilians, believing that a fully equipped military force would easily subdue them. Thus, the actions of the White Eagle along the banks of the Panama Canal had primarily been focused on preventing the South Americans from introducing the virus to the continent. While strategies against the werewolves had not been a consideration for the White Eagle think tank, a notion he had never contemplated. Now, hearing the secretary's words, he was filled with a sense of foreboding. Just 2 weeks prior, soldiers from the Tianyu Group's Orbital Airborne Brigade had been prominently featured due to their operations in the Southwest Peninsula, and they were well aware of the formidable nature of the latest powered armor. Yet, this individual before him was asserting that even a seasoned warrior from another world, donning such advanced powered armor, might still falter in a duel against those monstrosities. That seemed implausible, yet the evidence was irrefutable. The actions of the Tianyu Group could not be baseless. So did this mean that the entire continent of North and South America had been deemed expendable by the Tianyu Group? Old Deng struggled to comprehend how anyone could make such a decision, relinquishing a land inhabited by over 1 billion souls. Once the virus spreads across the American continent, Mr. Su stated that he would indeed take necessary actions for the safety of the world when the situation demands it. This is a crucial measure. I understand, Old Deng nodded, and the secretary promptly turned to leave to contact Su Yi. In truth, he had many more questions to pose, such as why the Tianyu Group's fleet in space, with its overwhelming firepower, chose to remain a bystander rather than eradicate the rampant virus in South America. Given the Tianyu Group's starship unit's responsiveness and firepower, he surmised that they must have been aware of the situation at the very onset of the outbreak. If they truly wished to intervene, their starships could effortlessly obliterate any city within 10 minutes of the virus's release. However, unable to fathom the reasoning behind this, he decided to set aside his thoughts and promptly dialed the frontline command center. Chapter 555. What? Maintenance shutdown? What? You mean to say that you've relinquished the mountain defense line? On the phone, after hearing the latest report from the south, even the seasoned old commander could not help but curse. How long has it been? It has barely been 10 minutes since the previous request call. In such a short span, the first line of defense, which had cost considerable resources and equipment to establish, has been breached, leaving only the canal as our final bastion, and it has been overrun by a horde of unarmed civilians. Sir, those civilians are advancing with alarming speed. They seem utterly unfazed by the minefields, recklessly charging forward. We have not received the appropriate authorization, and given that the front lines are swarming with reporters and observers from around the globe, I ordered a temporary withdrawal from the first line, awaiting further instructions. Rest assured, as soon as we receive the necessary authorization, we will swiftly crush those ordinary individuals and deploy our forces to reclaim our territory. No need for that. Recalling the words spoken by Secretary Su Yi earlier, the old commander felt it best not to send anyone up there. We're a few positions worth. If we abandon them, so be it. Even if we manage to hold them now, without any significant natural barriers, it won't be long before the werewolves storm the area. Keeping soldiers stationed there may, well, lead to their doom when the werewolves rampage across the northern and southern borders. The Domain Group's powered armor struggles to defeat these monsters in one-on-one confrontations, let alone mere soldiers made up of ordinary civilians. The Sentinel, too, would likely be dispatched as mere fodder against these beasts. On the northern bank of the Bama River, numerous idle soldiers of the White Eagle were leisurely chatting and enjoying the scenery while scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, a young man furrowed his brow, took out his phone, waved it around, and after several glances and confirmations, he exclaimed, "Hey, do you guys still have a signal? Why is my internet suddenly cut out?" Cut out? The nearby soldiers, taking advantage of their break to stroll around, found it hard to believe and quickly fished out their phones to check. After some fiddling, the individuals by the riverside realized something alarming. The signal indeed seemed to have vanished. This was not a trivial matter nor a laughing matter, and it had nothing to do with the White Eagle's communication technology. After all, this was a military camp, equipped with high-grade communication facilities that far surpass civilian standards. Yet, the signal had inexplicably dropped. What difference does it make if we were to suddenly learn that an incident had occurred in the barracks or that the enemy was attacking? If the enemy had indeed arrived, there should at least be some commotion or information, right? Why has there been no sign of disturbance? Not even a single gunshot? Isn't that just absurd? Some skeptics attempted to utilize their walkie-talkies to contact their superiors, only to discover that no messages could be transmitted. As the soldiers of the Bald Eagle, idly wandering by the riverbank, found themselves in a state of disarray due to the sudden loss of signal. A cannon's roar shattered the silence along the riverbank. This exchange was evidently far from over. The first cannon shot seemed to activate a switch. The Bald Eagle base on the northern bank of the Bama River erupted in a fierce barrage, with artillery firing almost simultaneously, countless shells streaking across the river, ultimately landing on the southern shore. I know, exclaimed one excited Bald Eagle soldier. This is undoubtedly a lesson for those ungrateful South Americans. The disruption of our communications must be due to a fear that we would lose sleep over the devastation left in the wake of the bombardment. The higher-ups are truly considerate of us. Goodness, with such a relentless barrage, can the artillery even withstand this? Why not? If they overheat, just replace them. It seemed I understood the rationale behind targeting the southern bank. I had heard that the comrades stationed along the mountain defensive line had lost their position today, as the South Americans had forced civilians to clear the way. After their bombardment, I would wager the higher command would undoubtedly retaliate. The brothers who managed to breach the first line of defense would likely return to reclaim the mountain stronghold. The soldiers present began to gravitate toward the riverbank to observe the unfolding spectacle, with some even bringing out binoculars. However, the bombarded area was now shrouded in smoke and dust, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The fierce artillery fire, accompanied by billowing smoke, ravaged the southern shore. What these ordinary soldiers did not comprehend was that the region under bombardment had effectively transformed into a veritable hell on earth. If the extensive artillery fire could be considered merely an appetizer, the subsequent deluge of bombs dropped by the bombers was the true catastrophe. With the air forces of all nations in South America decimated, aerial superiority had become the favored tactic of the Bald Eagles. Almost every time they faced a large-scale offensive, their first course of action was to unleash a barrage without hesitation. The suffering inflicted upon the South American populace was profound. Yet, they had not anticipated that. Against a group of defenseless civilians who posed no threat and had even willingly raised white flags in surrender, the Bald Eagles would relent once, surrendering the mountain line, only to unhesitatingly commence the bombardment again. The combined onslaught of ground artillery and aerial bombardment transformed the location, where tens of thousands had gathered, into an authentic inferno. Mere discussions about the bombardment indicated that the area had been stripped of any living souls. The frontline command of the Bald Eagles, however, remained unconvinced and ordered the bomber squadron to return, this time equipped with incendiary bombs, to ensure no survivors remained in the devastated area. With a grim combination of bombardment and incineration, the region indeed saw no living beings left. Even the corpses were scarce, leaving behind only craters and charred earth. Yet, the ordinary soldiers remained oblivious to the unfolding tragedy, while the journalists present and the people of South America could hardly be unaware of the calamity that had transpired. Various recording devices were rapidly overheating from the sheer volume of footage being captured. The individuals from South America had long been preparing for this moment. Not only were there professional photographers stationed at a distance capturing the scene, but among the throngs of ordinary people heading north, many were equipped with action cameras and similar recording devices, transmitting live footage back to the command center of the South American Alliance. In the wake of the bombardment, they promptly reacted, intending to edit the captured videos and submit them to the video section of the official Tianyu Group website, seeking global consensus on the matter. However, when they confidently opened the video section to upload their content, they encountered a pop-up message: server maintenance upgrade, temporarily unavailable for 3 days. Chapter 556. An unprecedentedly grave situation. The abrupt disconnection of the Tianyu Group's official website at a critical juncture has led to a catastrophic failure of the exploratory mission in South Mizzou. After mercilessly slaughtering tens of thousands of defenseless civilians, the White Eagle did not spare the battlefield journalists who documented these atrocities. Aside from a few reporters from JoJo and the Tianyu Group's press department who were singled out, the remaining journalists, along with their equipment, were summarily dealt with by the White Eagle military. As for those from JoJo and Tianyu Group, they were deemed untouchable, their filming devices confiscated. Yet they were compensated with new equipment purchased at the military's expense. This equipment was then delivered to the JoJo embassy for safe transport back. Naturally, these journalists were discontented and attempted to expose the White Eagle's actions upon their return. However, they soon discovered that both JoJo and the Tianyu Group's base on Penglai Island had entered a full state of military readiness. The grand migration across JoJo had captivated the attention of the entire region, and the grievances against the White Eagle had fallen on deaf ears. Upon returning, the reporters found that the super airport on Penglai Island and the newly expanded landing craft port were bustling with a multitude of landing craft taking off and landing incessantly. The newly established power armor factories in the industrial zone were operating at full capacity, churning out vast quantities of power armor and upgraded versions of the Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3 exoskeletons, which boasted advanced tri-defense systems. Additionally, a significant number of robotic dogs and large drones were continually being produced, hastily packed into containers, and dispatched to the port for shipment to undisclosed locations. The largest port in human history operated its shore bridges day and night without pause for half a month, even swiftly replacing any malfunctioning equipment with new devices to ensure the continuous unloading of goods without loss of time for repairs. This was an unprecedented sight for the journalist, who had never witnessed such urgency since joining the Tianyu Group and relocating to Penglai Island. Whether it was the opening of the time-space portal, intervening in the Divine Kingdom War, or the subsequent frictions with the White Eagle, the Tianyu Group had always maintained a semblance of calm, never exhibiting such tension. Upon visiting the group's official website, the journalist discovered that the previously modest airborne troops, numbering less than 1 million, had expanded to 3 million in just half a month, with numbers continuing to rise. Reports indicated that in a desert training ground in western JoJo, troops were continuously dropping from the sky like raindrops, with near-Earth orbit vehicles launching every few minutes to return recently deployed soldiers to the starships for further training. In private discussions with his JoJo colleagues who had also returned, the journalist realized that the atmosphere in JoJo was even more solemn than that on Penglai Island. Before their return to Kyushu, they were only aware that Kyushu had constructed 9 colossal cities to establish safe zones for billions of residents. Although this sounded grave, the descriptions in text and video lacked substance without direct observation. It was only upon experiencing it firsthand that they comprehended how conservative the portrayal of Kyushu's situation was in the news and conversations. It is no exaggeration to assert that Kyushu's current actions are akin to preparing for an apocalyptic conflict. Standing on a railway close to a coastal city, one could witness an unceasing flow of passenger and cargo trains that would redefine one's perception of railway transport efficiency. Astonishingly, the intervals between trains on a single line could be such that, on average, a train would pass by every 10 minutes. The inland shipping was even more remarkable, with the entire expanse of the river awash with flags of varying sizes. To enhance shipping efficiency, Kyushu had even commissioned the Tianyu Group's planetary mining machinery to dredge the mid and lower reaches of the river. Concurrently, several inadequately high bridges were dismantled to facilitate the passage of vessels. In addition to the human population, a plethora of goods and equipment was being continuously transported from various cities along the riverbank to the 9 great cities. Industrial zones had similarly adopted a relentless operational mode, with factory lights ablaze day and night, and machines working incessantly. Even some heavy industrial factories, which could not be relocated in the short term, retained their workers despite the evacuation of surrounding residents, ensuring continued production. An abundant stream of equipment was being dispatched to the 9 great cities without interruption. Moreover, the vicinity of these immovable factories was often guarded by soldiers from the Kyushu military, clad in exoskeleton armor and armed to maintain order. Simultaneously, these factories were prepared with substantial amounts of explosives and fuel. In the event of an accident or a forced cessation of production, the station military personnel would lead the workers to evacuate while simultaneously demolishing the factory and all its equipment. This mode of complete mobilization for warfare left the journalists returning from the Bama Canal frontline, who sought to expose the heinous acts perpetrated by the White Eagle, utterly astounded. They gradually realized that the situation was likely far more severe than they had initially imagined. The Tianyu group, which had previously disregarded public discourse on their official channels, suddenly shut down services in South America at a critical juncture, preventing them from disseminating first-hand accounts to expose the White Eagle's malice. This was not merely a suspicion of collusion with the White Eagle for nefarious purposes. Rather, the virulent outbreak in South America and the monstrous transformations of those infected were far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Consequently, both the Tianyu group and Kyushu tacitly acquiesced to the actions of the White Eagle, as this objectively served to inhibit the spread of the virus, granting them sufficient time to devise a response. These journalists, hailing from a journalism academy in Kyushu, were not unscrupulous media operatives. Their presence on the perilous front line was driven by motives beyond mere financial gain. It is predominantly driven by dreams. Consequently, after being repatriated by the bald eagle, they were consumed with fury. Some individuals had firmly resolved to unveil the misdeeds perpetrated by the bald eagle, even considering the possibility of shutting down Tianyu Group's official video services at a critical juncture, deliberately steering public opinion to be exposed. However, upon discovering the current circumstances surrounding Jojo and Tianyu Group, their mindset began to shift. Chapter 557. Truth and Reality, What Shall We Do Now? During a video conference, a group of reporters, appearing somewhat haggard, exchanged glances before revealing bittersweet smiles. One of them remarked, "Upon my return, I was resolute, prepared to unveil the truth behind these events. I even sought the assistance of a familiar acquaintance to infiltrate a prominent domestic forum and disclose all relevant information regarding this matter. However, as soon as the information was published, my friend's computer was swiftly compromised, revealing the image of a woman on the screen, none other than the super AI of Tianyu Group. Tianshu. She merely observed us for a few moments, uttering no words, before promptly relinquishing control of the computer back to my friend. Shortly thereafter, armed inspectors arrived at our location. Initially, I believed this would be my end, yet to my surprise, they showed no intent to harass me. After confiscating my materials, they earnestly advised us to consider the greater good before departing, even neglecting to inquire whether I had backups of the information. At that moment, having just returned to the country, I dismissed their notion of the greater good, perceiving it merely as an attempt to silence me. It was only after delving deeper into the domestic situation that I gained a clear understanding of the terrifying nature of the virus outbreak in Nami. Another individual chimed in. I experienced something similar, leading to multiple encounters with inspectors. Fortunately, they did not trouble me, similarly advising me to consider the greater good. During my last encounter, due to the proximity to the Seventh Sanctuary, they apprehended me directly within the city and even assigned me a residence. Damn it. In the past, I would never have dared to imagine living in a 1,000-square-meter seaside flat. Once inside the city, I sought to understand the prevailing conditions within the sanctuary and discovered that the situation was not particularly optimistic. The influx of people migrating was overwhelming, leading to numerous complications. City management became exceedingly challenging. Moreover, with a substantial number of individuals still awaiting relocation, the official grassroots personnel were utterly insufficient, resulting in many tasks being delegated to robots from Tianyu Group. However, the computational power of the super AI seemed limited, rendering the robots' work less than satisfactory. Thus, I applied to join the official grassroots organization tasked with settling and addressing the concerns of the newly arrived citizens. It was during this time that I realized the sanctuary could only ensure the most basic provisions of food, clothing, and utilities such as water, electricity, and gas heating. The remainder of the infrastructure was still under construction. Many residents were assigned dwellings in a raw state, merely equipped with windows and doors for protection against the elements. Most residences had only undergone minimal cosmetic renovations, lacking essential furniture and appliances. This led to considerable discontent among the populace, resulting in numerous issues. According to my previous understanding, the official authorities of Jeojo would typically not engage in such crude actions. The current situation raises concerns about the immense pressure stemming from those viruses and infectious entities, the magnitude of which I can scarcely imagine. In truth, Jeojo has never concealed the dangers posed by the orc virus from within. However, many have often dismissed straightforward proclamations, perceiving them merely as excuses employed by the authorities to achieve certain objectives. This journalist once shared that sentiment, yet upon witnessing the current state of the sanctuary city, his doubts began to dissipate. The reality is evident. The urgency expressed by the Jeojo officials is palpable to anyone present in Jeojo. This marks his first encounter with such a scenario, making it easy to surmise the true horror of the viruses at play. As a war correspondent stationed at the front line of the Bama Canal, they had never actually encountered the monstrous manifestations resulting from the orc virus infection. Instead, they had only witnessed the brutalities of human-on-human violence, which led them to underestimate the virus's peril. Until now, despite still not having seen the infected entities, they had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation, their mindset evolving in light of recent events. The subsequent discussions among the group echoed a similar sentiment. Initially, upon returning to Jeojo, they had sought to expose the misdeeds of the White Eagle, including any collusion between the Tianyu group and Jeojo. However, after observing the situation here, they quickly found themselves swept up in the tense atmosphere, realizing they had nearly committed a grave error. After sharing their thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the group, until one journalist from the Tianyu Group's press office ventured to speak. I believe I have discerned the reason behind the Group's decision to assist the White Eagle in suppressing information. The news of the White Eagle Empire's massacre of ordinary citizens in South America is too explosive. If it were to leak, it could incite internal turmoil within the White Eagle, jeopardizing the defenses of the Bama Canal and allowing the virus in South America to spread unchecked. Both the Jeojo authorities and the Tianyu Group require time to prepare for this impending catastrophe. Hence, the White Eagle must not falter. At this juncture, he refrained from elaborating further. It seemed he had momentarily adopted the stance of the Jeojo officials and the Tianyu Group, yet his tone conveyed a resolute conviction, indicating that this had become his own perspective. The faces of those present reflected a struggle. They were journalists driven by ideals and a determination to report the truth from the fiercest front lines. Their professional ethics would not permit them to ignore the egregious events unfolding before their eyes. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared they could not divulge this matter without risking the collapse of the White Eagle Empire to the ravages of the virus, which could potentially lead to global contagion, rendering them complicit. After a prolonged silence, one individual suddenly declared, "I intend to enlist in the military." Having previously served in the military and undergone specialized training, I subsequently became a war correspondent, possessing a combat proficiency far superior to that of the average individual. In this moment of peril, I cannot bring myself to merely sit in the rear, penning articles and hindering progress. The information I possess will be safeguarded in a single copy, concealed in a location known only to me, after I have destroyed all backups. Should Blue Star weather this crisis, and I remain alive, I shall return to unveil these truths to the public. As for now, let them remain shrouded in shadows. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting this course of action. They then began to share their own intentions, no longer mentioning the horrific scenes witnessed at the Bama Canal front. Chapter 558. The largest military outcry in human history. Similar circumstances have not only befallen a handful of journalists who have ventured to the front lines. In truth, that has not imposed significant restrictions on news concerning the conflict between the White Eagle and the South American coalition at the Panama Canal. The only action taken was in collusion with the Tianyu Group to obscure the heinous bombardments inflicted upon innocent civilians by the White Eagle. Even without this incident, the war itself has proven to be sufficiently deranged, with no discernible disparity in ground forces, and with the White Eagle's Sentinel-II exoskeleton armor in greater abundance. The South American coalition's ground offensive has faltered. In the skies and seas, they stand little chance against the White Eagle. Lacking the starships of the Tianyu Group. And with unfavorable ground advancements and non-existent control over sea and air, they endure relentless bombardments daily. While the industrial capacity of the White Eagle is indeed formidable, it is all relative. When pitted against, their industrial capabilities seem trivial. However, when the adversary is the coalition of small South American nations hastily assembled for survival, that industrial strength is more than sufficient. With a military-industrial complex operating at full capacity, a staggering volume of artillery shells and bombs dropped from bombers has reduced nearly all sizable cities in northern South America to rubble. The objective is to thwart the desperate South American coalition forces attempting to cross the Panama Canal in their flight for survival towards White Eagle territory. Currently, this strategy appears highly effective. Following a relentless barrage, the millions of troops amassed on the southern bank of the Panama Canal are swiftly experiencing severe logistical issues. Nearby cities and warehouses have been obliterated by shells and incendiary devices, leaving nothing intact. The maritime supply routes have long been blockaded. To transport provisions from the southern regions of South America to the front lines, one must rely on railways or highways. Yet, the White Eagle's merciless onslaught has rendered even these visible transport networks vulnerable and perilous. Naval artillery and bombers vigilantly monitor the northern transport routes of South America around the clock. Should any vehicles or trains attempting to deliver supplies appear, they do not hesitate to open fire. Even during patrols where nothing is sighted, bombers are compelled to release their payloads of airdropped explosives, while naval vessels periodically launch ground-targeting missiles at various rail lines. The South American coalition relies solely on their rear echelon, enduring bombardments while attempting to repair roads and railways to facilitate the scant supplies and materials trickling in from the White Eagle's relentless assault. In this process, the number of innocent lives lost beneath the White Eagle's bombardments far surpasses those who, on that day, raised white flags in a futile attempt to leverage moral coercion to cross the river. The nature of these casualties differs. This time, they're the tragic losses incurred during combat, whereas previously, they were the slaughter of unarmed civilians who had surrendered. Moreover, the humanitarian crisis currently unfolding in South America extends well beyond these tragedies. With the South American coalition's supply lines all but severed and millions of troops congregating on the southern bank of the canal, their efforts to approach the canal face immense challenges, let alone mount a direct assault. More than half a month has elapsed, and the northern bank of the river has been fortified by the Bald Eagle, erecting a colossal wall soaring several dozen meters high and exceeding 10 meters in thickness. Resembling a mountain range, it stands as a bastion that the Southern American alliance finds nearly insurmountable. Despair swiftly permeated the ranks of the military, giving rise to an unprecedented uproar in the annals of human military history. Following yet another night of bombardment by the Bald Eagle's bomber squadrons, the already frayed Southern American Temporary Alliance forces erupted in chaos. The majority of these individuals were hardly representatives of a conventional army. The Southern American region was already steeped in turmoil. Under the influence of the Bald Eagle, the military forces of these nations were generally weak, compounded by the presence of numerous armed factions akin to gangs. Faced with the threat of the orc virus and driven by the instinct for survival, they had momentarily united to confront the Bald Eagle. Yet now, confronted with the stark reality of their impotence, many began to subtly shift their mindset. Rather than futilely clashing with the elite forces of the Bald Eagle Empire, perishing in the relentless bombardments, why not simply flee? Remaining in Southern America posed a risk of death, but engaging in battle with the Bald Eagle was a sure path to demise. In conventional warfare, falling in battle might earn one the title of hero, garnering respect in the future. However, the current circumstances in Southern America suggested that if they failed to breach the defenses set by the Bald Eagle, it could very well result in the entire region being consumed by the orc virus. Once their comrades were gone, who would still regard them as heroes? They risked not only their lives, but also the chance of being branded by the victorious Bald Eagle as anti-human elements attempting to spread the virus, which would be an unjust fate. Conversely, fleeing offered numerous advantages. The areas ravaged by the orc virus were confined to the western part of Southern America, with the infection having spread to merely 1/6 of the region. Vast expanses remained unscathed. By retreating to more distant territories, given their equipment and combat prowess, they could surely thrive. If they could not withstand the virus, then running away was the most prudent course. A retreat to a safe distance could grant them a few more days of survival, during which they could indulge freely, engaging in whatever they wished, feasting, revelry, and even pillaging without concern. However, to stubbornly persist here would lead them directly to their demise at the hands of the bald eagle's relentless bombardments. This notion rapidly spread through the encampment, culminating in a nighttime bombing that fortuitously struck the command camp of the Southern American Temporary Coalition Forces. Witnessing this, those in other camps who had long contemplated abandoning their posts no longer hesitated. They donned their exoskeletons and sprang into action. The exoskeleton armor procured by great powers like Jojo and the Bald Eagle was predominantly under the highest authority of national institutions. Even if a user were to defect, a single command from above could immobilize the exoskeleton armor, trapping the would-be traitor inside, awaiting apprehension by others. These smaller nations are distinctly different. Their exoskeletal armor is derived from a myriad of sources, including military procurements, acquisitions by local gangs, and even purchases made by anti-government factions and various corporations. This situation has engendered a grave dilemma. The ad hoc coalition of the Southern Hemisphere lacks the requisite authority over these exoskeletal armors, with only a few mid-sized to large nations exerting control over the armor within their own military forces. Chaos reigned from the outset, as the organizational coordination among these nations was exceedingly disordered, leaving them oblivious to whether any of their forces had defected. They were uncertain about the specifics of any potential deserters. Consequently, they were reluctant to arbitrarily disengage their military forces. In such a precarious environment, halting the operation of the armors would be tantamount to condemning a soldier to await his demise. Chapter 559. Is it truly a case of self-inflicted wounds? The exceedingly chaotic organizational structure and command system directly precipitated the most extensive military upheaval in human history, resulting in inconceivable repercussions. Over 3 million warriors equipped with exoskeleton armor, such as Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, alongside millions wielding conventional weaponry and ordinary civilians responsible for logistics, suffered catastrophic losses amidst this turmoil. The relentless bombardments by the White Eagle, though formidable, barely equated to the devastation wrought during that fateful night. Yet, the casualties were not the gravest consequence of the upheaval. Far more catastrophic was the complete disintegration of the makeshift coalition formed by all nations in South America for survival. Immediately following this tumultuous night, those who had long since lost the will to fight, overwhelmed by the White Eagle's assaults, seized the opportunity to indulge in violence, arson, and plunder, hastily fleeing southward with stolen arms, provisions, and wealth, away from the battlefield along the banks of the Panama River. Some, possessing a broader perspective and understanding that failure to cross the river would lead to certain doom, attempted to quell the chaos, but were swiftly silenced by the frenzied mob. Others, witnessing the upheaval, succumbed to utter despair and joined in the rampant looting and destruction. Instances arose where entire military units from smaller nations engaged in systematic theft of essential supplies, such as food and weaponry. This pandemonium persisted for an uninterrupted 5 days and nights. By the time the tempest began to abate, the vast encampment along the riverbank bore witness to an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life, strewn with the remnants of shattered structures. Damaged exoskeletons lay scattered, while lifeless human bodies lay exposed in the wilderness, attracting flocks of vultures. The scene resembled a post-apocalyptic tableau. During this tumultuous period, the White Eagle, having discovered the insurrection within the South American coalition, maintained a conspicuous silence, refraining from further assaults on the coalition or even their transportation networks, allowing the disarrayed troops to escape. Their sole objective was to prevent the inhabitants of South America from advancing northward, rather than exterminating them on the southern banks of the river, an endeavor they deemed unattainable. Thus, the White Eagle observed from a distance, deploying numerous drones to monitor the battlefield, confirming that the temporary coalition was indeed embroiled in internal strife. Now, as tranquility enveloped the southern encampment, the command center of the White Eagle on the northern bank convened and, after extensive deliberation, resolved to dispatch a contingent of Special Operations Forces for on-the-ground verification. Unlike their previous military engagements, the White Eagle's forces now exercised remarkable restraint, compelled by the terrifying viruses that necessitated caution. On the sixth morning following the upheaval, thousands of special operatives, divided into hundreds of small teams, crossed the river to conduct reconnaissance on the southern shore. Clad in enhanced Sentinel 2 exoskeletons, meticulously ordered from the Tianyu group, these operatives boasted upgraded battlefield defense systems, adapted to function under cosmic conditions. This ensures that the soldiers arriving at the southern shore will not be infected by any potential viruses through airborne transmission, thus mitigating numerous risks. As thousands of Special Forces troops set foot in the camp of the coalition on the southern bank, they were left speechless by the horrifying scene before them. The true apocalypse could hardly be more vivid. The captain of a Special Forces team from the Eagle Corps remarked, "My armored suit's built-in AI just completed a scan of the battlefield and informed me that over 2 million lives have been lost here in the last 5 days. This is merely a reflection of its ability to scan outdoor objects. If we factor in those buried within the camp, as well as those who perished while attempting to escape, the death toll from this internal conflict could very well reach several million. What can be done?" A team member behind him scoffed. "Who do these swine think they are, attempting to invade our nation? If they were to bring those terrifying viruses across the canal, our homeland would eventually share the same fate. They brought this upon themselves. Did they truly bring this upon themselves?" The captain paused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Unlike the young recruit beside him, who had recently joined the military, he was a seasoned veteran who had served at various Eagle military bases across the globe. He had some knowledge of the unsavory dealings conducted by the upper echelons of the Eagle Corps. The emergence of these viruses in South America was exceedingly suspicious, a super virus that erupted without any forewarning, shrouded in mystery. Most crucially, the captain had received a special mission less than a month prior while serving in an overseas deployment. The task involved traveling to a mysterious Eagle research facility abroad to escort a particular type of scientific material out. One glance at the equipment within that facility made its purpose apparent: a biological research center. The nature of the so-called scientific material they took from there was unclear to the captain. However, he knew that in his decades of service with the Eagle Corps, he had never witnessed such a grand operation for escorting a mere scientific material. He had never even heard of such an occurrence. Fortunately, the mission concluded successfully. Yet, on the very next day after its completion, he stumbled upon a news report concerning South America in the video section of the Eagle Corps official website. It stated that a massive war had erupted the previous night in a small city within South America, where armed insurgents had allegedly attacked an Eagle base stationed in the region. Soon after, he received orders to be redeployed from his overseas base to the front line at the Panama Canal to prepare for the situation in South America. Shortly thereafter, he learned of an unknown virus emerging in South America, possessing extraordinary transmissibility and capable of mutating infected individuals into monstrous beings akin to werewolves. Referred to online as the Beastman virus. The initial outbreak of the Beastman virus occurred in that small city in South America, the very base that had been attacked and mentioned in the news he had seen not long ago. Once all the pieces fell into place, the answer became glaringly evident. Ultimately, it was the virus unleashed by the bald eagle that leaked in South America, plunging the entire region into the imminent threat of being devoured by supervirus. This is not a case of self-infliction. Rather, it is a genuine predicament orchestrated by the bald eagle. Although the captain is acutely aware of this reality, he understands that he must keep this information to himself. The potential repercussions from the bald eagle's military are of secondary concern. What truly worries him is the possibility that such news could incite chaos within their ranks. If the citizens of South America were to seize the opportunity to cross the canal, allowing the virus to infiltrate the bald eagle empire, his own home would swiftly transform into a hellish nightmare. "Captain, look, there are people over there." Just as the captain was lost in thought, a team member urgently whispered a warning, raising his firearm and declaring loudly, "Halt. Advance any further, and we will open fire." Chapter 560. The Rampage of the Beasts. Rapid spread. Stop. Advance any further, and we shall open fire. The stern reprimand from the team member jolted the captain back to reality, prompting him to swiftly raise his weapon and look up. He soon discerned a considerable throng, perhaps dozens of tattered soldiers from the South American Alliance, frantically making their way toward them. Most of these individuals were clad in tattered military uniforms, with a few donning exoskeleton armor. However, the exoskeletons appeared far from their former technological grandeur, now seeming dilapidated, with some exhibiting grievous rips, as if shredded by some fearsome claws. One suit was so thoroughly torn apart that only the skeletal framework remained, its armor having vanished, leaving the upper body barely functional, supported solely by the remnants of its structure. Noticing that these individuals bore no visible weapons and their armor was in disrepair, the captain refrained from issuing an immediate order to fire. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward and discharged several rounds into the air. Yet, the panicked group seemed utterly unfazed, continuing to flee while casting frantic glances over their shoulders, as if some dreadful entity pursued them, ensuring that any lagging would result in certain death. Observing this, the captain fired another warning shot. However, this time, the aim was directed at the path the fleeing individuals were taking, with several bullets striking perilously close to their feet. This display of force finally instilled a semblance of calm among the panicking crowd, causing their frantic pace to slacken. Simultaneously, a few members of the fleeing group raised their hands, urgently chattering in a tongue the captain could not comprehend. Fortunately, the exoskeleton armor contained a language translation module. Although not as proficient as the power armor capable of seamlessly translating all global languages, it was equipped to handle major languages effectively. In South America, aside from English, the languages of Portuguese and Spanish were widely spoken, both of which the translator could interpret. Before long, the captain grasped the reason behind their frantic escape, realizing that even the threat of enemy gunfire could not deter their frantic dash. He heard the leader of the group exclaim, "Don't block our path. We must flee. The monsters are coming. If we do not run, we shall all perish." Monsters? What monsters? The captain demanded, seizing the collar of the man and pressing for answers. The werewolves. They're the monsters. With a single claw, they can shred exoskeleton armor, and their strength is sufficient to demolish a main battle tank. We stand no chance against them. Let's pass. The leader of the refugees implored, his tone urgent, glancing anxiously down the road behind them, as if the beast might appear at any moment. The captain felt a weight settle in his heart upon hearing this, signaling to his team to remain vigilant regarding the situation behind the fleeing group. After a prolonged search, the captain felt a semblance of relief upon not spotting any traces of the werewolves. He firmly grasped the leader of the group and sternly inquired, "Do you take me for a fool?" According to intelligence from several days ago, the northernmost extent of the orc virus outbreak is still at least 1,000 kilometers away from here, and the rate of spread is not particularly swift. How could it be possible for werewolves to appear here so soon? The man, his face a mask of despair, replied, "I assure you, I have no reason to deceive you. It was indeed the case previously, but 5 days ago, internal discord erupted within our coalition, which could even be described as a civil strife. This turmoil directly led to the collapse of the Southern Alliance. We were merely a makeshift assembly, and it was unrealistic to expect us to stand united in the face of adversity. Once we realized that we could not breach the Bama Canal for passage, divisions began to emerge. Previously, we managed to maintain safety in South America, confining the viral outbreaks and the monsters they spawned to roughly 1/6 of the region. Due to our collective efforts in the temporary alliance to seek a viable escape route. However, after the coalition disintegrated, the situation changed drastically. The forces that had been linked through the alliance to guard vital transportation routes against the virus and werewolves became mired in internal conflict. Following that fateful night, the discord was not limited to the coalition camp on the southern bank of the Bama Canal. It also affected the troops stationed along the alliance's viral defense line. In the span of a single night, the camp was abandoned, and those Orcish monsters surged forth with frenzied abandon. As he recounted this, The man's expression betrayed profound terror, and he quivered as he continued. Thanks to effective containment measures, we had managed to keep these monsters confined to a certain area. Once those constraints were lifted, we comprehended the true horror of the so-called orc virus and its monstrous progeny. As far as I know, werewolf sightings have already been reported at the southernmost tip of South America, along with cases of infection from the orc virus. And here, at the northernmost point, it has manifested as well. Just 5 hours ago, during our last supply run to the camp to gather provisions for refuge in the underground nuclear shelter we occupy, we encountered these horrifying creatures on our return journey. They tore apart our supply trucks, shredded the tanks and armored vehicles escorting us, and even the exoskeleton armor produced by Tianyu Group, which could withstand artillery fire, was obliterated by a mere swipe, rendered as fragile as paper. These are monsters, beings against which we stand no chance. I implore you, flee while you still can. Though lacking concrete evidence, the captain was nearly convinced by the man's account. It was evident that much of what he said bore the truth. The Sentinel-2 exoskeleton armor is designed to withstand 155 millimeters self-propelled artillery shells, yet even if the armor remained intact, the occupant would undoubtedly succumb to the concussive force. Thus, the defensive capabilities of the armor were abundantly clear. The sight of these several South American soldiers, their armor unmistakably shredded by sharp weapons, tells a haunting tale in itself. Nevertheless, it is important to delineate matters clearly. According to prior directives, he indeed possessed the authority to execute such individuals on the spot. However, recalling the words spoken by these men, the captain felt it might be prudent to bring them back for thorough interrogation, to ascertain if they harbored any crucial information yet unspoken. Yet, taking individuals back from the battlefield without proper authorization was unequivocally prohibited. He must first seek approval from his superiors. With this thought in mind, he activated the communication module embedded within his exoskeleton armor, preparing to reach out to the command center. Just then, a deep growl suddenly echoed through the morning mist. Chapter 561. First contact, ruthless bombardment, beep beep beep. A squad has issued a distress signal. Team D3 has gone dark. Team A11 has encountered an unknown enemy and requests aerial fire support. Support is being prepared. Expected to arrive on the battlefield in 3 minutes. No need for support. Team A11 has already lost contact. The life sign detection device has sent back messages indicating that several team members have completely lost all vital signs. Team Z16 has slain a werewolf and is transporting the body back to base, hoping we can prepare for decontamination in advance. Team L6 has encountered a large number of werewolves. Within 10 seconds of reporting the situation, the entire team lost all life signs. Danger! Danger! Mutant werewolves are approaching the Bama River defense line. Repeat, mutant werewolves are nearing the defense line. The bomber squadron is preparing for takeoff. The Naval Aviation Forces are launching fighter jets. The naval vessels have already fired the first round of ground missiles. What are the Army artillery positions doing? Fire! Fire! Report to the commander. There are still numerous elite special forces dispatched to investigate the South American Alliance's coalition camp in the area. Should we wait for them to return across the river before opening fire? There's no time. Order all deployed firepower to commence immediately. We must not allow those mutated monsters to approach the river even a single step. In the command center of the Bama River, General Eric, with a grave expression, directly issued the order for fire coverage. He had not anticipated that merely sending experienced soldiers across the river to assess the situation due to the lack of activity in the South American Alliance's camp would result in an overwhelming appearance of countless mutant werewolves on the front lines. These bizarre creatures, akin to bloodhounds, are acutely sensitive to human scent, immediately targeting the special forces dispatched to the southern bank. Caught off guard, these well-equipped troops found themselves with little ability to retaliate against the werewolves, suffering a swift and decisive defeat. Their individual weapons were ineffective against the werewolves, and given their mission was to infiltrate enemy territory for intelligence gathering, the positions of these thousands of elite soldiers were widely dispersed and intermingled. The heavy firepower of the White Eagle forces, hesitant to strike for fear of hitting their own, was initially unable to provide effective support for the frontline special forces. Thus, The first battle between the White Eagles and the mutant werewolves quickly devolved into a one-sided massacre. Finally, after receiving continuous reports of entire Special Forces units being annihilated at the front, General Eric resolved to disregard those already sent across the river and ordered the warships, bombers, and artillery positions that were already in place to open fire directly. The strength displayed by these werewolves was simply too terrifying. In the absence of substantial fire support, only a handful of small squads have managed to engage the werewolves, primarily due to the limited number of adversaries, 1 or 2 at most, allowing them to achieve a favorable kill ratio. However, this sporadic success bears little significance for the overall battlefield scenario. Eric swiftly reached several conclusions. Firstly, the Sentinel-2 exoskeleton armor is inferior in combat efficacy compared to the mutated werewolves. Secondly, the narrowest point of the canal measures less than 50 meters. Even with the addition of city walls, it may not sufficiently deter those formidable werewolves. The northern wall defenses along the Bama Canal require reinforcement and elevation. And before addressing this, he must prevent these creatures from approaching the canal, lest it precipitate dire consequences. Thirdly, given the terrifying transmissibility of the orc virus, those warriors who fought in close quarters with the beasts, even if shielded by the exoskeleton's protective systems, would undoubtedly have their armor contaminated with the virus. Presently, the northern camp of the White Eagle Army lacks the necessary equipment to eradicate the virus. The simplest method of high-temperature sterilization requires a scorching heat of at least 3,000 degrees. Even the advanced exoskeleton armor from the Tianyu group, capable of withstanding such extreme temperatures, would leave the occupants unable to survive. It would be akin to roasting them alive. This technology was developed within the laboratories of the White Eagle, which possesses methods for virus eradication. Yet these techniques are strictly laboratory-specific and lack broader applicability. If they are to retrieve the remaining 1,000 Special Forces soldiers stranded across the river, it is highly improbable that they can adequately sanitize the armor of the infected. A misstep could result in the virus spreading throughout the northern region of the White Eagle's territory. Most alarmingly, the first to succumb to the virus would be the northern White Eagle Army camp along the Bama Canal. This location harbors the entirety of the White Eagle Empire's armed forces, representing over 70% of the military strength in Northern America. Should this stronghold fall, the virus and werewolves would subsequently propagate unchecked throughout the entire region. The mere thought of such an outcome sends chills down General Eric's spine. Thus, after careful deliberation, he resolutely made the brutal decision to abandon the White Eagle soldiers across the river. He ordered a concentrated fire assault to eliminate all werewolves, refugees from South America, and surviving Special Forces soldiers in proximity to the southern bank of the canal. The overwhelming firepower swiftly engulfed the entire southern shore. Hundreds of bombers, laden with various explosives, dropped no less than 100,000 tons of munitions and incendiary devices on the southern bank within half an hour. Concurrently, the White Eagle forces unleashed an array of devastating conventional weapons, such as thermobaric and cloudburst bombs, as if they were of no cost. Were it not for the complete destruction of their nuclear arsenal, they might have even resorted to deploying nuclear weapons without hesitation. No, not now. At the very moment of the viral outbreak, they would likely resort to a direct nuclear assault, obliterating the contaminated area in layers of explosive devastation. The terrifying display of firepower shattered the morning tranquility, completely tearing apart the gossamer mist that enveloped the southern shore. Following the bombardment, a multitude of drones ascended from the northern bank, dispatched to assess the situation on the southern front. However, the aerial footage captured presented a scene that left those at the command center of the White Eagle Army in a state of unease, prompting involuntary gasps of horror. Chapter 562: Werewolves Possessing Intelligence. So many, an overwhelming multitude of werewolves. The southern bank of the river is teeming with an estimated 2 million of them. Just a day prior, our reconnaissance aircraft found no signs of werewolf activity or the spread of the orc virus within a 200-kilometer radius of the southern bank. Yet, in the span of a single night, 2 million werewolves have emerged. This cannot be attributed to a sudden viral outbreak. It is undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated military maneuver. Among these werewolves, some still bear remnants of clothing, indicating that the majority hail from the central regions of South America, rather than the northern areas near the Panama Canal. They are advancing northward with premeditated organization. Otherwise, it is incomprehensible how they could materialize here overnight. No, that cannot be right. Until now, we have infiltrated intelligence to gather information regarding the orc virus and werewolves in South America. According to this intelligence, there was no indication of any intelligent factions among the werewolves. They appeared to be fighting independently and in chaos. Otherwise, with most of the South American Temporary Alliance's forces engaged in battle to the north and less than 20% of their troops occupying the infection zone, they could never have held back these werewolves for so long. Is it possible that they have been lying in wait for the opportune moment? Upon reflection, the average strength of these werewolves is comparable to that of third-tier warriors in the magical realm, with some exceptionally strong individuals reaching the 6th tier. There is no need for any organized coordination. If any werewolves were to spontaneously form a pack of over 100, the South American coalition's blockade of the infection zone would be utterly ineffective. Yet, despite the passage of time, they seem to have no inclination to unite, remaining stationary within the infection zone, with no desire to expand outward. This, paradoxically, reflects a higher form of intelligence. These werewolves, infected by the orc virus, possess intelligence. Yet, no experimental data has ever recorded their emergence of such intelligence. With over 100,000 examples in the laboratory, it has been conclusively shown that they ultimately behave like beasts. The virus has undoubtedly mutated, fool. I refuse to believe that even if the virus has evolved to grant these creatures intelligence comparable to that of humans, they would not need to learn. They cannot simply be born with knowledge, can they? The reality is that they have developed tactics, steadily growing their strength within the infection zone. Now, as the South American Alliance collapses, they will seize the moment to unleash the virus's expansion with astonishing swiftness. That is no mere coincidence. Not long ago, they were reveling in the infighting among the South American Alliance's forces, even preparing a celebratory feast, eagerly awaiting confirmation from today's dispatched reconnaissance units that the South American Alliance had disbanded before they would commence their festivities. They never anticipated that while the South American Alliance had crumbled, an even greater calamity would materialize before them at an unimaginable speed. At least 2 million werewolves. What does this signify? Such a formidable army, if placed in a neighboring magical realm, could undoubtedly wage a war of annihilation against nations. Even the kingdoms and principalities would likely be incapable of withstanding such a relentless onslaught of werewolves. Even the mightiest empires, should they emerge victorious against this vast horde, would suffer catastrophic losses. Moreover, this assessment does not even take into account the presence of the virus. If we consider the peculiar virus derived from the extraordinary powers explored in the Yin Fu Jing, it could very well possess the potential to devastate an entire magical world. At present, their only hope lies in unleashing an overwhelming barrage of firepower in the hopes of buying some time. As for what to do after that, they would devise further strategies. Whether it involves constructing nuclear weapons to systematically cleanse the entirety of South America, or seeking assistance from the Tianyu Group in the east to obliterate the continent with Annihilation-class starships, solutions will emerge. However, should the canal defenses be breached, all would be lost. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the officers present ceased their bickering and promptly issued commands, mobilizing various resources to bombard the million-strong wolf pack less than 100 kilometers from the southern bank of the canal. For this battle, the White Eagle had long since entered a wartime footing, with military industries operating at full throttle, tirelessly producing an array of munitions and weaponry around the clock. At this moment, in the strategic reserve warehouses behind the canal defense line, stockpiles of weapons and ammunition towered like mountains. Countless logistical personnel worked fervently, continuously supplying the front lines with ammunition in relentless waves. Each time bombers took flight, vast numbers of logistical staff would expedite the delivery of pre-prepared explosives and armaments without a moment's delay. Clearly, in the face of imminent death, even the typically languid soldiers of the White Eagle and the elite class, accustomed to a life of luxury, would exert themselves to the utmost wary of any lapse in diligence. Their efficiency surpassed that of cotton machines under the whip of a farmer. Commander Eric slumped in his command post, pallid and overwhelmed since the appearance of the wolf pack. As the overall commander of the canal defense, he was acutely aware of one crucial fact. The White Eagle was far from fully prepared to confront this war. They possessed a profound understanding of the virus and, upon its initial outbreak, promptly devised several comprehensive plans and contingencies. All their current actions fell within the framework of those plans established at the moment of the virus's release. The most critical element of the strategy was to ensure that the virus did not fully spread to the northern regions of South America, particularly the southern bank of the canal. They needed to widen the canal by 30 times and construct a towering super wall exceeding 200 meters on the northern bank. Given that werewolves harbor a fear of water, such measures would effectively contain these monsters and the virus within South America, safeguarding the empire of the White Eagle. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, causing the plan to falter. The first and foremost issue was the premature breach of the southern mountain defense line. In the strategic plan, the forces of the Bald Eagle were required to maintain their position for no less than a month, enabling the demolition and logistics teams to prepare an ample supply of explosives and complete their placement and detonation on the southern bank, thereby widening the canal. Ultimately, these individuals would depart from a port under the control of the Bald Eagle on the southern bank, returning to their northern positions. However, in practice, this mountainous defense line barely endured for half a month. The most absurd aspect was that this was not due to an enemy breach, but rather the fortifications were relinquished easily when a group of ordinary civilians was coerced by the adversary. Throughout the ranks of the Empire's army, not a single soul dared to assume responsibility. They all shunned accountability, preferring to abandon the defensive line rather than issuing orders to fire. Chapter 563. A mission of no return. The loss of the Southern Mountain Range defense line has led to the immediate demise of the canal widening project. The command of the Bama Canal headquarters has now been entrusted to General Eric. As for his predecessor, due to severe delays in military operations, he has faced a military tribunal. If the canal widening was poorly executed, what about the construction of the city walls? Alas, that too has faltered. This is not due to laziness among the workers and soldiers tasked with building the walls. Rather, it is a grim realization for the Eagle Empire that their production capacity for steel and cement has fallen short. At the pace they are producing these raw materials, it may take at least 3 years to complete a super wall towering over 100 meters in height and several meters thick. The virus and werewolves, however, will not grant them such an extended reprieve. Had the canal widening plan succeeded, there might have been a glimmer of hope. A waterway averaging over 5 kilometers in width would have been sufficient to impede the werewolves for a considerable duration, allowing them to rely on the canal to fend off the creatures while gradually erecting the walls. Tragically, the canal widening has also been thwarted. Regaining their senses, the Eagles attempted to procure cement, steel, and other construction materials from Jeojo, yet the mountains are steep and the roads distant. Transporting goods by water would take at least a month or two. Moreover, Jeojo is currently engaged in constructing a refuge city. Even with the assistance of the Tianyu Group's planetary mining machines, the necessary raw materials for the city's construction are nearly non-existent. The construction modules require reinforced concrete and other essential materials, and the astronomical quantities needed for the multitude of skyscrapers within the city are staggering. Jeojo's own raw materials are insufficient. How could they possibly spare any for the Eagles? Fortunately, numerous manufacturers around the globe can produce such construction materials. After the Eagles offered a handsome price, many private enterprises worldwide unsealed their inventories. Yet, the persistent issue remains time. Their time is running out. The internal strife and self-destruction of the Southern American coalition have brought joy to the Eagles, not because they believe the adversary can no longer advance, but rather because, even without internal discord, the coalition's strength is insufficient to breach their defenses. The crucial point is that, following the internal collapse of the Southern American coalition, the Tianyu Group has dispatched exoskeleton armor equipped with advanced triple defense systems, leading the Eagles to believe they could seize the mountain range defense line and continue with the canal widening efforts. This would afford them a significant advantage in time for the construction of the city walls along the northern defense line. However, the swift arrival of a million-strong werewolf army has shattered all their aspirations. At this moment, if Eric's inner thoughts were to be expressed in Jojo's tongue, they would be encapsulated in 4 words. All is lost. The canal and the currently low city walls may be able to withstand the slightly weaker werewolves, but they will undoubtedly fail against the more formidable ones. Of course, with such an abundance of exoskeleton armor, they could certainly encircle and eliminate any werewolves that manage to breach the defenses. Yet the problem lies in the fact that once the werewolves cross the river, they become more than just powerful and savage monsters. They also bring with them the abominable virus created by their deranged scientists. "Commander, Your Excellency?" The aide's voice, tinged with delight, jolted Eric from his reverie. He then heard the aide laughingly report, "General, our firepower suppression has proven effective, successfully impeding the advance of the werewolves. It seems that due to heavy casualties, the werewolves are gradually beginning to withdraw. Currently, they have congregated in a valley approximately 150 kilometers from the southern bank of the Transport River. Our naval artillery and bombers can continue to apply fire suppression. Shall we proceed with the bombardment?" After a moment's contemplation, Eric replied in a low voice, "No need for further bombardment. Let the bombers return to base, maintaining a state of readiness for immediate deployment. Ensure that the naval vessels at sea replenish their ammunition and fuel and conduct necessary repairs. We must seize this opportunity to restore their operational capacity. The artillery positions will continue to expand. Tonight, over 30,000 155mm howitzers and 200,000 spare barrels will be dispatched to the front lines. Expedite their integration into the combat sequence. Furthermore, deploy all reconnaissance drones to monitor these creatures. Manned reconnaissance aircraft must also maintain uninterrupted patrols without the slightest lapse. And the exploration area should extend further into the southern continent. We cannot afford to encounter a situation where 1 million werewolves are discovered only at such close proximity. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "How many units of the newly enhanced Sentinel-2 with upgraded tri-defense systems from the Tanya Group have arrived?" "The first batch of 200,000 units has been stored, with 5,000 already distributed, which suffered losses on the southern bank of the Transport River this morning. Currently, we have 195,000 units available. According to the original plan, they will be gradually issued to the frontline combat units within 3 days." The aide answered without hesitation. Pause the distribution. Eric seemed to have made a decisive resolution. Rising, he approached the commander's position and grasped the microphone before declaring, "Activate all communication devices across the regiment. I have important words to share with the troops." The operators promptly executed the command. Once all loudspeakers in the northern defense line camps were connected to the commander's channel, and all idle soldiers were alerted to the impending crucial orders. Eric took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Warriors of the Eagle Empire, today marks our first direct confrontation with the werewolves. Each of you has performed admirably, and we can now proudly declare that we have repelled the onslaught of these monsters. However, let be clear that this is by no means the werewolves' final assault. The southern continent is home to over 500 million souls. Even if the majority have fallen prey to the mutated werewolves, a small portion will inevitably transform into werewolves due to viral infection. This number could range from tens of millions to over 100 million, or even several hundred million. Gentlemen, our war is far from over. In fact, it has only just begun. Presently, we face a pressing issue. Our defense line cannot withstand these monstrous foes. A canal 100 meters wide poses no challenge for a werewolf, who can effortlessly leap across its expanse. Similarly, towering walls, reaching several meters in height, cannot hinder their advance. Once a single werewolf sets foot upon our land, the entire empire will swiftly transform into a hell on earth, akin to that of South America. You, I, our families, friends, and all those familiar to you, as well as everything you hold dear, will vanish beneath the foul fangs of these monsters. Therefore, I present to you a mission that requires undertaking to obliterate the canal, expanding it to at least 100 times its original width. I must inform you that this is a one-way mission, regardless of whether you survive its completion. The Empire will not permit your return to prevent the spread of the virus to the northern shores. Participation in this endeavor is entirely voluntary. I, Eric Carmen, am the first to volunteer. Chapter 564. Why must I march to my demise? It must be acknowledged that General Eric, as a high-ranking officer of the Eagle Empire, having faced relentless oppression from the Celestial Domain Group on multiple fronts, has shed any inclination towards abstraction. After the comprehensive purging of the LGBT influence, he stands apart from those inept sycophants who ascended through such means. Eric possesses genuine capability. He could discern the situation, identify critical issues, and devise solutions, while also exhibiting the courage to assume responsibility in pivotal moments, unburdened by hesitation or doubt. His impassioned oration was both heartfelt and candid, explicitly stating that accepting the mission to cross the river meant a one-way journey. He elucidated that failing to undertake this task would render the canal defense untenable. This is not difficult to comprehend. The canal hardly qualifies as a formidable barrier, and the Eagle Empire's current arsenal is insufficient to thwart the relentless tide of 1,000,000 wolf-like warriors. Moreover, in the conclusion of his speech, he exemplified leadership by volunteering to be the first to join the suicide squad tasked with widening the canal, demonstrating both sincerity and accountability to the fullest extent. However, in a vast empire teetering on the brink of decay, the efforts of one or two individuals alone cannot stave off disaster. Following Eric's address, an uproar erupted among the Eagle soldiers stationed along the canal defense. The crux of their debate was simple: to go or not to go. With General Eric leading by example, many felt compelled to contribute their share. Otherwise, the canal would fail, leading to their own demise and the devastation of their families at the hands of monstrous entities and virulent threats. Are you foolish? With so many people here, why should it fall to us? One soldier lamented, I'm barely in my 20s. I have no desire to perish here. Another added, indeed, we are merely ordinary individuals. We had to pay for our military uniforms ourselves, while those military aristocrats are stationed in lavish overseas bases, reaping fortunes. It is they who should be risking their lives, not us. Exactly. I joined the military just to make a living. I'm already doing my part by fighting daily against the denizens of South America and those abominable creatures. Why should I have to die? I know the one who suggested going. His father was a mid-ranking naval officer, and his grandfather fought against the Vietnamese on the Southwest Peninsula. Their family has served for generations, enjoying benefits far superior to ours. When the Celestial Domain Group's state-of-the-art exoskeleton armor is procured, he will be among the first to receive a set. It is expected of him to fight valiantly. We can remain in the rear without shame. Precisely. They reap the rewards while pressuring us to sacrifice ourselves. What is fair about that? And I remember vividly, during the early years of the century, when the planes struck the towers, the firefighters who risked their lives to save others were left with lifelong ailments. And the Federation didn't even provide basic allowances. If we venture forth to fight, who can assure us that the compensation we earn will actually reach our families? Initially, beneath General Eric's impassioned address, a number of fervent youth clamored to dedicate themselves to the Empire. However, as the discourse unfolded, an increasing number began to awaken to reality. Reflecting upon their own meager circumstances in juxtaposition with the opulent lifestyles of the nobility, a singular realization took hold. Merely to subsist, why gamble with one's life? The internal state of the bald Eagle Empire was profoundly fragmented, with the mid to upper echelons reveling in excess, while the lower classes endured lives that scarcely surpassed those of certain third-world nations. Presently, those enlisting were predominantly scions of impoverished families, who had languished in destitution for the majority of their lives. Joining the military was merely a means of survival, devoid of any lofty ideals, which they regarded as mere nonsense. Overseas, bases were rife with exploitation, the spoils of which eluded them entirely. They were called upon to confront the Southern American alliance and to battle the orcs. That was one thing. But now, they were expected to serve as a suicide squad? Did they truly believe they could deceive them so easily? Those who wished to volunteer were welcome to do so, yet they would not. This sentiment encapsulated the thoughts of the majority of bald eagle soldiers stationed along the Panama Canal defense line. They were amenable to operating equipment from behind the line, firing artillery and deploying explosives, even finding joy in it, as their wartime wages had increased. With the defense line in place, they held little fear that the Southern American Alliance or the Orcs could breach their defenses. However, to don exoskeleton armor, traverse the river, and employ volatile explosives to widen the waterway, knowing that even if they survived, there would be no return, who would willingly accept such a fatal mission? The paramount belief within the bald eagle military was that of monetary reward. Yet, in the modern era, the Empire could scarcely guarantee even that. How could soldiers be expected to risk their lives under such circumstances? General, the situation appears dire. The adjutant approached the already armored General Eric, his expression grave. Unfavorable rumors have circulated within the camp, causing many soldiers who initially intended to join the suicide squad to hesitate. Currently, less than 10,000 have enlisted. A far cry from your target of 200,000. Eric shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. There's little to be done. We cannot blame them. There's an old saying in the 9 provinces. 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. The Empire has arrived at this juncture not through a single misstep. I anticipated such an outcome the moment this mobilization order was issued. However, we shall do our best and leave the rest to fate. With a sigh, Eric chose not to elaborate further. The adjutant, with tears brimming in his eyes, struck the command platform with his fist. It is all the fault of those inept bureaucrats in Congress who, despite having ample time to devise a plan for the canal, have failed to complete the 2 most critical components. It is utterly disgraceful that the Southern American Alliance could breach our mountain defenses with merely a few tens of thousands of ordinary individuals, leading us to this predicament. General, you have been in command for less than a month. This is an insurmountable mess left by your predecessor. The inaugural commander of the Panama Canal defense line was a renowned transgender general, prior to ascending to the rank of general. This individual was a member of an environmental organization, primarily advocating for the accumulation of advantages to rise in rank. Due to an inability to bear responsibility, the defense line was breached by ordinary citizens of the South American Alliance, leading to their dismissal and the appointment of General Eric, a seasoned military officer. However, the previous commander's failure to seize the opportunity significantly delayed the progress of the plan, compounded by the werewolves demonstrating remarkable intelligence. Consequently, the current situation is in utter disarray, with the entire defense line hanging by a thread. Yet, it is now evident that the dire state of affairs cannot be solely attributed to the transgender general. Among the millions in the defense line, few are willing to sacrifice for the Empire, such as the twilight of the Empire. Chapter 565. Why does the Tianyu group remain passive? Along the canal defense line of the White Eagle Empire, there exists not only a substantial number of domestic soldiers, but also an abundance of battlefield journalists from various nations. Although, following the previous incident involving civilians breaching the lines, the White Eagle Empire has prohibited these reporters from venturing to the front lines to observe the battlefield conditions. They have nonetheless allowed them to remain within the camp along the canal defense line. Initially, the journalists were not expected to glean any significant information. Like the majority of soldiers in the camp, upon hearing of the werewolves' assault and subsequently witnessing the formidable firepower of the canal defense line shatter the enemy, they were filled with elation. Many journalists, in the midst of their celebrations with the soldiers, had even prepared their reports, ready to send back to headquarters for publication as the lead story on the front page the following day, showcasing to the world how the White Eagle Empire confronts these savage beasts. However, when General Eric activated all communications and delivered an impassioned speech, the more perceptive journalists quickly sensed that something was amiss. After listening to the broadcast and realizing that General Eric's intention was to require nearly 200,000 suicide squad members to accompany him in demolishing the southern bank of the canal to artificially create a larger water expanse, thereby using this natural barrier to obstruct the werewolves, the journalists were thrown into a frenzy. Some savvy individuals immediately activated their cameras to record and upload footage back to headquarters, keen to avoid being detained for capturing sensitive military orders. More journalists, caught off guard, hastily turned on their cameras, striving to document the unfolding scene and observe the soldiers' choices. Should a surge of volunteers emerge, it would naturally require no further elaboration. Tomorrow, the headlines across the world would proclaim the valiant soldiers of the White Eagle Empire, unafraid of death, fighting for the future of humanity, eagerly enlisting to form suicide squads. This would exemplify the Empire's essence, with millions of soldiers willing to sacrifice themselves merely to extend the defense line. Who could dare to claim that the Empire has reached its twilight? The Empire remains in its prime. Such would be the nature of the headlines. Yet, the reality left many journalists astounded. The anticipated scene of reckless bravery and eager volunteers failed to materialize. Within the numerous large military camps along the canal defense line, most soldiers hesitated, ultimately choosing not to enlist. Many took this opportunity to voice their grievances regarding the inequities suffered within the Imperial Army, vociferously criticizing the situation, asserting that the noble offspring ought to be the ones to volunteer for death, as their rewards were commensurate with their efforts, which should not serve as justification for their sacrifice. Strangely, their arguments held considerable weight, rendering rebuttals nearly impossible. This unexpected silence during such a critical moment left many journalists bewildered. Furthermore, those who witnessed this scene through the journalist broadcast found themselves even more perplexed. After listening to General Eric's speech, I was all fired up, ready to charge in with a bomb against those beasts, only to discover that the soldiers of the White Eagle Empire were utterly unfazed by this call to arms. To speak candidly, I find the sentiments expressed by several soldiers quite reasonable. They are typically the most poorly treated foot soldiers, and now, when faced with death, they suddenly come to mind. If I were in their position, I would also be reluctant to fight. What right do the affluent offspring of military aristocrats have to avoid this fate? Alas, discussing such matters at this juncture seems excessive. If we cannot withstand this crisis, the entirety of North America will soon succumb to the terrifying orc virus, transforming into a haven for werewolves. At times like this, what significance do our personal grievances hold? If we cannot maintain our defenses, we are all doomed. If death is to be my fate, so be it. It is certainly preferable to enduring hardship during peacetime while fighting desperately in war. They revel in comfort during peace and continue to do so in war. Meanwhile, I may sacrifice myself to save the entire empire, with future generations reaping no rewards. They do nothing yet gain stability, and their descendants will continue to thrive. This perspective, while not without merit, leads to a sense of resignation regarding the fate of others. For now, I find solace in being in the 9 provinces. I have already relocated to the shelter city. Initially, I thought the government was overreacting by relocating the populace to a few cities for safety. It seemed an abstract notion. Little did I anticipate the sheer horror of the orc virus. As it stands, the virus rapidly spread throughout South America, rendering it a desolate wasteland. Now, the White Eagle is compelled to muster millions to reinforce the canal defenses, enlisting suicide squads to detonate explosives and widen the canal banks. There must be a rationale behind this course of action. If they fail to hold the line, the entirety of North America could face annihilation. An absolute calamity awaits. The White Eagle's most elite forces are currently stationed here. If they succumb to the virus, North America may find itself devoid of any capable military. The werewolves would then roam freely, without a semblance of resistance. If the Celestial Domain Group were to intervene, surely they would not need to resort to sending suicide squads to blow up the southern banks to widen the canal. Surely, their orbital weapons could easily carve out a canal 100 times wider than the current one. But herein lies the question. Why should the Celestial Domain Group intervene? Are we not all human? In times like these, should we not extend a helping hand to one another? Is the Celestial Domain Group truly willing to stand by as North America devolves into a realm of monsters? From the Celestial Domain Group's actions, it appears they began their preparations over 2 weeks ago, with the movements in the 9 provinces occurring in tandem. The Celestial Domain Group has never engaged in futile endeavors. If merely assisting the White Eagle in securing the canal would suffice to contain the virus within South America, why would they invest such resources in preparation, including island blockades and constructing shelter cities? What does this imply? The Celestial Domain Group possesses super-intelligent AI. I suspect they anticipated that once the virus was released, containment would be impossible, hence their reluctance to waste efforts. So, they intend to let it spread unchecked, controlling the two continents of South and North America, which are surrounded by oceans, is far simpler than assisting the land-connected North America in containing the virus from South America. They have more economical solutions. Why should they lend assistance to the White Eagle? That represents hundreds of millions of lives. What does it matter to you or to Tianyu Group? The debates online have been incessant, and the prolonged silence of Tianyu Group has led to an increasing number of individuals expressing their perplexity. After all, in the eyes of many, with the formidable fleet of starships at Tianyu Group's disposal, resolving the crisis posed by these werewolves should be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 566. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. The Tianyu Group, of course, would not intervene in such matters. Su-yi, with a compassionate heart, could not bear to witness the plight of others, which is why she had been secluding herself and focusing on her cultivation these days. Indeed, her cultivation was both earnest and somewhat frivolous. As for the AI entity Tianshu, it was incapable of harboring sentiments such as pity. Even if the entire Blue Star were to succumb to a virulent plague, leaving no soul behind, it would remain indifferent if such a scenario proved advantageous to the group. Upon receiving directives from Su-yi to disregard anything beyond the Yao continent, Tianshu had been diligently preparing for the opportune moment to eradicate the Blue Star virus, showing no concern for the situation with the Bald Eagle. Moreover, the Bald Eagle had not even sought assistance, so why the uproar online? At such a juncture, maintaining pride was hardly commendable. If a nation were to perish, it would be entirely deserved. On the northern bank of the Bama River, the Bald Eagle forces have been suppressing the southern werewolves for over a week. Under intense bombardment, the werewolves showed no inclination to reveal themselves, instead hiding in deep mountain gorges or slopes that were less susceptible to bombardment. These werewolves possessed an exceptionally low power consumption mode, able to sustain themselves merely by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, rendering the need for hunting unnecessary. In the face of overwhelming artillery, the most prudent strategy was, of course, to remain concealed until the enemy's firepower waned. The moment the Bald Eagle's artillery weakened, thousands of werewolves would emerge from the dense forests, forcing the Bald Eagle to escalate its firepower. Consequently, the reserves of various weapons and munitions began to dwindle rapidly, and within just over a week, the vast stockpile previously amassed by the Bald Eagle Empire was nearing depletion. This also attests to the werewolves' considerable intelligence. It is likely that one or more exceptionally astute werewolves assumed the role of commander, orchestrating the strategy to avoid confrontation. The tactical intent was quite evident: to deplete the enemy's ammunition. Yet, even when the soldiers of the Bald Eagle discerned this, they found themselves utterly powerless. The individual strength of these werewolves was simply too formidable. Should they approach the canal, crossing over would be a trivial task for them. The Bald Eagle could only persist in exerting firepower to buy time for the demolition of the canal and to widen the waterway. However, while the intentions were commendable, the execution was fraught with numerous challenges. General Eric, leading over 10,000 members of a death squad, had been laboring tirelessly along the southern bank of the canal for more than a week, nearly without rest, relying solely on the imported life water from the Tianyu Group to sustain them. They worked relentlessly to drill holes, lay explosives, and transport various equipment, among other tasks. Yet, their numbers were simply too few. To expand a canal stretching over 80 kilometers by 100-fold, from a mere 100 meters to thousands of meters, would indeed be a project worthy of a century. Though it is said that one only needs to blast the barriers to allow the water to flow in, without concern for passage conditions or stability, and the floods that ensue in South America are of little consequence, the magnitude of this task is still extraordinarily vast. According to General Eric's original calculations, if 200,000 daredevils were to join him, it would take at least half a month to lay all the explosives. Now, with merely 10,000 at his disposal, achieving 1/5 of the work in just over a week is an exhausting feat accomplished through their relentless toil and sacrifice. To hasten the process further is nearly impossible. Having once commanded the canal's defensive line, General Eric, hearing the increasingly sparse artillery fire from the northern bank and the still frequent flight of aircraft, which, after passing overhead, produce little in the way of bomb blasts, has a grim understanding. The firepower reserves of the White Eagle are dwindling. Despair accurately captures the essence of his inner turmoil. Yet, for a man of his caliber, even in despair, he can only grit his teeth and press on. After the rise of the Sky Domain Group, General Eric, who had studied this entity and absorbed much of the culture of the 9 provinces, wearily glanced at the vast expanse of scorched earth on the southern bank before turning his gaze back to the soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor on the opposing city wall. They stood idly by, watching as his men labored tirelessly, unmoved by their plight. He let out a long sigh. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Then, observing the warriors who had accompanied him to the southern bank, still desperately burying explosives in a bid to save North America and the White Eagle Empire, he could not help but display a bitter smile. When a nation is on the brink of collapse, calamities will surely arise. According to the original plan, whether they could ultimately fend off the terrifying werewolves and the bizarre orc virus remained uncertain in his heart. However, he understood one thing. Deviating from the original plan would undoubtedly lead to failure against those monsters, and the fall of the Empire would merely be a matter of time. The perfect window to execute the original plan, which had been less than half a month into the war, had been lost due to various reasons and constraints. The White Eagle Empire, once resplendent and a dominant force in the world, had entered its twilight years many years ago. While it appeared splendid on the surface, its internal organs had long since decayed. It could bully smaller nations, but when facing a powerful entity like the 9 provinces, it found itself in dire straits. Now confronted with such apocalyptic calamities, even exhausting the Empire's final strength would not suffice to contend with them. General, the voice of the aide echoed through the communications channel of the exoskeleton armor. The command center reports that the werewolf forces hidden in the mountains have mobilized en masse. At least 100,000 werewolves have left their mountain refuge and entered the plains, rapidly approaching us at a speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. In no more than half an hour, they will be upon us. The command center has reported that their stockpile of weapons has been nearly depleted, and they can only assist us with a few more rounds of bombardment in the hopes of deceiving the werewolves into retreating. However, the likelihood of outsmarting them is minimal, and the command center has advised us to brace ourselves for close combat with these creatures. General Eric shook his head. Although he was situated on the southern bank, intelligence gathered from the north was still communicated to him regularly. He was acutely aware of the recent movements of the werewolves. It was evident that they possessed not only considerable intelligence, but also a keen understanding of the limited ammunition available to humanity. In recent days, they had been dispatching small contingents northward from the mountains, deliberately exhausting our resources. Now, they have finally launched a large-scale offensive, clearly indicating that they are well prepared and have surmised that our defenses along the canal are entirely depleted. It is utterly impossible for us to be easily intimidated into retreating. Chapter 567. The moment of the Empire's collapse, General Eric stood in place for a moment before discarding the equipment in his hands and ascending to a higher vantage point. Observing the throngs of soldiers on the southern bank diligently operating machinery to lay explosive charges, he activated the communication channel and proclaimed loudly, "Young men, I believe it is time for us to cease our labors." The hurried soldiers paused, glancing up at Eric with a mix of confusion and curiosity. "It has been a profound honor to work alongside you all during these days, fighting together for the future of our empire." Eric removed the helmet from his exoskeleton armor and saluted the soldiers below with a formal military gesture. The soldiers below were momentarily taken aback, but soon reciprocated with solemn salutes, removing their own helmets. Even though they were well aware of the dangers of being on the southern bank without the protective systems of their exoskeleton armors, exposed to the risk of viral infection, they remained resolute. None were foolish. Witnessing the general's sudden declaration, they had likely surmised the gravity of the situation. Yet, those present were not particularly fearful. They had prepared themselves for this moment. understanding that death was a possibility. Those truly afraid of dying would not have heeded Eric's call to join him on the southern bank. Since the passage of the Declaration of Independence by the Continental Congress over 2 centuries ago, we have fought valiantly for freedom against colonizers, and for justice against the Axis powers across oceans, in Europe and on the Southwest Peninsula. The once mighty Red Bear has also fallen before us. Our forebears elevated us to the pinnacle of this world, establishing us as a beacon of human civilization. Alas, time inevitably corrupts all. The empire we once took pride in is now riddled with decay and despair. Easterners deem us despicable and shameless, accusing us of forsaking our principles for profit, unworthy of being called a beacon of humanity, a title that has become a hollow fade under the guise of our propaganda. Yet today, as you stand here, you affirm that although the beacon may be tarnished, it once genuinely existed, and you are the last remnants of its fading light. Taking a deep breath, Eric declared, "Now, young men, as the final glimmer of the empire, although you have already accomplished so much, I ask you to undertake one last endeavor for our empire. Go forth, exhaust all that you have, and bring a definitive close to our once great empire." Subsequently, the final orders he had meticulously prepared were transmitted via the central computer of the command center to the exoskeleton armor terminals of all soldiers on the southern bank. The strategy was straightforward. Lure all the wolf-like armies charging towards them to the riverbank, where explosives had already been laid, and detonate them, ensuring that the first wave of the wolf army that had crossed to the southern bank would be buried forever here. As for what would transpire afterward, only time would reveal the truth. As he had learned from the words of wisdom from Kyushu, such is the nature of fate, in the tumultuous currents of history. Even when positioned at the pinnacle of power, he remained merely one among many. His role was confined to performing his duties while leaving the ultimate fate to the heavens. In this world, perhaps only Su-e, the chairman of the Tianyu Group, possessed the singular will to alter the course of destiny. General Eric's final address was broadcast globally, casting a profound silence over all who were monitoring the situation along the canal defense line. The valiant warriors, inheriting the spirit of the White Eagle's golden age, were sacrificing everything for the future of the empire, while millions of White Eagle soldiers, clad in identical gear, stood across a mere canal, observing the unfolding events. No one dared to offer assistance. Most clung to a sense of false hope, believing that even if the canal did not collapse, its substantial width, exceeding 100 meters, coupled with the towering city walls, would suffice to thwart the oncoming werewolves. They felt there was no need to march to their doom together. The stark contrast created a profound psychological impact, rendering the world momentarily speechless. At such a pivotal juncture of life and death, it was only natural for individuals embodying the spirit of the prosperous era to emerge. However, the decay was irretrievable, and these individuals could not save the empire. Observing this live broadcast, Su-e maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of surprise. When these individuals ventured to the southern bank as a death squad, he had already anticipated this very scene. He could even foresee that their demise would herald the complete downfall of the White Eagle Empire, extinguishing any hope of resurgence. Objectively speaking, the continent was under threat from the orc virus. Without the intervention of the Tianyu Group, the obliteration of the nation was a foregone conclusion. However, the loss of territory does not necessarily equate to the total annihilation of a nation. As long as the spirit endured, with a substantial populace of White Eagles residing overseas, their survival in the 2 continents of Yazhou and Ozhou under the protection of the Tianyu Group could pave the way for future reconstruction of the empire. Should Su-e choose not to intervene, in fact, many would rally to assist them. An empire that once dominated the world possesses an unparalleled influence and charisma. As long as its spirit persists, reconstruction is not insurmountable. Yet, it was evident that the spirit of the White Eagle Empire had been largely obliterated. Ultimately, those who bore the will of their ancestors would soon confront death with composure, draining the last drop of blood for the empire. When both the corporeal and the spiritual perish, that signifies true death. Rationally, if the White Eagles, led by Eric, recognized the futility of defending the canal line and the inevitable downfall of their empire, they could have sought refuge in Europe across the ocean. If we chose not to intervene, their chances of rebuilding the empire post-conflict would exceed 50%. Such a sacrifice would bear little meaning. Tianshu analyzed this calmly. Such incendiary rhetoric held little value for an AI like her. Leading these spirited warriors to their demise appeared to her a complete waste. Their existence could yield greater utility. After all, transforming a decayed empire is a formidable challenge. Yet establishing a new empire on a blank slate is far less daunting. Thus, this delineates the distinction between you and genuine humanity. Sui shook her head. Many matters cannot be evaluated solely through the prism of gain and loss. Indeed, the adage, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, holds true. Yet sacrificing one's life for righteousness and becoming a martyr is equally a means for certain idealists to realize their life's value. The intricacies of human emotions are exceedingly complex. Even as an intelligent being endowed with the capacity for independent thought, I find it arduous to comprehend these multifaceted feelings. Tianshu shook her head, unreservedly acknowledging her shortcomings in this regard. Let's observe, then, and witness the collapse of what was once the mightiest empire of the Blue Star. Chapter 568. The divergence of life forms. AI algorithms strive for optimal solutions within the visible dimensions of time and space, while human civilization often inscribes meaning in transcendent dimensions. Tianshu pondered. Just as quantum physics reveals the wave-particle duality, optimal solutions may simultaneously exist in the material realm and the realm of significance. Nevertheless, I maintain my stance that relinquishing a continent destined to be lost in favor of preserving a useful existence to await the right moment is indeed the optimal solution. You are not entirely mistaken, Sui replied, shaking his head. Many individuals placed in that position would make the same choice, yet not everyone can select that path. He refrained from elaborating further. This, perhaps, epitomizes the distinction between humans and AI. Moreover, an AI of Tianshu's caliber can scarcely be regarded as AI. It is more fitting to describe her as an electronic life form or silicon-based life. Research AI on par with Tianshu is hardly inferior to humans. Their formidable research capabilities inherently necessitate independent thought and contemplation, which is synonymous with self-awareness. However, regardless of the form of life, their modes of thinking undoubtedly differ from those of humans. Perhaps due to algorithmic limitations, or perhaps because silicon-based life is inherently so, they often choose the most rational and economical solutions when making decisions. This bears a striking resemblance to the exceedingly rational individuals among humanity. Yet more often than not, such individuals may serve as leaders of civilization, but struggle to be pioneers. For pioneering is, by its very nature, an action fraught with risk, evident across all fields. Thus, even electronic life forms of Tianshu's caliber fall short of human creativity. Of course, this reference to humanity pertains to the collective rather than the individual. In terms of individuality, she undoubtedly surpasses the majority of human beings in intelligence, capability, and creativity. Human thought is indeed excessively intricate. For instance, your screening plan, devised from the optimal solutions for the future of Blue Star's human civilization, stands in stark contrast to your commendation of martyrdom, an act of irrationality. Its complexity does not reside in the trillion iterations of neural impulses, but in the perpetual ability to compose immortal verses amid the depths of despair. Sui detected a hint of envy in Tianshu's words, a rarity indeed. He had no intention of engaging her in philosophical discourse, shaking his head and stating, "It is likely difficult for you to comprehend this mode of thinking now. Perhaps one day in the future, when we create a human body capable of harboring your soul, you will understand. The human body is an exceedingly complex organism, and the intricate emotions of humanity arise from a confluence of various factors. No matter how much Tianshu learns or how intelligent she becomes, she ultimately cannot fathom the emotional fluctuations stemming from the complex physiological changes. It is impossible for her to fully empathize with humans. No amount of technological advancement or data feeding can remedy this. She must personally experience it. After all, data lacks emotion, and I too am constrained by this limitation, which renders me deficient in certain respects. Tianshu candidly acknowledges his shortcomings without reservation. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Su-yi stretched languidly and inquired, how long will it take for the orc virus to completely infiltrate the Eagle Empire? Approximately how much longer until the canal defense line is breached? Tianshu promptly shifted into a serious mode, considering various factors. The canal defense line will be breached by no later than 3 o'clock this afternoon. This conclusion, of course, is predicated on the assumption that the werewolf vanguard, numbering over 100,000, will launch a desperate assault on the defense line. Should the werewolves experience emotions such as fear and decide to retreat upon realizing the extent of their casualties, the defense line may hold for a while longer, perhaps around 3 days. The inability to arrive at a precise conclusion stems from the scarcity of data regarding the werewolves. Even the crucial factor of their emergence of intelligence was only recently inferred from their actions. The lack of vital information has led to a significant deviation in the answer, for which I ask for your understanding. As for the timeline for the orc virus to completely engulf the Eagle Empire, based on the werewolves' performance on the South American continent, once the canal defense line is compromised, I believe that within a maximum of 3 days, the entirety of North America will succumb, and the Eagle Empire will vanish entirely from history. Su-yi nodded, refraining from further comment on Tianshu's somewhat ambiguous response. It is only natural that precise calculations cannot be made without key data. If she were to assert a specific time frame, Su-yi herself would not dare to believe it. Has the starship to blockade the entire American continent arrived? It has already positioned itself, with the battleship currently stationed high above North America, over 150,000 meters from the surface. Once the canal defense line is breached, the battleship will promptly eliminate all ports, airports, and large vessels capable of oceanic navigation in North America. Tianshu spoke rapidly. According to my estimates, after the complete blockade of the American continent, the virus will take approximately 10 days to spread to the regions of Huzhou, Yazhou, and Ozhou. Without the blockade, at the very moment the canal defense line collapses, a multitude of fleeing North American refugees will carry the orc virus to Ozhou, Huzhou, and other areas, triggering an uncontrollable spread of the virus. Unless the entire surface is cleansed, complete control will become exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, Tianshu paused and added, however, we currently face another issue. The prolonged conflict at the canal defense line has led to mounting dissatisfaction among the populace, exacerbated by the group's silence. Should we move to blockade the American continent immediately after the defense line falls, it could severely tarnish both your and the group's reputation. The public is often short-sighted. Even when we are acting rightly, they may exhibit resistance out of ignorance. If left unchecked, this could precipitate unforeseen incidents. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to synchronize the blockade with network access to manage public opinion and prevent any loss of control. No need to concern ourselves. Let them speak as they wish. Su-yi waved his hand dismissively. The endeavors we undertake cannot perpetually shroud themselves in mystery, nor can we indefinitely refrain from compelling those individuals to turn against one another. This matter is destined to incite considerable controversy. There will be many days ahead filled with criticism, and it is impossible to manage public opinion indefinitely. The distinction between good and evil resides within me. While my reputation shall be judged by all of you, I shall focus solely on pursuing what I deem to be right. And whether it is indeed right or wrong will be left for future generations to assess, provided, of course, that they possess longer lifespans than I. Chapter 569. Let all come to an end. Bang, 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 crack. Ah, monster, get away from me. Boom. On the southern bank of the canal, amidst relentless bombardment, the last remaining patch of forest became the battleground for over 10,000 members of the White Eagle's Suicide Squad, clad in Sentinel-2 exoskeletons, as they engaged in close combat with the oncoming tide of werewolves. Naturally, they were armed with various weapons, yet small-caliber firearms proved ineffective against even the weakest of werewolves. Even those comparable to third-tier martial artists required heavy-caliber sniper rifles or cannons to pose a genuine threat. In the dense and complex jungle environment, such formidable weaponry was rendered less effective, forcing the soldiers to rely on small-caliber personal arms, making the encounters resemble brutal hand-to-hand combat. Fortunately, the Sentinel, two mechanized exoskeletons, were robust enough, and the combat prowess and coordination of the White Eagle's squad members were exemplary. Moreover, the werewolves they initially encountered were merely small vanguard units, allowing the over 10,000 suicide squad members to hold their ground in the unfavorable jungle conditions, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, retreating and advancing as necessary. In this primordial jungle, human soldiers donned in the most advanced gear clashed with the most primal and savage werewolves in a bloody struggle. Yet behind these 10,000 men stood the canal's defensive line, with no avenue for retreat, while the number of werewolves continued to swell. And they were merely contending with the advance guard of the vanguard. Indeed, upon discovering that a vast expanse of untouched forest remained, where humans lay in wait for ambush, an increasing number of werewolves began to converge upon this location. The jungle environment offered them sanctuary from aerial bombardments and allowed for rapid advancement towards the canal. This maneuver was far swifter and safer than trudging through the bombarded wasteland under artillery fire. The thousands of human soldiers within the forest evidently posed less of a threat than the various heavy firepower. The White Eagle forces of the canal's defensive line were simply running low on ammunition. They were not entirely depleted. Enduring bombardments in the open was clearly an unwise choice. Even without the spark of intelligence, the werewolves' instincts would drive them to gather in this forest. This was precisely the scenario General Eric wished to witness. Following the loss of the mountain defensive line, the command post of the Northern Canal Defense planned to utilize incendiary bombs to eradicate the forest and structures spanning over 100 kilometers along the southern bank. After all, open terrain was more conducive to the delivery of firepower. However, this plan was rejected by General Eric, who had recently taken command of the defense line. It would be inaccurate to say he dismissed the entire proposal. Rather, he only rejected part of it. Most structures and jungles were to be cleared, yet a small section near the canal on the southern bank was to be preserved. Many senior officers at the time failed to comprehend the rationale behind this decision, even believing it would provide the Southern Mi Alliance's coalition with a hiding place, thus impeding their efforts to eliminate the Southern Mi coalition forces. However, it was evident that despite the White Eagle incinerating the dense jungles along the southern bank of the canal for over 100 kilometers, a solitary, untouched patch remained, causing the Southern American coalition to hesitate to venture into that area, fearing it was a deliberate trap set by the White Eagle. Consequently, even before the Southern American coalition crumbled, this segment of the forest became the most untroubled stretch of the entire canal defense line, with no assaults emanating from the Southern American forces, significantly alleviating the pressure on the defensive line. In the aftermath, many commanders lauded Eric's strategy, with some even suggesting he had grasped the essence of Sun Tzu's art of war, skillfully crafting a fade of uncertainty. Yet, only Eric understood that his actions were not intended to thwart or target the Southern American coalition. Their reluctance to breach the canal defense was merely an unexpected fortune. From the outset, Eric had never regarded the Southern American forces as a formidable threat capable of breaching the defenses. The preservation of this forest was solely for this very moment. In fact, even before the Southern American coalition had fully retreated, Eric had dispatched personnel to conceal explosives under the cover of the forest, preparing to commence the widening of the canal from this location. From a perspective of fluid dynamics, the complete demolition of this southern bank, which constituted 1/5 of the canal, would likely result in oceanic waters gradually inundating the southern shore. While the extent of the widening would not reach the originally envisioned ideal, any expansion would be advantageous. Regrettably, General Eric's plan did not succeed. The collapse of the Southern American alliance occurred far more swiftly than he had anticipated. The arrival of the werewolves was also swifter than he had imagined. By the time the werewolves appeared in the mountains 100 kilometers from the southern bank, his covert operation to bury explosives under the forest cover was less than 1/10 complete. Later, he departed the northern bank with 1,000 daredevils, with their principal operations centered in this dense woodland. The explosives concealed within were theoretically sufficient to obliterate the land extending 5 kilometers southward from the southern bank of the canal. It is no exaggeration to state that this area represented the most concentrated zone of firepower along the entire canal defense line. A vast array of high explosives, meticulously calculated and arranged in a matrix, would maximize their destructive potential upon detonation. At that moment, it was not merely the werewolves that would be obliterated. Even the most formidable warriors from the magical realm would be swept away. General, the casualties are too great. Our brothers at the front cannot withstand any longer. The urgent voice of the aide pulled General Eric from his reverie at the water's edge. How many do we have left? Fewer than 3,000. The werewolves are overwhelming. We cannot hold them back. Initiate the second phase of the mission. General Eric exhaled deeply. Have the young men retreat to my position. Yes. The aide promptly set off to relay the order. The remaining few thousand daredevils in the forest fought while retreating, swiftly converging upon the shore where General Eric stood. Only a little over 100 souls have managed to arrive here, and nearly all bear wounds, with none of the exoskeletal armor remaining intact. Behind them, a multitude of werewolves has emerged from the dense forest, a dark mass lurking among the trees, stretching endlessly. The lead werewolf cast a dubious glance at the remaining 100 by the riverbank and surveyed the vigilant soldiers stationed atop the northern wall. Seemingly apprehensive that this might be a trap, and thus refrained from immediate assault, Eric glanced at the throng of werewolves, then turned his gaze to the weary yet resolute members of the Suicide Squad, and with a smile proclaimed, "Gentlemen, you have fulfilled your mission and honored your past promises. Now, let us together send these monsters to the heavens." The remaining few exchanged knowing looks, and then erupted into laughter. Indeed. Let us send these vile beasts to their demise. Commander, we are ready. Let this all come to an end. Amidst the rallying cries, General Eric turned once more. Facing away from the werewolves, his gaze fixed upon the distant north, his homeland, the once proud empire now fallen into decay. Allow me to perform one final act for you. With a decisive motion, the palm encased in exoskeletal armor pressed down upon the detonator without hesitation. Chapter 570. The collapse of the edifice. There are no pivotal moments where the detonator falters in a Glitch D manner. The instant Eric pressed the electronic detonator, the entire forest seemed to be engulfed by the fires of hell, plunging into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of tons of potent explosives detonated in less than a second, and under a special array configuration, this immense quantity of explosives erupted simultaneously, unleashing a force far surpassing that of even several 100-megaton nuclear warheads. In truth, the destructive capability of nuclear weapons is often exaggerated in films and television. The devastation caused by the 2 nuclear devices that struck the chicken head was primarily due to the wooden structures predominant in their surroundings. Conversely, a steel-reinforced concrete building located less than 300 meters from the epicenter of a nuclear explosion emerged unscathed, along with its occupants. Even now, this edifice remains intact and functional. The lethality of nuclear explosions diminishes dramatically with distance, leading to a perception of terror that often does not align with reality. While the energy released during a nuclear explosion appears daunting when calculated, achieving the desired destructive effect in practical scenarios is exceedingly challenging. The lethality of a 100-megaton nuclear weapon pales in comparison to that of evenly distributed conventional explosives. Naturally, the ferocity of such an explosion lacks the horrifying temperatures characteristic of a nuclear detonation. When confronted with more formidable opponents, such as 8th or 9th-tier warriors from a magical realm, even a direct hit might fail to ensure their demise. It is a matter of trade-offs. General Eric, alongside the last valiant warriors of the White Eagle Empire, unleashed an unimaginable terror with their lives' final flicker. In an instant, the entire forest and its terrain were obliterated by the cataclysmic explosion. Countless werewolves that surged into the forest were instantly vaporized, reduced to mere dust, leaving no intact corpses behind. The remaining 100 or so individuals, including Eric, were likewise engulfed in this annihilation. In the aftermath of the explosion, vast stretches of land began to collapse, and the waters of the canal surged into the southern shore. With the main structure obliterated, the ground in the southern forest area turned into an extraordinarily loose soil zone, leading to an astonishing rate of soil erosion. The canal's waters were visibly eroding the southern land. The ensuing chain reaction would likely persist for at least 10 days to half a month before concluding. The segment of the river corresponding to the forest rapidly expanded to over 500 meters. Although this distance fell short of the envisioned several thousand or even tens of thousands of meters, it was still significant and continued to grow. At the very least, the defensive pressure on the northern bank of this stretch would be considerably alleviated. However, this was the ideal scenario. In actuality, the canal defense line had been effectively devastated. Following this wave of explosions, while the supply of provisions remained adequate, the stock of various munitions, missiles, and explosives had dwindled alarmingly. A substantial amount of heavy artillery had become mere decorations. Although General Eric's recent campaign nearly eradicated over 100,000 werewolves, there still lurks a multitude of millions within the mountains, yet to emerge. Further afield, on the continent of Meiju, there are now at least hundreds of millions of werewolves rampaging, and this figure continues to escalate. This was never a fair war, and the White Eagle Empire, initially oblivious to its disadvantage, has repeatedly made foolish decisions. As the conflict has progressed, we have essentially entered garbage time, devoid of any suspense. The White Eagle Empire still attempts to promote the achievements of General Eric and his valiant death squads in order to stabilize public sentiment. However, at this juncture, only the blissfully ignorant common folk of the White Eagle, indoctrinated by happy education, remain unaware of the grim reality. The astute higher-ups have long discerned the decay and frailty beneath the Empire's AtoZ of glory. Upon hearing of the outbreak of the orc virus in southern Meiju and understanding its nature, they swiftly fled, taking with them whatever assets they could, discarding what could not be transported. Money, while valuable, pales in comparison to the importance of life. The middle management and some higher-ups, initially adopting a wait-and-see attitude, soon recognized the Empire's impending doom following the dismal performance of the White Eagle forces along the canal defense line and various other troubles. Currently, while the canal defense line remains intact, a multitude of people are employing various means to escape the White Eagle Empire, or rather, to flee the continent of Meiju altogether. After all, the lesson from southern Meiju is clear. A mere virus leak in a remote town of a small nation led the White Eagle to seal off the entire region, permitting no ingress or egress. Should the canal defense line falter and the virus breach into northern Meiju, they would likely face the prospect of both the northern and southern continents being sealed off. Undoubtedly, such a feat would have been inconceivable in the past. However, the current circumstances have changed. The Tianyu Group, which has been observing from the sidelines, is not to be underestimated. It is common knowledge that, in order to afford Jiuzhou and itself additional preparation time, the Tianyu Group will certainly not allow the virus to spread swiftly across the northern and southern continents. The heart of human civilization has always resided in the continent of Yaoyu. As for Meiju, when Yaoyu began to flourish, it was an isolated land, thriving in its own right, giving rise to the White Eagle Empire. Yet, at its essence, it is merely an enclave beyond the world island, far removed from the cradle of civilization. The vast oceans serve as a formidable barrier, rendering it a completely isolated super island once excluded from the main global system. Given the strength of the Tianyu Group, it would be relatively easy to completely seal it off, with costs significantly lower than isolating southern Meiju alone. After all, the two large continents of North and South Meiju are interconnected, making terrestrial isolation a daunting challenge. These werewolves possess extraordinary powers. Even if the Tianyu Group were to utilize space-based weaponry to expand the canal 100-fold and shatter the continental shelf at the junction, over time, some exceptional individuals among the werewolves would inevitably traverse this artificially constructed chasm, bringing the virus to the north. In a pack of werewolves, the emergence of highly intelligent individuals is an inevitable occurrence. Enclosing the entirety of North and South America becomes a considerably simpler task. By sealing off the airspace and maritime zones, it transforms into an extensive, sophisticated island. The vast oceans would then serve as an insurmountable barrier for these savage creatures. However, this is not an absolute certainty, particularly in the presence of highly intelligent werewolves. They merely need to procure a few small boats, load them with several werewolves, and cast them into the ocean. With their ability to absorb spiritual energy and sustain themselves in a low-energy mode, the currents would carry these beings to distant corners of the world. Yet, that is a different matter altogether. The current scenario indicates that the Tianyu group's blockade of the Americas is an inevitable trend, perceptible to anyone with a modicum of sense. Chapter 571. Escape from the Bald Eagle. Allow me aboard. I have purchased a ticket. I possess gold. I shall offer you a gold ingot. Just let me board first. I am affluent, exceedingly so, and I have exchanged my wealth into Ojo currency. 1 million Ojo coins for a place on a vessel. What do you say? I also possess a significant amount of Ojo coins. We are seeking refuge in Ojo, and lacking funds would be quite inconvenient. Please, my friend, show some leniency, and we can all benefit. I'm truly sorry, everyone. This is not a cruise ship. It is a cargo vessel and cannot accommodate passengers. But why can't it? Someone interjected. We can sleep in the cargo hold or the containers. At a certain dock of the Bald Eagle Empire, the scene was a sea of people. All the ships anchored in the harbor were surrounded by those desperate to flee from North America. These individuals were beyond discerning between cruise ships and cargo vessels. They simply wished to board any vessel available. What happened afterward was a matter to be addressed later. After all, remaining in the Bald Eagle Empire meant certain death. The crew member guarding the gangway appeared conflicted as he glanced at a middle-aged man nearby. The man squinted, contemplating for a moment before nodding at the young crew member. He then stepped forward and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, since you have all expressed such urgency, we shall take the risk of being penalized by the maritime authorities to transport a group of you. However, I must clarify a few terms. First, each individual must pay 1 million Ojo coins or provide 2 kilograms of gold, settled in person. Second, the living conditions aboard are rudimentary. Once you board, we can only provide basic drinking water and food. Sleeping arrangements will be on the cargo hold floor. The good news is our route does not venture too far north, so it will not be excessively cold. Third, upon arrival in Ojo, local officials may not be willing to accept such a large influx of refugees. If you are refused entry, we can only provide a few small boats near the coastline for you to make your own way ashore. Fourth, the middle-aged man continued to list a series of stringent stipulations, each more demanding than the last. Yet, the desperate middle-class citizens of the Bald Eagle Empire, in their fervor to escape, agreed without hesitation. Boarding the ship offered a glimmer of hope. Staying behind meant certain doom. Under such circumstances, they were willing to accept even the most arduous conditions as long as they could leave. Not just this vessel, but many ships docked in the harbor could not resist the allure of sudden wealth, choosing to take on groups of people under similarly harsh terms. Of course, there were many armed individuals within the Bald Eagle Empire, and some attempted to commandeer the vessels by force. However, having firearms did not equate to being professional pirates. For ordinary individuals, boarding a transoceanic cargo ship with mere personal weapons proved exceedingly difficult. The harbor witnessed some instances of gunfire and bloodshed, but upon realizing that such actions would not lead to boarding, these attempts quickly subsided. The first vessel to relent and accept passengers was a cargo ship from Jeojo, initially delivering a load of construction materials intended for repairing the canal defenses, now seemingly unnecessary. However, they did not return empty-handed. At this moment, the ship was laden with 300,000 tons of grain. Although with Su Yi's assistance, the 9 provinces were no longer lacking in food. The grain was under the control of the authorities, distributed according to wartime regulations. This vessel was not dispatched by an official enterprise. Given the current scarcity of building materials within the 9 provinces, it was inconceivable to offer support to the Bald Eagle. The proprietors of these private enterprises arranged for the cargo ship to transport this strategic resource merely to stockpile grain. The official supplies belonged to the authorities, but possessing resources independently provided a sense of security, a sentiment shared by many affluent individuals. In addition to the 300,000 tons of grain, Over 1,000 people boarded the ship, and the shipping fees alone exceeded 1 billion Ojo coins, along with more than 200 kilograms of gold. While 1 million Ojo coins and 2 kilograms of gold might seem disproportionate, as the latter roughly equates to a mere 100,000 nine provinces coins, theoretically. 1 million Ojo coins could purchase nearly 15 kilograms of gold. However, in the current state of the world, the purchasing power of currency has become exceedingly tenuous. Exchange rates do not convey the entirety of the situation. Between 1 million Ojo coins and 2 kilograms of gold, the vast majority of rational individuals would invariably opt for gold over Ojo coins, and this holds true even for the people of the nine provinces. After all, the bald eagle appeared to be on the verge of collapse, and their currency would soon become worthless. Who could ascertain how long the Ojo would endure? Amassing such a considerable amount of Ojo coins posed the risk of them becoming obsolete before they could be spent, an endeavor akin to drawing water with a sieve. Nonetheless, for the owner of this ship, such concerns were inconsequential. According to their planned itinerary, after delivering the building materials to the Bald Eagle Empire, they would return to the nine provinces with 30,000 tons of grain, making their way through the Strait of Gibraltar and the Suez Canal, with a scheduled stop at a port in Ojo for refueling. In essence, they had no intention of saving that money. Rather, they planned to spend it all upon arrival in Ojo. Consequently, the future of Ojo coins held little relevance for them. As for what they intended to procure with the substantial funds garnered while the cargo ship was already at full capacity, that would undoubtedly be fuel, various supplies, and essentials for daily living. Within a secret compartment on the ship, the crew convened, shutting down all communication devices. The individual who had previously decided to allow people on board was the captain, who now stood at the center of the chamber, addressing the gathered crew members directly. The ship is proceeding along the designated route, but we cannot afford to leave it unattended for too long, so let us be concise. Many of you may still be unaware of our objective for this voyage back. We have the opportunity to gather everyone here, and I will not keep it from you any longer. The transportation of building materials to the Bald Eagle was not an official task. It was an order from a large private construction company in the nine provinces, whose owner was once the wealthiest individual in the region, a figure I believe you're all familiar with. He has struck a deal with the board of our maritime company. We will deliver this batch of construction materials to the White Eagle, and in return, we shall bring back a substantial quantity of grain from the empire of the White Eagle to their base, which is being constructed on an island in Kyushu. You heard me correctly. They intend to establish an island refuge beyond the 9 bastions of Kyushu, and there will be more than just our vessel transporting the grain. Numerous ships will also be ferrying various other supplies and necessities. I have an idea I wish to share with you, but regardless of your willingness to act upon it, I hope that once we depart, everyone will act as if they have not heard and focus on their own tasks. Observing his serious demeanor, the crew sensed that something significant was about to transpire, and they all sat up straight in anticipation. The captain, taking a deep breath, declared, "I believe that once we receive payment for this delivery, we can procure a vast array of essential goods and supplies from Ojo, and then we shall not return." Chapter 572, No Turning Back. Not going back. A crew member was taken aback by the captain's words. What about our families? The world is about to descend into chaos. Where else can we go if we don't return? The other crew members, equally perplexed, exchanged glances filled with inquiry. Who among them did not have a wife, children, or elderly relatives? How could one simply declare they would not return? Moreover, with the White Eagle in such disarray, apart from a few sanctuaries constructed by the collaboration of the 9 provinces and the Tianyu Group, what safe haven remained for ordinary folk? If they did not return to the 9 provinces, were they merely to await death outside? However, the captain appeared to have anticipated this, responding calmly, "Do not fret. Allow me to explain. First and foremost, regarding your families, if I recall correctly, our homes are coordinated by the company and the authorities, ensuring arrangements for residence. And they have already moved into the sanctuaries, correct? I have maintained communication with the 9 provinces, and, according to reliable information, the sanctuaries currently do not prohibit residents from venturing out. My suggestion is to seize this opportunity and have our families come out. You all know old Lou, right? He was recently promoted to captain of a 60,000-ton cruise ship, which is currently docked at the port of Modu. We have already conferred, and we can have our families board that ship. While the living conditions may not be as spacious as those in the sanctuary, it will undoubtedly be more luxurious and, in the short term, far superior in facilities. Hospitals and other amenities are available on board. As for whether to return, considering the current state of the White Eagle, do you genuinely believe the sanctuary is completely safe? I have been meticulously studying the various images emerging from the canal defense line, and the sight of those werewolves is utterly terrifying. If the virus spreads to the Oya continent, I do not believe those sanctuaries will remain invulnerable forever. You have seen the research report released by the Tanya Group, have you not? Werewolves are terrified of water. It seems to me that rather than remaining in the sanctuary, praying that the military of the 9 provinces could defend the city, it would be wiser not to return, but to bring our families over and stay on the ship. For others, they lack this option. For them, the sanctuary is the safest place. Yet we are different. We currently possess a ship. Why should we risk going on land? Our vessel is stocked with hundreds of thousands of tons of food, and the cruise ship is equipped with ample living facilities for entertainment and sustenance. I have also reached out to the captain of another oil tanker from our company, who is presently in the southern seas of the 9 provinces, delaying his return under the pretense of engine troubles. This ship carries 100,000 tons of crude oil, and when old Lu sets sail, he will find a means to procure a set of refining facilities. In due time, we will not lack for food or fuel, allowing us to remain at sea for an extended period. The captain's words left the crew members exchanging glances, many of them feeling a stirring of hope. However, one individual hesitated and spoke up. Our 9 provinces are not the same as the White Eagle. The Tanya Group has stated that the star ships in the sky will assist in defending the 9 sanctuaries. Surely they can hold the line? In truth, I believe that the 9 provinces can withstand the assault. The captain shrugged and candidly expressed, in my view, it would indeed be strange if the Jojo and Tanya Group were to fail in their collaboration. These werewolves may be terrifying, yet how do they compare to the deities from other realms? How do they stack up against those formidable 8th and 9th tier powerhouses? Chairman Su of the Tanya Group has treated the gods of the otherworld as mere dogs, effortlessly obliterating legions composed of 8th and 9th tier warriors with a single glance. Clearly, dealing with these werewolves should pose no challenge. However, I often feel that my fate is best held in my own hands. Don't you think? His sentiments garnered considerable agreement among the crew, though some expressed concern. But the ships and their cargo are the company's assets. Might we face litigation if we proceed in this manner? Naturally, at this juncture, the fear of a lawsuit was hardly paramount. The real dread lay in the potential for being hunted by Jojo afterward. In such a vast world, where could we possibly flee? This concern was pivotal. The wages earned here were respectable, and the standard of living was quite agreeable, making one reluctant to engage in actions that would pit them against the authorities. The risks outweighed the benefits. Being pursued by the government was a fate many aboard the ship were loath to contemplate. After a brief silence, the captain suddenly inquired, "The Tanya Group evidently possesses the capability to address the werewolf and beastman virus. Given the current situation, the White Eagle must have sought assistance from the Tanya Group. Why do you suppose they have yet to provide any substantial support, allowing the canal defense line to remain perilously vulnerable?" "I know the answer," replied a crew member promptly. "It's because the cost-effectiveness of supporting the canal defense line is currently too low. It's simply isn't worth the investment. It would be far more advantageous to wait until the entire American continent is overrun by the virus and then seal off the ocean. Is that truly the case?" The captain's lips curled into an enigmatic smile beneath the shadows. "All it would take is to widen the canal linking North and South America by a few kilometers. Surely, at the very least, the White Eagle could hold out for another year and a half, right? That duration would suffice for the Tanya Group and Jojo to fortify the entire Oya continent, effectively sealing the virus within the Americas indefinitely. While this would be a monumental task for the White Eagle, it would be trivial for the Tanya Group. Let's not forget the astounding results their space-based weapons have achieved in previous engagements. Just a few volleys from their orbital electromagnetic cannons could buy them ample time. Is that not economical? In fact, it is exceedingly economical." "Really?" The crew member was taken aback. "So, Do you believe the Tianyu group has made a grave miscalculation? No. No. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the captain's eyes. Have you considered that from the very outset, the Tianyu group's objectives diverged sharply from those of the majority, or of most nations? The crew exchanged puzzled glances, and the captain, not one to withhold information, stood up, slamming his hand on the table. I posit that the Tianyu group has no intention of saving anyone, or rather, anyone beyond Jojo. Otherwise, given their might, these viruses would never have had the opportunity to spread to this extent. Their true aim, I fear, is to usher in the apocalypse and facilitate a complete reshuffling of the Blue Star. Such a shocking proclamation instantly left the crew in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner, one of the crew members' phones unexpectedly illuminated, and a glimmer seemed to flicker within the camera's view. Do not misunderstand, this is not an ill omen. The captain spoke in a grave tone. The Tianyu group is aiding the 9 provinces in constructing a sanctuary that can accommodate all inhabitants of the 9 provinces. Thus, in this apocalyptic era, it is only those beyond the 9 provinces who shall face annihilation. Chapter 573, A Bold Venture. The captain's voice seemed imbued with an enchanting authority that captivated all. This was the charisma of a true orator, enhancing his presence. At this pivotal moment, his demeanor, though calm, concealed an insatiable yearning. What we are about to undertake is not treason. We are merely seizing the assets of those corporations. What significance does that hold? Thus, we need not overly fret about the bounty placed upon us by the Jojo. Even if we were truly pursued, Jojo would lack the capacity to deal with us in the immediate future. Most crucially, if I am not mistaken, the Tianyu group aims to eliminate all entities from this world, save for Jojo. Once they succeed, what do you suppose this world will resemble? The crew found it hard to fathom such a scenario, until a sharp-witted young man suddenly exclaimed, "If only Jojo remains in Blue Star, vast expanses of unclaimed land will emerge. This is our opportunity." The captain slammed his hand on the table. "I have never intended to drift upon the seas for eternity. Our goal is to escape the protection and constraints of the sanctuary and to remain upon this boundless ocean, awaiting the right moment to seize those unclaimed territories." However, even if that were the case, those lands would have been acquired by the Tianyu group after vanquishing the werewolves. Thus, how could they be considered unclaimed? Some crew members remained apprehensive. In this era, they might muster the resolve to seize assets from the Bald Eagle Empire. But to wrestle with the Tianyu group, what difference is that from challenging a titan? It would be a certain death, a venture even the most reckless would shy away from. Are you foolish? The captain regarded him as one might a simpleton. Has the Tianyu group ever annihilated a divine nation to seize their land? Did they sweep across the southwest peninsula, eradicating all armed forces and claiming their territory? Think critically. In all the endeavors of the Tianyu group, has there been a single instance aimed at acquisition of land? They have no interest in it whatsoever. If they did, the neighboring magical realm, far more expansive and untouched than Blue Star, would be a far more lucrative target. Why would they come to plunder this impoverished land? Chairman, Su has no regard for land, understand? Otherwise, the Tianyu group would have long unified Blue Star, and there would not be so many nations remaining. Ultimately, these lands will likely belong to whoever seizes them first, and we are aboard this ship. Thus we possess the advantage of proximity. Upon hearing this, many hesitant crew members' eyes sparkled with newfound determination. The allure of expansion and achievement beckoned. How many from Jojo could resist such temptation? Moreover, this venture seemed devoid of difficulty. They merely needed to await the Tianyu group to conclude their designs, and then they would step in to claim the spoils. If we truly succeed in establishing a nation in some post-war territory devoid of sovereign claim, and subsequently approach the Tianyu group and Jojo to seek a port, then this endeavor shall surely come to fruition. This is not merely a matter of adding a page to the family tree. It would necessitate starting the lineage anew for myself. Yet, amidst the fervor, there were those who remained composed, and soon one individual pondered aloud, "To be frank, your insights have illuminated many of the Tianyu group's previously incomprehensible maneuvers, rendering them suddenly logical. However, I have one final inquiry. How long will it take for the Tianyu group to eradicate the werewolf virus? And how long must we drift upon the sea? Furthermore, where should we anchor to ensure our safety? The waters are far from tranquil. The longer we delay, the greater our peril. The captain appeared to be well prepared for this question and, upon hearing it, chuckled. Now, that is what I call a constructive suggestion. This issue is critical. It pertains to our very survival until we can seize our opportunity. I have indeed contemplated this matter. After a thorough discussion with the captains of several other vessels, we identified a crucial detail. As he spoke, the captain opened his phone. One crew member quickly cautioned, "Captain, be careful using your phone to connect here. The Tianyu group might." What is there to fear? The captain replied nonchalantly, "We are essentially alleviating the concerns of the Tianyu group, while we worry about them being informed. Look at this, a recent announcement from the Maritime Authority of Penglai Island, under the auspices of the Tianyu group. Due to the current circumstances, the super-safe anchorage in Penglai Island is now open for free to all JoJo-registered vessels. Any JoJo ship may dock here to ride out the storm without incurring any charges. Additionally, if the crew is willing to undergo the virus screening provided by Penglai Island, confirming that no orc virus is aboard, they will also receive basic port services, including repairs, fresh water, food, and fuel, all of which, of course, come at a cost. We are coordinating with oil tankers and cruise ships as a precautionary measure. Essentially, if we simply remain in the safe anchorage of Penglai Island, these matters can be resolved." I meticulously reviewed the supplementary terms of this announcement, which clearly states that the duration of this free access to the super-safe anchorage is currently indefinite. But it is assured that this policy will remain unchanged for the next 3 years. In 3 years, is it conceivable that the Tianyu group cannot eliminate those savage beasts? It is simply implausible. This announcement was a significant factor in my determination, along with a few other captains, to undertake this venture from every angle. It seems that the Tianyu group is tacitly endorsing our actions. Brothers, there is an ancient saying in JoJo, "He who does not seize the heavens shall suffer its wrath." At present, this heaven can be likened to the Tianyu group, and they are merely one step away from explicitly declaring that we may claim territory in the post-war world. At this juncture, hesitating is not conducive to achieving great things. His words were imbued with a fervent allure and an irresistible temptation. Moreover, the recent actions of the Tianyu group aligned perfectly with his statements, causing many crew members to breathe with increasing urgency. Moments later, the crew member who had posed the most questions slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his eyes ablaze as he addressed the captain. "Since you trust me, entrusting me with such a significant task, to hesitate any further would be unmanly. Captain, I am in for this endeavor." Witnessing this, others rose in unison. "Let us do it. Let us go for it. This venture could secure generations of wealth and prosperity. What is a little risk in comparison? Cheers to our grand ambitions." Chapter 574. The Eternal War Machine at the headquarters of the Tianyu Group. Su-Yi observed the projections of a ship's cabin displayed by Tian-Shu, finding the group rather intriguing. Although they had chosen a secluded cabin devoid of any surveillance devices for their clandestine discussions, they had neglected to confiscate mobile phones or similar communication devices, allowing Tian-Shu to effortlessly infiltrate their conversation and glean every detail. Moreover, he was able to create a visual representation of the scene based on various angles from the phones and the individual's features, rendering it indistinguishable from an actual recording. This was primarily due to the captain's apparent lack of caution. He even took out his phone deliberately, while he had summoned the group to this private chamber for confidential negotiations to avoid eavesdroppers. His allowance of electronic devices seemed to signal that he had no intention of concealing his actions from the Tianyu group. In a sense, this could be interpreted as an act of loyalty. The reality aligned closely with the captain's assumptions, as they frequently mentioned certain keywords during their conversation. Tian-Shu had already pinpointed them within the global communication network. It appeared that they aimed to establish themselves as rulers in the aftermath of the war. "Should we intervene?" Tian-Shu inquired after relaying the cabin's discussion. "Why intervene?" Su-Yi chuckled. His deductions hold merit. Once we eradicate the virus, vast tracts of unclaimed land will emerge. At that point, some audacious and ambitious individuals may seek to expand their dominion. Why should I disrupt their endeavors? However, Tianshu hesitated, contemplating. Jiuzhou does have official organizations in existence, and their governance appears quite competent. Allowing these individuals to restart in unclaimed territories might not be as efficient as permitting the current Jiuzhou authorities to take over these lands. This way, we could more swiftly concentrate resources and accomplish the integration of Blue Star's power. While that does seem appealing, Su-yi replied, wrapping his armrest thoughtfully. There is a saying, if one cannot maintain order within the family, they will surely fall prey to external threats. A nation that cannot defend itself is destined to perish. If we too readily grant them such vast territories, they may not manage them as effectively as they do now. For me, it suffices that the people of Jiuzhou govern this world. I do not concern myself with who precisely that entails. Let them contend amongst themselves. In times of great conflict, one must give the heroes of the world an opportunity. As for me, I shall remain a judge outside the game board. Enough of this discussion. For those ambitious souls, provide them with some benefits and conveniences, but do not offer too much. I am not their father, nor am I particularly inclined to support them. Should they fail to establish a foothold in the vast, unclaimed territories, such ineptitude will amount to nothing of significance. As for Blue Star, it would be disingenuous for Su-yi to claim indifference. The treasures of extraordinary caliber that have emerged in this place are exceedingly rare, even within the legitimate realm of cultivation where Lin Iran resides. This indicates that there is undoubtedly a grand secret hidden within Blue Star. However, if one were to assess the significance of Blue Star, it seems rather trivial. The conflicts occurring on Blue Star, in his eyes, resemble nothing more than children playing house. When a mere thought has the power to alter the world, the allure of power becomes utterly diminished. As articulated in a certain science fiction novel, the master does not care. Su-yi reclined on the sofa, allowing the two ethereal goddesses, Su-ming and Su-ing, to massage him, and he spoke lightly, let us discuss other matters. To what extent has the orc virus spread? When do you anticipate the werewolves will breach the canal defense line? Once the matters concerning Blue Star are resolved, I must make a trip to the magical realm. As the two ancient beings, they are likely on the verge of instigating some mischief. Tianshu promptly replied, it has been 4 days since General Eric, the commander of the White Eagle Canal defense line, lured the enemy into the depths of the southern bank and annihilated over 100,000 werewolves. During this time, the number of werewolves hiding in the southern mountain range, as indicated by our satellite cloud imagery, has surpassed 5 million. However, they appear to lack further intent to advance. Following the emergence of highly intelligent individuals within the werewolf collective, their behavior has become increasingly unpredictable. It is difficult to ascertain whether they are momentarily deterred by the recent onslaught or if they are concocting a more significant operation. I surmise that the latter is more probable, based on statistical analysis. I estimate that there is a 70% chance the werewolves will launch a large-scale offensive against the canal defense line within 3 days, with a 20% likelihood of attack occurring between 3 to 7 days. There is a 9% chance that an assault will commence within a month, and only a 1% probability that they will abandon their campaign against North America after this encounter. Through extensive experimental analysis, we have concluded that this species, evolved by the virus, exhibits extreme aggressiveness and derives pleasure from slaughter. They have a penchant for cannibalism, which seems to hold significant allure for them. Currently, the research AI, Tianji, posits that certain individuals among them may have attained their advanced intelligence through extensive cannibalistic practices. The principles and logic behind this phenomenon remain unclear, as we lack sufficient experimental material. As you are aware, conducting experiments on human subjects is a prohibition you have personally imposed. Thus, Tianji can only speculate based on limited experimental data without certainty. Simultaneously, Tianji has discovered that the werewolf's low-energy hibernation state is not without its costs, and these costs are quite severe. Prolonged periods in this state can lead to muscle atrophy, osteoporosis, diminished capabilities, and other negative conditions, some of which may be permanent. The werewolves themselves are likely aware of these repercussions. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, they're unlikely to voluntarily enter a hibernation state. Presently, the population of werewolves on the South American continent has exceeded 200 million, and there is insufficient sustenance available to support them. If they wish to avoid hibernation, they have no choice but to continue their expansion. Indeed, this presents a paradox. As the orc virus they carry proliferates, the more they expand, the greater the number of werewolves. Even if they ultimately dominate the entire blue planet, the sustenance for the entire werewolf species remains insufficient. Nevertheless, all evidence suggests that even with the emergence of advanced intelligence, the werewolves, fully aware of the immense risks of opposing humanity, will not relinquish their ambition for expansion. This is inherently encoded within their very genes, an immutable aspect of their existence. The creators of this species originally intended to forge an indefatigable biological weapon. They are destined to never cease their relentless pursuit. Chapter 575. Bathed in sweat. Aside from North America, we have recently observed a proliferation of small skiffs upon the ocean. Tianshu promptly retrieved another document, which contained a satellite image. In this image, a coastal town is depicted, teeming with numerous small boats, fit solely for nearshore fishing, surging forth into the vast expanse of the ocean like untethered wild stallions. A rough count reveals at least 1,000 vessels. Some of these can scarcely be regarded as boats. They are merely large planks adrift on the sea or simply stout logs. The quantity of these floating objects exceeds 1,000, and they are predominantly occupied by 2 or 3 or even a dozen werewolves. As you can observe, the werewolves are utilizing these small boats to venture into the sea, attempting to disseminate the orc virus across the boundless waters. As Tianshu spoke, the projected images shifted from one to another. Thus far, we have confirmed over 30 instances of these small skiffs being deployed at sea, with the total number released likely surpassing 50,000, and the werewolf count aboard likely exceeding 400,000. The earliest batch set sail approximately 2 weeks ago, following the complete collapse of the South American alliance, which left the entirety of South America under werewolf occupation. The most recent batch departed yesterday. The blockade of the seas by the Eagle Navy has destroyed a significant portion of the small skiffs, while our patrol ships stationed in South America have accounted for a fraction of them. Therefore, it is certain that some have evaded capture, is it not? Indeed, Tianshu presented a complex chart. According to our calculations, there are still over 10,000 werewolves adrift on the ocean surface, undiscovered and unvanquished. A considerable number of the skiffs will likely succumb to the depths of the vast ocean, yet a portion will undoubtedly survive by means of a unique hibernation mechanism, carried by ocean currents to various locations across Blue Star. How soon could they spread to other continents? Unfortunately, based on the current oceanic currents, if fortune favors us, it is probable that within the next couple of days, werewolves may land on the Black State continent. Tianshu stated solemnly. The officials of Ojo and Yajo have already recognized the formidable nature of the werewolves and the orc virus, foreseeing the potential crisis that may ensue, and have recently established stringent surface monitoring systems. However, Black State, due to its significant backwardness, is utterly incapable of anticipating or recognizing this threat in advance. Should werewolves cross the ocean to reach Black State, it is likely that the entire continent will soon be engulfed by the orc virus. I even believe that the fall of Black State may occur even sooner than that of North America. Suyi's expression remained largely unchanged. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Once they have infiltrated the Black State continent, let the star ships make their presence felt to instill a sense of caution in these werewolves. Since they possess intelligence, it is imperative to convey to them that they may advance no further." Understood. Corresponding arrangements have already been made. Dispatch these satellite images and data to Jiuzhou, urging them to be vigilant and to expedite the relocation of their populace to the sanctuary cities. Additionally, I must inform them that I have selected a remarkable group of young individuals from the 9 provinces to explore the magical realm under the guise of an investigation. They shall reside in the Empire of Blazing Sun for no less than 3 years. Should the inhabitants of the Blue Star be eradicated, these individuals shall serve as the spark for the future of the 9 provinces. I advise them not to assume that I will always come to their aid in times of crisis. If the sanctuary city falls prey to the orc virus, I will not hesitate to obliterate the entire city with a starship. They must act wisely. In the heart of a towering administrative building, standing at 2,000 meters within a certain sanctuary city of the 9 provinces, a group of influential figures gazed at the reminder sent by Su-yi, their expressions tinged with wry amusement. Elder Lin sighed, his hands gesturing in exasperation. I have long maintained that the relocation of the sanctuary city should be expedited. What have you all been saying? The werewolves are still far in the southern continent. There is no rush. An elder shook his head, replying, none of us anticipated that these creatures would give rise to intelligent individuals capable of devising a means to transport werewolves and the virus across oceans using makeshift vessels. This cannot solely be blamed on our negligence. According to our original strategy, once the canal defenses of the white-headed eagle were breached, even if the virus spread rapidly, it would take a significant amount of time for it to traverse the ocean and reach the continent of Oya, which would have allowed us ample opportunity to relocate all factories, equipment, and personnel into the sanctuary city. Another individual, furrowing his brow, lamented, there is no alternative. We have accumulated our resources over decades. How can we simply abandon them? What would we say to our ancestors? How do we explain this to billions of citizens? If it were merely a matter of relocating individuals to the sanctuary city, it would not pose a challenge. That task has long since been completed. However, after discussions, the 9 provinces officials decided to first relocate the majority of ordinary citizens before gradually moving the industrial equipment. For those pieces of equipment that cannot be moved, we plan to leave behind technical backups and ramp up production in the interim, ensuring we have stockpiles of usable products. As a result, despite the passage of time, over 100 million inhabitants of the 9 provinces still remained outside the sanctuary city, while simultaneously there was a frantic production of essential heavy industrial goods. With the onset of this crisis, the leadership of the 9 provinces naturally grew anxious. This was no trivial matter. The orc virus had taken an extended period to spread throughout the southern continent primarily because the internal factions exhibited highly intelligent individuals, biding their time and feigning weakness. After the collapse of the Southern Alliance, the entire southern continent was engulfed by the orc virus in less than 3 days, a truly alarming rate of spread. If this was the case for the southern continent, how could the black continent of Yao possibly be an exception? It has been proven that the transmission rate of the orc virus correlates with the speed of the werewolves. Among the werewolves that have emerged, the most formidable individuals have reached the equivalent strength of a 6-tier warrior in the magical realm. While this level of power may seem insignificant, a few well-placed thermobaric bombs would suffice to reduce them to ash. But how fast could a 6-tier werewolf be? It is not an exaggeration to say that, provided it does not lose its way and has a clear direction, it could traverse from the southernmost tip of Huzhou to the northernmost point in a single day, and reach the easternmost part of Yazhou continent in just 3 days. Even accounting for unfamiliar routes and other factors, these werewolves, upon landing in Huzhou, would have ample time, within a week, to allow the virus to spread to Jiuzhou, assuming no obstacles impede them. This scenario represents the most optimistic conditions. In reality, the time frame would likely be even shorter. Merely contemplating these possibilities has already left the higher-ups of Jiuzhou in a state of cold sweat. Chapter 576. Returning to old pursuits, the ultimate decision reached was, as expected, devoid of exceptions. All equipment that could be transported was to be taken. Those that could not were either to be discarded or securely stored on-site. As for certain devices that could be operated without necessitating any foundational knowledge, the resolution was even more straightforward. They were to be destroyed. Previously, within the realms of Jiuzhou, there existed a plethora of differing opinions regarding the destruction of these devices. Many believed it was unnecessary to detonate them, as werewolves initially presented themselves as savage creatures, devoid of intellect. They presumed that these advanced human tools, if bestowed upon them, would remain unused. It was contended that once the orc virus was eradicated, along with the lycanthropes born of it, these instruments could still serve a purpose. Conversely, those advocating for their destruction contemplated the future more broadly. They surmised that a species like the werewolves had a significant likelihood of producing sentient individuals, perhaps even an entire race of intelligent beings. To avoid empowering the enemy, Any equipment that could not be relocated and was simple to operate had to be obliterated. If there had been contention on this matter previously, it became an unequivocal consensus following the display of considerable intelligence by the werewolves south of the White Eagle Canal defense line. It was universally agreed that all non-transportable equipment must be destroyed or concealed in subterranean locations where the werewolves could never discover them. Equipment that had not been detonated previously, now abandoned by the populace, was to be targeted by bombers, primarily to ensure that no advanced production materials were left for the newly intelligent werewolves. Sir, the canal defense line has been breached. Upon receiving news from Juzhou regarding the werewolves' attempt to cross the ocean, a decision was made to alter all plans, mandating the return of individuals outside the sanctuary city 3 days hence. This coincided with the earliest forecast by Tian Shu predicting the werewolves' full-scale assault and the inevitable breach of the canal defense line. As anticipated, the million werewolves lurking in the mountains over 100 kilometers south of the Bama River launched an unprecedented offensive. This time, there was no General Eric leading the last remnants of warriors imbued with the spirit of the Empire's zenith to fill the gaps. In fact, the canal defense line's barracks were nearly deserted. Following General Eric's last battle, the majority of North American inhabitants sensed the impending doom. Individuals from all strata were devising means to escape North America. The soldiers stationed at the canal defense line were not oblivious. They could not possibly overlook the crumbling edifice. Not to mention, the increasingly sparse artillery fire and bombing frequency were evident to their keen eyes. And no one understood the vulnerability of the canal defense line better than they did. The emergence of deserters at this juncture was hardly surprising. Indeed, it was almost to be expected. Once the tide of soldiers fleeing the battlefield began, it was akin to a dam bursting, uncontrollable and relentless. Initially, the newly appointed commander attempting to succeed Eric endeavored to restore order, yet upon witnessing hundreds of thousands of soldiers abandon the canal defense line overnight, he realized the situation was irretrievable. The Empire has not only lost the strength to resist those monstrous beings, but has also succumbed to a profound lack of courage in the face of them. While there may still be hope for the former, given that there exists a formidable entity wielding absolute power, the Celestial Domain Group, resorting to their aid might not be entirely out of the question. If the Celestial Domain Group were to extend even a modest gesture of assistance, the outcome of this war could still be uncertain. The newly appointed commander believes that should the Celestial Domain Group be willing to sell 100,000 sets of powered armor to the White Eagle Empire, he would possess the confidence to lead his soldiers in driving those loathsome werewolves back to South America. However, at this juncture, the issue transcends mere weaponry. Setting aside whether the Celestial Domain Group is inclined to provide those powered armors, even if they were willing, what difference would it make? The soldiers of the White Eagle have been so terrified by the werewolves that even donning the most advanced weaponry cannot restore their courage to confront the enemy head-on. All hope seemed lost. This was the thought of the newly appointed commander of the canal defense line on the following day. Thus, he too fled. Yet, unlike others who sought refuge in Ozhou or Yazhou, his decision amid adversity was to return to his former profession. Indeed, he resolved to become a pirate. Leveraging his position as the highest commander of the canal defense line, he seized control of the entirety of the White Eagle Empire's Navy and Air Force. He commanded the vast fleet to abandon the blockade of South America, setting sail with nearly 1 million troops toward the Empire's 50th state located in the ocean. Unlike North America, this territory is genuinely isolated in a vast ocean, devoid of any nearby villages or settlements. The premise is that no werewolf could possibly swim across. Moreover, the vicinity, extending to the territories near the Foot Basin Chick, harbors numerous overseas bases of the White Eagle Empire, equipped with sufficient infrastructure and military facilities. By retaining these naval forces, he could also exert control over many of the Empire's overseas oil production sites. While the land-based resources might be rendered inaccessible, the offshore drilling platforms remain viable. Thus, energy would not pose a significant challenge. As for food and basic living necessities, it would be impossible to amass a comprehensive supply in the short term. Consequently, the general recalled his ancestral profession, plunder. In the context of numerous citizens of the White Eagle Empire attempting to flee, many enterprises naturally followed suit, unwilling to relinquish their various assets and resources in North America, as well as potentially precious food and daily necessities. These transport ships floated in international waters, representing prime targets, unmonitored and ripe for the taking. After all, it was the White Eagle Empire's navy that had previously safeguarded these domestic enterprises' overseas trade. Now that the Empire's navy had turned against them, who would dare to voice dissent? Under the command of the new leader, General Wolfe, a four-star general of the White Eagle Empire, the Navy completely abandoned its blockade of the South American seas and proceeded to seize control of all shipping routes in the North American waters. Apart from vessels transporting essential materials such as ores and industrial equipment, any ship laden with industrial finished products, grains, or substantial commodities is not spared from plunder. The audacity of these marauders extends beyond mere theft. They seize both the crew and the vessel. With fire control radar locked onto you, they compel you to alter your course and accompany them. Would you comply? Naturally, Wolfe has not yet succumbed to folly. Aside from the items aboard that are of no use to them, they adhere to two principles of non-aggression. The Tianyu group is off limits, as they are too formidable to confront. Likewise, Kyushu is spared, as they too are not to be trifled with. Prior to the Empire's collapse, Wolfe might have dared to engage with Kyushu. However, in the current tumultuous times, as the Empire teeters on the brink of ruin, devoid of the robust imperial support, this vast navy resembles a candle flickering in the storm. Who would dare to challenge Kyushu now? Even launching a missile leaves one in uncertainty about resupply. Chapter 577. The Celestial Domain Group, Our Salvation. The fall of North America has long been an established fact, and upon receiving this news, Sue-E felt no surprise. When a nation is on the brink of collapse, anomalies inevitably arise. Regarding the anthropomorphic maneuvers of the last commander of the Canal Defense Line, there was little to be astonished about. In fact, Sue-E considered that from the perspective of the Bald Eagle Empire, the actions of this individual were difficult to categorize as entirely good or bad. Perhaps they could indeed preserve some vital strength for the Bald Eagle on that island in the midst of the ocean, serving as a seed for the future resurgence of the Empire. Of course, this scenario hinges on the Celestial Domain Group refraining from interference. What about Heizhou? Noticing that Tianshu had finished conveying the news and had yet to depart, Sue-E surmised that the situation was far graver than merely the Canal Defense Line. At 7:37 a.m. local time, a village at the southernmost tip of Heizhou suddenly went dark. Upon realizing this, I swiftly deployed nearby reconnaissance satellites to alter their orbits for investigation. The outcome revealed that this village had been overrun by werewolves, with approximately one-third of the villagers devoured and the remainder transformed into werewolves. Currently, the known count of werewolves in Heizhou has surpassed 200. Based on the intelligence I gathered, whether there remain undiscovered areas is uncertain. Heizhou is unlike other regions. Many remote areas here are exceedingly underdeveloped. Some coastal fishing villages comprise merely a handful of households, often lacking even basic electricity, let alone communication signals. For the inhabitants, mobile phones are akin to divine artifacts. In such locales, even if a village were slaughtered by the landing werewolves, Tianshu would find it challenging to detect. After all, she is an artificial intelligence, not a deity. No matter how great her abilities, they ultimately rely on the existence of the internet. The discovery of this seaside fishing village was serendipitous, as it was relatively populous, housing around 300 residents, thus considered a sizable settlement in the area, and it was close to the local capital, with access to electricity and the internet. What is the local situation? Although it was clear that the local authorities had little recourse against the werewolves, being resigned to their fate, Sue-E remained curious enough to inquire further. High-ranking officials and dignitaries had long since fled with their fortunes, primarily to Gallia, with some attempting to escape to Jiuzhou through connections with local enterprises, while others sought refuge on Ingzhou Island or Penglai Island by offering bribes. Certain officials in Jiuzhou were indeed tempted by this, as the wealth these individuals carried and their local prestige could influence economic matters. From the perspective of Jiuzhou's officials, Granting them asylum would facilitate future development of Heizhou once the Beastman virus was eradicated. Thus, there were plans to establish a few buildings in a sanctuary city to accommodate these Heizhou refugees. And then, Sui expressed little concern upon hearing this. Since Tian Shu had not mentioned it, it was evident that the matter had been adequately resolved. I then informed them that you disapprove of such matters. Tian Shu smiled and remarked that upon hearing this, they promptly abandoned their unrealistic notions. Certainly, it is essential to clarify that these matters are decisions made by mid-level officials, unbeknownst to the higher echelons of Jiuzhou, who are currently preoccupied with far more pressing issues, leaving no time to attend to such trivialities. Had I not uncovered the situation, it could have quietly progressed, resulting in the emergence of designated special zones for the Black State's elite within the protective city of Jiuzhou. Let us summarize the list of officials involved and submit it to Old Lin. Sui remarket calmly. Proceed. In summary, the current state of the Black State is alarming. I have discerned the presence of werewolves, and the orc virus is rampaging through the region, yet the inhabitants remain oblivious. I estimate that within 3 days, the virus will sweep across the entire Black State. Should we execute the contingency plans we had previously prepared? Let us proceed. Sui gestured. Furthermore, publicly announced that the Black State and the southern and northern states have been contaminated by the orc virus. In the interest of all humanity, the Tianyu Group has decided to impose a lockdown on these 3 major states. Henceforth, no entry or exit shall be permitted. Understood. Tian Shu promptly took his leave. Soon, the Tianyu Group, after a considerable hiatus, issued a prominent announcement. The world was taken aback. The lockdown of the northern and southern states was anticipated by many, and thus, it elicited no surprise. Even those who still survived in the northern state reacted with indifference to the news, lacking even the inclination to protest. They perceived this as an inevitability. However, the lockdown of the Black State left many utterly bewildered, particularly those from the Ozhou and Jiuzhou who believed themselves to be secure. Previously, the Tianyu Group had released several research reports suggesting that werewolves feared water, a notion that had already demonstrated its validity during the White Eagle's engagement with the werewolves at the canal defense line. The werewolves' assault was indeed severely restricted by the canal barrier. Otherwise, the White Eagle would not have been able to endure for so long. They would have succumbed much earlier. Mere artillery could not repel the werewolves. Consequently, many residing on the Yagou Black Continent, who deemed themselves invulnerable due to the oceanic barrier separating them from the southern state, were now left in a state of confusion upon hearing the news of the virus's emergence in the Black State. As they perused the accompanying details in the Tianyu Group's announcement and confirmed the authenticity of the information, a wave of panic began to spread rapidly. The situation in Jiuzhou was somewhat more tolerable. Despite knowing that the virus had crossed the ocean and reached the Yagou Black Continent, they resided within the protective city, which provided a semblance of security. In contrast, the people of Ozhou were now engulfed in fear and uncertainty. With the land connected, if the White Eagle Empire could not thwart these creatures, what hope did they possess? It is noteworthy that Ozhou had long since entered a state of demilitarization, with its defenses largely entrusted to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization led by the White Eagle. Although this organization has been rendered virtually defunct after several setbacks orchestrated by Sui, and the military forces of the Bald Eagle Empire have long since withdrawn from Ozhou. The nations within this region have yet to muster their own armies in such a brief span of time. The countries of Ozhou, unable even to deploy a few credible modern military units, are expected to confront those werewolves? Absurd. This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority of Ozhou's inhabitants upon encountering the initial segment of the announcement from the Tianyu Group. However, upon reading the latter part and discovering that the Tianyu Group intended to intervene and blockade Heizhou, a wave of excitement surged throughout Ozhou. It is the Tianyu Group. We have hope. Chapter 578. Welcoming the royal forces with food and drink. If this were a year or two ago, the actions of the Tianyu Group, routinely sealing off vast continents and leaving billions of lives to fend for themselves, would likely have provoked a fleet of the self-righteous to surround Penglai Island. However, the current scenario diverges significantly. The Tianyu Group has become overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of resignation in many who no longer possess the courage to oppose it. Additionally, the Western beacon of hope, the bald eagle, has succumbed to its own failures, regardless of its effectiveness or the integrity of its defenses. The mere act of sealing off speaks volumes. According to the self-righteous narrative, the early stages of the orc virus were largely confined to a small area in South America. And had the bald eagle relaxed its grip even slightly during this period, billions of ordinary South Americans might have survived. Yet, how did the bald eagle respond? They neglected to utilize the virus detection equipment from the Tianyu group and instead opted to lock down the entirety of South America, issuing threats of lethal force to anyone daring to venture outside. This can hardly be deemed a promising start. Now, it is not only the Tianyu group that has the audacity to seal off continents. Should Sui stand before the world and declare that, in light of the bald eagle empire's failures against the orc threat, the Tianyu group has resolved, after extensive study, to preemptively neutralize the inhabitants of Black State before they transform into werewolves, few would dare to voice dissent. After all, in a certain light, those who remain uninfected by the virus are significantly weaker than those who have undergone mutation. A few bullets could easily dispatch them. Once transformed into werewolves, however, even a cannon blast might fail to claim a life. The question of which is easier to manage, hundreds of millions of ordinary people or hundreds of millions of werewolves, hardly needs asking. Thus, upon the Tianyu group's announcement of its intent to intervene in the orc virus outbreak, the remaining populace around the globe, aside from those in Black State, erupted in fervor. Dissenting voices existed, but they were swiftly suppressed. The spread of the orc virus has truly instilled a palpable sense of apocalyptic dread within everyone. At such a time, with a savior finally emerging, who would risk alienating this much-needed figure? It is imperative to hastily prepare to welcome the royal forces with food and drink. Simultaneously with the announcement of the lockdown of North and South America and Black State, the Tianyu group also released another significant piece of information concerning the origins of the orc virus. There is no need to elaborate on this. The bald eagle empire is on the brink of collapse, and the virus is thoroughly spread. Sui, having abandoned any desire to conceal this matter, directly revealed the peculiar origins of this virus, detailing how it escaped in South America. In stark contrast to the overwhelming support garnered from the earlier declaration of sealing off several continents, this announcement provoked widespread astonishment. The majority found it nearly unfathomable that such a terrifying virus was artificially created, and the manner of its release was nothing short of dramatic. In an instant, even the despondent bald eagle citizens, who had surrendered to despair and ceased to flee, could not help but vocally denounce their own government upon witnessing this news and the accompanying evidence. I must admit, I never anticipated that this phenomenon was artificially created. The empire of the bald eagle truly possesses remarkable capabilities, does it not? According to the declassified information from the Tianyu group, it is stated that the individuals associated with the bald eagle utilized a certain cultivation medium, employing spiritual energy to conjure such monsters and viruses. I always wondered how certain species could inherently possess such formidable strength. Even the practitioners from other realms I have researched did not claim to be born with multiple tiers of power. Moreover, it is not merely about strength. The mechanism that allows this entity to maintain an extended state of readiness simply by absorbing spiritual energy is indeed a monumental flaw in the system. Previously, some would often remark that plants only require photosynthesis to thrive, hence implying minimal demands. Yet, this creature does not even require photosynthesis, which is utterly absurd. Long ago, I asserted that such abilities could not have evolved naturally, and now it is evident that I was correct. I recall there were rumors suggesting that werewolves were creations of the Tianyu group. Where are those individuals now? At that time, they were adamant, proclaiming that aside from the Tianyu group, no one on Blue Star could replicate such monsters. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what do they have to say? I remember that individual not only claimed that werewolves were crafted by the Tianyu group, but also extolled the empire of the bald eagle for its actions in blocking the establishment of the canal defense line in South America. waxing poetic about how the human lighthouse exerted every effort to seal off the demons spawned from the human value wasteland. What a farce. They are not public intellectuals. Even they are aware that the statements they make are false, yet this individual appeared to believe their own fabrications. Truly, it is said that the official 9 provinces will pursue legal action against them for spreading rumors, and, as a result, this person took advantage of the chaos during the construction of the shelter city and the national migration to flee under cover of night, boarding a ship to escape. They landed in the bald eagle territory, only to extol the virtues of its sweet air, engaging in the utmost sycophancy. However, it seems they are no longer able to find humor in their situation. Such is the consequence. I would recommend that the Tianyu group intensify its containment efforts to prevent this individual from resurfacing. The actions of the bald eagle naturally sparked fervent discussions online. However, aside from a few curses, the netizens found themselves powerless. After venting their frustrations, they could only hope that the Tianyu group would successfully seal off the infected continents, preserving the last bastion of purity for the people of Blue Star. Following the Tianyu group's announcement, several starships that had entered their designated trajectory immediately opened fire, meeting the expectations of the populace. Setting aside the geographical separation between North and South America, the link between the Black State and the Yao continent was swiftly severed, with the previously connected Isthmus Canal obliterated, transforming it into a strait exceeding 30 kilometers in width. The original Gibraltar Strait has been widened to several hundred kilometers. Simultaneously, the Tianyu group deployed over 2 airborne battalions along the corresponding shores, along with a plethora of heavy weaponry produced in the 9 provinces. These heavy weapons possess no unique features other than their large caliber, and after modifications, they can be integrated with AI, enabling fully automated operations. In the words of Tianxian, while this device may not rival the artillery aboard the starship, it remains functional and boasts satisfactory precision. It is certainly adequate for dealing with those werewolves. Even if the werewolves were to sprout wings, they would still find it exceedingly challenging to breach these 2 lines of defense, given the multitude of weapons, 2 airborne battalions, and the vigilant starship guardians overhead. Furthermore, the approach of the Tianyu group starkly contrasts with that of the White Eagle. The latter establishes a defensive line and then remains behind it, awaiting an assault. In contrast, the Tianyu group, after fortifying their defenses, allows these savage creatures to experience firsthand the devastating impact of advanced civilization technology. Chapter 579, Orbital Bombardment. Target locked. Orbital electromagnetic cannon. 1 round loaded. Fire. From the immense belly of the starship, a seemingly inconspicuous yet colossal turret, comparable in size to a building, slowly extended outward. Upon settling into position, it split into 2 halves, with blue electrical currents flickering within. In the next moment, a shell was silently launched into the vacuum of space. It hurtled toward the ground at a velocity so terrifying that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, one that no camera on Blue Star could capture. Moments later, from the heights of several tens of thousands of meters, a darkened area obscured by black clouds became distinctly visible on the surface below. Of course, this area was merely a minuscule part of the vast Blue Star, hardly noticeable, and the ship's crew paid it no heed. However, shifting the perspective to the ground revealed an immediate sense of impending doom. Saka, a city in the southern region of a small, obscure nation in Black State, was home to over 5 million of the country's population of just over 1 million. This small nation, situated near the sea, not only boasted rich resources such as gold and oil, but also had a lengthy coastline and numerous excellent natural harbors. With such abundant resources and a sparse population, one would expect a life of ease and prosperity. Yet, oftentimes, reality defies expectation. After enduring waves of colonization by seasoned imperialists like John Bull and the Gallic Rooster, the region became rife with various conflicts, leading to incessant internal strife. Despite occupying such a favorable geographical position, the country remained impoverished, with electricity almost non-existent outside the urban areas. Following the rise of the Tianyu group, the Western powers had little time to address the issues of these small nations. Yet the situation here remained unchanged. The fighting continued unabated, with ambitious individuals and tribal chiefs vying for dominance, each unwilling to submit to the other. In just a century, the weaponry employed in their conflicts evolved from spears and stones to firearms, and eventually to aircraft and artillery. Today, they had even begun to utilize exoskeleton armor, reflecting a rapid pace of technological advancement in their arsenal. After the outbreak of the Beastman virus and the fall of the Americas, local warlords and chieftains seemed to have sensed an opportunity. Indeed, it was not just the captain from the 9 states who recognized that the collapse of North and South America could present a chance. A multitude of ambitious individuals worldwide became acutely aware of this prospect. This realization temporarily ushered the small nation into an unusual period of peace. Various factions began to consolidate their strength, aiming to explore and claim new territories in the New World, deciding to cease their incessant squabbles over their limited land. Ironically, the people of this small nation found themselves in a brief respite from conflict due to such absurd circumstances. And then the virus arrived. The werewolves, carried across the seas by ocean currents, made their first landing in this small nation. Apart from possessing an array of precious resources, this diminutive nation's coastline is strategically situated along a vital ocean current, with one of the world's renowned golden fishing grounds just a short distance offshore. However, the local populace resorts to the most primitive fishing methods, often allowing the substantial profits from this lucrative fishing area to be siphoned off by other nations. The price they pay is merely a token benefit to the chaotic factions within the small country, while they fail to seize any tangible advantage. The bountiful treasures drifting across the seas from South America are beyond their grasp. Upon the arrival of the werewolves on the coast, within less than a day, the virus had nearly infected the majority of the cities along the shoreline. Astonishingly, the competing factions within the small nation remained completely oblivious to this calamity until they came across an announcement from Tianyu Group. Realizing that these werewolves had audaciously traversed the ocean to reach their territory. Further scrutiny of the announcement revealed the specific landing sites identified by Tianyu Group's satellites, shockingly confirming that the invasion had occurred right in their midst. This revelation incited chaos and panic, prompting many to seek escape by any means possible. Yet, the transmission rate of the Beastman virus escalates exponentially. The more werewolves that emerge, the swifter the contagion spreads. Presently, the werewolf population within this small nation has surpassed tens of thousands. The velocity of transmission has far exceeded that of ordinary citizens attempting to flee, rendering escape impossible. Soon, the key city of Saka was encircled by werewolves. The moment one steps outside the city, they are either devoured by werewolves or infected and assimilated. In this dire atmosphere, everyone was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, huddling within the city as they awaited their fate. Some powerful warlords and ambitious individuals attempted to summon helicopters for a hasty escape, but their efforts were in vain. Following the announcement of a continental lockdown, Tianyu Group not only sealed off the area, but also deployed starships, delivering a devastating strike on the first location to report the werewolf infestation. After this bombardment, the city of Heizhou, capable of housing millions, was transformed into a vast chasm. All inhabitants, along with the surrounding werewolves, were vaporized under the intense heat and pressure. This was merely the beginning. Under the command of the wartime AI, Tianxian, the starship proceeded to execute multiple rounds of orbital electromagnetic cannon bombardments on the vicinity of the werewolf landing site. The entire coastline was reduced to a pockmarked wasteland. Following the bombardment, drones deployed from orbit swiftly entered the area to assess the situation, soon reporting the outcome of the assault. Currently, it appears that all werewolves in the region have been eradicated and only trace amounts of the Beastman virus were detected, which are virtually negligible. Within 3 days post-bombardment, these non-parasitic viruses are destined to perish naturally. The use of electromagnetic cannons for orbital bombardment against the werewolves and the Beastman virus has proven remarkably effective. Tianxian has promptly provided an evaluation of this bombardment. The operator Tianxian immediately supplemented, These viruses possess formidable resistance, capable of enduring temperatures and pressures soaring into the thousands. The electromagnetic cannon's extermination efficacy is limited. However, if we were to employ a plasma cannon, the results would likely be even less favorable. Yet, we cannot resort to using a plasma cannon, for its destructive capacity is far too great. A single shot would transform the vicinity into a glass desert, rendering it irrecoverable. Tianxian promptly shook his head, stating, "This location will serve our purposes in the future. It is unnecessary to reduce it to an uninhabitable wasteland merely to combat these viruses. This conflict has not yet escalated to a life-or-death struggle. We must also consider the ecological restoration and reconstruction efforts post-war. There is no need for such extremity." The plasma cannon's effects surpass even those of nuclear weapons, as its temperatures can reach hundreds of thousands of degrees, enveloping an area of several kilometers, not just in a momentary explosion, but with sustained superheating lasting over a minute. It could effectively refine everything within that region, leaving behind a barren landscape. We must exercise caution and refrain from indiscriminate firing. Chapter 580, a milestone victory utilizing the plasma cannon. Su-yi ultimately made a decisive choice. The degradation of the environment posed little concern for him. After all, transforming a mere few land masses into crystalline structures was trivial. Even if the entirety of Blue Star were to be enveloped in a crystalline exterior, the neighboring interstellar realms possessed ample means to restore it to its former state. They had the capability to convert inhospitable planets into habitable ones. Resolving such minor issues was hardly a challenge. Tianshu and Tianxian had distinct roles. In matters of governance and strategic planning, he leaned towards Tianshu's counsel. However, the current situation required a military approach, a domain where Tianxian excelled. While Sui himself lacked expertise in warfare, he understood the principle that specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to those with relevant expertise. Moreover, even to someone like him, who was not well versed in the art of war, Tianxian's strategies appeared considerably more reliable. The electromagnetic cannon plan advocated by Tianshu demonstrated commendable efficacy. Yet once the drones equipped with relevant apparatuses conducted reconnaissance, it became apparent that the remnants of the Beastman virus lingered within. The potential risks associated with this were substantial. Unless absolutely necessary, Su-yi's strategy was to eradicate it entirely, leaving no trace behind. The reliance on the electromagnetic cannon, as proposed by Tianshu, introduced certain hazards. Should an inquisitive individual venture into an area freshly subjected to orbital bombardment, they risked infection from the virus. Thus, such an artillery strike would ultimately be in vain. In matters of this nature, Su-yi believed that a cautious approach was paramount. A single strike should ensure absolute clearance, with no residual threats remaining. This was the most prudent course of action. Su-yi issued his command, and the two AIs voiced no objections. Moments later, the bombardment from the starship hovering in the orbital path above Heizhou reached its conclusion, the menacing electromagnetic cannon retracting slowly, while uniquely designed barrels extended outward. The intense bombardment persisted for over an hour, thoroughly scouring the small nation that had first reported the landing of werewolves, rendering it impeccably clean. However, the spread of the virus across the Heizhou continent continued unabated. This orbital bombardment was merely a preliminary test by the Tianyu group. They did not intend to eradicate the werewolf virus entirely at this juncture. Furthermore, since the virus could traverse vast oceans, subsequent waves would inevitably follow. Merely eliminating the initial batch would prove futile, as future landings were assured. To comprehensively resolve these issues, a simultaneous bombardment of all territories occupied by werewolves across Blue Star was imperative, rather than confining the assault to this small area. Nevertheless, upon the Tianyu group's dissemination of related information, survivors on Yao-O continent erupted in jubilant cheers, overwhelmed with joy. If one were to consider it, this could be regarded as humanity's first significant victory against the terrifying werewolves since the emergence of the Beastman virus. The last time, it was General Eric who led 100,000 werewolves to a mutual destruction by the canal. Such an extreme measure could hardly inflict substantial damage upon the werewolf hordes. At most, it merely delayed the inevitable demise of the White Eagle Empire by a few days. It was a tragic spectacle. Yet even the most shameless among us would find it difficult to label such an event a resounding victory. However, this time is different. The Tianyu group has remarkably managed to breach the encirclement of a small nation in Huzhou, facing over 1 million werewolves with minimal casualties. If this is not a great victory, then what is? It could even be deemed a milestone triumph for humanity in the struggle against the orc virus. Many have rushed to spread the news, rekindling hope in those who had lost all faith in the world due to the rampant werewolves. Indeed, prior to today, I had constantly reassured myself that no matter how formidable and troublesome these werewolves might be, we had the Tianyu group and our starships, which would surely allow us to confront them. Yet, as I witnessed those monsters breach city after city, nation after nation, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt, fearful that even the Tianyu group might falter against such beasts. Now, it is evident that I underestimated the might of the Tianyu group. They are indeed unparalleled. I was correct to believe from the outset that as long as the Tianyu group intervened, everything would improve, and the reality has proven my conjectures right. Those who place their faith in the Tianyu group have indeed reaped rewards. Just a few days ago, the news of the werewolves potentially threatening the continent of Yao Xin caused the stock market in Jiuzhou to plummet to its nadir. After all, even though we have the sanctuary of our protective city, other nations do not possess such refuge. Once the 3 continents succumb to the virus, our foreign trade would be irrevocably shattered, leading the stock market to plunge. I deduced that the Tianyu group would never allow the 3 continents to fall and had the capability to fend off the orc virus, prompting me to invest a significant portion of my wealth yesterday. Can you imagine how much I have gained now? 300 million Jiuzhou coins. And it is far from peaking. This is undeniably a landmark victory. Although Jiuzhou and Ozhou had not yet been invaded by the orc virus, many were engulfed in a pessimistic sentiment, with suicide rates remaining alarmingly high during this period. Following this battle, it is likely that many will regain their confidence, preventing them from succumbing to despair before the enemy even arrives. With such formidable firepower, why did the Tianyu group not assist the White Eagle during its time of need? Are the people of the White Eagle not human? What audacity to question their plight when their own kin have perished. The White Eagle claims to be the mightiest in the world. Why should they seek salvation from others? It is rather ironic that when confronted with such questions, one resorts to slander. In my view, the Tianyu group exhibits a blatant disregard for life, embodying a pure anti-human sentiment. They assert that the orc virus was concocted by the White Eagle Empire. Yet I perceive this as a fabrication used to exploit the empire's downfall, leaving no room for rebuttal. Accusations? There are countless nations in North and South America that have fallen to the werewolves. Why is the focus solely on the White Eagle Empire? Is this not a display of filial piety? Moreover, who informed you that the White Eagle Empire has fallen? Indeed, several million troops have followed General Wolf into exile in that state situated in the midst of the ocean. Yet, no one has come forth to refute this claim. It is rather amusing to see you, a mere banana person, so hastily reacting. Ever since the emergence of the orc virus, we have lived in constant trepidation. However, tonight, we can finally indulge in a peaceful slumber. Who can argue otherwise? Just a few days ago, I was genuinely fearful that I would awaken to a world completely dominated by werewolves, leaving me to embark on a solitary quest for survival in the face of an apocalypse. Chapter 581, Surprise or Shock? How are things on your end? In the trading space, Wei Wei inquired with a hint of urgency as she observed the slightly anxious Su Yi entering. It's still under control for now. What is the matter? During this period, the exchanges between the two worlds have not only persisted, but have become increasingly frequent. Many individuals from the 9 provinces harbor thoughts of taking refuge in the foreign realm before the portal closes. The influx of people into the Empire of the Blazing Sun continues to rise, inevitably leading to a multitude of ensuing events. Fortunately, there exists a super AI on that side to manage these cumbersome administrative matters, so Wei Wei does not find herself overly occupied. However, for significant issues, she still seeks his counsel, thus remaining well informed about the circumstances on both sides. The sudden inquiry prompted Su Yi to surmise that she might be facing some predicament. Last night, That girling suddenly approached me, stating that a member from the original trading platform of the magical world, named Weir, wishes to meet with me. Wei Wei's expression grew solemn. I am uncertain of his intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, and thus I ponder whether to accept the invitation, seeking your opinion. Although trading platform members possess a life-preserving mechanism, capable of retreating into the platform with merely a thought, if not instantly eliminated, Weir is associated with another entity of the same name, seemingly having usurped the role of the original magical world S agent from an alternate realm. They are also aware of this mechanism's existence. Should he harbor ill intentions, it is evident that he possesses means to counteract the extraordinary life-preserving mechanism afforded to trading platform members. Moreover, the fact that the original member Weir could be usurped in his own world suggests that the life-preserving mechanism of trading platform members cannot be entirely trusted, as there are evidently methods to suppress it. Hence, Wei Wei refrained from hastily agreeing to the meeting. And despite being cognizant of the situation on Blue Star and knowing Su Yi's recent busyness, she still approached him. Is it finally upon us? Su Yi pondered for a moment. Did she mention when you are to meet this Weir? Within 3 days. 3 days. A contemplative glimmer flickered in Su Yi's eyes. In truth, he had anticipated the emergence of those two ancient beings covertly manipulating the world within the magical realm long ago. Thus, there was little surprise to be had. Regarding what the girling had spoken in the palace of the Empire of the Blazing Sun, he believed part of it, yet remained skeptical overall. After all, in the girl-esque narrative, the true god Weir, the original member of the magical world, stands in stark opposition to the malevolent god Weir, who is the foreign trading platform member that usurped the original member's identity. The two are entirely antagonistic. Yet, regardless of her eloquence, capable of transforming black into white and death into life, there remains one matter she cannot elucidate. That is, for countless millennia, both the true gods and the alien malevolent deities have maintained a delicate tacit agreement to seal the magical world's potential, disseminating erroneous cultivation methods, leading all practitioners of the magical world down a treacherous path for centuries. The actions of the malevolent deity are quite understandable. After all, he is not a virtuous being and has only managed to clandestinely dominate this world through possession. It is entirely reasonable for him to wish to prevent the emergence of any formidable rivals that might usurp his position. Conversely, the true god seemingly remains unrestrained, wandering freely across the continent, even taking the time to gather a few disciples, maidens, and followers along the way. Yet, he deliberately refrains from imparting the correct methods of cultivation to the inhabitants of the magical realm, thereby hindering their potential to grow stronger and assist him in vanquishing the foreign evil deities. This scenario is evidently abnormal. The relationship between the malevolent deity and the true god is clearly more complex than mere enmity. Therefore, in addressing this matter, Su Yi must exercise considerably more caution than he would in other situations, as this could very well lead to dire consequences. No, he stated resolutely after a moment of contemplation. Not going? Wei Wei raised an eyebrow, having expected Su Yi to suggest accompanying her. His outright refusal caught her off guard. Observing her astonishment, Su Yi countered, "Do you have a request of him?" Not really." Wei Wei hesitated. "However, he is a predecessor in our World-S trading platform. He has shown no malice towards me thus far. What if he needs to discuss something important? Wouldn't it be somewhat impolite to refuse?" "No, Su Yi replied, justing heran ekasperated gulans. Do you think a villain would label themselves as such before committing a crime? According to Ing, the ancient members of these trading platforms are far from benign. They possess means to deal with platform members. Are you truly willing to heed their summons? Stay put in the palace and do not venture anywhere. Actually, I'll visit tomorrow and stay in a magical realm for a few days. If Ing reaches out to you again, simply inform her that you are currently indisposed and ask that the true god will come speak with me directly." "All right, I'll heed your advice." Wei Wei conceded after a moment's hesitation. In the Blazing Sun Empire, she wielded absolute power as the sovereign empress. Yet, in the presence of Su Yi, she preferred to relinquish her burdens and entrust matters to her partner, well aware of her own limitations. "Well then, I shall take my leave and return to arrange matters concerning launching before heading to your side. With that, Su-yi made to depart. Seeing this, Wei Wei bit her lip, hesitating briefly before saying, "Wait, I have one more thing to discuss." "What is it?" Su-yi, who had just risen, looked puzzled. Although he perceived that Wei Wei's temperament was not conducive to great accomplishments, she had, in the past, exhibited a certain decisiveness. While she did possess a touch of princess syndrome, it was rare to witness her in such a state of vacillation. Wei Wei remained silent, her eyes, like flowing water, fixed on Su-yi as she gracefully approached him. As she drew nearer, she suddenly grasped Su-yi's hand and placed it gently upon her lower abdomen. Subsequently gazing up at him, her eyes shimmered like water, conveying an unspoken understanding. Naturally, this elicited a degree of shock from Su-yi. He had initially thought that this fellow was simply in the mood for some intimacy, unable to wait even a moment longer, eager to indulge in affection within the confines of the transaction space. However, the instant his hand made contact with Wei Wei's soft and flat abdomen, where the distinct outline of her abdominal muscles was evident, he was overwhelmed by a palpable and vibrant life force, as well as an intimate connection to that small life within her, an instinctual bond of blood that rendered him utterly speechless. After a brief pause, he met Wei Wei's gaze, his expression entirely one of astonishment. Chapter 582. Is it impossible to move without you? It is widely acknowledged that when surprises arrive too suddenly, they can often induce shock. This is precisely the predicament faced by Su-yi at present. Over the past 2 years, owing to the trading platform, he has ascended to unprecedented heights, effectively becoming the most powerful figure in Blue Star. Having occupied a position of authority for a considerable time, he has cultivated a demeanor capable of determining the fates of countless lives with a mere word. Yet, at his core, he remains merely a young man in his 20s. Confronted with such an unexpected dilemma, he finds himself momentarily at a loss. After a prolonged pause, he finally musters the courage to inquire, "How long has it been?" There is no need to ask who posed this question. The moment his fingertips made contact with her abdomen, the sensation of the tiny life within, connected by blood, became profoundly tangible. Furthermore, Wei Wei has long resided within the imperial palace of the Qiyang Empire, which currently lacks any male presence. To avoid suspicion, even the ancestors of the Qiyang family have been expelled from the palace. She also possesses the life-preserving talisman bestowed by Su-yi, which not only safeguards her life, but will also activate should any other man engage in intimate actions with her. Moreover, royal marriages often transcend mere union, serving as a continuation of political alliances. Even if Wei Wei's past behaviors were mere facades, it is likely that the deities of the Qiyang family would vehemently oppose any notion of her entertaining other thoughts in Su-yi's absence from the magical realm. It would be folly to provoke such a formidable figure as the god of death. Thus, regardless of the perspective one adopts, this child is undeniably his, a fact beyond dispute. Yet, it seems inappropriate to remain silent, prompting him to ponder before inquiring about the duration once more. "About half a month," Wei Wei replied, lowering her head, her delicate face tinged with a hint of crimson. I am the Empress, and I am not yet married. If this matter were to leak, I fear I would become a laughingstock across the realm. You must take responsibility." Half a month ago, Su-yi's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, his eyes revealing a newfound understanding. He could not resist a playful retort. "Ah, that occasion. I distinctly warned against such actions, yet you insisted. Well, here we are. Don't you dare." Wei Wei playfully slapped him. "What do we do now?" "What to do? We shall proceed as necessary," Su-yi responded, gradually coming to terms with the situation. He shrugged and continued. "You should return and see if there is anything to tidy up, then use the portal to come directly to Blue Star. For the foreseeable future, you can remain here in peace." "What about Qiyang?" Wei Wei instinctively asked. "What about it? It will manage just fine. With such a vast empire, can it not function without you?" In the magical realm, 2 unpredictable deities, one righteous and one malevolent, lurked, rendering Wei Wei's continued presence there somewhat precarious. Meanwhile, although the Beastman virus ravages the surface of Blue Star, It is contained and does not penetrate the domain controlled by the Tianyu group, which even prevents access to the Oya continent. In essence, this affliction is akin to a mere skin disease, even if it were to spread across the globe. The potency of the virus would only pose a threat to practitioners of the magical realm at levels 5 or 6. For those of superior strength, the orc virus would struggle to transmit through the air. Among the current werewolves, the most formidable possess only a 6th-tier strength. Thus, should the virus be propagated solely by them, it would not pose any danger to Vivi, who, despite having maintained her dual cultivation at the 7th tier, finds herself utterly unthreatened by such a virus. Moreover, after having refined her dual cultivation techniques, Vivi's prowess has significantly evolved, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. To her, these viruses present no risk whatsoever. If there were any lingering concerns regarding safety, she could simply reside aboard a starship. The immense size of the battleship renders it comparable to a small city, equipped with a gravity field that mimics the gravitational conditions of Blue Star's surface, creating an environment ideally suited for fetal development. Is this not far more comfortable than residing in a magical realm? As for the affairs of the Radiant Sun Empire, various minor matters are predominantly managed by AI. Thus, even if Vivi remains here, her role is largely symbolic, serving as a good luck charm with little distinction between her presence or absence. Once she transitions to Blue Star for her pregnancy, the elder members of the Radiant Sun family can assume authority. These venerable figures, having lived long and accrued respect, are acutely aware of Vivi and Su Yi's intentions. They would not dare to engage in reckless endeavors, fully cognizant that, irrespective of how the rules of the magical world may evolve, they remain among the elite. There is no need for them to provoke Su Yi foolishly over such matters. Furthermore, their disinterest in power is evident. Otherwise, they would not have opted to become revered icons for future generations to inherit the throne. During Vivi's absence, they can entirely govern affairs. As for the matter of access to the trading platform, that is easily resolved. Vivi can simply visit the time-space gate each month to refresh the monitoring period of the trading platform. In every regard, the optimal choice is for her to reside directly in Blue Star, close to Su Yi. Vivi appeared somewhat hesitant, yet after a moment of contemplation, she nodded, conceding, "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Upon hearing this, Su Yi promptly extracted a stack of banknotes and, inspired by a thought, proceeded to write several pages of notes. Once completed, he handed the notebook to her. "Upon your return, deliver this to the elders of your family. However, do not present it to them immediately. First, under the guise of an inspection, proceed to Dream River City, then to the Time-Space Gate. Simultaneously, summon the couple, Radiant Sun and Moon, to accompany you. When you are prepared to depart at the Time-Space Gate, present them with the notes, and remember to convey that this is my directive. Should they fail to execute the matters outlined herein, they must not hold me accountable for any repercussions." Vivi accepted the notebook, glanced at Su Yi, and, noticing his lack of objections, opened it to peruse its contents. The content primarily consists of advising the recipient about the reasons for Vivi's departure, as well as outlining the necessary actions for Qi-Yong and others following her exit. Beyond this, there is little else. Following the aforementioned operational procedures, even with Vivi's absence from the Qi-Yong Empire, it is unlikely that the empire will experience an abrupt decline in its development, even if it does not continue to progress during that brief period. Overall, while the plan may not be exceedingly intricate, it certainly poses no significant issues. These are merely some considerations I have devised for their attention. Upon my return, I shall instruct Tianshu to draft a more comprehensive proposal, ensuring that the progress of the magical realm remains uninterrupted during your stay in Blue Star. Chapter 583. An email from the Fallen Zone. It is indeed remarkable. Even upon returning to Blue Star, Su Yi still found it hard to comprehend. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, for such an extended period, his interactions with Wei Wei, or rather, with other women like Yu Ling, had been rather chaotic. Safety measures? Or those? He had never even heard of them. One reason was that the women around him possessed formidable powers, making the decision to have children merely a matter of their will. Additionally, He had previously thought that if a child came into being, so be it. After all, he was well off enough to support several. Of course, that had been his prior mindset, but when faced with the reality, he found himself somewhat unprepared. As for Wei Wei, who had the ability to choose not to become pregnant, had nonetheless done so, he was too lazy to inquire. Whether it was Wei Wei's conscious desire for a child or simply a moment of forgetfulness, ultimately, it mattered little. If one had to choose, he would lean towards the latter. Wei Wei could be quite oblivious at times, especially after physical exertion. She often lingered in his embrace, reluctant to move. It wouldn't be surprising if, on occasion, she forgot an important matter, leading to an unexpected outcome. In any case, this was the situation. He was to become a father, and it was time to prepare for this new identity, particularly with the troubles in Blue Star and the magical realm. He needed to act swiftly to resolve them, ensuring that a new life could flourish in two worlds fraught with peril and chaos. Within 6 months, he aimed to eliminate the Beastman virus in Blue Star and deal with the two ancient beings in a magical world. Upon returning to Blue Star, he had made up his mind. Just then, Tianshu seemed to have noticed his return, and her figure promptly appeared before him through holographic projection. "Sir, there's an urgent matter to inform you of." He opened his mouth, paused upon hearing her, and then waved his hand. Perfect timing. "I have an important matter to discuss as well. Please go ahead." Tianshu nodded eagerly. The Beastman virus is spreading rapidly in Heizhou. It has been merely 24 hours since our last intervention, and already over half of the Heizhou continent has been occupied by werewolves. Our previous suspicions were correct. The werewolves that successfully drifted to Heizhou were not just a few. Based on the current data, it is estimated that at least 300 werewolves landed on the same day. They are evenly distributed along the vast coastline of Heizhou's western shore, having landed from various regions. Due to the lack of relevant monitoring facilities in that area, I was unable to detect the majority, which has led to the rapid spread of the Beastman virus. In no more than 2 days, Heizhou will be entirely transformed into a paradise for werewolves. Have the defensive lines between Heizhou and Oya continent been established? He inquired, furrowing his brow. The fortifications have been established. Our engineering team has transformed these 2 defensive lines into an artificial moat in less than 2 days. Unless the werewolves undergo another mutation and develop an absolute fearlessness of water, they cannot breach this barrier. Tianshu's tone was remarkably assured, clearly brimming with confidence. He understood, well, that merely excavating an artificial strait several tens of thousands of meters wide would not indefinitely deter these werewolves. Tianshu's certainty must stem from additional measures prepared to ensure absolute security. Since Tianshu exuded such confidence, there was no need for further inquiries. AI possesses the advantage of straightforwardness. It articulates facts without embellishment or the tendency to sugarcoat unfavorable news for the sake of appeasing those in higher positions. Simply adhere to the previously established protocols and get to the point. He preferred not to delve deeper into this matter. The swift spread of the Beastman virus upon its arrival is no secret. The current situation had long been anticipated, with numerous contingency plans already in place. Tianshu's urgency was evident. Having just returned from the trading platform, it was clear that the matter he wished to discuss was of significant importance. She is a super AI, not a soulless news broadcasting machine. Just an hour ago, our Tianyu group's official email received a peculiar electronic message. "Oh, suiraisit an eyebro, intrigued. It must be something extraordinary to prompt your hurried notification." What was its content? A jumble of characters, Tianshu replied, shaking her head, her projection taking on a more serious demeanor. However, it is not entirely indecipherable. Upon meticulous examination of the email, I discerned that it might be in Portuguese. After identifying this, I managed to recognize several words within it, though this was insufficient to ascertain the email's precise meaning. Akin to recognizing a few characters amidst a sea of gibberish. "So, what is so remarkable about this that warranted your urgency in contacting me?" He inquired with growing interest. The IP address of this email, Tianshu's projection, seemed to radiate excitement, akin to discovering a new continent. You would never guess the origin of this email. "South America," a region that has been completely overrun by the Beastman virus for over half a month. I traced the IP address back to a mobile phone located in South America, which appears to have retained power through solar charging. At the time this email was sent, the device was at a signal station that remains operational. This location lies in the northwestern sector of South America, and approximately half a month ago, this mobile phone's IP address had been consistently active in a small country in the southern part of South America, with no records of international travel. What does this imply? Has someone traversed such a vast distance in a mere fortnight, amidst the chaos of werewolves in South America, and upon establishing a signal, attempted to send us an email seeking our assistance? You should consider an alternative possibility. Tianshu smiled and remarked, is it reasonable to believe that a single human, equipped with a mobile phone, not only remains immune to the currently unprecedented orc virus, but also traverses thousands of kilometers through treacherous terrains, all while navigating the territories of numerous bloodthirsty werewolves to locate a usable signal station? In contrast, I am more inclined to think that certain individuals among the werewolves, who have developed intelligence, are experimenting with these human tools and have mastered some of their functionalities. If we were to entertain a more radical hypothesis, I would even suggest that these werewolves, upon awakening their intellect, might have partially regained the memories of their human existence prior to their transformation. This occurrence is so extraordinarily improbable that it fundamentally alters our previous perceptions of the werewolf community. Chapter 584. Why must I make a decision? The beastly werewolf sent an email to the Tianyu group. This situation seems utterly absurd. Tianshu's conjecture suggests that the werewolf not only possesses intelligence, but has also awakened fragments of its premutational memories, which is arguably the most reasonable explanation. After all, merely awakening intelligence does not account for the ability to learn how to use a mobile phone in such a short span of time, let alone locate the email address of the Tianyu group to send a message. This phenomenon is quite comprehensible to the modern individual. The notion that a mobile phone is difficult to master is hardly tenable. However, this understanding presupposes that the individual has undergone systematic modern education, at the very least possessing literacy to engage in self-learning. Imagine an illiterate person from ancient times encountering such a device. They would likely be taken aback, perceiving it as a miraculous artifact. It is improbable that they would regard it as a man-made tool. For the werewolf, the situation should not differ significantly. Even an uneducated ancient individual, upon acquiring a mobile phone, might seek assistance from others to decipher its use. Given time, they would likely grasp its functionality. After all, the ancient world was not devoid of literate individuals, and as long as the language aligns, gradual exploration could yield understanding. Yet for the werewolves, this endeavor is daunting. The majority, akin to previous experiments, exhibit intelligence indistinguishable from that of beasts. Only a select few in this group have achieved sentience, and even then, they lack literacy. In the absence of awakened memories, this community likely does not possess a systematic language, let alone the ability to communicate effectively about the operation of a mobile phone. They lack the foundational understanding of technology that modern humans possess, and even the linguistic advantages of ancient peoples. For the intelligent werewolves, comprehending a communication device designed for humans would be a fantastical endeavor, more surreal than the awakening of their former memories. If they were to start from scratch to understand human technology, it would require the complete eradication of the Blue Star inhabitants, followed by several centuries of development to gradually cultivate their own civilization. By that time, equipped with their own developed language and script, and with the assistance of linguistic experts to decipher the text on the mobile phone, they might eventually comprehend the purpose of such a small device. As for now, regardless of their formidable combat prowess and fearlessness, they remain, in essence, a pack of creatures whose primal instincts overshadow their humanity. This scenario is akin to your dog unexpectedly sending a message from your phone to another device. Upon hearing this, he initially found it hard to believe. Yet, after Tianshu's rambling analysis, he was compelled to accept the possibility. After all, it seemed more plausible that a werewolf had awakened some premutational memories rather than the notion of someone surviving amidst a virus-ridden land teeming with millions of werewolves. traversing thousands of kilometers merely to send a distress signal to the Tianyu group. Observe closely. Let us see if it will send another message. Su Yi waved his hand, preparing to instruct Tianshu to arrange for Wei Wei's arrival. However, before he could finish speaking, he noticed Tianshu's projection frowning and suddenly exclaiming, "Isn't that quite coincidental? Just moments ago, while we were conversing, an email arrived from the same address. Unlike the last time, this message is no longer filled with gibberish. It merely contains a few words in Portuguese, broadly conveying its intent." "What a coincidence," Su Yi remarked with raised brows, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Pray tell, what does it convey?" The translation of the original text should be negotiation, peace, coexistence. Tianshu's projection humanely shrugged. "That seems to be the gist of it. It appears to wish to negotiate with you, aspiring for coexistence with humanity. However, there remains some garbled content towards the end. I speculate that it pertains to the conditions it proposes, which, when organized, suggest that it, or they, seek to claim North America, South America, and the Black Continent as their homelands, thereafter maintaining a non-interference stance with humanity." "Ha! This creature displays a modicum of cleverness," Su Yi scoffed. "Unfazed, having endured several rounds of bombardment from our starships, it realizes it cannot prevail and thus seeks peace. If their conditions were limited to North and South America, I might consider them genuinely interested in negotiation. However, the inclusion of the Black Continent raises suspicions regarding their ulterior motives. These beings have likely recognized their current inability to contend with us and intend to negotiate for the time being, biding their time until they can fully seize these 3 continents, prepare themselves, and then return to wage war against us. After all, for them, the Black Continent still harbors over 1 billion souls. Once the virus spreads, that equates to over 1 billion werewolves, a future battalion of die-hard soldiers at their command, poised to help them dominate this world. Whether they have merely awakened partial memories or are simply too naive, their intentions are unmistakably clear. The awakening of werewolves' intelligence, along with fragments of human memories, is indeed inevitable. Yet, Su Yi harbored doubts that their awakening occurred just today. Since the White Eagle's small nation in South America inadvertently released the virus, it has been over a month. They had previously exhibited characteristics of an intelligent species, employing tactics during their temporary alliance against the White Eagle in South America. Su Yi found it implausible that they had only now begun to awaken human memories. In essence, they are merely reacting to the pain inflicted by several rounds of electromagnetic and plasma cannon fire, and in their fear, they seek negotiation. Their intentions are indeed transparent. Tianshu nodded in agreement and then inquired, "How should I respond? Should I refuse outright? Or do you have other plans?" "Why refuse?" Su Yi shook his head. "Let us not forget that our original plan was to allow them to occupy these 3 continents. If we refuse now, it would be rather embarrassing when we later allow them to take control. However, it would not be appropriate to acquiesce immediately, would it?" Tianshu hesitated and remarked, "This matter, when viewed from a broader perspective, pertains to the entirety of humanity on Blue Star. Since these werewolves are capable of communicating with us through the internet, they can undoubtedly disseminate this information through the same or other channels. Engaging in negotiations with the werewolves and relinquishing 3 continents in the process could, if publicized, severely tarnish your reputation." In response, Su Yi retorted, "I am not the president. Why should I be the one to negotiate? Let us draft an email to assess the credibility of this situation. If it proves reliable, we can disseminate the information and leave the decision-making to the remaining nations." Chapter 585, To Negotiate or to Fight. Su Yi could not bear the burden of blame. Such actions, once taken, would undoubtedly lead to him being eternally shamed and reviled. He would not overstep his bounds or make decisions for the inhabitants of Blue Star. After engaging in correspondence with the werewolves through emails and messages, he confirmed that the communications indeed originated from a werewolf, one of the leaders representing their kind in negotiations with the Tianyu group. Consequently, Su instructed Tianshu to disseminate this information widely, ensuring that the remainder of the world was made aware of the situation. He also conveyed to the werewolf contingent that the Tianyu group could not take unilateral action. The decision must involve all of Blue Star. Upon hearing this, the werewolf felt a surge of joy rather than surprise. After all, it retained some memories from its human past, which vividly recalled the formidable nature of the Tianyu group. Initially, when assigned this task, the werewolf believed it would be impossible. Its understanding of the Tianyu group and Su Yike led it to surmise that, although the group had not intervened for reasons unknown, it was certainly not due to a lack of strength. The werewolf, despite appearing powerful, paled in comparison to the might of the Tianyu group's starships. Moreover, the group possessed interdimensional capabilities, with numerous other worlds available for support. Even if the werewolves conquered the entire globe, their influence on the Tianyu group would be minimal. The latter would proceed with their plans as intended. The werewolf could not fathom why the Tianyu group would acquiesce to such demands under these circumstances. Did they truly lose their sanity? However, Su Yike proclaimed that he would grant the choice to the other inhabitants of Blue Star. This was splendid news. The werewolf, well acquainted with humanity, understood their tenacity, yet also recognized their inherent frailty. Ignoring the existence of the Tianyu group, the werewolves would be an unstoppable force on this planet. Facing no worthy adversaries. With the momentum of their victories, the werewolf doubted that the feeble human politicians would dare to engage in a life-and-death struggle against them. Most likely, they would acquiesce to the demands. After all, in the aftermath of the Beastman virus, Black State had dwindled to a handful of nations with little power to influence matters. For those remaining on the continent of Uya, the werewolves merely sought control over North and South America and Black State, which seemed irrelevant to them. Why not acquiesce? This was the werewolf's immediate reaction upon receiving the news. In contrast, the response from the remaining inhabitants of Blue Star was far more complex. This was an exceedingly vile negotiation. Any who dared to concede would become traitors to all of humanity. Such an act would be an unforgivable crime against humanity. A complete surrender that would throw their brethren to the jaws of a foreign race, brazenly challenging the moral foundations of humanity. Amidst their righteous rhetoric, a glance at the IP revealed Black State. Who among them would abandon Black State? Was it not their own inability to prevail? How could they expect to drag others down with them in their defeat? I am not your father. Oh my, I find myself in Ojo, and I had thought that after Heijo's demise, I would be next in line. Little did I anticipate such fortuitous news. What is there to deliberate? We must hastily give our consent. I, too, firmly believe in the necessity of agreement. Though I currently reside in Ojo, my heart remains tethered to my homeland, Heijo, which I cherish deeply and would never wish to see transformed into a haven for monstrosities. However, from a global perspective, coexisting and evolving alongside werewolves presents itself as the most prudent option. The world has grown weary of conflict. Let us embrace this rare opportunity for peace. Support for tranquility can also be viewed from a different angle. Once transformed into a werewolf, one might not only have the chance to be reborn with wisdom, but could even awaken memories of past lives. This could indeed be considered a form of evolution. Would it not? Heijo has struggled to keep pace with modern civilization for years. Now, a splendid opportunity lies before us, one that could elevate our existence to a higher state of being in the blink of an eye. I perceive this as a positive development. Were it not for my awareness of the terrifying nature of the beastly virus, I might have been swayed by your words. Presently, there are at least 15 billion werewolves, if not 20 billion. Among them, how many possess true intelligence? And of those, how many have awakened memories of their past lives? How many remain devoid of intellect and memory, reduced to mere beasts? You dare to call this evolution? Spare me your nonsense. People from Jojo should refrain from speaking. Your distance affords you the luxury of commenting without consequence. We in Ojo are situated directly above Heijo. Indeed, we in Nanya and southeastern Yajo are in close proximity to the virus, and while you may remain unconcerned, we are quite anxious. We do not have the Tianyu group to assist us in constructing a shelter. If Jojo is willing to open its protective city to accept us, we would be amenable to your proposals. Whether you wish to engage in combat or coexist peacefully with the werewolves, we would agree to either. When Su-e made this decision, the werewolves could almost predict the direction in which events would unfold. The reality aligned closely with their expectations. Once the news was disseminated, The online discourse splintered into three factions. The first advocates for immediate negotiations, eager to cede Heijo to the werewolves. This group predominantly comprises individuals from Ojo, the oil-rich regions, and the smaller nations south of Yajo. They have no means to resist the werewolves and are thus eager to expedite negotiations for their own safety and peace of mind. The second faction believes that while negotiations are acceptable, the terms must be amended. For instance, as Su-e previously suggested, they might concede southern and northern Mi to the werewolves but refuse to relinquish Heijo. This group is the most rational and pragmatic, perceiving that if Heijo is surrendered, the conflict between humans and werewolves will not cease. Rather, it will escalate. Their approach mirrors the appeasement of John Bull during the Second World War, superficially securing peace while fostering a more profound conflict that will inevitably rebound upon them. This diverse group comprises individuals from various backgrounds, predominantly those of considerable insight. As for the third faction, it consists of the inhabitants of Jojo. Some believe dialogue is essential, while others advocate for confrontation, and there are those who indulge in jest, primarily observing the unfolding drama as mere spectators, detached from the matter at hand. In truth, their involvement is minimal. Given the formidable capabilities demonstrated by the starships of the Tianyu Group, it remains uncertain whether they can effectively prevent the virus from spreading globally. However, safeguarding the sanctuary of Jojo is undoubtedly within their means. Why the urgency? Indeed, if we delve deeper, there exists yet another faction that stands in staunch opposition, those from the unfallen regions of Heijo. Yet their voices are largely disregarded. The sentiments of the pawns are of little concern to anyone but the pawns themselves. Chapter 586. Does humanity require time? Following a consensus reached between the Tianyu Group and the werewolves regarding a 3-day negotiation period, the werewolves in Heijo indeed exhibited no intention of further expansion over the subsequent 3 days. Even those who had already penetrated into North America halted their advance, leaving the majority of the land in North America untouched. The entire world seemed to have been pressed into a state of suspension overnight, creating an eerie stagnation. Beneath this facade of stillness, however, turbulent undercurrents brewed. The myriad of opinions circulating online bore little influence on the decisive resolutions of the human elite. After all, as long as they willed it, the Tianyu Group, remaining non-interfering, could effortlessly manipulate the thoughts of ordinary individuals. The populace is susceptible to deception when inundated with sufficient information. Their attention can be easily captivated. Rather than direct imposition, people are more inclined to trust conclusions they derive themselves. Through vague, broad, and general descriptions, it is possible to guide them toward desired answers. This phenomenon is known as the Barnum effect, revealing a significant vulnerability in the collective existence of humanity. Even in contemporary times, there are those who firmly believe in the characteristics associated with astrological signs. The modern rebranding of astrology into the MBTI personality test has become a fleeting internet sensation. Individuals often seek to identify their place within a group to facilitate social integration, an instinct inherent to social animals. Yet, they overlook the fundamental distinction between humans and animals, the capacity for independent thought. Each person is an independent entity, both corporeally and spiritually, which constitutes humanity's most defining trait, allowing it to exist beyond the dictates of celestial or natural laws. Exploiting this tendency toward conformity, politicians endowed with various propaganda resources find it remarkably simple to manipulate public opinion. Although the prevailing narrative online champions abandoning Heijo in favor of preserving Uya continent. Should the upper echelon of politicians decide that Heijo must be safeguarded, it would not be long before, with the machinery of propaganda in motion, the tide of public sentiment shifts instantaneously. Many remain oblivious to the reality that their thoughts are not entirely their own, but rather ideas implanted by others through various channels and means. Of course, politicians are capable of such feats not because they possess an additional intellect compared to the average person, but simply due to the resources at their disposal and their positions of power. Likewise, those positioned even higher, such as Sui, can effortlessly sway the thoughts of these politicians. Take, for instance, the ongoing discussions within the conference room of the Uya Continent Emergency Crisis Council headquarters, located in a small country on Uya. For 2 days, delegates from various nations have debated whether to acquiesce to the werewolves' demands for a ceasefire. The attendees can largely be divided into 2 factions. One faction advocates for immediate surrender, arguing that negotiating with entities of such a primitive civilization cannot be approached with the same diplomatic finesse employed with humans, as this could potentially incite further hostility, prompting the werewolves to abandon negotiations altogether and resume hostilities. While this faction espouses unconditional surrender, they certainly refrain from articulating it in such explicit terms. According to their assertions, this is merely a strategic delay until human scientists can uncover the weaknesses of werewolves and devise weapons to combat them, as well as methods for treating or preventing the orc virus. It will then be time to turn the tables. As for how long it will take to develop such solutions, only time will tell. Nevertheless, prolonging the situation seems wise. Their motto is that humanity requires time. To some extent, this is not entirely erroneous, for in comparison to werewolves, humans undoubtedly possess greater creativity and adaptability. Given sufficient time, humanity might indeed discover remedies for both the werewolves and the orc virus. On the other hand, the opposing viewpoint does not advocate for a complete rejection of negotiations in favor of continued conflict. To gain traction in such a context, they must possess a level of intelligence that precludes sheer folly. In light of the ambiguous stance of the Tianyu group, which has yet to express a clear position, they are acutely aware that their own capabilities do not warrant discussions of warfare. Presently, only one individual possesses the authority to reject the werewolves' proposal for negotiation and initiate conflict, Su Yi. The perspectives of this faction do not diverge significantly from the first, save for one critical distinction. They assert that Black State must not be relinquished. The rationale is straightforward. Black State lies perilously close to the continent of Uya. Should Black State fall, a subsequent betrayal by the werewolves would render effective retaliation exceedingly difficult. However, if the werewolves were to cede Black State, they could establish a formidable array of coastal defense installations along the shores of Uya and Black State, thereby preventing a recurrence of the unexpected incursion experienced this time. With 2 vast oceans acting as a natural barrier, true peace and harmonious coexistence with the werewolves could be achieved. As for the ancestral lands of the Americas, they too must not be forsaken. Once scientific advancements empower humanity to confront werewolves and the orc virus, the time to retaliate will arrive. From any perspective, preserving Black State, using the ocean as a buffer, and ensuring the independence of the world island is the most rational strategy. Conversely, the first faction's belief that negotiations should not follow the usual human diplomatic style, lest they provoke the werewolves into outright hostility, seems somewhat strained and inherently unreliable. If the werewolves truly lacked the patience for negotiation, they would not have halted their ever-expanding forces upon Su Yi's assertion that humanity needed to deliberate. This stance is merely alarmist, a feeble excuse for their cowardice. Strangely enough, during the debates of the Emergency Crisis Council, the first faction gradually gained the upper hand. By the 3rd day, as the deadline loomed, over 60 of the 300 representatives from various nations were in favor of the first proposal. According to the Council's rules, should any faction supporters surpass 2/3, or 67, their viewpoint would be successfully adopted. The final debate, held on the afternoon of the 3rd day, will revolve around the question of whether to acquiesce to negotiations with the werewolves and the manner in which such discussions should be conducted. This assembly will serve as a pivotal forum, bearing the potential to influence the lives and fates of billions, ultimately determining the future trajectory of humanity on Blue Star. Regardless of the circumstances, a resolution must be reached this afternoon, followed by the dispatch of representatives to engage with the werewolves in order to halt their expansion. Chapter 587. An opportunity to bear the burden for the big shots. Mr. Congressman Michael, during this final meeting, I wish to pose a singular question. Should we relinquish Black State now? And subsequently, if the werewolves thoroughly consume Black State, assimilating its billions of inhabitants and augmenting their ranks, only to later breach the accord and resume their assaults upon us, What course of action shall we pursue? In the conference room, a member who firmly believes that Black State should not be surrendered rose to his feet. Indignation etched across his face as he directed a piercing gaze at another middle-aged gentleman. This sentiment encapsulated the rationale of the dwindling faction advocating for the preservation of Black State, who steadfastly believed that their approach should prevail. Any individual with a modicum of foresight could discern that the werewolves are far from benevolent. It is inevitable that they shall not adhere to these agreements in the future. The act of violating the treaty and reigniting warfare is merely a matter of time. Thus, it is imperative that we do not simply cede this populous region to the werewolves. Conversely, the opposition to the preservation of Black State offers an argument that is remarkably straightforward and virtually irrefutable. Very well, you advocate for the preservation of Black State, and we wholeheartedly concur. Yet what shall we do about the werewolves that have already infiltrated? Who will cleanse these remnants of monstrosity? This solitary statement rendered the proponents of preserving Black State speechless. For, in truth, the only entity that has genuinely triumphed over the werewolves is the Celestial Domain Group. They are acutely aware that without the Celestial Domain Group, these werewolves would scarcely entertain negotiations with humanity and would have long since embarked on a campaign to transform this planet into their paradise. Currently, the Celestial Domain Group has entrusted them with the decision-making power, implying that subsequent actions are contingent upon their choices. Regardless of how compelling their rationale for preserving Black State may be, the Celestial Domain Group is not obligated to acquiesce. They're a lofty organization, not mere subordinates to be accounted for in any reckoning. At this moment, the face of the dissenting congressman flushed crimson. Each prior instance had unfolded in a similar manner. When it came to these pivotal moments, the opposing side would invariably present the argument that humanity could not reclaim Black State from the werewolves, leaving him at a loss for words. However, recognizing that this was the final meeting and that the appointed time with the werewolves was fast approaching, it was imperative to reach a resolution today. Thus, with a determined resolve, the congressman decided to cease dialogue with those advocating for the abandonment of Black State. Instead, he turned his attention to the representative from the Celestial Domain Group observing from the sidelines. Ms. Xing, would your esteemed company be able to assist us? No, rather, support us in eliminating the remaining werewolves in Black State? You understand that negotiations necessitate leverage. Presently, the last bargaining chip of Blue Star's human civilization is, in fact, the Celestial Domain Group. It is precisely due to your presence that these savage beasts opt to engage in negotiations with us. Therefore, your company's stance is of paramount importance to us, and we must consider your perspective before arriving at a decision regarding this matter. Should the Celestial Domain Group indicate its capacity to eradicate the werewolves and the associated virus on the Black State continent, there would be nothing further to discuss. There is no need for discussion at this juncture. It would be far more prudent to take decisive action. Once we have eradicated the werewolves from Black State, we can subsequently engage in negotiations with them, placing humanity in a more advantageous position. If even the Celestial Domain Group asserts that Black State has been irreparably tainted by the werewolves, then there is little left to deliberate. We should proceed as the werewolves suggest. After much back and forth, the representative ultimately deflected the matter back to the Celestial Domain Group. Star Trace, representing the group at this meeting, appeared to have anticipated this development. Even if she had not foreseen it herself, the Celestial Pivot would have surely alerted her in advance. Thus, when confronted with such inquiries, Star Trace remained unfazed, equipped with a calm and measured response. Eliminating the werewolves in Black State poses no challenge for us. Our starships could easily reduce the entire continent to rubble, transforming that region into a part of the ocean. However, while destruction is straightforward, ensuring the survival of the local populace while addressing the werewolf issue is exceedingly complex. Moreover, without thoroughly cleansing the contaminated area, we currently lack an appropriate strategy for dealing with the orc virus, which can endure extreme conditions, possesses remarkable vitality, and demonstrates terrifying transmissibility. A direct assault on Black State must consider the significant human presence there. In the spirit of humanitarianism, the Celestial Domain Group would never undertake such an act. The implication of this statement is clear. We could effortlessly annihilate the werewolves infesting Black State, but doing so would necessitate the destruction of Black State itself. We do possess more economical methods. Under certain risks, we could eliminate the werewolves while preserving the continent. However, the potential casualties among the indigenous population remain uncertain. Even if we proceed in this manner, the question of how to address the orc virus in the regions already occupied by the werewolves remains unresolved, rendering such efforts ultimately futile. This response not only underscores our capability to swiftly resolve the werewolf crisis, but also cloaks it in a veneer of humanitarian concern, placing us in an unassailable position. After all, the situation in northern Black State is exceedingly intricate, with werewolves having halted their expansion halfway, leaving a considerable indigenous population behind. You asked me to unleash destruction. What are the innocent lives lost in the process? What? You suggest that the Celestial Domain Group has already conducted orbital strikes in certain areas of Black State? That was a desperate measure taken for the greater good of humanity, an action that involved relatively few casualties, as those targeted regions have largely fallen under werewolf control, given the current overpopulation in Black State. My reluctance to act is entirely justified. This argument is impeccably constructed. Even the seasoned politicians present could find no flaw to exploit. Certainly, even if there are flaws, these individuals would not genuinely expose them, nor would they further incite the Tianyu group to strike against Heizhou, assisting humanity in reclaiming it. Their inquiry regarding Xing'an, the representative from the Tianyu group, was merely an attempt to gauge the stance of the Tianyu group. Whether Xing'an's words were true or false is of little consequence. What truly matters is her inclination as a representative of the Tianyu group in her response. With her statements delivered, the inclination has become exceedingly evident. The Tianyu group believes that Heizhou should relinquish its claims. However, the politicians present, though they have discerned the stance of the Tianyu group through her answers, are not naive enough to publicly articulate such implications. In fact, many have already begun to surmise the reason behind the Tianyu group's decision to leave the choice to the remaining humans of Blue Star. To put it plainly, it is simply an aversion to bearing the blame. Some astute individuals suddenly sparkled with a peculiar glimmer in their eyes. What is this? It is an opportunity. An opportunity to bear the blame for the big shots is still an opportunity. Chapter 588. With a retreat, what is there to fear? It is not particularly challenging to deduce that the Tianyu group's objective is to shift blame onto others, especially for those astute politicians who have ascended to their positions. They are all shrewd individuals, and they are well aware that even the Tianyu group's claims of being capable of handling werewolves, while lacking the ability to manage the virus, are met with skepticism. While others may be oblivious, these politicians are acutely aware. Previously, the chairman of the Tianyu group, Su Yi, led an airborne brigade to the southwest peninsula, where they uncovered the experimental base of the White Eagle that had been researching the orc virus. There, a significant number of werewolves were discovered. This event was shrouded in ambiguity in Tianyu group's reports, without a clear statement. However, the White Eagle has been continuously monitoring the situation in that laboratory to avert any unforeseen incidents. They are fully aware that Su Yi had indeed confronted those monsters directly. What was the outcome? Su Yi, along with the soldiers of the airborne brigade, returned unscathed, and there was no virus transmission. This indicates that the Tianyu group undoubtedly possesses the capability to eradicate these viruses without causing harm to humans. They may not comprehend why the Tianyu group, despite having the means to prevent the werewolves from rampaging through Heizhou, chooses to remain passive. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that circumstances hold greater power than individuals. The Tianyu group does not wish to bear the burden of rescuing Heizhou, opting instead to pass this hot potato to them. Consequently, they must make decisions that align with the objectives of the Tianyu group. Offending the werewolves, with the Tianyu group's blockade of Heizhou and Meizhou, might not result in any significant repercussions for them. Offending ordinary citizens, however, does not instill fear within them. But to offend the Tianyu group, that could lead to a futile demise. Everyone has struggled to reach such lofty heights for the sake of wealth and glory, not merely out of infatuation. Following a subtle expression of the Tianyu group's intentions during a joint address, the resolution to abandon Heizhou and retreat to the Oya continent was passed with over 99% approval. Previously, nearly one-third of the dissenters, upon witnessing the Tianyu group's stance, immediately switched sides. It cannot be said that they lack principles. The reality is that even if they were to pass a resolution to reclaim Hezhou and expel the werewolves, they would ultimately depend on the Tianyu group to execute it. They lack the capacity to accomplish such endeavors. In essence, they are merely tools for voting and shifting blame, incapable of opposing the true authority. At the moment the resolution was passed, the council promptly communicated the final outcomes of this closed-door meeting to the outside world. Upon the release of this information, it created a tremendous uproar, reverberating across the globe. Although there had been a prevailing sentiment online advocating for the abandonment of Hezhou, the internet reflects only a fraction of voices. The truly silent majority, along with many rational individuals, do not engage in online disputes over such matters. For this segment of the population, relinquishing Hezhou is undeniably an act of surrender that humiliates their nation, tantamount to capitulating to the werewolves. After the loss of Hezhou, the continent of Uya can hardly be deemed safe. The orc virus may very well cross the man-made straits created by the Tianyu group, which severed Hezhou from the continent. It would be an understatement to say that this poses endless repercussions. This day shall be recorded as one of the most shameful in human history. Those unscrupulous politicians ought to feel a deep sense of shame for their decisions. Hezhou is the cradle of humanity, and to relinquish it so easily to those monsters is undoubtedly a disgrace, a despicable betrayal of one's kin. Abandoning Hezhou invites infinite troubles. If the werewolves seek to advance further and desire Hezhou, what shall we do then? Abandon that as well? I am reminded of a passage from a text we studied in school. Today, we seed 5 cities. Tomorrow, we seed 10 cities. And then we gain a night of peaceful sleep. Yet upon gazing at the surroundings, the Qin soldiers again approach. The territories of the feudal lords are limited, but the desires of the tyrannical Qin are insatiable. The more we yield, the more aggressive their encroachment becomes. Thus, without fighting, the outcome of strength and weakness is already determined. As for subversion, it is only logical. Although I do not fully grasp the specific meaning behind the words of this friend from Jiuzhou, I can surmise that he too opposes such disgraceful actions. Look, even the people of Jiuzhou cannot tolerate this. I merely found that passage from the Six Kingdoms to be quite fitting. Another phrase that resonates is, "As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood," implying that if one cannot win a battle, they should not fight recklessly. Do not involve us from Jiuzhou. You are free to pursue your own demise as you wish. It is of no concern to me. If you wish to vote, vote for yourselves. If you wish to fight, fight amongst yourselves. Do not drag Jiuzhou into it, nor the Tianyu group, which has already shown great benevolence by creating 2 straits to isolate Hezhou. Have you people from Jiuzhou no sense of crisis as fellow humans? Crisis? What crisis? We have our shelter cities and formidable fortifications. With the backing of resources from another world, we can live comfortably within our walls. Why should we be responsible for cleaning up the mess created by your orc virus? Indeed, if Blue Star becomes uninhabitable, I can always flee to the magical world. There is ample space there to accommodate our billions. Let me share a little secret with you. Just a few days ago, the Jiuzhou authorities announced negotiations with the Radiant Empire regarding a piece of land, 3 million square kilometers in size, granted to Jiuzhou by Her Majesty Empress Weiwei in gratitude for our assistance. Furthermore, let me divulge another secret. Jiuzhou's enclave in the magical world has long been agreed upon, and each of our shelter cities has prepared emergency evacuation plans for special circumstances. Just the day before yesterday, I participated in a drill for these plans. It is said that all 9 shelter cities have corresponding plans in place, ensuring that, should the situation deteriorate, all inhabitants can evacuate within 3 days. With 14 billion people across 9 shelter cities, can you guess where we would retreat? In any case, we have a fallback plan. Let the rest of the world eat popcorn in the meantime. The online discourse surrounding the abandonment of Hezhou is largely dominated by netizens from various countries across the continent of Uya, beyond Jiuzhou. The incessant bickering among the crowd yielded no resolution. Consequently, some suggested involving the spectators from Jiuzhou to offer their judgment. Unexpectedly, the JoJo representatives exhibited indifference towards the matter. After all, the members participating in the Crisis Council's voting did not include any from JoJo. The official representatives of JoJo, much like those from the Tianyu group, merely occupied the observation seats. The validity of this resolution bore no intrinsic relevance to JoJo. Any ensuing consequences were equally inconsequential to them. If other regions failed to guard against the werewolves, they would face doom. However, JoJo had long prepared 9 super refuge cities, and even if these sanctuaries were breached, an expeditious retreat to Ingzhou Island was feasible, allowing passage through the magical realm of Ingzhou. There, JoJo's territory awaited, with an escape route readily available. What was there to fear? Let you all engage in whatever chaos you wish. I shall merely enjoy the spectacle, and in moments of enthusiasm, I might even offer my insights on the unfolding saga, ultimately relishing the experience. Chapter 589. The farce should come to an end. Has the resolution been sent? At the headquarters of the Tianyu Group, Su Yi, having just received the final voting results of the Crisis Council, turned to Tianshu. It has been over an hour since it was sent. Tianshu replied calmly. However, the other party has not responded immediately. Surely, their phone isn't dead? Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. That seems unlikely. Over the past few days, the werewolf has had considerable communication with me, and with each exchange, its proficiency in human language has noticeably improved. I believe its awakening of human memories is accelerating. Based on the information revealed during our conversations, I have managed to ascertain its identity prior to mutation through the archives of a small South American nation, several companies, and some international organizations. Clyde Bob, a mechanical engineer from small South American country, also holds a doctorate in electrical engineering. He has worked for several world-renowned automotive companies and has been a key member of certain multinational labor organizations, a quintessential figure in the field of engineering. If this werewolf has awakened even a fragment of a knowledge it possessed before mutation, charging a phone should be a trivial task, given that it has managed to keep a phone operational. I lean towards the notion that it is not only adept at manipulating the device, but also capable of repairing it and maintaining various equipment. I have observed the location of its IP through satellite imagery. The local signal towers have long been destroyed by bombings from the Bald Eagle, leaving evident traces of destruction. Yet, the signal tower stands resilient, showing no signs of damage. Moreover, adjacent to this tower is a branch of the Kyushu Communications Company in South America, which likely still harbors numerous unutilized communication devices alongside various maintenance equipment. Therefore, I surmise that it has only recently contacted us, not due to an inability to find a phone signal, but rather because it has only just discovered this branch of Kyushu Communications, from which it procured the means to restore communication, subsequently repairing the local signal tower before reaching out to us. Given this technological capability, it is abnormal that it has yet to reply after such a considerable interval since I sent the message. Are you suggesting it intends to pull some tricks? Indeed, Tianshu unhesitatingly voiced his conjecture. I suspect it may feel that we acquiesce too readily, believing we are incapable of resisting the werewolf army, and thus seeks to take further advantage. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, and after a moment spoke softly. Let us wait and see what it means. In pursuit of its objectives, it may deliberately allow these monstrous derivatives of the virus to run rampant. However, should these creatures truly start to perceive themselves as equals, aiming to overstep their bounds, he would not tolerate such insolence. 2 days passed in this manner. During this period, the werewolves in North America and the Black State had once again stirred, swiftly advancing and completely occupying these 2 continents. Thus, across the 7 continents of the Blue Planet, with the exception of the frigid Antarctic and the largely uninhabitable regions, as well as the diminutive Isle of Ao, 3/5 of the land has fallen under the dominion of the werewolves. After completing these conquests, the werewolf finally relayed a message back to Tianshu. In the interest of establishing a harmonious coexistence between humans and werewolves and to safeguard the interests of both races, we hope that humanity will issue a declaration acknowledging the legitimacy of werewolf rule over these 3 continents, while also recognizing werewolves as an intelligent species on par with humans. Only through such recognition can both races cultivate the soil necessary for true coexistence in this world, thus achieving genuine equality. This time, we expect all human representatives, including those from the Tianyu group and the Jojo authorities, to take the lead in making this declaration. Of course, the wording of the original message was not as precise as mine, appearing somewhat chaotic. What I present here is a refined summary. In its original form, the message even referred to werewolves as the children of the new moon, a superior civilization bestowed upon by the deity of the moon, suggesting a nascent inclination towards developing a religious-like primitive worship among the sentient werewolf community, thereby establishing a governing system. The demand for humanity to recognize werewolves as an equal intelligent species, while specifically calling upon the Tianyu group and Jojo authorities to be the first to make such a declaration. Sui was both amused and enraged upon hearing this. Although Tianshu claimed this was a polished version, based on what Sui knew of her, she would not embellish matters in such circumstances. Rather, she would likely enhance the presentation. The unrefined words before her embellishment were likely far more blunt and crude, scarcely bearable. Tianshu, they have completely consumed those 3 continents. Have they not? Indeed, sir. And we have achieved the strategic objectives we previously set, correct? Yes, sir. Tianshu. Sir, I am here. I require a manifesto. This farce must come to an end. Tianyu Group Global Announcement. Recently, the werewolf representatives once again contacted our company, putting forth the following demands. First. Second, their insidious ambitions are glaringly apparent, to which our chairman, Mr. Sui, has the following response. Verily, the spark of civilization was ignited by the sage. The principles of humanity were established by the legendary Cangjia. Today, there exists a genetically aberrant tribe, cloaked in beastly forms, wielding cunning derived from human blood to exhibit savagery. They call themselves the children of the new moon, yet they are but a blight upon civilization. They have slaughtered 30 billion souls across the universe, tainting countless cities on 3 continents, audaciously attempting to impose their bestial claws upon the civilizational charter, demanding equality as a hollow title. This is intolerable. Examining their brutality, the world bears witness. First, they defy the celestial order. They tear apart the fabric of genetics, contravening nature, unleashing their primal desires upon their kin. The fertile lands of South America have turned to desolate fields of bones, while the skies above the Black State rain down blood and tumult. The wails of infants cease only to be silenced by sharp fangs, while the aged are crushed beneath steel claws. Second, they usurp civilization. Unfamiliar with the bronze inscriptions, they dare to speak of human rights. They persist in their barbarism while claiming to be civilized. They trample upon millennia of legal codes with the law of the jungle, concealing their venomous intentions behind a facade of ceasefire agreements. Third, they transgress moral boundaries. The wise do not engage in education, but instead unleash the beasts, the bloodthirsty. Devoid of shame, audaciously seek crowns. They render the sanctum's dome dusty and tarnish the essence of humanity. Behold their cunning. And even the wolves blush in shame. They falsely proclaim equality, yet it is but a guise for annexation. They utter hollow words of ceasefire while secretly sharpening the blades for slaughter. The cunning wolf chieftain, fully aware of the bloody knife, still commands the pack to sharpen their claws. The foolish wolf soldiers, lacking in discernment, rely solely on their ferocity to devour. Such vile progeny, even with a modicum of cunning among them, are merely beasts clad in human guise. Even if they seize half the territory, they ultimately remain mere monkeys adorned in crowns. Now, as humanity stands on the brink of civilization's demise, let the moon serve as our testament, the starry sea as our proclamation, and the galaxy as our battlefield, as we forge anew the great wall of humanity. This is not a war of races, but a struggle for the survival of civilization. We do not fight out of hatred, but solely to protect the position of all sentient beings. Wherever this proclamation reaches, countless hearts unite. Let us behold the blue planet today. Which tribe shall reign supreme? Chapter 590. The Biological Annihilation Canon. What does it mean? I have studied the language of the 9 provinces. Yet much of this eludes my understanding. Have you studied classical literature? This is what one refers to as a proclamation. Just a few days ago, I was engaged in amicable discourse with the werewolves. How has the situation escalated so abruptly? According to rumors, the werewolves have demanded that humanity acknowledge them as a sentient civilization in order to attain equality with humankind. Werewolves? Sentient civilization? It is hard to fathom how anyone could juxtapose these terms. They seem so obscure. A pack of savage beasts, and yet they are afforded the title of civilization. Moreover, it is said that the werewolf leader has requested that the Tianyu group and the official 9 provinces, as the 2 most formidable powers in the current human realm, take the lead in acknowledging this claim. Now, the Tianyu group, which had previously wished to remain uninvolved in such matters, finds itself compelled to act. What possessed you to provoke them? More sensational news is on the horizon. Amidst a fervent exchange of opinions, following the release of the proclamation, the Tianyu group swiftly initiated their response. A star domain firepower delivery vessel gracefully departed from the synchronous orbit above the 9 provinces, arriving at a super high orbit over 200,000 kilometers from Blue Star. Planetary level biological annihilation cannon. Minimum power, 3 rounds loaded. In the emptiness of the Starship-S command room, the voice of Tianxian resonated softly, akin to the whisper of death. In this moment, she embodied the harbinger of demise upon the Earth. At the headquarters of the Tianyu group, in Su Yi's office, he gazed at the projection before him and calmly commanded, "Launch." As the enormous star domain firepower delivery vessels bow activated, a device emerged that bore no resemblance to a weapon, rather resembling an oversized radio transmitter. The instant this apparatus materialized, the surrounding space around the bow began to warp unnaturally. Within moments, a deep, black hole-like void appeared ahead of the vessel. Then, a fleeting flash of light emanated from the radio transmitter, vanishing into the black hole in an instant. Simultaneously, above the black state of Blue Star, a colossal black hole tore through space directly above the vast prairie. A dagger-like beam of light suddenly pierced through the black hole, descending straight onto the grassland. Boom! The tranquil ground began to tremble violently as an invisible wave of energy surged outward from the point of impact, rapidly expanding in all directions. Wherever it passed, all organic beings instantly lost their bodily functions and perished. Even the mightiest 6th-tier werewolves, known for their strength, were rendered powerless against such godlike force and were obliterated in an instant. From a vantage point in space, one would observe that the center of the black state appeared as if a stone had been cast into a placid lake, with terrifying ripples swiftly spreading across the surface, annihilating all life in its path. This encompassed the werewolves, the orc viruses, as well as the living and the myriad flora and fauna of the black state. With a single shot, all life is reduced to ash. This is the true main cannon of the Stellar Domain's firepower projection vessel. The so-called electromagnetic cannons and plasma guns are merely trifles of little consequence. The target of this bombardment is Heizhou, where the annihilation cannon is set to its minimum power, capable of covering approximately 87% of the land, eradicating all biological entities within the affected area. The remaining 13 remains under the control of werewolves, yet, as all other forms of life on the Heizhou continent have been obliterated, the orc virus has lost its medium for propagation. We have ample time to meticulously cleanse the area, with 20 orbital airlift brigades having already arrived in the target airspace, poised to commence their descent and encircle the surviving werewolf-controlled zones, ensuring that not a single werewolf escapes the Heizhou continent. The firing report from Tianxian soon landed before Sui. What the negative repercussions? Sui did not bother to examine it. Whether it was Tianshu or Tianxian, their efficiency was commendable. Most of the time, they relayed only the most crucial information, and there was little in the written report that warranted his attention. The principle of the biological annihilation cannon lies in the release of energy waves within specific bands through a unique method, capable of obliterating all organic existence within the covered range. In the Interstellar Alliance, it is regarded as an exceptionally clean and environmentally friendly means of interstellar assault. effectively aiding the expeditionary forces in eradicating indigenous populations and various harmful organisms on alien worlds. The advantage of this weapon is its simplicity with one shot. It obliterates all life, theoretically leaving no remnants. In the process of exterminating life on a planet, it can preserve a precious, life-sustaining world. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. The annihilation of all biological forms inflicts catastrophic and often irreversible damage on the planet's ecological environment, which may require an exceedingly lengthy period of evolution for any chance of recovery. The Interstellar Alliance typically resorts to this weapon only when engaged in conflict with other interstellar civilizations whose essence differs fundamentally from humanity, and whose planetary conditions are inhospitable to human life. The aftermath facilitates the reconstruction of life-sustaining worlds. In this instance, we employed the biological annihilation cannon on the surface of Blue Star. Although the power was adjusted to the minimum, it still covered 87% of Heizhou's surface, rendering this expanse a lifeless void. Many indigenous species within this region will face a cataclysmic fate akin to that of the werewolves, leading to their complete extinction. While we anticipated this outcome before the operation commenced and had backed up the genetic library of all current life forms on Blue Star, enabling us to reconstruct the ecological environment post-conflict, it remains a daunting and protracted endeavor. It is estimated that restoring the ecological environment of Heizhou will require approximately a decade. The response came from Tianshu. The Tianyu group had long since assessed the costs of firing this weapon, and Tianshu had proactively gathered genetic samples of all life forms on Blue Star as a seed bank, specifically to address the current situation. The endeavor to collect various biological genes did not emerge recently. Rather, it commenced nearly a year ago when Su Yi first proposed a selection plan. Even months prior to the emergence of the beast virus, meticulous efforts were made to complete the backup of all genetic samples. This was done in anticipation of this very day. Nonetheless, even with these preparations, a comprehensive restoration of the ecological environment in the impacted regions will require a decade or more. This is the negative consequence brought about by that singular event. While the current situation may seem more manageable, the subsequent processes are indeed fraught with complications. Chapter 591. Not at all. The natural ecological environment of such a vast expanse of land constitutes an extraordinarily intricate system. The endeavor to restore it after devastation is a formidable challenge. It is not merely a matter of backing up genetic samples of all living organisms and subsequently recreating these flora, fauna, or microorganisms through genetic technology and reintroducing them. A protracted period is essential for the myriad of species to gradually integrate harmoniously. Even for the Celestial Domain Group, expediting this process proves to be a daunting task. The transformation of extraterrestrial worlds by the Star Alliance similarly requires an extensive timeline, initiating with artificial alterations followed by natural evolution. Of course, if the objective is merely to establish a habitable area within regions obliterated by the biological annihilation cannon, that task is relatively straightforward. However, the natural ecological environment and the human habitable environment are evidently two distinct concepts and should not be conflated. The blue star that Su Yi envisions is not a mere desolate planet that can accommodate human life. Rather, it is a blue star devoid of chaotic races. In its original form, if the biological annihilation cannon were to be utilized further on the North and South American continents, how long would it take for complete ecological restoration? Over 15 years. Tianshu immediately calculated the outcome and elucidated. Reconstructing a complete ecological system is an exceedingly complex undertaking, often necessitating significant investments of time and effort. It requires the allocation of substantial computational power from artificial intelligence for meticulous calculations to avert irreversible errors that could jeopardize the entire endeavor. To simultaneously restore the ecological environments of 3 continents, based on our current AI computational capacity, it would take at least 15 years to accomplish, without compromising the ideal state of the company's development. If the focus were solely on restoring Black State, it would still necessitate approximately 10 years. This is not merely a matter of simple arithmetic. The figure provided by Tianshu is already an optimistic estimate. In practical terms, given Blue Star's current productivity levels, Unless Su-E acquires more advanced technology from elsewhere, this timeline is likely to extend even further. Abandon the use of the biological annihilation cannon, Su-E remarked, tapping his fingers on the table. Implement the backup plan. This was already the minimal power setting of the biological annihilation cannon, and its effects could only be described as excessively effective, having directly covered 87 of Black State's area. Were the same to be applied to the North and South American continents, the entire landmass would fall within the impact zone. The ensuing restoration efforts would be immensely challenging, requiring no less than 15 years to rehabilitate the ecological environment, undoubtedly a highly inefficient approach. The Celestial Domain Group possesses alternative methods besides this extreme measure. Thus, there is no necessity to persist with such drastic actions. Backup Plan 1 has been initiated, Tian Shu promptly stated. Cease the use of the biological annihilation cannon and commence the hunting operation. The Starry Universe Firepower Delivery Ship will, within 1 hour, target all known awakened intelligent werewolves, deploying space-based electromagnetic cannons to eliminate them entirely. Subsequently, there will be an advanced infiltration into the werewolves' neural sharing network, utilizing the pheromones of the intelligent werewolves to gather the remaining mindless werewolves across the 3 continents as much as possible. Following this, orbital weaponry will be employed to annihilate them, thereby obliterating their living forces. This backup plan is in essence remarkably straightforward. To put it plainly, it involves drawing all the sentient beings into a designated area. Once this is accomplished, utilizing the werewolf's unique mode of communication, commands will be issued in the guise of an intelligent werewolf to ensnare the mindless ones and eliminate them en masse. The crux of this operation lies within the exceptionally unique neural sharing network of the werewolf community, a notion that had previously eluded everyone's imagination. It wasn't until one of the werewolves extended an olive branch to humanity, proposing a cessation of hostilities, that the Celestial Domain Group indicated a willingness to allow time for this issue to be deliberated by other nations. Following this, the werewolves that had ravaged the Black State suddenly fell silent, ceasing their disturbances. From that moment onward, Su-E began to suspect the existence of a special communication method among these werewolves. Otherwise, the werewolf from South America could not have so swiftly controlled the actions of the Black State werewolves to halt their aggression. At that time, he instructed the research AI, Tianji, to procure samples for study. Soon, Tianji, living up to expectations, discerned the method of interconnection within the werewolf population. It resembled an electromagnetic wave communication mechanism, albeit one that required no invasive equipment. As long as the werewolves were alive, it could be utilized. The range of this communication is positively correlated with the strength of the werewolf itself. The more powerful the werewolf, the greater its electromagnetic communication range. This characteristic bears a striking resemblance to certain social insects, yet it is vastly superior. It is uncertain what potent elements the white eagles infused into their research to create such a formidable and hybrid artificial race. Tianji dubbed this mode of communication the shared neural network, which appears to be a concept from science fiction, yet is even more fantastical than those depicted in films. Upon this discovery, Su-E proposed the possibility of infiltrating this neural network, disguising himself as an intelligent werewolf to command and mobilize the mindless ones. Tianji deemed this a fascinating research avenue and subsequently dedicated a significant portion of its computational power to this endeavor. Fortunately, the outcomes were quite promising. In a brief period, Tianji comprehended the principles of this shared neural network and attempted several connections, resulting in the werewolves remaining entirely oblivious to any anomalies. Backup Plan 1 is thus founded upon this research. Once successful, the eradication of these werewolves will likely prove far simpler than anyone has anticipated. In fact, this plan was designated as a backup rather than a primary choice, primarily because Su-E wished to witness the full might of the starships in action. Otherwise, considering the feasibility and economic viability of this particular scheme, it is undoubtedly far more convenient and manageable than directly employing the biological annihilation cannon. He has now observed all that he wished to see, and it is time to adopt a more conventional approach. Evidence suggests that wielding such weapons, originating from interstellar civilizations, should not be employed recklessly on one's home planet. This is merely the effect produced by the relatively average main cannon of a star domain firepower projection vessel. Should one substitute it with the main cannon of a planet-destroying ship, a single shot could potentially obliterate the entire blue planet. When dealing with mere trash werewolves, it hardly warrants engaging in a mutually destructive confrontation. Chapter 592. Special Operations Team. The hunting operation has commenced. All practitioners of the 9th rank and above in the security department are requested to prepare for action. With a commanding voice from Tian Shu, all 9th rank and higher practitioners hailing from the magical realm, serving in the security department of the Tianyu group, swiftly donned their powered armor and boarded the orbital landing craft, departing from the starship and navigating to the designated orbit. These practitioners were not cultivated by the Tianyu group in such a short span. They are predominantly from the magical world. A small contingent consists of half-elves who accompanied Xinghin on this journey. This faction is indeed considered the true elite of the Tianyu group, as the half-elf race lacks any foundation on Blue Star and is often ostracized within the magical realm. Only Su Yi has been willing to embrace them. They represent the most loyal members of the entire organization, certain not to betray their cause, even in the absence of binding agreements. Beyond these half-elf warriors, the origins of other 9th rank practitioners are varied. Some hail from the Empire of the Radiant Sun, while others come from the Northern Elven tribe. Numerous individuals from other human empires within the magical world have also journeyed far, even from the distant Frost Empire, traversing countless miles to join the Empire of the Radiant Sun and fortuitously arriving at Blue Star, thereby becoming integral members of the Tianyu Group Security Department. This diverse assembly includes not only 9th rank practitioners, but also demigods. This formidable assembly has formed a special operations team within the security department. However, not just anyone is accepted into this team. Typically, the team or the security department primarily recruits humans and elves. Other miscellaneous races are not considered due to the fact that humans and elves are among the two most powerful humanoid races in the magical world, while the strength of other races tends to be somewhat lacking. Additionally, the remaining races were often whimsically crafted by ineffectual deities utilizing the world's primordial power. Not all deities. Unlike the aesthetically driven elven goddesses Su Ming and Su Ying, create races based on their own forms of beauty. Many deities are pragmatists, focusing on functionality rather than aesthetics, resulting in the creation of some bizarre and anthropomorphic races. Allowing such beings into the security department might adversely affect the company's image. Moreover, the security department frequently requires standardized equipment, such as powered armor. These advanced designs from the interstellar world often include considerable redundancy, accommodating individuals of various heights and physiques. However, the designers evidently did not contemplate the challenges of fitting powered armor and standardized gear for dwarves under 1 meter tall or giants towering 3 meters. Consequently, much of the existing equipment within the Tianyu group remains unusable for races other than humans and elves from the magical realm. The 9th Order, or demigods, may sound formidable, yet in Su Yi's eyes, they are merely slightly more capable henchmen. In the absence of standard equipment, many functionalities are inevitably compromised. For instance, in the current predicament, Su Yi can only ensure that he, at the Golden Core stage, along with his several wives at the Foundation stage, can confront the orc virus without succumbing to infection. As for those of lower strength, whether they will be infected remains a mystery. Accidents frequently occur during experimental tests. The orc virus, derived from the peculiar energy conversion methods outlined in the Yinfu Sutra, is exceedingly enigmatic and defies conventional logic. The research AI, Tianji, has expressed uncertainty regarding the susceptibility of those of the 9th Order and demigods to infection. Under such circumstances, members of the Special Operations Team, unable to utilize standard equipment, are rendered incapable of participating in these missions. Thus, it seems that Su Yi has been nurturing a group of individuals for no purpose. This holds true for all individuals above the 9th Order, let alone those below it. Even in the magical realm, practitioners below the 9th Order often serve merely as cannon fodder on large-scale battlefields. In the present context of the orc virus ravaging Blue Star and the interstellar world where dreadnoughts engage in fierce combat, what use is there for those who cannot integrate into the system? Therefore, the security department's refusal to admit individuals from races other than humans and elves is an inevitable outcome from various perspectives. However, this decision has incited considerable dissatisfaction and condemnation from many powerful beings of other races in the magical world who aspire to join the security department. With the increasing frequency of exchanges between the two worlds, these individuals have even adopted the terminology from Blue Star to accuse the Tianyu group of racial discrimination. Tianshu has occasionally speculated that this might be the work of the CIA from the White Eagle, though he has yet to find evidence to substantiate this. Nevertheless, such accusations are surely inconsequential to Tianyu, and Tianshu finds it hardly worth his time to engage with them. As for why these powerful beings from other worlds, who could thrive in the magical realm, still wish to join the security department to serve, the answer is quite straightforward. The compensation is extraordinarily generous. Upon signing a contract to join the Special Operations Team, one is immediately granted a complete cultivation technique from the realm of immortals. While this technique may not be considered advanced, it allows one to reach the threshold of the Golden Core stage. In Lin Iran's cultivation world, such a technique would be disregarded as worthless. Yet in Blue Star and the magical realm, it is undeniably a profound method leading directly to a complete cultivation system. Consequently, many powerful beings from the magical world are eager to become members of the Special Operations Team, even readily signing the contract with its stringent terms. Moreover, the most junior members of the Special Operations Team receive a fixed monthly salary of 800,000 Jojo coins, with 18 months' worth of pay. Apart from the mandatory duty hours, there are over 300 days of holidays each year. Of course, when a mission arises, regardless of their current activities, they must promptly set aside their tasks to report for duty. For these powerful beings, monetary concerns are hardly significant. However, even for those who aspire to earn a 10 million annual salary, achieving that goal is far from effortless. In the realm of magic, a ninth-tier individual lacking noble status is merely a resilient pawn in the grand conflicts. Upon arriving in the Blue Star, despite their formidable abilities, their lack of noble heritage from the magical world and absence of substantial resources renders the pursuit of wealth a challenging endeavor. Generally, their options for making money are limited to teaching the children of Jojo or serving as bodyguards for the affluent. While those with agile minds might easily amass billions of Jojo currency in a year, such earnings pale in comparison to the ease of working within the security sector. For these powerful beings, sufficient finances are all that matter. What significance does laboriously earning a few small targets hold? It is far more practical to secure a steady annual income of several million for personal expenses, dedicating the majority of their time to leisurely cultivation and enhancing their prowess. The Tianyu Group not only offers financial compensation, but also provides cultivation techniques, leaving them with little reason to decline joining. Chapter 593. Internal competition. No matter how many times one gazes from his vantage point, the beauty of the earth below remains breathtaking. A striking young man, having unfastened his powered armor helmet, gazes out of the viewport of the orbital landing craft at the azure planet beneath, unable to suppress his admiration. His distinctive features, coupled with his unique ash-gray locks, unmistakably reveal him as a moon elf, a member of the elven royalty, and a kin of the illustrious Moonling. As a former scion of the elven royal lineage, though his bloodline was nearly extinguished by the Dark Elves, the grandeur of his heritage ensured that some fortunate remnants escaped. Yu Qing is one such survivor. Unlike the legitimate princess, the direct offspring of the former elven king, Yu Ling, he occupies a marginal position within the royal hierarchy, which has been pivotal in evading the relentless pursuit of the Dark Elves. Moreover, his formidable prowess cannot be overlooked. A dual practitioner of both martial and magical arts, he has attained the 9th tier of martial prowess and the 8th tier of magic, except for those of equal caliber or the semi-divine and divine beings above him. His strength is virtually unmatched. He was among the earliest of the elven royalty to traverse the portal to the blue planet following its opening, accompanied by numerous remnants of the moon elf lineage, perhaps more aptly termed survivors. Their purpose was straightforward: to seek allegiance with Her Highness, the princess, or rather, their newly acknowledged elven queen, Her Majesty Moonling. Unfortunately, the reception was less than favorable. Moonling harbored little affection for the remnants of the Moon Elf royal family, and their presence was met with indifference. Fortunately, their arrival coincided with the security department's recruitment of formidable beings from the magical realm. Those who survived the Dark Elves' onslaught were indeed impressive, leading to their swift integration into the security department. Among them, a dozen ninth-tier practitioners were assigned to the Special Operations Unit, while the remainder became ordinary members of the department. Yu Qing, being the most powerful of the group, naturally emerged as a leading figure. In this realm, far removed from the magical world, the Moon Elves had fallen from grace, and the previous hierarchy based on lineage had been upended, from being a mere peripheral figure of the royal family. He has ascended to the rank of the second most prominent individual after Moonling. Yu Qing finds satisfaction in his current existence. After all, the quality of life on the blue planet far surpasses that of the magical realm. He no longer has to endure the haughty airs of those who basked in their noble lineage. Consequently, he has become a fervent proponent of dismantling the bloodline doctrine of the magical world and a passionate admirer of Su, Yi, and Moonling lately. Yu Qing has been preoccupied with the desire to accomplish something noteworthy to validate his capabilities. However, opportunities for the Special Operations Unit to engage in significant endeavors are scarce, leaving him largely unoccupied. Until now, when at last a large-scale mission has materialized. Alas, the magical world shall forever remain oblivious to the celestial vistas above. Yet, I have heard whispers that the chairman has unearthed the cause of this predicament and is poised to eradicate its source. Perhaps, in due course, we may even have the chance to behold the starry skies of the magical realm. A handsome youth beside him chuckled. Unlike the typical appearance of the Moon Elves, this young man bore certain human traits, though his pointed ears revealed his elven lineage. Moon Qing cast a glance at the youth, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain and hostility. This was not due to the fact that the individual was a half-elf. Moon Qing was firmly opposed to the doctrine of bloodlines and would not belittle others for such reasons. His contempt for this half-elf stemmed purely from the belief that the young man had attained his position as a team leader in a special operations group solely through nepotism. Unlike Moon Qing, who had earned his rank through sheer capability. As for the nepotism in question, it was clear that the de facto leader of the half-elf community, Xing Hen, was one of Su Yi's wives. If we were to draw a historical parallel, the Moon Elves and half-elves could be likened to two factions of completely opposing relatives from ancient times. Even setting aside differences in bloodlines and culture, these two groups were inherently at odds within the framework of the Celestial Domain Corporation. Naturally, they harbored mutual disdain for one another. However, this animosity had little to do with Yu Ling and Xing Hen. It resembled the difficulty celestial beings residing in the heavenly realms have in comprehending the subtle rivalries among their followers. Essentially, their conflicts, while seemingly linked to Yu Ling and Xing Hen, were fundamentally driven by self-interest. Nevertheless, given that this was the Celestial Domain Corporation, with Tianshu overseeing all from a godlike perspective, the groups, despite their mutual disdain, maintained a facade of harmony and refrained from engaging in any underhanded tactics. The events of the day would unfold in due time. Moon Qing pondered how Captain Xingwu would perceive this operation. There was a hint of provocation in Moon Qing's gaze as he regarded the half-elf. In a magical realm, half-elves often bore an array of names, for they were the hybrids of humans and elves, occupying the lowest echelons of society. Even Xing Hen had no proper name in the past, let alone the others. Thus, upon their arrival in Blue Star, after hearing about how Su Yi had named Xing Hen, many began to adopt the surname Xing, choosing names reflective of the 9 provinces as a declaration of their resolve to abandon their past and embark on a new life. This particular half-elf youth was named Xingwu. Upon hearing Moon Qing's words, Xingwu discerned his intent and chuckled lightly. Of course, I shall strictly adhere to orders and follow the directives of Lord Tianxian. Generally, the security department operated under Tianshu's arrangements, but during wartime, the military aspects would be directed by the war AI, Tianxian. This was only fitting. Moon Qing nodded in agreement, but then shifted the conversation. However, Lord Tianxian has not issued any strict operational protocols this time, He merely provided us with the target's location, allowing our teams considerable autonomy. So, why not engage in a friendly competition to see which of our two teams can capture more intelligent werewolves? Moonsheen smiled warmly, adding, of course, all must occur within the framework of the rules. Friendship first, competition second, to prevent any unnecessary casualties. There must be some incentive for the competition, right? What prize does Captain Yu intend to offer? How about this? Let us make a wager between the two of us. The loser treats two members from our respective teams to a delightful meal at the Time-Space restaurant on Penglai Island. Sounds good. Attention all groups. The orbital landing craft has entered the designated trajectory. In 1 minute, we will commence orbital airdrop. All soldiers, please proceed to the deployment chamber and initiate the self-check of your powered armor. Chapter 594. A grand undertaking for the family in truth. The members of the Special Operations Team participating in this beheading mission were not required to possess martial prowess of the 9th tier. The 9th tier merely served as the threshold for joining the Special Operations Team. One could be either a mage or a martial artist. However, this particular operation imposed an additional requirement, a magical cultivation level of no less than the 7th tier. In other words, one must either be proficient in both martial and magical arts, achieving 9th tier martial prowess alongside a magical level exceeding the 7th, or simply be a 9th tier mage entering the Special Operations Team. Otherwise, even if one were a member of the team, they would be ineligible to partake in this mission. The rationale behind this stipulation is rather straightforward. The standard power armor is equipped with a tri-defense system capable of resisting the onslaught of the orc virus. However, for high-tier martial artists, the power armor can be rather constraining. An ordinary individual donning such power armor could potentially exhibit the strength of a 3rd-tier martial artist, or even, with adept manipulation, the prowess of a 4th or 5th tier. Yet, for a 4th or 5th tier martial artist, wearing this apparatus would not significantly enhance their power. It merely provides functionalities unavailable to ordinary practitioners. For a 9th tier martial artist, wearing power armor would feel like imprisonment, as they would struggle to exert even a fraction of their true capabilities. Should one harness power exceeding the 6th tier, the armor would likely suffer from numerous component overloads. If a martial artist were to unleash their strength at the 7th tier, the armor could very well explode in an instant. Such destruction, however, would be of little consequence to high-tier martial artists. Yet, as the mission necessitates entering the orc virus-infected zone, the failure of the protective power armor would spell disaster. Consequently, this beheading operation primarily emphasizes magical capabilities. After all, mages do not require the same physical explosiveness as martial artists. Casting spells while encased in power armor would evidently have no adverse effect on the armor itself. Given the strength of these werewolves, a high-tier mage would find it relatively uncomplicated to survive within a werewolf den. If the werewolves were too numerous to defeat, one could always activate the armor's thrusters and take flight. After all, werewolves cannot soar. Amidst the orbital bombardment, it is anticipated that 80 of the common werewolves in the targeted area will be eliminated. We currently hover over South America, the continent first claimed by the werewolves and the region where their presence is most entrenched. According to analyses conducted by the Super Artificial Intelligence, Tianshu, there are presently 731 sentient werewolves residing in South America. They appear indistinguishable from ordinary werewolves, and a specialized module for identifying intelligent werewolves has been uploaded to your respective power armor systems. Upon encountering a sentient werewolf, the system will automatically recognize it, allowing you to engage and eliminate it. Below lies Paul City, once one of the most economically prosperous cities in South America, with a permanent population exceeding 20 million. Beneath its surface are numerous civil defense structures and nuclear shelters. For various reasons, we aim to preserve the city's integrity to a certain extent, thus the intensity of bombardment here will be limited. These intelligent werewolves are exceedingly clever. Upon realizing this, they swiftly gathered and sought refuge in the underground shelters and civil defense structures beneath Paul City. We can assist you in clearing the werewolf army on the surface, but the subterranean realm will be your responsibility. According to the calculations of the Grand Model, over 1,500 intelligent werewolves lurk beneath Paul City, including the one that audaciously threatened the chairman. It is likely one of the current leaders among the werewolves, designated by the codename Male. The opportunity for glory lies before you, and whether you seize it depends on your own prowess. Please be advised that should your powered armor sustain any damage or should the tri-defense system malfunction, you must immediately withdraw from the battlefield. It is recommended that you retreat to the no man's land and await the arrival of the modified chemical landing craft for extraction. Do not venture off the South Me continent without authorization, as this will trigger Article 7 of the Special Operations Team Addendum in the Employee Management Regulations of the Tianyu Group Security Department, resulting in a designation as a deserter. What awaits you is the relentless strike of the starship. As the announcement concluded, the belly of the orbital landing craft hovering above Paul City swiftly opened. The Special Operations Team members already inside the landing pod felt a sudden lightness beneath their feet, quickly followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Fortunately, they had all undergone similar training and were familiar with this feeling, adapting swiftly. Many elves and half-elves even seized the opportunity to initiate a live broadcast within the systems of their powered armor during the descent. This has become a hallmark of the security department, as long as they're not engaged in a classified mission or disseminating sensitive information. They are permitted to stream live during wartime or peacetime. Regarding what can be broadcasted and what cannot, they need not concern themselves. They merely need to activate the camera. What is permissible will be shown, and what is not will be withheld by the Celestial Hub. The intent behind these regulations is rather straightforward: to facilitate the integration of these elves and half-elves into Blue Star human society, allowing them to be accepted by the Blue Star populace. With their extraordinary beauty, these half-elves and elves have garnered a substantial following on Blue Star's internet, with many becoming significant influencers. For instance, both Yueqing and Xingwu boast millions of fans. This is particularly notable as they are both male within their respective teams. Several stunning female elves and half-elves have amassed tens of millions of followers. They achieve this merely by operating a camera, with millions tuning in to their live broadcasts. This phenomenon is unavoidable. After all, their beauty is undeniable. While many have learned through Yu Ling and Xing Hen just how breathtaking the elves and half-elves of the magical world are, the chairman's wife of the Tianyu Group rarely makes public appearances, aside from the occasional attendance at public events. Unlike those curious spirits and half-spirits who actively engage in live streaming, generously showcasing their lives to the public, and occasionally succumbing to the playful encouragement of whimsical netizens from Blue Star to dance or partake in peculiar antics without much hesitation, they possess an inherent advantage. If they do not gain followers, who will? In contrast, figures like Yueqing and Xingwu, who are essentially leaders among the younger generation in their respective communities, tend to be more reserved before the camera, adopting a serious demeanor which results in slower growth of their follower base. At this moment, many members of the Special Operations Team dispatched to Paul City find themselves reminiscing about their families, instinctively initiating live streams to share the first-person perspective of their battles against werewolves. Consequently, the communication channel is flooded with messages from family members asking, "Can you guess where I am?" as they prepare for their descent into Paul City. "Brothers, let us launch some rockets. For every rocket donated, I'll take down a werewolf. If I fall short, I'll live stream doing a handstand while relieving myself." Today's show is for the family. Chapter 595, The True Apocalypse Scene. This is utterly ridiculous. Su Yi, who was intently observing the frontline situation, couldn't help but rub his temples. In his imagination, this was supposed to be a grave and significant assassination operation, one that pertained to the future of humanity on Blue Star, something truly exhilarating. To his astonishment, the atmosphere had unexpectedly shifted into this absurd spectacle. Even if one were to live stream, sharing a first-person perspective of slaying werewolves alongside family would be tolerable. However, what on earth was the meaning of launching a rocket to defeat a single werewolf? Were you truly so desperate that you had lost your senses? It was as if the Tianyu Group had failed to pay you. Moreover, with a single rocket taking down one werewolf, could you possibly manage to eliminate them all? As expected, when Sui instructed Tian Shu to bring up the live stream of that imbecile, the screen was inundated with rockets and various gift effects. Tian Shu had even thoughtfully displayed the count of rockets in the upper right corner of the live stream, visible not only to Sue E but to everyone in the stream, including the foolish host. Current rocket count, 134,742. In just a few minutes, a plethora of viewers had generously contributed over 100,000 rockets, with a total amount of donations nearing 70 million JoJo coins. The numbers continued to escalate wildly, seemingly on the verge of reaching 1 billion. The moment this individual landed and beheld the overwhelming number of rockets, he broke into a sweat, preparing to utter a joke, only to suddenly notice a distinctly different comment floating by. Why didn't you announce such an event earlier? I'll start with 1 billion. ID, Sui. Immediately following was a barrage of GIF notifications, and the rocket count in the upper right corner surged by 200,000. The elf. This is merely a snapshot of the situation. It was evident that absurdity was contagious. These elves and half-elves have been on Blue Star for over half a year, residing within a special operations team, idly passing their time. When there was nothing to do, they claimed to be training, yet each was deeply engrossed in their online escapades, rapidly infected by the whimsical nature of Blue Star's netizens, transforming into abstract beings. Now that they finally had a mission, naturally, each sought to outdo the other in creativity. The viewers in the live stream were undoubtedly taken aback, never anticipating that such antics could be broadcasted. They were all exceptionally thrilled, generously showering gifts and praise. It was indeed an eye-opener. Had someone told me 2 years ago that I would witness elves from another world donned in powered armor descending from orbital stations to battle werewolves, I would have thought them mad. How far we've come. Just a couple of years prior, the mere notion of live streaming a battlefield was unimaginable. Kudos to the Tianyu Group, whose ethos revolves around transparency, sharing valuable resources with their comrades at the earliest opportunity. Is this truly Pulse City? I visited not long ago, and I never expected such a drastic transformation in such a short span. It resembled a hell on earth. Goodness, the corpses are carelessly strewn along the roadside, with no attempt to collect them. These werewolves are truly inhumane. Behold the streets, littered with excrement, corpses, and various forms of refuse. A scene so neglected for nearly a month that grass has begun to sprout upon the roadways. It is, without a doubt, the most harrowing vision of an apocalyptic world I have ever witnessed. While previous dystopian films merely served as entertainment, this is the true face of desolation. Amidst a deluge of comments, members of the Special Operations Team, airdropping into the city of Paul, swiftly arrived at their designated locations to complete their assembly. The live broadcast was secondary. The primary objective was to win this battle and eliminate the intelligent werewolves. The elves and half-elves present, though somewhat affected by human folly, were all formidable beings, each at least 9th-tier warriors. They were far from mindless debris, fully aware of the priorities at hand. They quickly transitioned into a wartime mentality, ceasing interaction with the viewers in the live stream. The atmosphere turned notably grave. Squad 6 and Squad 7 were informed of their target area, where an extensive underground civil defense structure lay concealed, housing a significant nuclear fallout shelter. It was estimated that over 100,000 ordinary werewolves, and more than 200 intelligent ones, were hidden within, with the code, name male likely among them. The objective was clear: eliminate them. Kinchuan's voice resonated through the command channel. Unlike her usual playful tone when interacting with Sue E, her command voice was steady and authoritative, invoking a sense of trust. Understood. Both squads affirmed in unison. Xingwu and Yueqing exchanged glances, simultaneously activating the propulsion systems of their powered armor, proceeding along the route charted by their armor's navigation. Due to prior extensive bombardments, the teams encountered no werewolves wandering the streets. The desolate thoroughfares, strewn with disordered vehicles and rampant weeds, were overshadowed by the stench of decaying corpses. When encountering humans, werewolves typically face two choices: to consume them directly or to transform them into one of their own. The probability for each choice is usually 50-50. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, it is estimated that in the cataclysmic outbreak in Paul, at least tens of millions have been devoured by werewolves. The bodies left behind were seldom fully consumed. Most were partially devoured and discarded. Consequently, the entire city was permeated with the foul odor of decay. The open streets were already unbearable, and one could only imagine the stench within semi-enclosed spaces like buildings. Ordinary individuals, without protective measures, would likely succumb to the noxious fumes. Fortunately, the robust filtration systems of the powered armor effectively eliminated these foul odors. Otherwise, the mission would have been impossible. As the two squads sped along, the viewers in the live stream bore witness to this apocalyptic panorama. Even the people of JoJo, who were not particularly fearful of the werewolf invasion, found themselves gripped by a chilling dread. It was a tragedy of unimaginable proportions. They could scarcely fathom the despair they would face if their own homeland were to descend into such ruin. Perhaps it was born of fear, or perhaps it stemmed from an admiration for the valiant warriors who, despite the peril, ventured into the highly infected zones to confront the werewolves. As the camera delved deeper, the donations in each live streaming room began to swell. Eventually, the two teams arrived at the entrance of their destination, a subway entrance that connected to the underground. Standing at the threshold and gazing out, one could see an overwhelming throng of werewolves gathered at the entrance. Chapter 596. A river of blood with a sharp intake of breath. Yu Qing felt a chill run down his spine and turned to another elf beside him. "What do you think? Are we confident?" he inquired, cautioning against the use of forbidden spells. The elf, frowning under the weight of scrutiny, acknowledged the situation's complexity with a reluctant, "I will do my best." Although Yu Qing was the captain of this small team and the most formidable member, his prowess was contingent upon the freedom to unleash both martial and magical forces. The current circumstances, however, dictated a restraint that would severely limit his martial capabilities, confining him to the realm of magic alone. Regrettably, his magical prowess rested at the 8th tier, inferior to the two 9th-tier sorcerers within the team. The predicament was further aggravated by the restriction against employing large-scale destructive spells. A mere underground shelter, under the might of a 9th-tier sorcerer's cataclysmic incantation, could be obliterated, eradicating all werewolves within. Yet, without the option of sweeping area of effect magic, the task at hand became exceedingly daunting. This was not a deliberate attempt by Tian Shu, the commander, to complicate matters. Rather, the mission's focus was on decapitation rather than the annihilation of the werewolves. The objective necessitated that the target be alive and the evidence of death visible. While a forbidden spell might yield immediate gratification, it would leave the uncertainty of whether the sentient werewolves remained within, alive or perished. The situation mirrored that of Xing Wu's squad, who, prior to entering, had anticipated encountering numerous ordinary werewolves. The intelligence assessment had explicitly stated that approximately 80 of the werewolves had been cleared by bombardment, leaving a mere 20. While this figure seemed minimal, when extrapolated from an original population of 10 million, it amounted to a staggering 2 million. With arrows knocked and no time to ponder further, Xing Wu drew a slender cavalry saber from behind his powered armor. This weapon was unlike the crude magical armaments of the magical realm. It was a low-tier artifact, crafted using the forging techniques provided by Lin Iran and produced through modern industrial processes under the research of the AI Tianji. Though not high rank, in the magical world, it boasted a sharpness surpassing that of divine artifacts. However, sharpness alone was its only merit. In a magical realm, high-end weapons often bore the essence of the world's origin, rendering them more resilient and formidable than these standardized artifacts, though they lacked in other functionalities. Observing the situation, the other team members also unsheathed their weapons. Without the ability to wield large-scale magic, it became evident that the only way to penetrate the horde of werewolves was through sheer force. As long as they controlled their strength and refrained from exceeding the 6th-tier threshold, they could maintain the integrity of their powered armor. Theoretically, a cadre of battle-hardened 6th-tier warriors should suffice, as the strongest werewolves observed thus far were only around the 6th tier, with most lingering at the 2nd or 3rd tiers. While formidable to the average person, such levels posed little challenge to these elite operatives, whose prowess allowed them to dispatch foes with a singular strike. Even a 9th-tier sorcerer, despite lacking proficiency in martial arts, is not someone a mid to low-tier warrior could hope to defeat in unarmed combat without magic. The clash of blades was imminent. As the two parties engaged, a cacophony of anguished howls erupted from the wolf pack, limbs severed and blood gushing forth. Occasionally, a wolfman of 5th or 6th tier would pose a threat to the powered armor, but those were swiftly dealt with by the sorcerers wielding their blades. The two small teams acted like two sharp daggers, swiftly penetrating the entrance to the underground refuge. The carnage was truly staggering. Although the wolfmen appeared numerous, their individual strength was regrettably inadequate. Even when the special operations team was somewhat restrained, they could easily dispatch these foes. Before long, the front line had advanced into the subway entrance. There were no obstructions. The members of the special operations team effortlessly cut through the depths of the subway, akin to slicing through vegetables. Countless wolfmen were encountered along the way, yet not a single one could pose a challenge. Most were dispatched with a single stroke. Occasionally, slightly stronger individuals met the same fate with a casual spell. The pace of their advance exceeded expectations. As they continued to slay, the number of wolfmen dwindled, making the progress of the two teams increasingly effortless. Something felt amiss. After swiftly dispatching another wolfman, Yuqing affixed a signal amplifier to the adjacent wall, his expression growing solemn as he surveyed the seemingly desolate subway tracks. Glancing back at the grotesque tableau of corpses strewn across the platform, he couldn't help but inquire over the communication channel. Xingwu, how many wolfmen has your team slain? According to the powered armor systems tally, it should exceed 4,000. In less than 10 minutes since entering the subway, their small contingent had already eliminated over 4,000 wolfmen, a figure that was undoubtedly remarkable. However, Xingwu's tone lacked any sense of pride and mirrored Yuqing's somber demeanor. And you? How many have you killed? About the same, just over 4,000. So, even accounting for statistical discrepancies in the armor's combat system, our two teams combined have likely slain fewer than 10,000 wolfmen. Before we entered, it was stated that at least 100,000 were concealed within, and given the subway's connections, the upper limit was supposed to be boundless. The two exchanged a grave glance through their powered armor and promptly opened another communication channel. Report to command, the number of wolfmen underground is vastly lower than projected. There may have been some unforeseen developments. Please investigate the cause promptly. The reason is under investigation. The cold voice of Tian Shu resonated through the communication channel. The reports for various teams are quite similar. The number of wolfmen hiding in the underground shelters is significantly below expectations. Continue your advance and ensure that signal amplifiers are deployed along the way to prevent communication disruptions. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. With orders to proceed, the two teams promptly resumed their advance towards the designated location, casting aside any lingering doubts. Their objective is the entrance to an underground refuge deep within the subway tracks, situated over 100 meters beneath the surface. This shelter boasts vast expanses capable of accommodating millions seeking refuge. Tianxian speculates that this is likely the core stronghold of the werewolves, housing a multitude of intelligent werewolves within. In addition to their teams 6 and 7, there are 10 other squads, totaling 12 teams and more than 120 members of special operations, hastening from various entry points towards this subterranean fortress. Encounters with werewolves are scarce at each direction, yet the city should still harbor at least 2 million werewolves. One must wonder, could it be that all these werewolves are not hiding within this refuge? Chapter 597. Will werewolves still engage in blood sacrifice? Could it be that all the werewolves are hiding in their sanctuaries? During their tense advance, a member of the squad voiced this concern, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. However, Yuqing swiftly dismissed the thought, stating, "It makes no sense. The werewolf leader is quite astute and is well aware of our firepower and weaponry. Gathering all the werewolves in one place would be akin to committing suicide. A single strike from our firepower delivery vessel could obliterate them entirely. Furthermore, the werewolves are unaware that our group has intentionally limited the intensity of our strikes to preserve the integrity of the city. They are unlikely to make such a foolish decision. Besides, what would they gain by congregating underground? In these intricate subway tunnels, if they rushed us en masse, they might inflict some casualties. However, clustering together would render them easy targets. One would have to be quite foolish to make such a choice. The werewolves have always possessed an individual strength far superior to that of humans. But in this scenario, sheer individual power is insufficient. In such circumstances, rather than consolidating their numbers, it would be prudent to leave some behind as seeds, allowing these pathogen-carrying werewolves to survive and potentially spread the virus across more regions of Blue Star in the future. Gathering in one spot, waiting to be caught in a net, would be quite the absurdity. Upon hearing this, the squad member who had spoken earlier nodded, realizing that perhaps he had been overly concerned. The group continued onward, placing signal amplifiers as they moved. Paul City had once been a relatively developed area in South America, and the underground transportation lines were equipped with a network, but after being occupied by werewolves for so long, these systems had fallen into disrepair. To maintain communication with headquarters, they had no choice but to set up amplifiers along their route. Fortunately, these devices were small, about the size of a palm, easily affixed to the walls and inconspicuous, allowing them to avoid detection by any stray werewolves. Before long, the two squads reached the entrance to the underground sanctuary. The entrance was vast, wide enough for 4 vehicles to run side by side. This entryway did not solely connect to the subway. In fact, there was a larger exit in another direction. But that exit had been completely sealed off, rendering it inaccessible for the foreseeable future. They could only find a narrow passage from the subway tracks that led to this entrance, traversing 100 meters to reach the Grand Avenue. Surprisingly, this avenue was illuminated, with lights aglow. Members of the squad, who had been fumbling in darkness for quite some time, were momentarily blinded by the bright light as they pushed open a small door. Thankfully, their considerable strength rendered them resilient enough not to be overwhelmed by such intensity. Yet, the emptiness of the avenue only deepened the gravity of Yu Qing and his companions' expressions. If they were to remove their powered armor helmets, they would detect an incredibly pungent scent of blood. However, in such an environment, they had to rely on the protective systems of their powered armor to guard against toxins, making it impossible to remove their helmets. They pressed on. Xing Wu issued a solemn command, yet the visible tension among the ranks was palpable. The two teams pressed onward, only to halt once more. Before them lay a multitude of werewolves sprawled across the entrance avenue, prompting an unsettling chill to creep over the members of the Special Operations Team. These were not mere discarded corpses. Their deaths were bizarrely varied. Yet the bodies remained relatively intact, albeit somewhat desiccated, as if their life essence had been completely drained. They were arranged in a peculiar formation, reminiscent of some malevolent ritual depicted in television dramas. After a moment of silence, Yu Qing activated the first-person view of his power armor to capture the scene, promptly transmitting the footage back to headquarters. Soon, Tian Xian's voice resonated once more in the communication channel of the two teams. According to Su Dong's assessment, this appeared to be an exceedingly sinister blood sacrifice formation, designed to offer up numerous lives in order to extract a unique form of energy, which would then be transferred to one or several individuals. The discovery of this phenomenon was not exclusive to their team. Approximately a minute prior, both the first and second teams had encountered the same issue and were currently investigating. Given the unclear circumstances, the operation could be temporarily abandoned, and they were advised to retreat from the underground. Understood. Despite having journeyed this far, with the mission objective tantalizingly close, the order to withdraw left the two teams feeling somewhat resentful. However, military orders are paramount, and, after a brief hesitation, they chose to retrace their steps along the original route. Just then, a chilling howl erupted from behind them. The two teams turned to witness a vast throng of werewolves surging forth from the depths at a terrifying speed. The sight astonished everyone, leaving them no time to escape as they quickly formed a defensive stance. This is wrong. These werewolves are significantly more powerful than any we encountered before. There are numerous 6th-tier and even some 7th-tier werewolves among them. All personnel remain vigilant. Prior to this moment, 6th-tier werewolves had never been observed on the surface. The Tianyu Group's advanced satellites had been monitoring these werewolf-occupied regions around the clock and had never detected any 7th-tier werewolves, let alone any exceeding that rank. Now, an overwhelming multitude, estimated in the tens of thousands, was emerging far surpassing the predictions of several superintelligent AIs. Look closely. These werewolves are covered in a viscous substance, seemingly drenched in thick blood, as though they have just crawled out of a blood pool, while the two maintained a serious demeanor, bracing for the impending confrontation. Tianxian's voice echoed through the communication channel once again. According to reports from the third team, the intelligent werewolves are employing some method to compel a vast number of ordinary werewolves to commit suicide and bleed out. An underground reservoir to the east of the city has transformed entirely into a blood pool, with werewolves continuously entering, either perishing within to become part of the pool or experiencing a significant power surge in a short span. The latest intelligence has been updated, estimating that the population of werewolves beneath Paul City is approximately 200,000, with an average strength reaching the 6th tier. Among them, there exists a considerable number of individuals exceeding the 7th tier, with some potentially attaining the 9th tier. The members of the Special Operations Team from the Security Department of the Tianyu Group immediately withdrew. Qinchuan's voice abruptly ceased. The members of Team 6 and Team 7, who were on high alert guarding the underground passage, instinctively turned to glance behind them. A colossal werewolf, towering over 5 meters in height, had inexplicably appeared behind the group. The very spot it had just demolished with a single punch was the underground wall where the signal amplifier had been installed. A 9th-tier werewolf. Chapter 598. Dimensional assault from a civilizational level upon the sudden appearance of the werewolf. The entire squad was taken aback, their expressions growing increasingly grave. This formidable 9th-tier werewolf surpassed all expectations. If one were to assess the threat level posed by such a creature, it would undoubtedly not be a concern for these Special Operations Team members, all of whom were at least 9th tier. However, when considering the imperative that their power armor must remain intact, the situation becomes considerably more precarious. The werewolf epitomizes the archetype of physical prowess, lacking any extravagant skills or spells, relying solely on brute strength to overcome all. In a situation where excessive martial prowess cannot be employed for fear of damaging their power armor, even with several 9th-tier mages present, subduing this 9th-tier werewolf may prove challenging. After all, the strength of high-tier mages lies in their long-range attacks and broad area damage. In close combat, they are evidently outmatched by skilled martial artists. In the realm of magic, should a 9th-tier mage find themselves engaged at close quarters with a 9th-tier warrior, they would effectively have already lost half the battle. The remainder hinges on whether the warrior possesses any semblance of rationality. Provided that their wits are intact, they would likely not know how to lose. Consequently, powerful mages often retain nightly retainers, essentially formidable warriors to act as protectors. When faced with an approaching warrior, these fighters would delay in order to buy time for the mage to unleash their full potential, thus increasing their odds of victory. The werewolf that has now appeared has evidently taken the place of the originally antagonistic warriors. What it now confronts are 2 teams, comprising a total of 20 high-tier mages. As for the nightly retainers, these mages themselves possess some martial prowess, with many among them being 9th-tier warriors as well. However, this proves futile. Restricted by their power armor and the current environment teeming with orc viruses, the warriors are unable to unleash their true capabilities. The situation has become dire. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Captains Yueqing and Xingwu felt a chill run down their spines. The sudden emergence of so many powerful werewolves exceeding the 7th tier, and even including 9th tier individuals, completely surpassed their expectations. The original operational plan had no contingency for such an occurrence. Moreover, due to their subterranean location, even if they wished to call for precise orbital strikes, summoning laser strikes to obliterate these creatures would be impossible. Most critically, this 9th-tier werewolf evidently possesses a high degree of intelligence, having immediately disabled their signal amplifiers, severing their communications. As a result, they lost contact with headquarters in a matter of moments, unable to receive further information or assistance from super AIs such as Tianxian. Although they still carried several signal amplifiers, which could be activated to restore communication swiftly, the question remained: would their adversary grant them this opportunity? The answer was a resounding no. Roar. Omans. D. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, laced with a somewhat clumsy yet recognizable human tongue. The ninth-tier werewolf surged forward. The most responsive sorcerer in the Special Operations team had already begun chanting a spell. However, the rapid emergence of the werewolves and their subsequent assault transpired in the blink of an eye. In a frantic effort, several mages exerted their utmost strength to conjure multiple barriers, protecting everyone within. Yet, while these hastily cast protective spells could deter the 7th and 8th-tier werewolves, they were insufficient against the formidable 9th-tier individual. It merely delayed the creature's advance for a brief moment before it shattered the barrier with a single blow. No time for hesitation. I shall confront it. You all prepare to break through. Upon witnessing the chaos, Yu Qing stepped forward, swiftly reciting an incantation. A layer of pale, golden energy enveloped his body, adhering closely to his skin. In the next instant, he no longer concealed his presence. As he advanced, the sound of his power armor straining under the pressure echoed, with sparks erupting from its joints and many parts disintegrating. Undeterred by the damage to his armor, Yu Qing summoned an elegant longbow from his magical space. Just as the 9th-tier werewolf was about to pounce on a mage, he released an arrow. The golden light arrow pierced through the werewolf's abdomen with tremendous force, altering its trajectory and pinning it against the concrete wall of the corridor, embedding it several meters deep. The entire passage trembled, and a cloud of dust erupted. Having achieved a decisive blow, he showed no signs of stopping, swiftly redirecting his aim towards the 7th and 8th-tier werewolves that were precariously obstructed by the flickering barrier, beginning to select his targets. With his prowess, dealing with such werewolves was akin to shooting fish in a barrel. One arrow, one kill. Protective magic. Another captain, Xing Wu, quickly realized the gravity of the situation and called upon his fellow team members to bestow various buffs upon Yu Qing. Regardless of their efficacy, they decided to apply the buffs and light shields without delay. However, Xing Wu's heart sank. If the protective spells could truly shield against the orc virus, their organization would not have repeatedly instructed them not to compromise the armor's tri-defense system. Signal amplifier activated. Communication restored. We have reported the situation to headquarters. They say reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes. One team member exclaimed with excitement. Xing Wu promptly responded. Inquire with headquarters whether the protective magic can temporarily fend off the orc virus's invasion. No. Before the team member could ask further, Tian Xian's voice resonated through the communication channel. The orc virus is inherently reliant on a higher metaphysical force. The werewolves it spawns may seem relatively ordinary in strength to you, yet their actual tier is exceptionally high. The magic of this realm, in comparison, is akin to the ancient artillery of hundreds of years ago compared to modern firearms. While the former may boast superior lethality, the latter is far more advanced. The orc virus, in relation to magic, represents a dimensional incursion from a higher metaphysical civilization. While your magic possesses the capability to annihilate it, it can never truly suppress it. If magic were effective against the orc virus, the situation would not be so convoluted. One could simply summon a cadre of high-level sorcerers alongside elite warriors, allowing the latter to serve as shields while the former bestow enhancements from the rear. The decision of a celestial domain group to forego this strategy in favor of a seemingly simpler physical isolation through the power armor tri-defense system speaks volumes. After all, when considering cost, the investment in such extensive power armor far exceeds the expense of enlisting a group of formidable beings from the magical realm, where entities below the demigod tier hold little value. Chapter 599. How dare you? The Guardian-type magic is utterly ineffective. The realization struck Xing Wu with a heavy heart. As for Yu Qing, with his true strength unveiled, his powered armor lay in ruins, rendering him oblivious to the communications echoing through the channel. Before he could ponder further, Tian Xian's voice resounded. Multiple energy fluctuations indicative of 9th-tier mutated entities are approaching your vicinity. Please prepare to establish defenses and hold your positions for reinforcements. Furthermore, based on the findings of Teams 1 and 2, it is highly probable that 9th-tier werewolves have emerged from beneath. Currently, due to surface obstructions, aerial reconnaissance satellites are unable to ascertain their precise locations. Judging by the reports from various squads, it is likely that they are near you. Be ready for engagement. Moreover, several 9th-tier werewolves are en route, and there may even be one lurking with power exceeding the 9th tier. Wait, power exceeding the 9th tier? Demigod. Even as a warrior with extensive combat experience, Xing Wu's mind momentarily faltered. What on earth do these creatures consume to grow so formidable? Can such strength truly be attained so swiftly? Yet before he could reflect further, a sudden explosion interrupted him as the previously shot 9th-tier werewolf erupted from the wall. Its condition was nothing short of tragic. The arrow had pierced through its torso, and crimson blood gushed forth like a torrent, with its writhing entrails barely visible beneath the grayish fur. However, the werewolf seemed oblivious to its dire state, roaring as it lunged towards Yuqing, who had just dispatched several 7th and 8th-tier werewolves. Fortunately, it was evidently no match for Yuqing. With a bow in hand and a frenzy for victory, Yuqing merely cast a sidelong glance at the beast before releasing another arrow, sending it crashing back into the wall as one would kick a stray dog. This creature's strength, while mediocre among 9th-tier adversaries, was notable for its resilience. Thus, Yuqing opted against deliberating whether to slay it. Kicking it away was the most pragmatic solution at the moment. As the situation gradually stabilized, the high-tier werewolves had suffered heavy casualties under Yuqing's full assault, aided by the surrounding mages. However, just then, several more figures emanating the same 9th-tier aura began to materialize. Their eerie green eyes glowed in the pitch-black underground passage, creating an unsettling sight. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 10. What on earth? Why are these monsters' power levels escalating so rapidly? Yuqing's expression shifted. Though hailing from another world, he held considerable faith in the technological prowess of the Tianyu group, since it had been stated that no werewolves above 7th tier existed here. It was unequivocally impossible for such creatures to have emerged. The presence of these monsters, surpassing the 7th tier, indicated a sudden and inexplicable emergence, leaving him, as a cultivator from a magical realm, in a state of confusion. In the realm of magic, a practitioner who attains the 9th rank before the age of 50 is considered a prodigy. Many powerful 9th rank warriors toil for decades, often reaching their centenary before they even touch the threshold of this realm. Those with lesser talents may require centuries of arduous training to achieve such a state. Yet, these werewolves, one moment they are at the 6th rank, and the next they ascend to the 9th. Who can make sense of this? The outside world is truly astonishing, brimming with bizarre occurrences. Yuqing's lips twitched as he stowed the longbow into his magical space, then casually drew forth the enchanted blade provided by the Tianyu group. A bow might suffice for harvesting low-rank werewolves for fries, but against such a horde, a more formidable weapon is in order. However, given the slender stature of the elves, the blade designed for powered armor felt somewhat incongruous in his grasp. It was merely a dozen 9th rank werewolves. He had faced such scenarios before when pursued by the Dark Elf faction. Come on, humans, surrender or face death. A peculiar voice emerged from the shadows. As a massive werewolf with reddish-brown fur lumbered into view, its body seemingly ablaze with flickering flames that dispelled the surrounding darkness, revealing the 9th rank werewolves trailing behind. Without the translator of his powered armor, Yuqing could not comprehend the creature's words. With so many languages on Blue Star, he had yet to master the dialect of the 9 provinces, let alone these bizarre tongues. However, upon seeing the reddish-brown werewolf, he could not help but swallow hard. The innate sense of danger inherent to practitioners was screaming at him. This creature must be more than just a 9th rank, right? He felt an overwhelming urge to drag it back to the Tianyu group's biological laboratory for dissection, to uncover what these monsters consume to grow. Beyond the 9th rank lies the realm of demigods, does it not? Even in a more advanced cultivation system, it represents an existence beyond body tempering and chi training. Foundation establishment? It did not seem to fit. Yuqing had encountered the foundation establishment stages of Xinghin and Yueling, and the aura emanating from this creature was evidently far inferior to that of those 2 matriarchs from the Tianyu group. Amidst the mingling of various cultivation systems, the classification of power was becoming increasingly perplexing. If its energy level surpassed the 9th rank, yet fell short of the foundation establishment stage, one might as well consider it a demigod. The figure of Xingwu appeared at Yu Qing's side. Surprised, Yu Qing turned to find that Xingwu had, at some point, removed the helmet of his powered armor. Are you out of your mind? I'm not mad. You cannot stop these monsters. As team captain, it's our duty to step forward now, Xingwu replied calmly. With that, he turned to the reddish-brown werewolf, earnestly inquiring, I presume you're the werewolf who reached out to our group via email? The translator embedded in the powered armor rendered his words into the local tongue. As anticipated, the werewolf emitted a light snort, seemingly amused yet perhaps mocking their audacity. He continued in a coarse voice, It is indeed I, judging by your reactions. It appears that you are not entirely pleased with the proposal I previously presented. I have heard that your esteemed chairman has issued a scathing proclamation against my kin. I wonder, if given another chance, would you still dare to treat us, the Crescent Moon Divine clan, with such arrogance? He chuckled derisively, a glimmer of scorn evident in his eyes. What is it that you find amusing? The russet werewolf retorted, his anger palpable. I find humor in the ignorance of the frog at the bottom of the well, oblivious to the vastness of the world. How dare you presume to negotiate terms with your chairman? Chapter 600. What audacity for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to claim divinity. Am I unworthy? The reddish-brown werewolf let out a sinister laugh, its sharp claws intentionally grazing the adjacent wall, effortlessly carving grotesque fissures into the concrete as if it were mere tofu. Humans, you have no inkling of the formidable power that I now wield. Is that so? How formidable? A voice emerged from the darkness, laced with a hint of mockery. Yet the werewolf remained oblivious to the underlying tension, believing it was merely the group before him inquiring. With a chuckle, he replied, You have likely never witnessed the might of a deity, have you? Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be divine. As his words resonated, searing flames erupted around him, enveloping his already vibrant reddish-brown fur with an even more brilliant blaze. The air around him crackled and hissed from the intense heat. The multitude of filth and blood left by werewolves on the ground of the underground passage was instantly charred by the flames, emitting a pungent stench that made one instinctively grimace. Even those encased in power armor, who could not detect any scent, could surmise that the atmosphere outside was likely far from pleasant. Alas, in these times, any stray creature dares to claim divinity. The magical realm is rife with such pretenders. And now a new one emerges from Blue Star. Can't you all just calm down? A figure in the darkness sighed, seemingly exasperated. Only then did the reddish-brown werewolf finally grasp that something was amiss, and the mention of the magical realm conjured vague images in its mind. These were memories from before its mutation. In those recollections, before the grand portal of time and space, a spirited youth hovered above another world, wielding a black and purple banner. As the banner fluttered in the wind, a mere flick from a youth caused it to stretch magnificently, seemingly enveloping the entire world in an instant. The divine beings high above, all fell. None could withstand a single blow from him. No, it's not you who is speaking. Who is it that speaks? The werewolf's heart raced, jolting back instinctively, casting wary glances at the seemingly feeble humans before it. Yet, while its eyes were fixed ahead, its ears were perked, ever alert for any sounds behind, ready to thwart any ambush. The presence of a newcomer felt exceedingly strange. Despite the extensive dialogue, it could not discern from which direction the voice emanated. This instinctively instilled an acute sense of unease within it. The memories flashing in its mind from before the mutation heightened its vigilance, leaving no room for complacency. Who is speaking? Just turn around, and you shall find out. A gentle voice floated from behind. The reddish-brown werewolf abruptly turned, only to find a strikingly handsome youth had appeared at his back without his notice. Upon recognizing the figure's countenance, the werewolf stood frozen in place. It wasn't just him. Even the members of the Special Operations Team, including Yu Qing and Xingwu, were momentarily stunned upon seeing the newcomer. After a prolonged silence, it was Xingwu, quick to regain composure, who hurriedly bowed and exclaimed, Greetings, Chairman. It is rather unpleasant. There is an overwhelming stench here that I cannot endure. He waved his hand in disdain, signaling them not to be so formal. He casually pointed towards the vaulted ceiling of the passage and uttered softly, "Open." With a sudden crack, a fissure appeared at the top of the passage, rapidly expanding as if it possessed a life of its own. Within mere moments, this crevice transformed into a vast chasm, accompanied by tremors that shook the ground, slowly widening towards both sides. Radiant moonlight poured into the subterranean passage, illuminating the swirling dust with an ethereal glow. "Is that you, Sui?" The once imposing russet werewolf instinctively took a few steps back, a primal fear surging from deep within, leaving it devoid of the courage to confront the figure before it. To my astonishment, it was indeed the revered Sui who had personally intervened to salvage the situation. When I had first glimpsed this werewolf, whose strength exceeded the 9th tier, I had feared for our demise, thinking that the Special Operations Unit of the Tianyu Group's security department was doomed. Hearing the AI mention reinforcements on the way had seemed nothing more than a comforting lie. Yet here they were, and the reinforcements were none other than this formidable deity. I owe an apology to the white-headed eagle. I had previously criticized its ineptitude, unaware that it was not the eagle's inadequacy, but rather the ferocity of the enemy that posed the true threat. The emergence of a creature surpassing the 9th-tier power of the magical realm rendered the eagle's struggles quite reasonable. Apologizing seems appropriate, for these monstrosities were indeed birthed from their own making. Moreover, when the white-headed eagle established the canal defense line, these creatures were not nearly as formidable as they are now. It was their own deficiencies that allowed these monsters to grow in strength. However, to say it is reasonable is absurd. When the white-headed eagle faced the werewolves, these beasts appear to possess only rudimentary intelligence, lacking any advanced cognitive abilities. The defeat can only be attributed to the dearth of anthropomorphic beings within the ranks of the white-headed eagle empire. It seems the Tianyu Group's previous reluctance to engage was not without justification. These werewolves are not only peculiar, but indeed quite difficult to handle. Had it not been for Su Yi's timely arrival, the elite forces of the Tianyu Group's security department would have faced significant losses here. Indeed, I once questioned whether the Tianyu Group was intentionally fostering these threats, allowing North America and the Black State to fall into chaos. I did not anticipate the true strength of these creatures. Not only are they formidable as individuals, but their collective combat prowess is also impressive, demonstrating a level of intelligence that includes tactics such as luring enemies into traps. The elite forces of the Tianyu Group's security department nearly fell victim to such a ploy. I, too, had assumed it was a case of fostering trouble for self-aggrandizement, only to discover that the reality was far more dire. These werewolves are indeed formidable adversaries. If the notion of fostering trouble for self-aggrandizement is to be entertained, should one not first seek to comprehend the meaning of such a term? The Tianyu Group's decision to retain these werewolves without resolution, while simultaneously leveraging their existence to extract demand from the world, would indeed be the true essence of fostering trouble for self-aggrandizement. What is happening now cannot be labeled as such. Does the Tianyu Group truly require threats against the Blue Star to obtain what they desire? Would anyone dare refuse them if they simply issued a demand? A touch of common sense would be appreciated. Indeed, it is rather amusing to observe that the Tianyu Group chooses to retain these monsters without taking action. After all, they are not the ones who instigated this troublesome affair. Why should they take on the burden of cleaning up after the bald eagle? In my opinion, all the havoc wrought by the werewolves should be attributed to the bald eagle, and one should not attempt to divert the conversation or cast aspersions on the Tianyu Group. It is utterly unexpected that the empire of the bald eagle has been reduced to a state of despair, with only a solitary island remaining among the 50 states, while dutiful descendants are still trying to resurrect its spirit and shift the blame. Truly absurd. Chapter 601. Choosing Your Demise, to Su Yi's astonishment. A serendipitous turn of events led to a significant reversal in public sentiment. Previously, the Tianyu Group had refrained from confronting the werewolves, attracting considerable criticism online. Many discerning individuals recognized the essence of the matter, understanding that the Tianyu Group bore no obligation to clean up after the White Eagle nor to rescue those completely uninvolved. Yet, this world is never short of fools easily incited by mere words. The Tianyu Group's deliberate negligence in addressing the werewolves, allowing the rampant spread of the werewolf and beastman virus, had provoked a cacophony of threats against the entire globe. Su-yi, however, dismissed such allegations with indifference, and Tian-shu displayed even less interest, neglecting to manage the tides of public opinion. Yet, the abstract soon emerged. Although Tian-shu had never prevented the dissemination of these fanciful notions, individuals began to engage in cryptic discussions as if they were riddle masters. They spoke in hushed tones, insinuating that those who understood the underlying issues were privy to hidden truths. They claimed to have heard from relatives that certain individuals had recently been apprehended, and lamented the poor quality of tea in the police station, expressing a reluctance to return. Their rhetoric suggested that they were genuinely victims of persecution. At the pinnacle of these abstract statements and conspiracy theories, some even asserted that the Tianyu group had orchestrated the virus leak. When others presented previously disclosed evidence indicating that the virus was under the White Eagle's research, these individuals pivoted, arguing that while the virus might have originated from the White Eagle, its release was the fault of the Tianyu group. The evidence cited included the fact that on the night of the virus's outbreak in Nanmi, local gangs and military forces clad in Tianyu group exoskeleton armor had caught the White Eagle soldiers off guard, leading to the virus's release. Without such equipment, these individuals would have stood no chance against the White Eagle's troops, nor could they have posed any threat to the virus samples. Moreover, some went so far as to claim that the exoskeleton armor sold by the Tianyu group must surely contain backdoors. If the Tianyu group's super AI were indeed so formidable, why did it not utilize these backdoors to thwart the ignorant locals' assault on the White Eagle's forces, thereby preventing the virus leak? In essence, once a matter is tinged with conspiracy, the tendency is to shoot arrows first and draw targets later, allowing for a retroactive construction of logical coherence. Whether such logic is genuinely sound is of no concern to them. Their modus operandi is to cast aspersions first and foremost. Previously, such rhetoric was predominantly propagated by those outside of Jiuzhou. Naturally, as a region with a significant population of contrarian nationalists, Jiuzhou is not devoid of such individuals. Though their numbers may be small in proportion, the vast population ensures that their ranks are substantial, certainly numbering in the millions. In the past, these individuals directed their ire towards the Jiuzhou government, but now, due to the prominence of the Tianyu group, they have become the focal point of criticism, drawing public ire. While there may have been some justification for their grievances against the government, after all, as long as one resides in Jiuzhou, they are a tax-paying citizen. Unfounded attacks on the Tianyu group are perplexing. After all, they have not contributed taxes to the company. Thus, this group of individuals has become an object of disdain on the Jiuzhou online platform, garnering no supporters. Instead, their every appearance incites collective mockery. Yet, they remain oblivious to their faults, believing themselves to be the sole bearers of clarity amidst a sea of ignorance. This public sentiment, however, fails to exert any pressure on the Tianyu group. It merely serves to evoke a sense of discomfort. Su-yi had initially planned to delegate the matter to Tian-shu after this incident, with a strategy already in place. After all, a vast expanse of unclaimed land would emerge post-battle, and these individuals, discontent with both the Jiuzhou authorities and the Tianyu group, could be conveniently relegated to some desolate corner to amuse themselves. Little did he anticipate that even before the war concluded, today, as unforeseen events would lead to a reversal of the online narrative. Those who had previously deemed the Tianyu group blameless now watched in dismay as members of the security department fell into a trap. And upon witnessing these individuals emerge with their sardonic remarks, they could no longer contain their disdain, redirecting their ire towards these enigmatic online entities. Of course, Su-yi was unaware of any of this at present. Adorned in a ceremonial robe gifted by Lin Aran, he sought to maintain a suave appearance, tucking away his earpiece to avoid any jarring contrasts. His primary focus was to exude charm. As for other considerations, they would have to wait. He needed to deal with the fiery beast before him in a manner befitting his style. Speak, how would you prefer to meet your demise? Su-yi positioned his sword across his chest, scrutinizing the intricate designs and engraved spiritual circuits on the scabbard. With a gentle pull, he unsheathed the sword halfway, revealing a blade that shimmered like a tranquil autumn lake, strikingly luminous in the dim canyon. The werewolf, stunned by his display of skill, found itself bereft of words, its green eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. Naturally, it could not respond to his inquiry. Choose silence? Then allow me to select your method of death. Sui glanced at the sword, hesitated briefly, and then returned it to its scabbard. After all, this sword, bestowed upon him by Lin Iran, bore her formidable sword intent, capable of effortlessly dispatching even the most formidable foes. The usage of such intent was limited, and employing it against this creature would be a gross extravagance. He tossed the sword aside, and Yu Qing, who had been rendered speechless, scrambled to catch it, holding it with a reverent demeanor as he meticulously wiped away the dust. To them, this weapon far surpassed the so-called artifacts of the magical realm. Rather than resorting to the sword, Sui decided to showcase a newly learned technique. One they should find somewhat familiar. Even if not entirely, they ought to glean some insight. These werewolves were essentially remnants of the White Eagles. Having gleaned superficial knowledge from the inscriptions of the Yin-Fu Sutra, and through a hodgepodge of technological amalgamations, they had unleashed a mutated virus through reckless experimentation on living subjects. It is akin to the same substance that can heal in the hands of the virtuous, yet wreak havoc in the hands of the malevolent. The esoteric arts and supernatural powers share a similar fate. Those mad scientists of the White Eagle, from the outset, harbored no noble intentions in their pursuit of knowledge, ultimately resulting in the creation of such insidious phenomena. However, the Yin-Fu Jing itself does not constitute a malevolent practice. In fact, it is not even a technique, but rather a compilation of inscriptions detailing various supernatural arts. This text holds no utility for the average individual. It is only the cultivators who can derive benefits from its wisdom. After secluding myself for over half a month, contemplating the inscriptions, I managed to acquire but a single technique, which I shall now test for its potency. Sui cast a glance at the utterly immobilized werewolf, disregarding any potential reaction, as an invisible force lifted him into the air. The heavens unleashed their deadly intent. Chapter 602, The True Divine Power, Shifting Stars, and Changing Abodes. At this moment, Sui floated in the air like a deity descending from the heavens, his robes billowing without a breeze. A terrifying aura of murder enveloped him, pressing down on those nearby until they could scarcely breathe. The red-brown werewolf, facing this overwhelming force, faltered under the pressure, its legs giving way as it sank to its knees. The sheer intensity of the killing intent not only bore down on the creature, but also carved a deep pit in the surrounding concrete, the sound of its bones cracking echoing in the air. This was merely the result of the manifested killing intent emanating from Sui. The true lethal strike had yet to be unleashed. The pervasive aura of death that surrounded him instilled an overwhelming sense of despair. For the werewolf, it felt as though, in that moment, it had become the enemy of the world itself. The desire to kill seemed not to originate from Sui before it, but rather from the very will of the universe. The all-encompassing pressure, arising from above and below, from every direction, extinguished any thought of resistance within the werewolf. In a desperate plea for mercy, it cried out, "Spare me. I understand my mistakes. I can obey you, serve you as a slave, manage the infected regions for you. I will do anything you ask, just spare my life." However, in response to this wretched supplication, Sui merely chuckled softly. "You do not comprehend your mistakes. You are merely aware of your impending doom. Although it may seem excessive to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, I find myself devoid of suitable opponents to test my skills lately. Thus, consider yourself fortunate. To perish under this strike is your blessing." With that, he slowly raised his hand. Under the werewolf's despairing gaze, his fingers clenched tightly. The purest killing intent, drawn from the heavenly laws of the blue planet, enveloped the werewolf entirely. There was no scene of bloodshed, nor any blinding effects. Time seemed to stand still, or perhaps it accelerated dramatically in that moment. To the members of the Special Operations Team, the spectacle unfolded as Sui grasped the air, causing the werewolf to freeze in place, as if the entire world had fallen silent. Then, as if eons had passed in an instant, They watched in awe as the kneeling werewolf rapidly withered, stiffened, decayed, and ultimately transformed into a pile of yellow sand, carried away by an inexplicable breeze. These individuals hailed from a magical realm. Yet the brutality of such a method was beyond their comprehension. They stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ethereal figure before them, their eyes filled with astonishment. He had previously dispatched nearly all their demigods and deities with ease, a fact that was no secret. Initially, they were shocked to learn of such a powerful existence in the world. However, as they arrived on the blue planet and encountered the cultivation system from the realm of immortality, their understanding of why Su-Yi could so effortlessly dominate those deities began to crystallize. Even upon hearing that Su-Yi relied on a sophisticated artifact known as the 10,000 Souls Banner, originating from the realm of cultivation, many among them harbored thoughts of, if he can do it, so can I. Naturally, such fleeting aspirations were typically kept hidden beneath the surface. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the power of magical artifacts is intrinsically linked to one's prowess. One cannot simply dismiss the notion that an individual who annihilates a multitude of deities with such artifacts is weak. After all, those deities and demigods felled by Su-Yi would certainly not share that sentiment. Should they discover that Su-Yi's earlier triumphs over divine beings were facilitated by magical artifacts, they might mistakenly believe themselves capable of challenging him, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. How could a person who is cultivated to such a degree in the arcane realm be considered a mere fool? Yet, as with all things, reality can compel even the wisest to entertain fanciful notions in moments of detachment. However, at this very moment, their whimsical thoughts were shattered by the scene before them, leaving no room for further delusions. Presently, Su-Yi was not employing any extraordinary artifact. Rather, he effortlessly dispatched a werewolf, rivaling a demigod, using nothing but his own formidable strength. It appeared that this was merely a casual strike, far from reaching Su-Yi's limits. The most striking aspect of this confrontation was the nature of his attack, coupled with the overwhelming aura of slaughter that seemed to emanate from all directions, a sensation wholly unfamiliar to these practitioners of the magical world. In that instant, Su-Yi transcended the identity of an individual. He embodied the will of the world itself, pronouncing judgment upon the crimson-brown werewolf leader. How could a single person, regardless of their formidable prowess, represent the will of the world? This notion was entirely beyond their comprehension. Humanity often regards the unknown with reverence, and this moment was no exception. In reality, their sentiments were not misplaced. Su-Yi had slumbered for an extended period, meditating upon the inscriptions of the stone tablet, which had propelled his cultivation to the golden core stage at a speed akin to light. Yet, the singular technique he had gleaned from the tablet, inscribed with the symbol scripture and a plethora of magical arts, was this one strike alone, the heavenly murderous intent. Essentially, it harnesses the power of the heavenly Tao, or rather, the fundamental essence of the world, allowing him to momentarily wield the most primal forces of existence to vanquish his adversaries. In this context, the heavenly Tao symbolizes the natural order. How vast is the scope of this heavenly Tao? From this perspective, there exist but two paths in this world, the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. The heavenly Tao encompasses the totality of natural laws. The tempest, thunder, and lightning are manifestations of its principles, as are aging, illness, and death, along with the relentless cycle of predation and the inexorable passage of time. Humanity, in essence, resembles a derivative of the celestial order. It embodies the artificial will that emerges beyond the natural laws. It is a collective term for the ingenious thoughts of all sentient beings existing outside the path of nature. All that is natural returns to the celestial order, while all that is artificial is encompassed within humanity. This delineates the fundamental distinction between the two paths. Humanity is intrinsically birthed from the celestial order, yet does not necessarily imply a lesser status. In a certain light, both exist on an equal footing. Conversely, within the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity, the earth, in the context of the celestial decree that brings forth destruction, possesses little presence. In other words, it is an integral part of the celestial order, unlike humanity, which, while stemming from the celestial, maintains its independence from it. Chapter 603. The Blood Pool and the Flesh Forest. It is precisely for this reason that, upon employing this technique, Su-E is genuinely capable of briefly harnessing a modicum of the celestial principles, thereby establishing himself as the true sovereign of this realm. To say he is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut would be an understatement. With mastery over the most formidable powers of existence, he could effortlessly annihilate not only this diminutive werewolf, but also formidable cultivators in the nascent soul, transformation, or return to void stages with a mere strike. However, due to his current limitations in strength, the execution of this technique hinges upon the willingness of this world's will to cooperate. As a native of Blue Star, he is able to deploy this technique with such fluidity. Were he to venture into another world, the seamless execution of such a lethal maneuver would likely prove exceedingly challenging. As for the manifestation of this technique appearing as time fleeting, with the werewolf succumbing to the ravages of age, this too is a matter of choice. After briefly becoming the embodiment of the celestial order, he can opt to unleash a lethal force through natural laws. Winds, rains, thunder, and lightning are all within his grasp. Indeed, should he desire, the mere thought could bring about the werewolf's demise from illness. Yet, his curiosity led him to explore the effects of utilizing time as a weapon against his adversary. Thus he chose this path. At present, while lacking any particularly ostentatious visual effects, the silent transformation of a foe into mere ash possesses a profoundly powerful visual impact. Before attaining transcendence, every being's lifespan is finite. In the face of time, the inevitability of death awaits all. This primal instinct, rooted deep within our DNA, evokes a profound fear of the passage of time, leaving many spectators in a state of stunned silence upon witnessing this scene. After a considerable interval, Sui effortlessly dispatched all werewolves of the 7th tier and above, leaving behind a concise farewell. Those who bore witness gradually returned to their senses. This truly is overwhelmingly shocking. Even through a screen, it inspires a sense of dread. Indeed, the imagery of time elapsing instills the chilling sensation that one's demise is imminent. To wield such power over time is to approach the divine. One cannot help but reflect on how amusing it is to recall the so-called deities of the magical world, who are utterly oblivious to the true nature of divine power. I earnestly suspect that Su need not even perform that dramatic gesture of grasping a void. That motion was merely for flair. After all, when he later dispatched the remaining werewolves, a mere glance was sufficient to reduce them to dust. Now that is what one might call an explosive gaze. Prior to the emergence of the Tianyu group, I studied physics for decades. The terrifying technologies they produce, while seemingly outrageous, nonetheless adhere to the laws of physics, which I can somewhat accept. However, once the Tianyu group began to disseminate martial arts cultivation techniques, magical practices, and even the later methodologies of immortal cultivation, I found myself increasingly bewildered by the world around me. To this day, when I witness him soaring into the air at will, merely casting a glance that accelerates the flow of time within a certain area to an unimaginable pace, instantly reducing a formidable werewolf creature to mere ash, I realize that I, an old-timer, am finding it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with the advancements in this world. It seems there is no place for me aboard the vessel of the new era. Initially, I felt a deep resonance with my elder brother's words, until I innocently glanced at the homepage and was taken aback to discover he was an employee of the Tianyu group. Brother, you're already on board. Yet you claim to your comrades that there is no room for you on the ship of the new era? Very well. Yet another individual attempting to curry favor with the boss through online essays. Tell me, do employees of the Tianyu group receive bonuses for extolling their boss online? In truth, they do not, but what harm is there in my willingness to sing their praises? No fault there. Should my employer be inclined to grant me the privileges of a Tianyu group employee, I would not only sing his praises online to enhance his reputation. I would even call him father if it meant securing my position. Su father, I have just graduated. Please allow me to greet the esteemed Tian Shu and ease the employment requirements to accept me. It seems that Su-E has become indistinguishable from a deity. Working at the Tianyu group would essentially be akin to serving a god. Due to an unexpected crisis during a critical operation, the situation was nearly disastrous. But after Su-yi intervened, the tide turned almost instantaneously. In the aftermath, the Special Operations Team of the Tianyu Group not only remained deployed but, following a thorough resupply and preparation at a temporary camp outside Paul City, re-entered the city fully armed. This operation proceeded remarkably smoothly. With the cooperation of over 10 Special Operations sub-teams, they breached the entire underground transit infrastructure of Paul City in less than an hour, seizing all potential underground sanctuaries that could harbor werewolves. Of course, the rapidity of this success was largely due to the initial miscalculation by Tianxian, who had estimated that there were millions of werewolves present. However, this was not a misjudgment on Tianshu's part. In truth, the area did indeed host millions of werewolves, all of whom had been ritually sacrificed by that red-brown werewolf utilizing a certain sacrificial ability awakened from their bloodline. This revelation also elucidated the enigma of why these intelligent werewolves could attain an average rank of 7 or 8, with the strongest even reaching demigod status in a remarkably brief period. After clearing nearly the entire underground facilities of the city, the 10 or so sub-teams surrounded the immense underground water reservoir discovered by the first and second teams. This space exceeded 10 million cubic meters, with enough water to supply the daily needs of 5 million residents in one region of Paul City, as well as the industrial and commercial water requirements of factories and shopping centers in the area. It is one of the most vital hydraulic infrastructures in all of Paul City. At this very moment, this super underground reservoir has completely transformed into a colossal blood pool. Aside from those who perished in the bombardment and a handful of werewolves placed at the subterranean surface as cannon fodder, the millions of werewolves in Paul City met their demise in this very locale, their blood coalescing into a veritable superlative blood pool. Upon entering this realm, even through the protective systems of powered armor, members of the Special Operations Team seemed to be able to detect the intensely potent scent of blood within. Many viewers, watching the live broadcast through their screens, instinctively felt a wave of nausea at this sight, some even on the brink of retching. In addition to the blood, an overwhelming accumulation of werewolf corpses lay piled high beneath the surface. Such a gruesome tableau of blood and carcasses would undoubtedly leave a lasting psychological scar on those with a fragile constitution, a mere glance likely to haunt them for a lifetime. Chapter 604, Comprehensive Elimination underway. Attention all units. Our bionic signal has successfully interfaced with the werewolf shared neural network, completing the initial combat readiness deployment. A substantial number of werewolves have congregated at the following coordinates: XXX. All members of the Special Operations Teams located in South America, North America, and Black State are urged to promptly evacuate these areas. In half an hour, orbital plasma cannons will execute indiscriminate bombardment of these locations, aiming to maximize the extermination of the werewolf forces. Within 1 hour post-bombardment, 100 orbital airborne brigades belonging to the Tianyu Group, along with 10 chemical defense heavy armored corps from Jiuzhou, will enter the battlefield to clear the remaining werewolves from the vast continental expanse. The werewolf eradication operation is projected to take 1 month. Following that, we will undertake a comprehensive carpet search and extermination operation across the 3 continents, which is expected to last approximately 3 months. All preparations are in place. Special Operations Team members in the relevant areas must evacuate swiftly to avoid collateral damage. It has been a week since the first wave of cleansing in Paul City nearly encountered a setback with the intelligent werewolves. Following the incident, Tianxian rapidly adjusted its strategy, continuing to advance steadily in the decapitation operations against these intelligent werewolves while remaining vigilant against the peculiar blood rituals. Fortunately, after researching the blood pool beneath Paul City, Tianji discovered that the execution of such blood rituals seems to be constrained by numerous factors, making it not as straightforward as desired. Its greatest weakness lies in the necessity for a vast space to store the blood and corpses involved in these rituals, from which the mysterious sigils can slowly draw power to cultivate a goo king. This presents a manageable challenge. The Tianyu Group's satellites continuously monitor the surface. Attempting to perform such rituals above ground is utterly impossible and can only be conducted secretly underground. The existence of large underground facilities capable of accommodating such operations is no secret globally. TNG merely needs to search through the extensive records of large-scale underground construction on Blue Star to swiftly identify regions suitable for werewolf blood rituals. The information will then be relayed to the operational command led by Tian Xian. Tianchuan's solution is both straightforward and forceful, regardless of whether blood rituals are indeed taking place underground. Once the coordinates are provided by Tianji, she will simply direct a plasma cannon strike to obliterate that area, turning it into glass. With no large underground facilities remaining, the werewolves can no longer utilize these shelters for clandestine blood rituals. Many of these facilities were once constructed as nuclear bomb shelters by various nations, designed to survive even a nuclear war. However, faced with the terrifying firepower of the orbital firepower delivery ships, such shelters are rendered as fragile as paper. Even if they were excavated to the Earth's core, they would still be obliterated by the annihilation cannon, ascending alongside Blue Star into oblivion. As the majority of intelligent werewolves have been swiftly eradicated, a portion still evades capture, hiding among the multitude of ordinary werewolves, making them exceedingly difficult to distinguish. However, these intelligent werewolves have failed to make a significant impact, particularly in terms of the Tianyu group's ability to harness the shared neural network of werewolves to assemble a formidable force. In earlier times, when a multitude of intelligent werewolves commanded the shared neural network, the processing power of Tian Shu, even having multiplied billions of times, found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate this network and direct the werewolves. This was the very purpose of the decapitation operation. Even before the initiation of this mission, Tian Shu and Tian Xian anticipated numerous unforeseen risks. Nonetheless, they, along with Su Yi, resolved to proceed. For this represented the most efficient and straightforward method to eliminate the werewolves. Scouring across 3 continents to hunt down each werewolf individually would prove far less expedient than the direct bombardment from starships. The starship's plasma cannons fired in succession. Each flash of a muzzle signified the instantaneous vaporization of at least 10 million werewolves by the extreme heat. While the gathering process was time-consuming, the bombardment itself was swift, taking merely over a minute for the assault vessel to accomplish its mission and return to high-altitude, synchronous orbit. Meanwhile, in North America, South America, and Black State, nearly 20 enormous glass craters emerged, each representing the countless werewolves that perished in those locations, tens of millions, if not more, within the span of a mere minute. Over 99 of the werewolves, which had once swept across Blue Star and devoured 3 continents at the speed of light, were obliterated. As for the remnants, they would be gradually eradicated by subsequent airborne troops and the heavily armored Chemical Defense Corps Jojo. This was an unavoidable circumstance, just as humanity, as a collective, inevitably produces some eccentric individuals. The werewolf community also harbors unique entities that refuse to heed the aggregation commands issued by Tian Shu, disguised as intelligent werewolves. Through the shared neural network, these individuals could not be concentrated via the shared neural network and consequently survive the onslaught. Dealing with them would require a painstaking approach, progressing slowly and steadily, as haste was not an option. The silver lining is that the total number of werewolves is finite. With patience, they will eventually be eradicated. After all, werewolves are a peculiar species that emerge from the infection of ordinary humans by the beast virus, and no signs of their reproduction have yet been observed. It remains uncertain whether they possess reproductive capabilities. Perhaps their design did not account for the capacity for independent reproduction, or perhaps they do possess such abilities. Yet the time from their emergence to potential extinction has been too brief, less than 6 months, leaving no opportunity for procreation. Ultimately, these considerations are of little consequence. What truly matters is that the populations of werewolves in North America, South America, and Black State have been decimated, and the majority have been eradicated by the Tianyu group. The werewolves in these regions have become rootless driftwood, their numbers no longer on the rise. The beast virus continues to ravage. Yet these areas lack suitable hosts for its parasitism. The aerial assault troops of the Tianyu group and the forces from Jiuzhou, upon entering these regions, are equipped with the most advanced individual defense systems. The accompanying encampments are not hastily erected. Rather, they are meticulously established after the completion of daily advancement tasks, locating suitable sites for the Tianyu group to directly airdrop sterile shelters. These temporary camps, enhanced through the modifications of Tianji, feature designated disinfection zones. High temperatures are nearly ineffective against such viruses, as only at temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees can they be eradicated. However, such extreme heat would prove fatal to humans long before the virus is neutralized. Consequently, the disinfection method developed by Tianji employs specialized radiation to eliminate any viruses that may be carried by the soldiers entering the combat zone to cleanse the werewolves. This process is remarkably efficient. A mere 10 minutes within the disinfection chamber suffices to eradicate all orc viruses from the surface of the body. Moreover, individuals entering the disinfection chamber often don their powered armor or heavy exoskeletons, rendering the radiation virtually harmless to them. It is precisely due to the innovation introduced by Tianji that subsequent cleansing operations can proceed effectively. Otherwise, in a scenario of perpetual viral transmission, the painstaking task of eliminating the sporadic werewolves will become exceedingly challenging. Although it is not insurmountable, the associated costs would soar to astronomical levels. In contrast, the current approach allows for the establishment of camps wherever battles are fought, with the only expense being the deployment of a temporary encampment, which is negligible for the Tianyu group. Chapter 605. Perhaps they encourage such actions, time flies. And it has been a full 2 months since the Tianyu group declared war on the werewolves. During these 2 months, the soldiers of the Tianyu group's security department fought valiantly alongside the soldiers of the Zhuzhou military. And finally, half a month ago, we eradicated all known werewolves. Now, with another fortnight past, our ground forces across 3 continents, alongside military satellites and starships patrolling the skies, have detected no signs of werewolf activity on the surface of Blue Star. Thus, I believe we can proudly announce a phased victory in this war against the mutated werewolves. Although the werewolves possess a natural hibernation trait that allows them to hide in inconspicuous corners for years, even decades, without succumbing to hunger, it is possible that a few of them remain elusive on Blue Star. However, that will be the focus of our future endeavors. Based on the operational plan we devised earlier, we have now achieved all the objectives we anticipated prior to the commencement of hostilities. Moreover, we have some excellent news to share. The near-Earth orbital spacecraft, Purity, equipped with a large sterilization radiation device, successfully completed its inaugural experiment a month ago and has been deployed to the battlefield. It has begun to methodically disinfect the areas cleared by our ground forces. Just a day ago, Purity completed the initial disinfection of the North American continent, and further rounds of disinfection will follow to ensure the complete eradication of any lingering orc viruses, restoring this land to a habitable sanctuary for humanity. On Penglai Island, the safe harbor, in the opulent lounge of a massive cruise ship, a group of individuals watched with rapt attention as Su-Yi delivered his speech on the television, their eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. After a considerable time had passed, following the conclusion of the Tianyu group's summary conference on the war against the werewolves, the attendees subtly adjusted their seating and turned to one another. A middle-aged man spoke up. Let's share our thoughts. What does everyone think? His name was Wang Yuqiang, a native of Zhuzhou. Previously, he had served as a captain, not of this cruise ship, but of another cargo vessel, which had been laden with hundreds of thousands of tons of grain and various living necessities, now repurposed as a supply ship. Another tanker, filled with over 100,000 tons of crude oil, had also transitioned into a supply role. All 3 vessels were civilian crafts, yet together they formed a compact fleet, complete with all essentials. Originally, these 3 ships had united to evade the werewolves. However, they were taken aback by the werewolves' surprising frailty. Within 3 months of the Tianyu group's intervention, the werewolves that had once terrorized the Southern American nations and the once mighty Bald Eagle Empire had become a mere chapter in history. Of course, this did not concern them greatly, for they had anticipated the Tianyu group's efforts to eliminate the werewolves. Although the swiftness of the operation exceeded their expectations, it did not significantly impact their plans. Upon hearing this, one individual immediately stated, "There is nothing more to discuss. As per our original plan, we shall procure supplies and equipment from Tianyu Group, then alter our course directly towards North America." During this period, under the shadow of the orc virus, the populace worldwide lives in constant trepidation. Tianyu has capitalized on this market, prompting Tianji to develop a myriad of virus protection devices. These include, but are not limited to, civilian protective gear capable of resisting the orc virus, as well as various radiation decontamination devices. These decontamination devices are small enough for personal use and can be purchased as well. Larger units are sufficient for enterprises employing tens of thousands, wielding formidable power. Yet, paired with the metal hydrogen batteries from Tianyu Group, endurance is never an issue. Even the Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 exoskeleton armor now sold by Tianyu Group are equipped with 3 defense systems and radiation decontamination modules. Shall we proceed now? Did not Tianyu Group state that there would be 2 rounds of decontamination in North America? Someone expressed concern. It may not be safe to go at this time. Moreover, the territory is claimed by Tianyu Group and JoJo. If we go and seize it, will they acquiesce? This is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. In response, Wang Yuqiang asserted, regarding the first question, indeed there is risk, yet what endeavor is devoid of risk? To achieve something significant, I believe it is essential to embrace this risk. Furthermore, with the presence of Tianyu Group's equipment, I do not perceive the risk as excessive. At worst, we will endure some inconvenience. We can don exoskeleton armor at all times and carry decontamination devices, thereby minimizing the risk. Concerning the subsequent decontamination operations, it is said that the large-scale decontamination system aboard the spacecraft may pose some harm to humans. However, donning the Sentinel-2 exoskeleton in its chemical protection variant should mitigate this risk. Previously, Tianyu Group demonstrated that as ground troops advanced to eliminate werewolves, the orbital landing craft simultaneously activated the decontamination system, and those on the ground remained unharmed. As for the latter issue, whether Tianyu Group and JoJo would welcome this, it is hardly a concern. Have you not noticed something? Although Tianyu Group has not publicly stated its position, JoJo's news consistently refers to the North American conflict as a rescue mission, never mentioning intentions of annexation. I suspect that Tianyu Group and JoJo may actually encourage us to claim these ungoverned lands. As for evidence, allow me to show you this. With that, Wang Yuqiang opened his phone. Displayed was the official online store of Tianyu Group. Within the section on exoskeleton armor, a new product was prominently featured, Sentinel-3, an upgraded heavy exoskeleton for chemical protection, having been phased out due to the comprehensive reevaluation by Tianyu Group's security department. With a portion of the well-maintained units now available for purchase through Tianyu Group's sales department, the listing was made this morning, though lacking a price. Its release at this critical juncture conveys an unmistakably clear message. Chapter 606. What is the purpose of a Tianyu Group? The most crucial aspect is that this item has not only appeared suddenly on the market, but also comes with specific purchasing requirements. The first condition is that you must be a citizen of JoJo and possess no criminal record within JoJo to be eligible for purchase. Furthermore, even after acquiring it, you are forbidden from operating this device within JoJo without official permission. This raises a pertinent question. Although the Sentinel-3 exoskeleton is formidable, what utility does it hold for an ordinary individual? Even if one were to acquire 1,000 units, they would still be no match for a specialized operational team from the Tianyu Group, let alone the heavily fortified synthetic brigades and legions that JoJo has recently reinforced. Furthermore, one cannot even bring it back to JoJo. The notion of flaunting it among friends is utterly unfeasible. So why would anyone wish to purchase it? The purpose appears to be quite evident. The Tianyu Group intends for you to don this equipment and engage in activities beyond the borders of JoJo. Wang Yuqiang declared with unwavering conviction. The Tianyu Group and the JoJo authorities are both significant entities, and they are concerned with their reputations. Backed by the magical realm, they are not in dire need of resources from 1 or 2 continents. Thus, there is no necessity for them to sacrifice their dignity for something so trivial. However, our situation is different. We have procured the heavy exoskeleton armor from the Tianyu Group through legitimate commercial means, and with this equipment, we can embark on great ventures in unclaimed territories. Who could contest that? After all, the inhabitants of those lands have perished. At this point, a middle-aged man, bespectacled and exuding an air of scholarly elegance, raised his hand to interject. In actuality, the bald eagle has not been completely eradicated. The forces stationed at the canal defense line ultimately retreated without engaging in combat, led away by the last commander of the canal defense. Legally speaking, they still represent the exiled official authority of the bald eagle, and whether they truly qualify as exiles is debatable, considering that territory was formerly theirs. That is irrelevant. Wang Yuqiang replied nonchalantly. Legalities ultimately yield to power. The bald eagle has always been an immigrant nation. If the situation arises, we can simply assert that we are Jiuzhou descendants who fled prior to the conflict, as there were indeed many Jiuzhou individuals before the war consumed everything in flames. In making this claim, who could possibly contest it, apart from the super AI of the Tianyu Group that has access to global databases? Even if someone does raise an objection, what of it? You spent over a decade in the bald eagle and obtained a green card before returning home, did you not? That makes you no less than a native of the bald eagle. Moreover, should those wretched souls who abandoned their defenses dare to confront us, we could readily turn the tables and hold them accountable for the abandonment of an entire North America to the werewolves, even if war were to ensue. As long as we procure over 10,000 heavy exoskeletons, they might not stand a chance against us. What significance do their warships and aircraft hold? Without the sustenance of continental resources, how long can they sustain themselves? How long can their stockpiled missiles, fuel, and ammunition last? We merely need to withstand the initial waves of assault. Thereafter, they shall be like a toothless tiger, posing no threat to us whatsoever. If one aspires to achieve great things, meticulous consideration is paramount. Wang Yuqiang is not one to act on a whim. In reality, their fleet has been anchored here for over 2 months. Since the last expedition to North America for construction materials and provisions, nearly 3 months have elapsed. During this period, he has been incessantly monitoring the fluctuations in global affairs, pondering the motivations of the puppeteer behind the scenes. In simpler terms, he is attempting to fathom Su Yi's thoughts. After prolonged contemplation, he arrived at a rather astonishing conclusion. Even if he were to surmise it, he could never voice it. Otherwise, he fears that witnessing the dawn of a new day might become a distant hope, though everything appears to unfold quite naturally. Even the beastly virus itself was orchestrated by the White Eagle. Tracing the trajectory of these developments, he discerned that Tianyu Group had indeed been complicit in allowing the virus to spread from the outset. It was only after the virus had completely ravaged 3 continents, annihilating the inhabitants therein, that Tianyu Group chose to intervene. When they did, it was with a thunderous might, crushing the once mighty werewolves as though they were mere playthings. Why wait until 3 continents were besieged by the virus, resulting in billions of casualties, before taking action when they possessed the means to resolve the situation? What could Tianyu Group possibly seek? Wang Yuqiang pondered deeply, and the final revelation left even him incredulous. The objective of Tianyu Group is to render these 3 regions into unclaimed territories, facilitating the subsequent integration of the entire world. After all, following the unexpected events in Paul City, Su Yi personally took swift action, demonstrating his ongoing vigilance regarding this matter. For a corporate magnate whose influence spans multiple realms, is this trivial affair on Blue Star significant enough to warrant constant attention? There must be a deeper implication entangled in a grander scheme. Previously, Su Yi had been labeled a nationalist by many beyond the borders of Jiuzhou for remarks made in public settings. Some even went so far as to liken him to the nefarious leader of a new Third Reich. Yet, Su Yi has never refuted these claims, and Tianyu Group has refrained from issuing any denials, as if he were utterly indifferent to the opinions of such individuals. Moreover, numerous pieces of evidence corroborate that Su Yi harbors disdain for all except those within Jiuzhou. For instance, he has long been active on the Jiuzhou internet, engaging with many netizens, even inviting gaming friends to vacation on Penglai Island, where he personally hosted them. This incident once ignited a fervor online. However, when it comes to individuals from other nations, it is not merely ordinary citizens who face barriers. Even leaders of various countries find it exceedingly difficult to secure an audience with Sue-yi. Tianyu Group has never extended invitations for high-level officials from other nations to visit Penglai Island. Those at the upper echelons wish to visit Penglai Island to meet Sue-yi, yet they must procure their own tickets. Even upon arrival, their chances of actually meeting him are uncertain. At most, after identifying themselves, the External Communications Department of Tianyu Group might graciously arrange a modest welcoming event, perhaps a dinner. The presence of a few executives would suffice as a gesture of goodwill. As for Sue-yi and his esteemed spouses, they have always been disinterested in such trivial matters. It is rumored that upon hearing of another minor nation's leader arriving at Penglai Island, Sue-yi privately expressed his disdain, remarking that yet another beggar was coming to him. However, the authenticity of such claims remains questionable. Following this line of thought, Wang Yuqiang ultimately deduced the overarching strategy of Tianyu Group, unifying the Blue Star and integrating the entire world. Chapter 607. Opportunity awaits the brave. What must one undertake to integrate the entire world? Should we standardize literature and transportation across nations? Is it imperative to conquer every country? While these notions are undeniably essential, a cursory examination of history reveals that if a unified cultural and ideological consciousness is not achieved, any attempts will ultimately lead to fragmentation. Moreover, such a forced unification through military might incur exorbitant governance costs, and the ensuing disintegration may transpire far more rapidly than anticipated. However, achieving a uniform culture and mindset across the globe poses an immense challenge. Historically, the Han Dynasty required 4 centuries to accomplish this feat, even with modern technological advancements. It would take the Tianyu Group at least a century to achieve similar results. Does Su possess the patience to squander 100 years on such matters? It seems unlikely. Given the current momentum of the Tianyu Group, they might conquer countless worlds within that time frame. Why concern themselves with the petty conflicts on your insignificant sphere? What is the simplest method to swiftly unify the entirety of Blue Star in terms of thought and cultural backdrop? The most straightforward approach is, regrettably, to ensure the eradication of distinct cultures and groups. Physically eliminating individuals and communities is far easier than spiritually extinguishing their essence. As for the aftermath of such eradication, the Jojo region is abundantly populated. Once these Jojo individuals venture forth to occupy unclaimed territories and begin to flourish, the process of global integration will be well underway. Subsequently, with a mere rallying call from the Tianyu Group, the establishment of a unified human consortium on Blue Star will be instantaneous, for all dissenting factions would have vanished. The remaining Jojo populace inherently shares a cohesive cultural foundation. Even if some ambitious Jojo individuals, upon spreading out, harbor desires for autonomy, it is hardly a substantial concern. A more compliant leader can be appointed. As long as the Jojo people remain the predominant demographic in those regions, the foundational conditions for integration will be established. After all, their cultures are mutually intelligible, and significant conflicts are virtually non-existent. Just recently, they were compatriots. Why engage in conflict? Upon elucidating these intricate dynamics, Wang Yuqiang, convinced he had uncovered a monumental secret, solidified his resolve to pursue this audacious endeavor. After all, he is backed by the Tianyu Group and the Jojo authorities. To hesitate would be an utter display of cowardice. While others may currently waver, it is merely because they have yet to unravel the underlying logic and the intentions of the Tianyu Group and Jojo officials. Should they grasp the truth, it is likely that no further persuasion would be necessary. They would be eager to act decisively. Indeed, should this undertaking succeed, it would transcend the mere addition of a page to a family tree. It would constitute the creation of an entire lineage. This would symbolize an unparalleled contribution to the unification of Blue Star. What Jojo individual could possibly resist such a tempting prospect? I have one final inquiry. Another individual raised their hand and remarked, "As you have articulated, the Tianyu Group appears disinterested in these regions and has no intention of occupying them." Simultaneously, They have opened procurement for heavy exoskeleton armor, and the conditions indeed seem to encourage us, the people of Jojo, to expand our territories. With these weapons at our disposal, even in the face of the White Eagle's allied forces, we would be more than capable of engaging them. However, the paramount issue remains. Where shall we procure the funds necessary to acquire these heavy exoskeletons? You may observe the marketplace for yourselves. The upgraded chemical defense heavy exoskeleton is priced at an astonishing 22 million Jojo coins per unit. Should we wish to purchase 10,000 units, that amounts to an astronomical 220 billion. This is no trifling sum. Not only us, but even the consortium of wealthy merchants behind us would likely not dare to contemplate such an expenditure. Of course, once we secure these exoskeletons, it would indeed pose no challenge to recruit individuals to operate them. The crux of the matter is how we can obtain these vital assets. Loans. Wang Yuqiang proclaimed resolutely. Let us seek a loan from the Tianyu Group. A loan? Someone furrowed their brow. Would the Tianyu Group even agree to such a request? Moreover, such a significant loan would necessitate collateral, would it not? What would we possibly offer as security? These few dilapidated vessels are hardly worth such amount. What shall we use as collateral? Quite simply, the prepared Wang Yuqiang produced a tablet and displayed an electronic map. This was a mineral distribution chart of Northern America. Here, and here. Wang Yuqiang indicated several locations on the map. The mineral reserves in these three areas are exceptionally abundant, and based on pre-war stock valuations, they should not be worth less than 200 billion US dollars. The valuation is not based on a time when the White Eagle's economy was on the brink of collapse and the dollar had depreciated significantly. During that period, the dollar remained relatively stable. Even if somewhat inflated, it would not be excessively so. $200 billion as collateral against the 220 billion Jojo coins should be more than sufficient. Wait a moment. Someone remarked with a peculiar expression. Are you suggesting that we use unacquired minerals as collateral to secure weapons, and then utilize those purchased weapons to seize these resources? How is this different from a mere illusion of wealth? Why must there be a distinction? Wang Yuqiang shrugged. For the Tianyu Group, what they seek is for someone to undertake this endeavor, not whether the individual executing it possesses funds for once achieved. We will have ample sellable assets to repay the debt, with the Tianyu Group providing clandestine support. Do you believe we could possibly fail? At this juncture, anyone who can swiftly assess the situation and discern the Tianyu Group's intentions would be well suited for this task. To put it plainly, placing a pig in this scenario with assistance from them ensures success. Our immediate concern is to decisively commit to this plan and promptly communicate with the Tianyu Group regarding this matter. In the realm of heroes, they are as numerous as fish crossing a river, and the number of wise individuals is indeed vast. Here we are, adrift in the calm anchorage off the shores of Penglai Island, having seized an advantageous position. Should we hesitate for just a few more days? It is uncertain whether we might be outpaced by others. Therefore, I propose we commence the voting process. Those willing to cast their lot should raise their hands. For those unwilling, I shall not impose upon you. The provisions aboard these vessels were acquired before the conflict, and when the time comes, we shall assess their worth and distribute the value equally among us. Those who choose not to participate may take their share and depart as they wish. Within the conference room, the attendees exchanged glances and, ultimately, 2/3 expressed their agreement, while the remaining individuals remained indecisive about embarking on such a significant endeavor. Wang Yuqiang observed this scene, feeling a sense of relief and a touch of reflection. Indeed, opportunities are reserved for the courageous. He could almost ascertain that this venture would surely succeed. Chapter 608. What? Are you planning to reclaim lost territories? How are the arrangements progressing? Upon hearing Su Yi's inquiry, the projection of Tian Shu slightly inclined, stating, "Your judgment is impeccably accurate." As we disseminated our message, we subtly included hints that led many astute individuals to surmise our intentions early on, prompting them to initiate preparations. Recently, a total of 5 factions have approached us, seeking to procure the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton armor we recently made available for purchase. In accordance with your wishes, I have placed no restrictions on the quantity each faction desires. For the uniqueness of the Sentinel, 3 alleviates any concerns regarding its potential misuse, even if they were to acquire it. The Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton armor weighs over 5 tons and operates entirely on electric power, fueled by a miniature fusion reactor. Equipped with high-energy weaponry, such as electromagnetic and laser cannons. The exoskeleton armor sold by Tianyu Group, including Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, and Sentinel-3, are devoid of energy sources at the time of sale. In simpler terms, they lack batteries. Unlike the Sentinel-3, both Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 utilize metallic hydrogen batteries. While the patents and production technologies for these batteries remain under the purview of Tianyu Group, their abundance has rendered them ubiquitous. Consequently, attempting to leverage Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 for profit through ammunition consumption is impractical. Even though the metallic hydrogen batteries sold for civilian use differ in specifications from those used in exoskeleton armors, they are fundamentally the same, merely varying in size. Moreover, the inherent super extensibility of metallic hydrogen batteries allows resourceful individuals to easily devise means of retrofitting different specifications of these batteries into exoskeleton armors to serve as power sources. Over time, factories and resellers have emerged, specializing in procuring metallic hydrogen batteries from Tianyu Group, subsequently processing them for resale at a premium. This mirrors the situation with graphics cards, where various brands obtain identical product from manufacturers and perform secondary processing to facilitate consumer DIY projects. A complete industrial chain has even formed around this. In this context, attempting to exert control over the exoskeleton armors through energy sources proves exceedingly challenging and ultimately unnecessary. After all, the strength of Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 is relatively insignificant. Even if they fall into the wrong hands, they are unlikely to cause substantial damage or generate significant headlines. The Sentinel-3, however, is a different matter altogether. Although it is referred to as exoskeleton armor, the materials used for its armor are comparable to those employed in some lower-tier power armors of the Interstellar Alliance. Moreover, the miniature nuclear fusion reactor powering its energy and propulsion systems is identical to those found in certain lower-end power armors. The first set of Hale-class power armor obtained by Su-E bears a striking resemblance to the parameters of the Sentinel-3 exoskeleton armor, with only slight variations in certain specifications. And in some aspects, the Hale-class power armor even falls short of the Sentinel-3. However, this does not imply that the Sentinel-3 is superior to the power armor. Despite the similarities in their specifications, in a confrontation, a single Hale-class power armor could easily overpower 100 Sentinel-3 units. The weaponry, armor strength, and energy systems of both are comparable. The most significant disparity lies in the power systems. Power armor is fundamentally equipped to elevate a pilot from the planetary surface to orbital altitude, a capability that heavy exoskeletons undeniably lack. Even at maximum power, they can at best bounce a few times on the ground and utilize certain apparatus for short-range gliding, but true flight remains unattainable. The saying goes, "Those who strike high are foolish, and those who strike slowly are simpletons." This encapsulates the essence of why power armor can dominate exoskeletons in combat. It ascends higher and moves faster. If it were to lose, that would indeed be an extraordinary circumstance for the pilot. Of course, while heavy exoskeletons may not rival power armor, this does not render them weak. When pitted against Sentinel-1 or Sentinel-2, they are akin to crushing a chick. In light of their formidable strength, selling such technology to ambitious individuals for territorial expansion carries inherent risks. It is not that there's a fear of these individuals utilizing Tianyu Group's equipment against it. Even if 100,000 or 1,000,000 units were to be sold, and a sufficient number of skilled pilots were found, encountering an orbital drop brigade equipped with power armor would merely lead to a swift defeat, as they would be easily dispatched by a single strike from the brigade. The absence of a threat is relative. While Tianyu Group may not fear these exoskeletons, many around the world do. Should an individual clad in heavy exoskeleton armor decide to initiate a disturbance, it would be challenging for numerous nations, including the Juzhou authorities, to respond effectively in a timely manner. Thus, it becomes imperative to implement certain measures to impose restrictions, much like the strategy currently being employed. Regarding energy, the metallic hydrogen batteries used by Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 are indeed difficult to regulate and not particularly necessary to limit. However, the situation with Sentinel-3 is markedly different. It employs a miniature fusion reactor, utilizing specially processed and encapsulated fuel rods. Apart from Tianyu Group, there is currently no other entity in the world capable of producing such technology. This grants Tianyu Group substantial leverage, allowing them not only to generate profit, but also to exert a degree of control over the various factions that procure exoskeleton armor for entrepreneurial ventures. You may arrange the specifics as you see fit. What reactions have emerged from the White Eagle and the remnants of Western powers? The remnants of the Eagle Empire, situated in the archipelago of Honolulu, were indeed alerted to these anomalies by General Khalifa. Initially, he remained oblivious to the precise nature of the situation, mistakenly believing that those hastily arriving in North America before the complete eradication of the virus were merely expatriate eagles. In his anxiety, he convened several press conferences aimed at the global audience, fearing that these individuals might reclaim the ancestral lands of the eagles before him, thereby undermining his legal standing. After numerous attempts at communication were disregarded, he began to sense that something was amiss and promptly dispatched his troops to North America, preparing to re-enter the territory previously held by the Eagle Empire and reclaim lost ground. Chapter 609. The centipede dies, but does not stiffen O? Just as the werewolves were on the verge of breaching the canal defenses, he fled to Sandalwood Island with millions of troops, leaving billions of eagle heads to fend for themselves. Now that we have dealt with the werewolves and are on the brink of completely eradicating the virus, is he planning to reclaim lost territories? That seems rather fortuitous. Su-yi scoffed, harboring a modicum of disdain for that individual. Tian-shu, devoid of personal sentiment when discussing such matters, continued expressionlessly. It appears he has noticed the equipment we provided to the pioneers venturing into the unclaimed lands. In recent days, he has sent us 6 formal emails, seeking to borrow funds in the name of the Eagle Heads, intending to procure a batch of Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton armor, as well as a variety of tools for eradicating the orc virus. Oh, that has not come cheaply. What does he intend to use as collateral? Su-yi's interest was piqued. Like others, he probably plans to exchange resources from the Eagle Head Empire's ancestral lands, including 2 significant mineral deposits located in South America. These 2 mines are quite valuable. The reason he is offering them is that they were previously assets under the Eagle Head Empire's enterprises. Furthermore, alongside these demands, the Khalifa's representatives have formally submitted letters to us, as well as to the nations of Jeojo and Ojo. The letters primarily assert that North America is an inherent territory of the Eagle Head Empire, urging all global powers to respect the integrity of the Eagle Head Empire's territory and sovereignty. They also indicated that should we require assistance, they have millions of troops at their disposal, and once he returns to the ancestral lands of the Eagle Head Empire, he could dispatch a substantial army to aid us in the cleansing operations in Huzhou and South America. In response, Jeojo offered no acknowledgement, choosing instead to ignore him entirely. Interestingly, most nations within the Western camp also refrained from responding, largely waiting to observe our reaction. Conversely, some neighboring nations, such as the Koreans and the remnants of the Foot Basin Chick, expressed their support for him. When the Khalifa stationed millions of troops on Sandalwood Island, he likely believed he would never return to the mainland. Consequently, he undertook another round of infiltration and erosion in areas that were once under the Eagle Head Empire's influence, now exerting even stronger control over these smaller nations than before. Of course, this was not without the encouragement and assistance of some local individuals. Nations like Korea and the Foot Basin Chick have historically been accustomed to being vassal states. The Eagle Heads, exhausted and preoccupied, were unable to attend to them, while Jeojo busied itself with economic development and high-tech advancements. Additionally, our previous economic and technological pressures, as well as propaganda against nations like the Foot Basin Chick, have resulted in considerable unrest in these regions, now devoid of a dominant authority. It was, in fact, the sudden emergence of the caliphate as an external force that swiftly stabilized the situation. Thus, It could be said that the caliphate now wields not merely an army of millions, but also the support of countless citizens from nations such as Bangzi, Jiaopenji, and Feiho, which together form a substantial populace. This underpins their audacity to continually probe our boundaries. He was genuinely taken aback. He had initially perceived the caliphate as a mere puppet, destined to flee in crucial moments. However, to his surprise, this individual proved to possess a modicum of strategy. After retreating, he adeptly leveraged the inherent influence of the Eagle Empire to swiftly gain control over several mid-sized nations in Yushu, effectively matching the population scale of the Eagle Empire prior to conflict. Undoubtedly, there was a dramatic decline in technological and economic aspects, yet the situation remained commendable. Geographically, one could argue that he has transformed the Eagle Empire from a North American entity into a Yushu one, an abstract notion indeed. The Eagle Empire's historical influence on this planet was so profound that even a fleeing general could swiftly consolidate and integrate resources from these regions. Had it not been for our complete eradication of their power in the oil territories, they would still possess vast resources and vassal states in those areas. He could not help but reflect on this, drawing parallels to the Gaulish resistance during the Second World War. Although the official Gaulish forces collapsed within a month of combat, resistance groups remained active across the colonies, rallying significant forces to combat the enemy. While the Caliphate evidently lacks the capability and resolve of the leader known as the Last Man of Gaul, it appears he aspires to undertake similar endeavors. In response to their procurement request for the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton armor, he could firmly decline, citing the weapon's overwhelming power and his inability to demonstrate proper use. As for their request to purchase equipment for eradicating the orc virus, he could agree, but stipulate that they should not ship immediately, insisting on payment in advance. Even after receiving payment, he could delay delivery, citing insufficient production capacity. After all, it is not uncommon for large orders amounting to hundreds of billions to take years to fulfill. Furthermore, regarding their territorial claims on the former lands of the Eagle Empire, silence is not required. A public response could be issued, stating that the Eagle Empire has, in essence, perished, and that the Tianyu Group recognizes only the former legitimate authority of the Eagle Empire. As for the claims of these remnants, we do not acknowledge them. Additionally, the North American continent was cleansed of werewolves and the orc virus through a joint effort by the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou, during which we incurred significant costs. Should they wish to assert their claims over the former territories of the Eagle Empire, they must present an itemized account of all expenses incurred during our operations and offer compensation accordingly. Please note that I do not require any minerals. I seek only currency, specifically the Jiuzhou coin. Additionally, I urge you to pursue an international tribunal to hold the Eagle Empire accountable for their unauthorized research into catastrophic biochemical weapons, which nearly plunged the entire world into oblivion. If, after executing this comprehensive strategy, they still dare to entertain thoughts of reclaiming their former territory, I shall regard them as a formidable adversary. Chapter 610. The difficult choice. It is widely acknowledged that to reap benefits, one must shoulder corresponding responsibilities. General Khalifa now finds himself confronted with such a pivotal decision. Upon witnessing the Tianyu Group as formidable sweep against the werewolves, alongside their breakthrough in eradicating the orc virus, he had already begun to entertain ulterior motives. Despite the pre-war influence of the White Eagle Empire granting him control over several island nations scattered across the ocean, with a populace exceeding 300 million, approaching the pre-war numbers of the White Eagle Empire, his situation is fraught with complexity and myriad challenges. Some of the small nations under his dominion feign compliance while covertly opposing him, while others are embroiled in substantial internal conflicts, teetering on the brink of civil strife without any external provocation. After all, this loose confederation he has assembled under the banner of the White Eagle Empire relies on the premise that the powerful factions of Jiuzhou and the Tianyu Group disregard them entirely. Should either of these dominant powers exhibit even a hint of intent to subjugate them, they would not hesitate to reject the notion of serving the waning White Eagle. Khalifa reflects that had it not been for his astuteness in leading a significant contingent of White Eagle forces to safety resulting in his current possession of considerable military might. He would likely lack even the qualifications to sit at the negotiating table, let alone attain the status of a leader within this tenuous alliance. However, he is acutely aware that such a precarious situation cannot endure indefinitely. In essence, the military power he commands is akin to a rootless reed. Although it appears he possesses millions of troops and several aircraft carrier battle groups capable of crushing these minor nations with ease, the reality is that these modern assets, once severed from the imperial maintenance and logistical support, will not remain operational for long. To speak plainly, those modern warships and the aircraft aboard carriers currently lack even a port or military airfield capable of providing maintenance. The overseas bases of the White Eagle Empire in places like Sandalwood Island and Pot-Bellied Chicken can only perform rudimentary upkeep when faced with the necessity for extensive repairs. The conditions there are wholly inadequate should time drag on too long, and as these once proud national treasures, esteemed by the empire, gradually succumb to the ravages of time. Would nations like Pot-Bellied Chicken and the Koreans, who fear the empire without harboring goodwill, continue to allow Khalifa to reign over them with impunity? The answer is unequivocally negative. Thus, he must reclaim the ancestral lands of the White Eagle Empire in North America, even if those territories have been ravaged by werewolves and their inhabitants decimated. The prospect of revitalizing the former glory of the White Eagle Empire would require extensive development. However, werewolves are, at their core, mere beasts that feast on flesh and blood. Even as some intelligent individuals emerge among them, they remain fundamentally unchanged. The substantial ports and docks equipped for the refueling, maintenance, and repair of aircraft carriers and warships, along with the requisite large-scale equipment, undoubtedly still exist. Regarding the technical talents, various documents and literature can still be found. Even if there is no one among his current army who possesses the necessary skills, he can always dispatch intelligent individuals to learn, ultimately making it applicable. Thus, as long as he can return to that place, he is confident in his ability to resolve the present predicament. The greatest hidden peril, however, lies in the alliance between the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou, which has completed a cleansing operation in North America. Most critically, the Orc virus was a creation of their Empire of the White Eagle. Now, hiding away in the remote and desolate location of Sandalwood Island, the Empire of the White Eagle has, in name, been utterly obliterated. Consequently, people have chosen to overlook them, and scarcely anyone mentions the origins or issues surrounding the Orc virus. After all, when a person dies, their debts vanish. The same principle applies to nations. One cannot demand repayment from a deceased entity. The same logic holds for a nation that has perished. Therefore, everyone has directed their attention toward the Tianyu Group, eager to see how Su Yi intends to manage the territories seized from the werewolves, with little regard for who these lands originally belonged to. Harifa, without needing to ponder, knows that if he were to suddenly declare his intention to inherit the territories once held by the Empire of the White Eagle, armed with ample legal justification, the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou would likely not react significantly. They would undoubtedly hold him, or rather the newly established Empire of the White Eagle that he represents, accountable for the previous leak of the Orc virus. Furthermore, he would have no ground for rebuttal, as the matter indeed originated from the Empire of the White Eagle. Yet, to relinquish it so easily is a bitter pill for him to swallow. This relinquishment entails not only the territories of the former Empire of the White Eagle, but also his current identity and status. He is in dire need of a sufficiently vast and prosperous continent as a foundation. Otherwise, a backlash from these subordinates is merely a matter of time. After much deliberation, he decided to formally communicate with the Tianyu Group, while simultaneously submitting a request for a loan to procure equipment, hoping to gauge the group's stance. However, several days have passed without a response, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. During the press conference, he seemed to imply a desire to reclaim the lost territories of the Empire of the White Eagle. Yet upon closer examination, his statements were largely filled with vague rhetoric, leaving himself ample room for maneuver. In that moment of exuberance, he now finds himself in a state of frustration and discomfort. In his letter, he referred to himself as the official representative of the Empire of the White Eagle to test the Tianyu Group's attitude, yet he was met with outright disregard. This is not merely a slap on his face, but an affront to the great empire of the White Eagle. What? The empire has perished? Well, that changes everything. General, just as Harifa was anxiously awaiting, a messenger hurriedly burst in, clutching a stack of A4 papers. What news is so urgent? He demanded, slamming his coffee cup onto the table, rebuking the messenger until he finally revealed the contents of the message. The messenger had not anticipated that his diligent and hurried arrival to report the news would result in a scolding before he could utter a word. Although he felt a twinge of discontent, upon hearing the caliph's prompt to speak, he recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly responded. Just an hour ago, the legal department of Tianyu Group filed a lawsuit against us, the Bald Eagle Empire, at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. They argue that the greed of the Bald Eagle Empire has precipitated a global catastrophe, and thus, we must bear responsibility for this matter. It is said that the International Court accepted the case immediately and is currently conducting a swift investigation, with a hearing anticipated within 3 days. The outcome appears almost predetermined. According to our legal experts, even if Tianyu Group refrains from leveraging its influence, we stand no chance of winning this lawsuit. Chapter 611. Rest assured, I have it under control. After an extensive discourse from the messenger, the Khalifa finally regained his composure, simultaneously grasping the precise stance of the Tianyu Group in this matter. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, convey to the personnel in the information department to alter their probing direction. Henceforth, they are forbidden from referring to themselves as the legitimate representatives of the White Eagle Empire. Since our departure from the Canal defense line, we have severed all ties with the empire. The messenger appeared troubled. That likely signifies the empire's complete demise. We shall no longer be able to operate under its auspices. Are you certain you wish to express it in such a manner? How can we claim there is no connection? The Khalifa responded with a hint of detachment. The Tianyu Group is capable of extending loans for substantial quantities of the Sentinel, 3 exoskeleton, to ambitious individuals from various factions within Jiuzhou, enabling them to reconstruct nations and seize resources in regions ravaged by the orc virus. They even encourage the establishment of their own nations. This illustrates their intention for these individuals to fend for themselves. While it is indeed challenging for us to procure the Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton armor from the Tianyu Group, we still possess a fleet and several million brave soldiers who once faced the werewolves directly at the Canal defense line. We're not entirely without combat power against these individuals. If they deny us the use of the White Eagle Empire's name under the pretext of bearing responsibility for the virus, then we shall simply proceed without it. Should the Tianyu Group or Jiuzhou choose to intervene directly, we would have no recourse but to accept it. However, the individuals they have dispatched are merely former ordinary citizens from Jiuzhou, lacking any martial prowess or understanding of tactical maneuvers. Our objectives must shift. In the absence of direct involvement from the Tianyu Group, how can these scattered warriors, no matter how advanced their equipment, possibly contend with the elite forces of our empire? Issue the command for the 1st and 2nd Legions to prepare, while also dispatching our 2 carrier battle groups to accompany them. Our aim is not to reclaim the entirety of the empire's former territories. Securing land on the southern shores of North America is sufficient for us to establish a foothold on the continent. This endeavor is not insurmountable. Ensure that when the announcement is made, every soldier in the ranks can hear it. No one must be overlooked. The success of this mission is intrinsically linked to the potential resurgence of our White Eagle Empire, and it must not be neglected. His reasoning was straightforward. Since continuing to identify as the White Eagle Empire would render them targets, it was evident that such a designation would yield more detriment than benefit. Therefore, why not simply abandon the title? The Tianyu Group may have achieved notable success in eradicating the orc virus, yet they cannot obstruct the former inhabitants of North America from yearning to return to their homeland. If they send individuals equipped with arms to my ancestral home, I shall say little. Let each rely on their own abilities. The territory is there for the taking, and whoever seizes it shall claim it. Surely, they cannot contest this. The messenger's lips moved, seemingly poised to utter more, yet hesitated, fearing repercussions for his words. Khalifa, a 4-star general of the White Eagle Empire, possesses a keen perception. He immediately discerned the unease of the messenger, who was momentarily reveling in his own cleverness and wit in a buoyant mood. With a grand gesture, Khalifa urged, "Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation before me." Upon hearing this, the messenger expressed his concerns. "General, while your plan is commendable and will indeed prevent the Tianyu group from taking legal action against us, there is a pressing issue." After a brief hesitation, he resolutely stated, "What if we are unable to defeat them? I have heard that they are outfitted with at least 10,000 sentry, 3 heavy exoskeletons produced by the Tianyu group. The specifications of these exoskeletons have never been disclosed publicly, and they are renowned as non-saleable equipment. It is said that their combat capability is formidable, rivaling even some powered armors. Are you certain our forces can truly prevail against them?" Khalifa chuckled lightly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. "We will undoubtedly win, and it shall not be overly difficult. While their equipment is impressive, it ultimately depends on who wields it. A group of individuals who were mere civilians not long ago, lacking any military training, cannot possibly match our White Eagle soldiers, even if they possess the finest individual gear available. Consider this. How many among those ordinary men in the Pioneer Legion possess the courage to kill? Perhaps we may even seize a batch of those powerful exoskeletons, further enhancing our strength. In the chaos of battle, do they truly believe that a mere aggregation of ordinary people, armed with superior equipment, can triumph over our trained soldiers? If that were the case, what purpose would professional soldiers serve? We might as well disband the military and let everyone fend for themselves, summoning people to the battlefield when the time comes. This would not only increase societal productivity, but also save a substantial amount on military expenditures. The Tianyu group and JoJo have not adopted such an approach, indicating that it is fundamentally flawed. These rabble, having acquired equipment, mistakenly believe they can become elite soldiers. This is akin to dreaming. Yet, while defeating them is straightforward, we must tread carefully to avoid provoking the Tianyu group's nerves. Hence, we should leave some territories that rightfully belong to the White Eagle Empire unclaimed, lest Su Yi choose to intervene personally, a tactic he has employed frequently. We must remain vigilant. Do you comprehend this? Khalifa inquired, a hint of pride in his tone. The messenger's lips quivered, as if he wished to voice a retort. But upon witnessing Khalifa's confident demeanor, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, it was futile to express dissent, and he might even incite the general's ire, ultimately causing himself distress. Thus, he resolved to remain silent, content in the knowledge that as a mere communications soldier, he would not be facing those armored behemoths directly on the battlefield. I can only hope that those soldiers dispatched by Harry to confront the Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton on the front lines, will survive and return to unseat this unreliable general. Chapter 612. We are here to participate in the rescue. According to the latest news, the Tianyu group's eradication operation against werewolves in the North American region is nearing its conclusion. This afternoon, Ms. Xinghan, the Minister of Security and the rotating CEO of the Tianyu group, granted an interview to our station. She stated that while the security department has successfully eliminated all werewolves in North America, a modified orbital landing craft, equipped with extensive orc virus eradication capabilities, has already commenced initial disinfection efforts on the North American continent. Ms. Xinghan further revealed that the first round of disinfection has effectively neutralized the orc virus across the continent. However, given the gravity of the situation, the security department has resolved to conduct 2 additional rounds of disinfection, regardless of the cost. Upon completion of the planned disinfection operations, calculations by Tianyu Group's Super AI, Tianshu, predict a 100% eradication of the orc virus, thereby thoroughly purifying the area and restoring it to a haven for humanity. The JoJo army has also joined this counteroffensive against the werewolves for the future of humanity, achieving commendable success in the process. During the primetime news segment of the JoJo News Channel, the International Political Affairs section is reporting on the conflict involving the Tianyu Group and JoJo on the North American continent. Black State, being larger and more populous than both South and North America, should be the focal point of this grand counteroffensive. However, previously, Su Yi had wished to observe the maximum firepower of the Star Domain's heavy artillery, leading one of the vessels to adjust its main cannon to minimal power and strike at Black State. Under the devastating might of the biological annihilation cannon, nearly all werewolves in Black State were obliterated in an instant, leaving only a few stragglers in the southern regions. Consequently, the primary battleground for the counteroffensive against werewolves has shifted to the areas of North and South America. The ongoing conflict has been tumultuous, with both sides engaged in fierce combat. Despite the overwhelming firepower of the human coalition led by the Tianyu group, capable of calling upon space-based weaponry for strikes, the werewolves, lacking in tactical intelligence and armed with primitive weaponry, still possess formidable individual strength and terrifying numbers, significantly impeding the coalition's advance. As a result, this war has persisted for nearly half a month without resolution, having only secured North America thus far. South America, being the werewolf stronghold, has yet to see a successful decapitation operation, thus preventing access to the werewolf shared neural network, which would allow for a mass gathering of werewolves for annihilation. Following their conquest of North America, the coalition cannot afford to wait for the decapitation operation's completion before advancing. Thus, they have been forced to advance cautiously, inch by inch. The situation remains exceedingly tense, with casualties occurring on both the Tianyu group's security forces and the Zhejiu military. Such is the nature of war. It is precisely for this reason that the recent segments of the Zhejiu news channel concerning international politics have been incessantly reporting on the counteroffensive against the werewolf conflict in North America. Headlines across the globe have been dominated by this narrative, to the point where many viewers have grown somewhat weary. Yet, regarding this war that will ultimately determine the future of humanity on Blue Star, they dare not avert their attention. Many individuals find themselves once again adhering to the old habit of gathering in front of their televisions at the same time each day, eager to glean the latest frontline reports from Zhejiu News. After all, aside from the Tianyu group, only the Zhejiu authorities possess first-hand information from the front lines. However, the Tianyu group's official website only reports significant developments, such as the extent of territorial advancement or the number of werewolves eliminated, often neglecting the minutiae of the conflict. Thus, for ordinary citizens wishing to stay informed about the frontline situation, following the Zhejiu official news channel is the only recourse. Upon viewing this segment, many felt a sense of relief as they noted the continued success of the military endeavors and contemplated turning off the news. However, at that moment, the news anchor's expression suddenly shifted, and unexpectedly, a brand new draft appeared beside them at this critical juncture. After a brief glance, a peculiar look emerged in the anchor's eyes, and they cleared their throat to continue. Dear viewers, we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent news update. Since we commenced the counteroffensive against the werewolves, our front line has been manned primarily by the soldiers of the Tianyu Group Security Department alongside the Zhejiu military. Just a short while ago, this situation has seen an improvement as a civilian fleet spontaneously organized by the people of Zhejiu landed approximately an hour ago, around 6 o'clock p.m. North American time, at a deep-water port previously belonging to the White Eagle Empire. It is reported that this fleet consists of a cruise ship, an oil tanker, and a transport vessel, with a total of 526 crew members, 1,200 unrelated tourists, and 3,400 family members of the crew. Our correspondent, through an interview with the supreme commander of this joint fleet, has ascertained their purpose for arriving in North America. As the scene shifted, Wang Yuqiang appeared at the center of the screen, speaking eloquently into the microphone. Why have we brought the crew here? That is indeed a most intriguing question. If I must articulate an answer, it would likely stem from a sense of responsibility as a part of humanity. In the face of such dire adversity, I believe it is imperative for humanity to unite with sincerity and strength, to form a singular fist in response to the threats posed by the werewolves and the orc virus. Relying solely on the military forces of the Tianyu Group and the Zhejiu authorities in the face of countless werewolves is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Moreover, the mission of these soldiers is to eradicate the werewolves, not to address other pressing matters. Currently, the continent of North America has become a desolate wasteland. Merely eliminating the werewolves is far from sufficient to restore its former splendor and beauty. The challenges of post-war reconstruction and the search for survivors are monumental tasks. If we delegate these responsibilities to our soldiers, they will be burdened with an overwhelming array of duties. Our fleet is situated at a distance from North America that is not insurmountable, and aboard our vessel, there are indeed numerous robust young men. After considerable contemplation, I have come to the conclusion that I must embark on this journey. Our entire fleet should also partake. While we may not excel in warfare, we can certainly extend our assistance to rescue the survivors of North America, aiding those who remain in their quest to rebuild their homes. This is the purpose of my arrival here. Chapter 613. Is this a call for collective venture and nationwide entrepreneurship? My goodness, what a grand ambition. Wasn't it stated that the Tianyu Group deemed a single sterilization insufficiently secure? They intended to conduct a third round of disinfection, after which North America would be deemed thoroughly safe, devoid of any concerns regarding the resurgence of the orc virus. I truly did not anticipate that someone would dare to venture into North America at such a time. Is this what they call reckless bravery? Sacrificing oneself for the sake of others? My eyes well up with tears. These individuals are nothing short of heroes. But hold back your tears for a moment. Perhaps you should engage your minds and contemplate this matter thoroughly. Why is it that you, who lack the courage to go, cannot bear to see others praised for their audacity? Indeed, why the sarcasm? Do you think you're the only one with intellect? I also believe that everyone should ponder this deeply, especially regarding the motivations behind their journey to North America. The captain claims he is heading there to support the survivors and contribute to post-war reconstruction. However, have you considered whether there are indeed survivors left in North America? The werewolf virus has ravaged the region for over a month, and it is said that all underground facilities have been breached by werewolves. Even the underground nuclear shelters established by the Eagle Empire have long since become a paradise for these creatures. Where then could any survivors be found? Building a home? Everyone has perished. For whom would they construct a home? There are simply no survivors left to rescue. By your reasoning, their journey merely amounts to a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, their willingness to go demonstrates immense courage. Why do those who lack such bravery have to cast disparaging remarks? This is about courage, after all. Truth be told, I genuinely wish to go as well. Alas, I simply lack the opportunity. I share that desire. An entire unclaimed continent lies before us, and it appears that both the Jojo authorities and the Tianyu Group show little interest in it. Gather a group and seize the opportunity to establish a foothold. Success could be achieved in mere moments. Such boundless wealth is within reach. Those unwilling to seize it must be foolish. Wait, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Engage your minds and consider. Who would venture to a place devoid of survivors to rescue them? Who would bring their families along to assist strangers? Even if volunteers were to head to the front lines, it is unlikely they would bring their entire households. Is it? Indeed, this fellow named Wang Yuqiang seems to be aiming to take advantage of North America's status as a no-man's land, intending to stake a claim for himself. If he succeeds, there would surely be a new branch added to the family tree. Are you suggesting that these individuals are heading to North America to seize territory? But didn't the Tianyu Group and our Jojo already conquer it? Would they be permitted to encroach upon land? Haven't you seen that the authorities have now openly reported it? Not only have they disclosed this information, but they have also provided a positively slanted evaluation in the news. Whether the authorities agree or not is evident from the reports you can easily access. As for the Tianyu Group, their successful landing signifies a multitude of implications. If the Tianyu Group had opposed it, how could these dilapidated vessels have qualified to dock on the North American continent? Moreover, I recently perused the official website of the Tianyu Group and discovered that this group had, not long ago, secured a loan from the Tianyu Group to procure a staggering 10,000 Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton armors. The combat capabilities of these armors far surpass those of the Sentinel 1 and Sentinel 2. They are undoubtedly embarking on a venture. Let me clarify. Are you suggesting that after the Tianyu Group and the Jojo military have cleared the North American continent of werewolves, and following the initial extermination efforts by the Tianyu Group, a fleet from Jojo, accompanied by thousands of people, intends to invade the island and claim territory for themselves? Is that not rather absurd? However, upon reflection, such a scenario appears to be quite complex for both the Tianyu Group and the Jojo authorities to navigate. In contrast, these civilian organizations seem to face no such constraints. After all, this territory is currently unclaimed. Why not seize it? Is there such a perspective in entrepreneurship? Why has no one taken me along? It all comes down to vision and audacity. Given that North America is still in the early stages of extermination, it cannot be deemed safe. One misstep, and one could contract the orc virus, leading to a dire fate. Their willingness to venture forth at this juncture indicates their remarkable courage and keen insight, as the Chanyu group has only recently completed the cleanup of this region. It is evident that they have been preparing for this for quite some time, rather than acting on a whim. In retrospect, it is no surprise that in times of turmoil, such magnates emerge, undertaking endeavors that ordinary individuals like myself would scarcely dare to contemplate. I believe it is not too late. Are there any brothers willing to form a group? I feel we could also assemble a team to support North America. What say you all? In due time, with North America's vast fertile lands, would not our monumental contributions be effortlessly realized? Is anyone interested in forming a team? Count me in. Indeed, such a prosperous opportunity is laid before us. Only a fool would let it slip away. In truth, the announcement released by the JoJo authorities is already quite absurd for those who pay close attention, particularly the segment regarding the interview with Wang Yuqiang, who claimed that the purpose of going to North America was to assist in local post-war reconstruction and aid the survivors. Such a rationale is utterly nonsensical, and it is only natural for people to perceive flaws in it. The JoJo authorities are undoubtedly aware that such statements will reveal inconsistencies. To put it plainly, they had no intention of concealing these matters. By aligning with Wang Yuqiang's dubious assertions in their reports, they subtly indicate to others in JoJo the true circumstances at hand. It is now evident that the effect has been remarkably positive. Following the broadcast of the news, discussions regarding entrepreneurship in unclaimed territory skyrocketed to the top of various rankings on JoJo's online platforms, sparking unprecedented discourse. Many individuals, upon reflection, recognized the viability of such endeavors and suddenly felt invigorated with newfound motivation. A legacy etched in history, an unparalleled achievement. What man could resist such temptation? Today, this remarkable opportunity lies before us, and those who can restrain themselves must be extraordinary beings. After a day of fermentation, this news quickly began to elicit a cascade of subsequent reactions. The most immediate manifestation was the gathering of numerous individuals in the coastal haven, uniting to deliberate on significant matters. Simultaneously, various larger cruise ships and cargo vessels docked at the port of Kyushu were nearly all chartered by individuals or organizations that had formed alliances. Remarkably, within less than a day, those with decisive action had already embarked with their companions, setting sail without delay. In an instant, the entire Kyushu was enveloped in a fervent celebration, as everyone eagerly prepared to partake in this grand undertaking. Chapter 614. What? Are there still experts? However, once the matter has been reported by the news, it signifies that the juiciest morsels have already been devoured. Indeed, this is the case. A group led by Wang Yuqiang, who had early on perceived the opportunity, set sail with a large contingent as soon as the Tianyu group announced the completion of the first wave of purification in North America. Departing from Penglai Island, they reached the western coast of the former Eagle Empire in approximately half a month. During this interval, the Tianyu group had already completed the second round of virus extermination. At this point, the threat of the orc virus in North America could be considered non-existent, although the final round of extermination had yet to commence, along with the second round, essentially served as a precautionary measure against unforeseen safety issues. It might seem somewhat reckless for them to have departed after the first round of extermination, yet in reality, the risk of contracting the virus in North America was virtually non-existent. If one insisted on identifying a risk, it would pertain to the unfavorable military situation in South America, where the Tianyu group and the regular troops of JoJo were being pushed back by werewolves. Under such circumstances, the lives of these individuals would likely not be in jeopardy. At most, they would have to relinquish the territories they had seized, rendering their initial investments fruitless. But would such a scenario actually occur? The presence of starships overhead clearly indicates that should the Tianyu group wish to eliminate these werewolves, they possess ample means to do so. This is a war that is fundamentally unwinnable. How could one lose when starships are in play? The might of the Tianyu Group is precisely why Wang Yuqiang dares to act in this manner. Many others, sharing his confidence in the Tianyu Group's inevitable victory, exist in abundance, as do numerous ambitious individuals who have conjectured the group's underlying motives. Upon learning that the Tianyu Group had completed the first wave of extermination in North America, more than just Wang Yuqiang's fleet eagerly set sail. Some even arrived significantly earlier than he did. Before his fleet's arrival, others had already landed and secured the prime territory on the North American continent. Wang Yuqiang's decisions were indeed decisive, and his assessment of the situation was entirely accurate. However, there were those whose decisiveness surpassed his, and whose judgments of the circumstances were even more precise. Moreover, some among them were even more fearless. According to Wang Yuqiang's strategy, their fleet anchored in the sheltered harbor of Penglai Island, ensuring their safety, and should the situation shift, they could swiftly acquire various advanced weapons and equipment from the Tianyu Group to combat the virus, setting off for North America to engage in a grand competition. This was theoretically the closest route to North America, unless one intended to forego the advanced weaponry of the Tianyu Group and even the likely virus countermeasures they would develop, and instead recklessly charge in after the Tianyu Group defeated the werewolves. It would be impossible for anyone to surpass his speed. Such was Wang Yuqiang's reasoning. Unfortunately, there indeed exist those who are undaunted. The Avengers Council, after the white-headed eagle was vanquished by the werewolves, a coalition of affluent tycoons and supercapitalists who had fled the eagle's homeland banded together to establish an organization. This entity wields a formidable arsenal of manpower, resources, and financial clout that far surpasses that of individuals like Wang Yuqiang. Their think tank, after meticulous analysis, similarly predicts that the Tianyu Group will soon eradicate the monstrous entities and the terrifying virus. All they need to do is gather strength on the high seas, patiently awaiting their moment. When that time arrives, they will be poised to seize control of the continent, becoming its new sovereigns. The fleet of the Revenge Council is impressively large, boasting 8 luxurious cruise ships alone. In addition, there are over 100 transport and supply vessels laden with various provisions. Furthermore, this fleet includes several warships that were originally part of the White-Headed Eagle's Imperial Navy, including a number of amphibious assault ships, each displacing tens of thousands of tons, whose Marine Corps now takes orders from the Revenge Council. Had it not been for the rapid outbreak of the Beastman virus, which left them little time to react, they could have commandeered a substantial portion of the Imperial fleet given their prior influence within the White-Headed Eagle Empire. Nonetheless, the current situation is not without merit. With these naval vessels serving as their protection, they face minimal danger on the high seas. Beyond these ships, approximately 1,000 kilometers from the western coast of the White-Headed Eagle Empire, the Revenge Council also controls an entire archipelago. This island was previously one of the Eagle's overseas military bases and served as a crucial supply station for the Imperial Navy. Upon seizing this territory, the Revenge Council transported a myriad of resources to the island, including enough provisions to sustain hundreds of thousands under their dominion for decades, as well as essential industrial facilities, including an oil refinery. Coupled with the operational offshore oil drilling rigs under their control, the Revenge Council essentially holds an entire chain of energy production and industrial application. Objectively speaking, this organization is far from the makeshift assembly represented by Wang Yuqiang and his cohorts. They operate with remarkable organization and possess substantial resources, making them far more formidable than the scattered ambition-driven factions. They are among the first forces to land on the North American continent ahead of Wang Yuqiang's fleet, occupying what can be described as the most affluent region of the entire White-Headed Eagle Empire. The primary reason for their success lies in their sheer numbers. With a larger population, there naturally exists a greater willingness to take risks. Upon learning that the Tianyu Group had completed its initial wave of extermination, they promptly dispatched a fleet comprising 3 transport ships, delivering over 3,000 individuals directly to the North American continent. Thus, they became the first force to land on the continent after the werewolves' rampage, alongside the soldiers of the Tianyu Group Security Department and the warriors of the Jojo Army. swiftly taking control of the most advantageous territory. It was an inevitable outcome, given that their stronghold is less than 1,000 kilometers from the continent. Who could outpace them? Several other factions, bearing different names and organizational structures, share a similar situation to that of the Revenge Council. However, they are primarily remnants of the once mighty White Eagle, who, on the eve of the Empire's collapse, sensed the impending doom and fled in haste, unwilling to become subservient in foreign lands. They also recognized that the Tianyu group would not permit such a situation to persist for long, prompting them to commandeer a fleet of grand vessels and adopt a nomadic existence upon the sea, biding their time for the Tianyu group to take action. While these factions vary in size and not all possess the scale and strength of the Revenge Council, they swiftly seized the most fertile stretch of coastline in North America. Consequently, by the time Wang Yuqiang's fleet, after enduring numerous hardships, finally crossed the ocean to reach this continent, all that remained for him were desolate lands devoid of any promise. Chapter 615. In a dilemma? Then let us act. This marks the inaugural meeting of our fleet upon reaching the North American continent. Let everyone voice their opinions on our next course of action. Inside the hastily erected large outdoor tent, Wang Yuqiang gestured towards the table, inviting those present to share their insights. Despite his spirited demeanor during the official interview with the Jiuzhou News earlier that day, the fleet is grappling with significant challenges, finding themselves in a rather precarious situation. What path shall we take? This question hardly warrants extensive discussion. Other than taking decisive action, there exists no alternative. A young man at the table, his expression inscrutable, remarked, "We arrived too late. The territories we have claimed are desolate and uninviting. All the promising lands with real potential have been seized by those foreigners. What can we do but attempt to reclaim what has been taken? Are we to turn back now, abandoning our ambitions? To secure a fertile territory, engaging in conflict with these foreigners seems almost inevitable. Although they had anticipated the possibility of violent confrontations, they were, until now, merely ordinary individuals. None among them had ever taken a life. Thus, the prospect of initiating warfare presents a daunting choice. Yet, without this confrontation, their current barren lands will not suffice to repay the substantial loans from the Tianyu group for their heavy exoskeleton armor. Even if the Tianyu group were amicable, merely returning the batch of Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeletons would negate their debts, yet this would leave them with nowhere to go. It is crucial to remember that their fleet was largely acquired through dubious dealings with private enterprise owners in Jiuzhou. To abandon their quest for success on the North American continent would leave them with no refuge. Return to Jiuzhou? That would be preposterous. Upon their return, they would face immediate legal repercussions for the alleged unlawful appropriation of corporate assets, potentially leading to lengthy prison sentences. In truth, they are already entangled in legal disputes, however. Such cases often take considerable time to resolve, and no verdict has yet been rendered. Nonetheless, the court has accepted the case, ensuring that a resolution will ultimately be reached. Thus, it is merely a matter of time before they are deemed criminals under Jiuzhou law. Therefore, returning to Jiuzhou is not an option. As for Penglai Island, they might wish to go there, yet they would not be welcomed. Countless individuals are eager to serve the Tianyu group. What could their small crew possibly offer? In essence, from any perspective, they find themselves without an escape route. In this dire situation, their only recourse is to press forward and seize the prosperous regions that lie ahead. Although their fleet's strength pales in comparison to that of the Vengeance Council, they possess advanced technology. The Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeletons produced by the Tianyu group. Unless confronted by the regular armies of the Tianyu group or Jiuzhou, these exoskeletons are an invincible force on Blue Star. In other regions, direct confrontation necessitates careful consideration of potential repercussions, particularly regarding the possibility of retribution from the Kyushu and Tianyu groups. However, this situation is markedly different from the conduct of the Tianyu group. It is evident that their presence here is tacitly endorsed, and they have even extended considerable assistance. Most crucially, they are equipped with the Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton, a luxury that the remnants of the White Eagle have yet to possess. Once hostilities commence, victory is assuredly theirs. The hesitance among the assembly stems not from a fear of defeat, but rather from a lack of prior experience in such matters, leading to a moment of indecision. Upon hearing the young man's words, the individuals present exchanged glances, their expressions gradually solidifying with resolve. Having resolved to embark on a significant endeavor, there is no room for hesitation at this critical juncture. To falter now would be to prioritize minor gains over life itself, to shy away from monumental undertakings. It appears that consensus is forming. Wang Yuqiang surveyed the room and declared, "Let us vote by raising our hands. If you believe we should engage, please raise your hand now." He raised his right hand first. Observing this, the others followed suit. Those bold enough to be present at this moment were certainly not cowards. Those lacking the courage had already withdrawn before the journey commenced, leaving only the fervent here. In essence, this gathering consisted entirely of radicals. With so many radicals united, it is inconceivable that anyone would oppose the singularly correct option of waging war. Very well, the motion passes unanimously. Now, we must deliberate on our course of action. Meanwhile, as Wang Yuqiang and his companions grappled with the prospect of engaging the White Eagle Empire's settlers, they remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding over 1,000 kilometers away at the headquarters of the Revenge Council. The upper echelons of the council were now gripped by a sense of dread. They were acutely aware of the intentions of these Kyushu individuals landing on the White Eagle Empire's territory, and, even more so, the formidable equipment they possessed, the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton armor. This was a piece of technology they had never even glimpsed prior to the conflict. Even as the White Eagle Empire's canal defenses were strained, the Chanyu Group had only exceptionally opened up the procurement of the Sentinel 2 medium exoskeleton armor. Following the Empire's collapse, several of these Sentinel 2 units had indeed fallen into their possession. They had anticipated that with some of this equipment, along with the assets they had acquired from the White Eagle Empire, the North American continent would be theirs, provided the Tianyu and Kyushu groups refrained from intervening. However, they never anticipated that the Tianyu group would, at such a pivotal moment, permit the procurement of the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton armor. What's more, the initial batch had been entirely allocated to these ambitious individuals seeking to dominate the North American continent, thereby significantly intensifying their pressure. They were acutely aware of the disparity between the Sentinel 1 and Sentinel 2 models. The extent to which Sentinel 3 surpasses its predecessors remains somewhat unclear. However, it is evident that this entity is not merely on the same plane as its forerunners. According to the classification system of Blue Star, many derivatives within the armor series of Sentinel 1 and Sentinel 2 could indeed be regarded as entirely new generation equipment. The fact that Sentinel 3 possesses its own distinct designation signifies an unfathomable generational leap compared to Sentinel 2. It is akin to a single Sentinel 2 exoskeleton effortlessly defeating 100 Sentinel 1 units. Such a numerical disparity represents a dimensional strike. Chapter 616. I have a plan. The intentions of these people from Jiuzhou have become glaringly apparent. They seek to seize our homeland at this opportune moment. In my view, we should disregard all trivialities and engage them in battle to resolve the matter decisively. In the conference hall, a middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is our territory, not a domain for those yellow-skinned monkeys to covet." Upon hearing these words, many individuals displayed a glimmer of approval in their eyes. After all, who were they? They were once the unseen puppeteers controlling the entire Bald Eagle Empire, standing atop the world as great capitalists. Proudly white, they were the architects of human advancement and deserved to remain exalted. In their eyes, these contemptible people of color should dutifully labor in sweatshops to sustain them. Now, having been granted a mere morsel, they audaciously attempt to encroach upon the lands of their noble white lords. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Knock, knock, knock. An elderly man with graying hair tapped the table gently and spoke slowly. While your sentiments are not unfounded, the current circumstances are not in our favor. Moreover, with the existence of the Tianyu Group, we cannot ascertain their intentions at this time. Recklessly engaging in war could pose significant risks. Such bravado may be expressed in this setting, Yet faced with Su Yi, even 100 of their bravest would not dare utter such words. Just as now, the old man merely mentioned the term Tianyu group, and the once fiery aristocrats, who seemed ready to take up arms against their adversaries, fell silent, their fervor extinguished. Noticing the sudden lull, another elder calmly analyzed. Considering the current situation, I believe that the Tianyu group harbors no intentions towards our territory. Otherwise, we would not see these Jiuzhou individuals, equipped with a handful of Tianyu group weapons, encroaching upon our land, but rather the Tianyu group's airborne brigade announcing the takeover of this continent. Given the present state of North America, they could easily justify such an action. For instance, they could claim a necessity for the long-term extermination of the orc virus or to eliminate scattered werewolves, requiring a prolonged military presence to establish a base or even a fortress. These would provide irrefutable justifications to the world. Yet, they have not pursued such actions. Instead, they prematurely declared the completion of the first wave of extermination in North America, and even the subsequent 2 waves were not mere empty promises, with the second wave accomplished in less than half a month. This indicates that the Tianyu group has no designs on this land, at least not with intentions of direct annexation. There could be myriad reasons for this, such as Su Yi's desire not to appear overly gluttonous or perhaps his indifference to such matters, as he is already a prince of the Blazing Sun Empire in the magical world, with that empress being one of his consorts. It is hardly surprising that he might overlook a mere fragment of land on Blue Star. Having spoken, the elder resumed his meditative state, signaling that he had no further intentions of elaborating. His position was quite lucid. These individuals were not directly dispatched by the Tianyu group. Rather, they merely received some support from it. It was imperative to understand that the Tianyu group was unlikely to engage directly in the matter at hand. This distinction held significant weight, particularly for those present. Should the Tianyu group choose to endorse the 9 provinces' individuals in their quest to usurp the North American continent, all would be rendered futile, for the disparity in absolute power would be insurmountable. However, if the Tianyu group's support was merely peripheral, without an intention to directly intervene in the division of the continent, then ample opportunities would arise. If Sir William's conjecture proved accurate, and the Tianyu group did not intend to personally engage in the delineation of North America, the elder at the forefront pondered momentarily before asserting, I believe there exists considerable maneuvering space within this context. First and foremost, regardless of the Tianyu group's true intentions, as long as they refrain from direct involvement, the 9 provinces' individuals cannot be equated with the Tianyu group, and we certainly possess the capability to confront them. Therefore, I see no issue in proposing the initiation of hostilities. In fact, it may yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. Nonetheless, we must exercise caution and avoid unwarranted hubris that might compel the Tianyu group to intervene personally. From this standpoint, we need to precisely ascertain the boundaries of the Tianyu group's interests, particularly regarding their stake in North America, how significant that interest is, and to what extent they might ultimately feel compelled to take action. Understanding this will allow us to proceed with confidence and demonstrate our prowess to those from the 9 provinces. Regrettably, our comprehension of the Tianyu group is severely lacking. Although we have taken over the Special Operations Bureau of the former Bald Eagle Empire, every spy previously sent to the Tianyu group has been apprehended. Thus, we find ourselves in dire need of insight into the Tianyu group's intentions regarding North America, necessitating alternative approaches. Perhaps I have a viable solution, a middle-aged man interjected, raising his hand. Instantly, every gaze in the conference hall turned to him. The middle-aged man, undeterred, continued, did the Tianyu group not open the purchasing rights for the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton armor? We could attempt to procure a batch and observe whether they're willing to sell it to us. If they do, it would imply that the Tianyu group seeks only to exert indirect control over North America, indifferent to who acts as their enforcer or puppet. Conversely, if they refuse, we must consider the rationale they provide, refine our approach accordingly, and persist in our attempts to negotiate, gradually probing the limits of the Tianyu group's tolerance. You are essentially stating the obvious, a council member scoffed. Mr. Bob, could you not have checked the conditions under which the Tianyu group sells the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton armor before making your statement? Among the most striking stipulations is the assertion that only individuals or factions from Kyushu are deemed eligible to procure these items. We are entirely incapable of acquiring such artifacts, as they are deemed excessively perilous to be entrusted to those whom the Tianyu group cannot fully rely upon. Thus, your proposal, from the moment it was uttered, is rendered utterly futile, incapable of even taking the first step. However, the individual who previously spoke appeared unfazed by this response. Upon hearing it, he merely adjusted his elegant, opulent golden wire spectacles and remarked nonchalantly, "Why can we not transform into a faction of Kyushu?" Chapter 617. I am at a loss for how do we transform into a force within the 9 provinces, Mr. Bob? Kindly elucidate your statement. How can we achieve recognition as a power of the 9 provinces by the Tianyu group? The elder at the helm immediately exhibited a glimmer of interest. Regardless of the foolish remarks made by those present, it is clear to anyone with a modicum of sense that among this assembly, there are certainly no fools. The mere articulation of such a notion suggests that there exists a strategy behind it, rather than it being a mere whim. It is quite simple. Bob shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "We must expand our ranks. We currently possess a substantial stockpile of provisions, capable of sustaining a vast number of individuals. In contrast, our personnel is rather limited. If memory serves, Mr. Morgan recently proposed recruiting additional individuals to serve our cause. Did he not? I believe this is an excellent suggestion, albeit one that requires a slight modification. Mr. Morgan's idea was to enlist personnel from the European nations, as they share a common heritage and most can communicate in a universal language, facilitating easier integration and control. However, I believe we should pivot our focus from recruiting Europeans to enlisting individuals from the 9 provinces. This is our most viable solution. At present, we have just over 400,000 people, approximately 350,000 of whom are Caucasian, alongside 50 to 60,000 individuals of color. Among this latter group, there are roughly 20,000 Asians, with approximately 8,000 hailing from the 9 provinces. Given the current circumstances, it would be rather implausible for us to claim to be a force formed by the 9 provinces. Yet, what if we could recruit 1 million? Or even 2 million individuals from the 9 provinces to serve our cause? At that point, we would genuinely have a majority of 9 province individuals. And by promoting some of them to management and decision-making positions, how could the Tianyu group refute our status as a force of the 9 provinces? As he articulated these solutions, a spark of fervor illuminated his eyes, and his face was aglow with excitement, clearly pleased with his own idea. Wait a moment, interjected a council member, revealing a look of hesitation. If we proceed as you suggest, with 9 province individuals becoming the majority and significantly represented in management and decision-making roles, then, wouldn't we truly become a force of the 9 provinces? Once we become a minority, will our voices still hold weight? To this, Bob appeared to have already formulated a response, showing no signs of concern. As long as we are willing to strategize, there are abundant ways to preemptively position ourselves to marginalize the 9 province individuals entering management and decision-making roles. We can simply compensate them handsomely, employing various strategies to ensure they hold titles without real power. Surely, none of you are at a loss for ideas in this regard? Indeed, after a brief silence, the members around the table expressed their agreement, dismissing it as a trivial issue. Having spent their lives in positions of power, many of their families tracing back to the days of slave trading, they were well equipped to handle these newcomers, granting them titles while withholding actual authority. They are exceedingly familiar with this matter. There is another question. The elder, who led the discussion, hesitated slightly, asking, why would the people of Kyushu choose to join us? As far as I understand, although there are many individuals residing in the 9 sanctuary cities of Kyushu, they do not lack for living space. Currently, anyone in Kyushu capable of securing employment can easily attain a life of luxury that they once only dreamed of. For those without jobs, a regular stipend provided by the Kyushu government, approximately 7,000 to 8,000 each month, suffices for their living needs. They can remain in the sanctuary cities, enjoying the world's most formidable protection, while their basic needs are effortlessly met. They even engage in idle chatter online daily, experiencing no pressure whatsoever. Why would they abandon their current comfortable lives to engage in perilous endeavors with us? This situation entails warfare, where a single misstep could lead to total disaster, leaving them with nothing, not even their lives. Those without foresight and without immediate worries are truly remarkable if they can resist the temptation to become complacent. This encapsulates the current state of the people of Kyushu. Under such circumstances, recruiting a substantial number of them to transform our identity and become a force within Kyushu seems rather challenging. Bob shrugged. There are numerous channels for recruiting individuals from Kyushu. To my knowledge, there are several million residing in Ojo alone. Even though the orc virus has been eradicated in the Northwest, Ojo remains in a state of turmoil. In this environment, as long as we extend an olive branch and promise them abundant opportunities, I am nearly certain that a significant number of Kyushu individuals in the Western world will come to us. If that is still insufficient, I have other strategies. For instance, aside from the mainland, Kyushu possesses a nominal territory that still aligns with our Western faction and is at odds with Kyushu. Recruiting from there would undoubtedly yield loyal allies, and potential internal conflicts and wars might be preemptively averted, ensuring they do not arise within our ranks. The crowd suddenly grasped the implication of his words, realizing where he was referring to. However, those who previously deemed his strategy reliable now found it less convincing. Some even bluntly expressed, "These individuals do not even recognize themselves as people of Kyushu. What good would it do to recruit a batch of them?" Their acknowledgement, or lack thereof, seemed inconsequential. Bob scoffed, "As long as the Kyushu government and the Tianyu group acknowledge them, their opinions are irrelevant. If necessary, we can simply hold a few individuals accountable and have them publicly declare themselves as people of Kyushu. Unless the Tianyu group wishes to go back on their word, they are bound to agree to sell us the Sentinel 3. At that point, we would essentially acquire the formidable Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton armor for our endeavors. In the absence of a generational gap in weaponry, where nearly all armaments belong to the same era, coupled with our more sophisticated command systems and a more efficient decision-making team, I find it difficult to envision a scenario of defeat. As long as we refrain from provoking the Celestial Domain group excessively, we shall undoubtedly ascend to become the true sovereigns of this territory with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 6:18. Do not rejoice too soon, as the forces primarily composed of the Tianyu Group's security department gradually eliminated the werewolves. The situation on Blue Star began to grow increasingly delicate. Individuals like Wang Yuqiang, aspiring to undertake significant entrepreneurial ventures, and the Revenge Council, remnants of the Eagle Empire, were merely minor players on a grand chessboard. Ultimately, the realization of their ambitions hinged on the outcomes of the underlying power struggles among more formidable entities. Although Wang Yuqiang's faction lacked substantial strength, he demonstrated remarkable acumen by making a pivotal decision. He swiftly contacted the Tianyu group and procured 10,000 Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton armors through a loan. This maneuver not only secured him these formidable instruments of warfare, but also caught the attention of Su Yi. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yi, after learning about Wang Yuqiang, had instructed Tianxiu to extend a degree of consideration towards him. Thus, from a moment he set forth towards the North American continent, Wang Yuqiang had already secured an unassailable position, as he had been chosen as Su Yi's proxy, albeit without his awareness. The judgment of the Revenge Council's remnants of the Eagle Empire was not entirely erroneous. Su Yi's objective was to facilitate the gradual emergence of the Jojo people as the mainstream in this world, thereby unifying various facets of society. As for the specific faction of the Jojo people, he was indifferent, provided they were not irredeemably malevolent. Consequently, after enlisting a significant number of unique Jojo individuals and promoting the Revenge Council as a genuinely Jojo-led force, they successfully obtained certification from the Tianyu Group, even securing an agreement for the procurement of the Sentinel 3 exoskeletons. The only hindrance was that the Tianyu Group cited insufficient production capacity, resulting in delays in shipment. Nonetheless, their stance had been clearly established. Just when the members of the Revenge Council believed that the Tianyu Group would remain uninvolved, allowing them to contend with Wang Yuqiang and other Jojo entrepreneurs for control of this effectively unclaimed territory, another iron fist came crashing down. The JoJo authorities officially designated the Revenge Council as an international terrorist organization. They mandated that the Legion assisting the Tianyu group in eradicating the werewolves in South America. Upon resolving the conflict in that region, address this terrorist threat on their return journey. Of course, the JoJo authorities are known for their meticulousness and would not act arbitrarily. The classification of the Revenge Council as a terrorist organization was not without justification. Primarily, this designation was supported by the core members represented by the remnants of the Eagle Empire. Each individual from this faction, prior to the downfall of the Eagle Empire, was a person of considerable standing, be it a titan of the military-industrial complex, a leader in the financial sector, or a powerful figure in advanced manufacturing and pharmaceuticals. While they appeared glamorous on the surface, their clandestine dealings bordered on extravagance. The official entities of JoJo need not rely on the formidable capabilities of the Tianyu group to uncover a plethora of criminal evidence against them. The tumultuous events surrounding the Child Island incident, which had garnered significant attention from the Eagle Empire but ultimately fizzled out, implicated nearly all of these individuals. They have engaged in various nefarious activities, including but not limited to inciting overseas conflicts through the Special Bureau of the Eagle Empire for the purpose of arms trafficking. They have instigated wars to acquire foreign natural resources at a minimal cost, coercing nations into signing resource transfer agreements that resemble predatory loans, regardless of the outcomes of such conflicts. When scrutinized under contemporary societal norms, their actions undoubtedly align with that of a terrorist organization, and their malevolence surpasses even that of established terrorist factions. Moreover, the special JoJo individuals they have recruited represent a significant force. In truth, the predicament of JoJo Island has ceased to be a pressing issue for the Blue Star. Although certain politicians, with no path for retreat, stubbornly persist in their misguided endeavors, the majority of ordinary citizens are merely seeking a semblance of stability in their lives. Upon realizing that the JoJo populace on the mainland is thriving, even in the face of apocalyptic threats like the Beastman virus, and with the Tianyu group aiding in the construction of sanctuaries, many previously indifferent individuals have begun to advocate for a return to JoJo. The situation has escalated to a point where public sentiment is fervently in favor of this shift, making it increasingly difficult for these politicians to continue their obstinate course. While there remains a contingent of misguided individuals swayed by these politicians, their numbers are but a fraction of the populace. Within this small faction, those willing to embark on a journey to North America alongside the unyielding are an even rarer breed. Faced with the invitation of the Revenge Council, which demands they bring at least 1 million supporters, with 2 to 3 million being preferable, they recognize that conventional methods will not yield such numbers willing to traverse to a freshly purified, yet theoretically perilous, North America. With insufficient manpower, even if they were to venture forth, they would likely find themselves marginalized within the Revenge Council over time. This prospect is utterly intolerable to them. Consequently, they devised a cunning ruse. They falsely claimed that the JoJo authorities would soon launch an offensive, with war imminent. They spread anxiety by suggesting that even the starships belonging to the Tianyu group would join the fray, threatening to plunge the entire island into the sea. Simultaneously, they extolled the riches and vastness of the North American continent, enticing people with the promise of rapid ascendance, envisioning a future where they could vanquish JoJo and strike back at the Tianyu group. Although ordinary citizens have limited access to information, making it challenging to discern the veracity of such claims, they are by no means naive. It is evident to most that, given the current situation, the JoJo authorities have no necessity to launch an attack, as they are on the brink of capitulation themselves. Throughout the years, despite the extreme provocations, JoJo has never deployed its military forces directly. Now, with the circumstances so crystal clear, all that is required is a brief period of patience. Are you suggesting that JoJo cannot restrain itself at this juncture? Such claims would be met with disbelief, even by the most gullible. It is impossible to deceive so many. Consequently, when one scheme falters, another emerges, or perhaps this has been part of their strategy all along. This group has begun to enact mass conscription of ordinary citizens from the islands under the pretext of JoJo's purportedly imminent military actions, even resorting to the outrageous tactic of abducting individuals from the streets, indiscriminately seizing the young, regardless of gender, and forcibly enlisting them. Chapter 619. The situation appears to be thriving a group of the old imperial remnants, steeped in unparalleled atrocities and unforgivable sins, alongside a faction of special individuals from the 9 provinces who, having been thoroughly intimidated by the Tianyu group and the official authorities of the 9 provinces, were contemplating escape while seeking to leverage more accomplices as bargaining chips. One could say they were fortified with an abundance of advantages. Once the official authorities of the 9 provinces disclosed this information to the public, even the most naive conspiracy theorists could find no grounds to challenge the irrefutable evidence against the 9 provinces. The circumstances were undeniably as they appeared. The issuance of this wanted notice by the official authorities of the 9 provinces was impeccably timed. It effectively dampened the spirits of the vengeful council, who were on the verge of popping champagne in celebration. Instead of reveling, they found themselves engulfed in a state of incessant anxiety. Even in the absence of intervention from the Tianyu group, they possessed almost no means to retaliate against the official authorities of the 9 provinces. The wanted notice issued by the official authorities nearly led to the complete collapse of the vengeful council. Remarkably, there was no need for the army engaged in conflict with the werewolves in South America to return and dismantle the council. Within less than a day, the internal strife within the vengeful council erupted. Some of the 9 provinces' individuals, forcibly conscripted, managed to escape with the aid of insiders sent by the official authorities, rising in rebellion. Many, who believed their culpability to be minimal post-wanted notice, ceased to concern themselves with the list and sought instead to redeem themselves through merit. Upon discovering these 9 provinces' individuals had escaped and were planning a revolt, rather than thwarting their uprising, they even sought to assist them in their rebellion to achieve redemption and evade future retribution from the official authorities of the 9 provinces. That very night, under the collaboration of internal and external forces, these individuals swiftly seized control of the island occupied by the vengeful council. Most of the armed personnel on the island, much like the former members of the vengeful council eager to make a name for themselves, chose to turn a blind eye, fearing repercussions from the Tianyu group. This resulted in the council's grasp over thousands of super soldiers clad in the Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 series, who made no effort to resist, allowing a group of ordinary individuals to effortlessly usurp control of the entire island. After seizing power from the vengeful council, these individuals, disregarding the time difference, announced the eradication of the terrorists the following morning while reflecting deeply on their actions, insisting the vengeful council redeem themselves through deeds. As for those high-ranking members of the former vengeful council captured amidst the chaos, they could scarcely fathom the swiftness of their downfall. These individuals were not fools. They were acutely aware that internal discord was likely to arise under the current circumstances. Indeed, many had already resigned themselves to abandoning any hope of returning to the North American continent, opting instead to gather their belongings and flee. Little did they expect that internal strife would manifest so rapidly. Those from the 9 provinces, whether deceived or coerced into service, swiftly gained prominence at a time when a majority of armed personnel had been rendered paralyzed by the official wanted notice from the 9 provinces. In merely one night, the island underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially, they merely proclaimed that the Revenge Council was a faction controlled by the people of Kyushu in the core decision-making tier. However, to their astonishment, this AtoZ swiftly became reality, with the Kyushu individuals indeed seizing control. The fate of these captives was all too predictable. The Kyushu people, brought to this wretched place against their will, disregarded their pleas for mercy and promises outright, reflecting on how they had been deceived or coerced into this predicament. Along with the tribulations endured during their journey, they seethed with anger. Ultimately, the remnants of the White Eagle Empire and the politicians who had orchestrated their abduction found themselves bound to the coconut trees surrounding the headquarters of the Revenge Council. Left to dangle alive, they were subsequently subjected to the relentless gnawing of various small creatures on the beach, as well as the avian scavengers soaring above. Their demise was nothing short of tragic. Meanwhile, on the North American continent, preparations were well underway, with Wang Yuqiang intending to engage in a desperate battle against the Revenge Council. Leveraging the might of the Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton armor to seize the most fertile region of North America. Little did he anticipate that the tensions that had escalated the previous day would dissolve overnight, leaving the enemy's defenses in utter disarray. Without the expenditure of a single soldier or even a bullet, they effortlessly commandeered the most prosperous area of the continent. In an astonishing turn of events, they transformed into the most formidable organization in North America and undoubtedly the most powerful of its kind. Amidst the chaos on the continent, such a reputation and the fertile lands they occupied would inevitably attract attention, possibly even animosity. However, the advantages that this notoriety could yield were beyond imagination, leading many with aspirations for this unclaimed territory to seek allegiance. The situation appeared exceedingly favorable, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Wang Yuqiang believed it was only a matter of time before the people of Kyushu fully secured North America, perhaps within a month, or at most 6 months. Of course, the complete domination of North America by the Kyushu people did not equate to his own acquisition, but given his current circumstances, claiming the most lucrative portion was certainly within reach. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by many, the genius General Khalifa, akin to a stray dog, abandoned his defenses and fled frantically to Sandalwood Island, landing his elite forces on the west coast of the White Eagle Empire. Upon arrival, he encountered a small force from Kyushu, comprising fewer than 1,000 individuals and equipped with merely 100 sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeletons. Yet, with those 100 units, they shattered the first wave of Khalifa's elite Marines, who were outfitted to the highest standards and had undergone extensive training. This unexpected defeat served as a rude awakening for General Khalifa, who had been dreaming of conquering the western part of North America. 100 ordinary individuals, clad in the Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton armor, and possessing minimal training, managed to obliterate elite warriors equipped with the Sentinel, 2 armor, each boasting over 3 years of rigorous training. In under an hour, this is merely a minor faction. The most formidable power currently entrenched on the North American continent is the Kyushu faction, to which Wang Yuqiang belongs. They have already acquired a staggering 10,000 Sentinel, 3 units, and recently announced an order for an additional 10,000 from the Tianyu Group, which will soon be delivered via airdrop. What chance do they even have? Faced with such overwhelming odds, General Khalifa decisively chose to concede, contemplating the possibility of seeking opportunities elsewhere to pilfer some advantage for his forces. Chapter 620. The grand scheme is settled. The fate of Blue Star has been determined. Henceforth, it is left to the passage of time. Initially, according to the original selection plan, the intention was to eradicate all individuals and cultures on Blue Star, aside from those belonging to Jeojo. However, with the assistance of the Eagle Empire, within less than 2 years, we have already achieved significant results, effectively eliminating the populace of the entire North and South American continents and the Black Continent. The progress has been remarkably swift. Although there remain numerous diverse peoples and cultures in Ojo and Southeast Yushu, it is prudent to refrain from overreaching. The Beastman virus derived from the Infu Sutra possesses an unsettling nature. Remarkably, the infected werewolves have been able to autonomously learn blood rituals to rapidly enhance their powers. To avoid catastrophic missteps, it is indeed time to address the werewolf situation without further delay. Previously, the celestial axis delineated these 3 continents as the threshold for the rampant spread of the Beastman virus, considering the unpredictable elements involved. With the current population of Jeojo being so limited, managing to assimilate these 3 continents has already proven challenging. A more aggressive approach would not yield swift results. Ultimately, a gradual assimilation is necessary. This plan was conceived as a long-term strategy, and the current wave of the Beastman virus has advanced our progress by over 50, which is commendable. Henceforth, the objective is to establish a firm foothold for the people of Jeojo in these 3 regions, allowing for gradual development. Concurrently, the Tianyu Group will steer the ensuing conflicts in regions occupied by non-Jeojo individuals, further applying economic pressure. In due course, the populace in these areas will naturally diminish, and those who remain will gradually integrate into the JoJo framework. Ultimately, the world will converge into a singular entity, marking the preliminary transformation of interstellar civilization, unifying the mother planet. Let us go. I shall accompany you back. Having resolved the matters at hand, Sue-yi glanced at Wei Wei, who was leisurely watching a film on the sofa. Over 6 months ago, he had brought Wei Wei to Blue Star. However, she could not relinquish her identity as a member of the trading platform in the magical realm, necessitating Sue-yi's monthly accompaniment back to ensure her membership was not revoked due to prolonged absence from her original world. Theoretically, it was unnecessary for Sue-yi to accompany her. She could simply return briefly. However, given the presence of the two old entities in the magical world, who had exhibited signs of restlessness even before Wei Wei's arrival, Sue-yi deemed it prudent to accompany her each month to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Although, in theory, Wei Wei only needed to step through the time-space portal to return to the trading space, the likelihood of mishap remained minimal. Yet, those two had once been members of the trading platform, intimately familiar with its rules. At such a formidable level, they could accomplish a multitude of actions in that fleeting moment, potentially even to harm Wei Wei or employ some means to prevent her return to the trading platform. All right, Wei Wei, with her burgeoning belly, rose with delight. There is little to prepare, as it is merely a matter of returning to exchange pleasantries, making reasonable use of the system's regulations to remain on Blue Star for an extended period. He would return immediately after arriving. The two soon found themselves before the time-space gate, which, under the control of the celestial pivot, was now reserved solely for their use. This was not a matter of privilege, but rather a precaution, as Sue-yi felt that unforeseen circumstances might arise. If accompanied by numerous ordinary individuals, any incident would inevitably hinder him. It was better to clear the area. After all, the celestial pivot could easily create a vacuum period of about 10 minutes, which was not a difficult task and would not impede others' normal use of the time-space gate. As they approached the time-space gate, Sue-yi's unease became increasingly palpable. Just as he was about to step into the gate for the transfer, he halted abruptly and turned to Wei Wei, asking, "Is that jade seal still with you?" The jade seal? Wei Wei paused momentarily before recalling what Sue-yi meant, quickly retrieving the national jade seal from her spatial storage and handing it to him. After verifying it through the transaction platform, Sue-yi discovered that this object was, in fact, a dragon egg. However, to hatch it would require feeding it the essence of the world or powers of faith of such magnitude. Clearly, Blue Star lacked the necessary conditions in this regard. Yet, Wei Wei was different. She was the empress of a super empire with a population exceeding 10 billion in a magical world. With the collaboration with Blue Star, the lives of the citizens of the Radiant Sun Empire had improved significantly, resulting in a substantial accumulation of faith power around her. However, the method of cultivating faith power had considerable drawbacks, and Sue-yi did not possess any formidable techniques relating to it. To avoid wasting this faith power, he entrusted the dragon egg to Wei Wei. This way, utilizing the excess faith power to hatch the dragon egg could be seen as a form of resourceful recycling. Sue-yi gazed at the dragon egg, which, while appearing unchanged on the outside, emanated a powerful life force from within, astonished. When he had given the jade seal to Wei Wei, it had been no different from a mere stone, without the transaction platform's appraisal. He would have never known it had the potential to hatch something. I am unsure why it is transformed in this manner, but the speed of its change is remarkable. Approximately 2 months after you entrusted it to me, I could distinctly sense the vibrant life force within, as if it truly bore a newborn, Wei Wei remarked, placing a hand on her abdomen, her eyes softening with tenderness. Before I ascended to the throne, during my time as the dream-walking queen, I often heard prayers and similar voices echoing around me. While these sounds were harmless, over time they became quite bothersome. Ever since you bestowed this dragon egg upon me, such occurrences have ceased. I believe that initially the faith power could not be absorbed and lingered around me, which is why I could hear those voices. Upon its arrival, it assimilated the power of faith, and gradually, those peculiar sounds began to fade away. Moreover, I sensed almost instinctively that it was continually bestowing upon me a certain comforting energy. This sensation became even more pronounced after I embraced it, as it appeared to deliberately guide this energy to nurture our child. When she uttered these words, for reasons unknown, Sue-E felt an unexpected joy emanating from the jade seal in her hand, as if it truly comprehended her sentiments and was reveling in its own significance. Chapter 621. The reason. Without further inquiry into the matter of the jade seal, Sue-E intended to meticulously examine it after accompanying Wei Wei back to the magical realm. The reason he suddenly requested the jade seal from Wei Wei before their departure stemmed from an ominous intuition. It felt as though the portal to the magical world was not merely a gateway, but rather a meticulously woven snare awaiting their entry. Should this premonition prove true, it would imply that the two impostors of Wei Air were orchestrating something sinister. Thus, any item left behind that could evade the trading platform would likely be intrinsically linked to the fundamental forces of the world's essence and the power of belief, the very embodiments of celestial and earthly paths. The dragon egg in this context was particularly intriguing, as it required both of these forces for its incubation. Moreover, the dragon egg itself could consume these energies without limitation, accepting whatever was offered. This was due to its nature as a cherished creation of heaven and earth, a miraculous life born from a fusion of the world's essence and the power of belief. In matters of such intricacies, the two impostors could hardly rival it. Aside from these two primordial forces, Sue-E believed that the impostors possessed no other means to retain members of the trading platform. Thus, bringing along the dragon egg also served the purpose of having it act as a guardian. As the two ascended the grand altar of the time-space portal, a flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves simultaneously returned to the time-space portal situated in the magical realm, not far from Dream River City. Upon their return, Sue-E concentrated his thoughts, and the time-space portal activated once more. This time, however, the intention was to send them back to Blue Star. After their transmission, it would take approximately 10 minutes for the time-space portal to reverse the process. This meant that Wei Wei could either retreat directly to the trading platform for safety or wait alongside Sue-E for about 10 minutes. Initially, Wei Wei felt that waiting for those 10 minutes posed no issue and planned to remain with Sue-E, as they had done in previous instances. Yet this time, upon arriving here, Sue-Yi's unease intensified significantly. Therefore, prior to their arrival, he had insisted, in a tone that brooked no refusal, that Wei Wei must immediately enter the trading platform upon reaching the magical realm, timing her exit for the final moment before the time-space portal reopened, and then return directly to Blue Star. Only this would be deemed prudent. However, despite all the precautions taken and the meticulous preparations made, unforeseen circumstances arose. The instant the light flashed and they arrived in the magical realm, Sue-E felt himself ensnared by an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Simultaneously, as Wei Wei prepared to enter the trading space for refuge, spatial ripples began to emanate from her. Yet in the next moment, those ripples seemed to be smoothed over by an invisible hand, and her somewhat indistinct form regained clarity. A look of astonishment flickered in Wei Wei's eyes as she turned to Sue-E, incredulously exclaiming, "The trading platform is inaccessible." Since becoming a member of the trading platform, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. In the past, no matter how remote the location, be it a desert, a Gobi wasteland, or even a vast ocean where not a single soul could be found, the trading platform had never experienced a disconnection. Yet now, it had inexplicably gone offline. Sue-E decided to test it himself and, indeed, found that the trading platform was non-existent, completely severed from connection. "Since both of you have returned, why not sit down and engage in a good chat with this old fellow of mine?" A venerable voice approached. Sue-E turned toward the sound and discovered an elderly man, leaning on a cane, navigating through the throngs of people with ease, ambling toward him. "Sha, what do you wish to discuss?" Sue-E chuckled lightly, looking in his direction. "I wish to recount my past stories. I wonder if you, young Sue, would care to listen?" Upon hearing this, Sue-E glanced at the time and replied with a smile, "I still have some time. Go ahead. It would be delightful if you could elaborate on the love and conflicts between you two, so I may enjoy a slice of the drama. Let us begin from the moment I became a member of the trading platform in the magical realm, the old man began to narrate. The circumstances diverged somewhat from Su Yi's prior speculations, yet the essence remained largely unchanged. The old man's name was Weir, a founding member of the trading platform in the magical world. During his era, he had, through the trading platform, facilitated a rapid advancement for certain individuals in the magical realm, propelling them into the age of cultivation. However, such a strategy was evidently unsustainable, especially with another member from a different world present. That outsider, predictably, betrayed Weir at a crucial moment, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two. As a seasoned member of the trading platform, the outsider wielded formidable power, while Weir, as a native member of the magical world, possessed the advantage of home ground. The battle raged on, creating chaos, but ultimately, they reached a tenuous stalemate. Just as we thought the matter was settled and contemplated how to deal with the ungrateful wretch who had betrayed him, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After his physical form was obliterated, the outsider sacrificed a portion of his own soul and, inexplicably, discovered the world's essence of the magical realm. Using its power to ensnare, we're in a meticulously crafted trap. Under the overwhelming force of this origin power, Weir's trading platform was rendered inoperative, rendering him unable to contend against such a seasoned adversary. After enduring a protracted battle, Weir ultimately faced complete defeat. However, the outsider was not without consequence. Following his victory over Weir, the outsider's corporeal form was annihilated, and after sacrificing a part of his soul to harness the essence of the world, his own soul became unstable, at risk of imminent collapse. In this dire moment, the outsider's choice was to usurp Weir's physical body. What ensued was a transformation for both parties. Having encountered the essence of the world, they were both metamorphosed into beings with nearly limitless lifespans. Thus, the two individuals engaged in a struggle over bodily dominion that spanned millennia. Ultimately, after countless years of nurturing by the world's essence, they evolved into a state of duality, sharing a single corporeal form. Yet, as time passed and their powers grew exponentially, they found themselves dissatisfied with the shared vessel. In their quest for supremacy, they even contemplated expelling one another. Consequently, they soon clashed once more. In the end, their fierce conflict resulted in the destruction of their physical forms, forcing them to relinquish their original bodies and split into two distinct entities, giving rise to the two wells we see today. This, perhaps, elucidates the reason for our presence here. Chapter 622. Is this your objective? So, you have been waiting here to ambush us and have employed the power of the world's essence to obscure the forces of the trading platform. What is your purpose? Perhaps you might share it with us. After listening to his tale, Su Yi displayed no fluctuations in emotion, his demeanor remaining serene. It seemed that Will had not heard him and continued to speak to himself. In a certain sense, we have become one. At times, I cannot discern whether I am the original member of this world as trading platform or the outsider who betrayed a friend, or perhaps I am both. However, as time has passed, such distinctions have become inconsequential. What truly matters is that we both desire to survive, to exist as humans do. Our current state is rather peculiar. It is difficult to ascertain whether we can even be deemed alive. The if that you perceive is merely a puppet form I have fabricated through power. Essentially, neither he nor I possess a physical form, akin to two spirits eternally drifting across this land. In this condition, the world's essence continually nourishes our souls, granting us an almost limitless lifespan, one that will never collapse until the world itself meets its end. Yet, immortality is not without its price. Our excessively potent souls render it impossible for this world to provide us with corporeal vessels. Is it truly impossible, or do you fear allowing him to have one? Su interjected with a semblance of a smile. Will paused, and then responded with a rueful smile. Indeed, we do not dare. According to the esoteric cultivation knowledge from another realm within my mind, in our current state, a vessel capable of sustaining us must be at least a transcendent being of the tribulation phase within the cultivation system. However, the might of those at the divine transformation stage is exceedingly formidable, far beyond our current capabilities. Historically, It has only been the strong who seize the weak. The notion of the weak usurping the strong is nonsensical. Thus, this path has been fraught with obstacles from the very beginning. That is somewhat plausible. Soo-e nodded. But how does this relate to your obstruction of us? The trading platform. A fervor ignited in Will's eyes. During the millennia we have been entangled. The trading platform may have presumed I was dead. After our entanglement concludes, I will no longer be a member of the trading platform. However, we both firmly believe that within the trading platform, there must exist a solution to our current predicament. Over the years, we have awaited the emergence of new members within this world as trading platform, until now. So, you intend to usurp Wei Wei and become the new agent of this world? Soo-e raised an eyebrow, sensing that matters were unlikely to be so straightforward. The simplest question remains, on what grounds do they seek to replace Wei Wei? Wei Wei is a certified member of the trading platform. If anyone, regardless of their character, could simply ascend to take her place, it would be rather trivial. Not all. Will shook his head and remarked, I had previously encountered a similar situation with another individual who sought to usurp me merely to become a member of the trading platform. However, this endeavor proved futile, resulting in my irrevocable loss of the opportunity to join the platform, leaving us both in a precarious position. Likewise, even if we were to seize Wei Wei now, we would still be unable to become members of the trading platform, thus rendering us incapable of utilizing its resources to resolve our current predicament. So, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Soo-e, growing increasingly impatient, pressed for clarity. It is quite straightforward. Will finally articulated his objective. We cannot replace the external members of the trading platform under its very gaze to become new members. Yet, I believe that perhaps we can explore alternative means to collaborate with the current platform members, enlisting their assistance to uncover a solution. The challenge lies in our inability to find a method to persuade Wei Wei to cooperate with us when she first became a member. As she seems indifferent to her family and friends, this world holds little that she truly values. Is it not a saying in JoJo that goes no desires, no weakness? Wei Wei was likely in such a state previously. We failed to establish a long-term bond with her or devise a way to have her heed our counsel, which is why we have remained dormant, awaiting an opportunity until now. Usei, sui skofut. So after all this, your aim is to wait for Wei Wei to reveal a flaw, then swiftly exploit it to coerce her into assisting you? Although this interpretation may sound harsh, it essentially captures the essence of the situation to which Will nodded in agreement. At this juncture, there was no need for him to conceal his intentions any longer. Indeed, we have made some efforts along the way. For instance, I shared an incomplete method of harnessing the collective will of beings with her, initially hoping to ensnare her in the allure of that power, fostering a dependency on us in pursuit of more advanced techniques. Yet, we remain perplexed as to why the umbrella ceased to function once it was in her possession. She seemingly never attempted to utilize the collective will it gathered, and has not experienced the formidable strength it could offer. I even arranged for a servant to infiltrate the imperial palace of the Radiant Sun Empire, intending to guide her in wielding that power. However, for reasons unknown, she is yet to employ it, nor has she even entertained the thought of doing so. A visible expression of confusion emerged on Will's previously impassive face. It was evident that he struggled to comprehend why Wei Wei, as a member of the trading platform, would disregard her own strength and choose to rely on Soo-e, following others' directions in all matters. Even the power he had freely bestowed upon her remained untouched. This situation exceeded the conclusions he had drawn from his extensive observations of human nature throughout the ages. It was precisely due to the previous plan's failure that they had to alter their strategy, culminating in the current scenario. Why had the myriad wills within that umbrella never been utilized? Soo-e could hardly suppress a laugh. The reason was simple. Wei Wei had just acquired that umbrella and was still pondering its very nature when she fortuitously encountered the imperial jade seal that Soo-e had just received. The meager wills of the common people contained within the umbrella were entirely depleted by the jade seal, or rather, the dragon egg. It had, in essence, been reduced to a mere broken umbrella. Naturally, Wei Wei would not find it appealing. Their intention to stir her desires, compelling her to serve them in pursuit of greater power, had thus been thwarted. However, at this juncture, their purpose for coming was evidently clear. Upon this realization, Sui's expression grew noticeably colder. Chapter 6:23. You wouldn't truly believe you have me at your mercy, would you? Fortunately, even though our previous plans have failed, as a member of the trading platform, you still possess attachments and vulnerabilities, or rather, have revealed a chink in your armor. This statement from Will was directed at Vivi. Distrusting kinship and friendship, we were well aware that even if we controlled someone to coerce you, you could never be of use to us. Yet, you have chosen to believe in the notion of love. TSK, you are still rather youthful in that regard. What complicates matters for us is that among the multitude in this world, you disdain most, yet have taken a liking to an agent from another realm. To be candid, while we can temporarily sever your connection to the trading platform by harnessing the primordial power of this world, controlling you in the long term and compelling you to act on our behalf is utterly unfeasible. Hence, you have not attempted any form of aggression until now. For we are acutely aware that once this barrier is breached, a mere thought can transport you back to your personal space within the trading platform, rendering our threats ineffective. Until a few months ago, when you had a child, as members of the trading platform, in a situation where we cannot maintain this severance indefinitely. Once the barrier dissipates, you can escape at any moment. However, your child is fundamentally different from you. She lacks the means to elude us, the two old fools. As long as she remains in our grasp, we can not only wield control over the magical world's platform members, but also compel members from another realm to serve our interests, reaping rewards far beyond our previous comprehension. Do you genuinely believe that possessing a child will ensure our compliance? He interjected, breaking his flow. Why not? Will retorted. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. The tasks we request of you are not overly arduous. They merely involve utilizing more matching cards within the normal parameters of the trading platform. If one day you manage to connect with a sufficiently powerful advanced metaphysical civilization, you will naturally discover a solution to our current predicament. This is not an insurmountable challenge for you. A small effort could save your child. I see no reason for you to refuse. And then what? He pondered aloud. Given your cautious and fearful nature, after fulfilling our transaction and successfully attaining physical forms, what then? Would you willingly return the child to us, and we would each go our separate ways? I suspect not. No one understands better than you the immense potential possessed by members of the trading platform. Your fear of death has even led you to seal off the paths of cultivation in an entire world, allowing your enemies, the members of the trading platform, to continue growing without utility, eventually becoming a significant threat to you, perhaps even evolving into a formidable presence that you cannot comprehend. To express it more candidly, do you not fear that when we become powerful, our first act will be to eliminate you two wretched curs? Will's mouth opened slightly, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Clearly, Suyi's words had struck at the crux of the matter. They sought to coerce and exploit the members of the trading platform to serve their own interests, employing any means necessary to achieve their ends. Despite their current soothing rhetoric, claiming they merely wished for assistance from the two platform members, the moment that assistance was rendered, they would hastily part ways, each seeking their own peace. The fundamental flaw in this reasoning lies in their plan to address the issue of the trading platform members, who possess nearly limitless potential for growth. Those chosen by the trading platform are not confined by the limitations of this World S system. They can swiftly evolve by harnessing the quintessence of countless civilizations across myriad realms. Let it be reiterated, to those unaware of the trading platform, its members appear as meteoric rises, capable of summoning the winds and rains with ease, truly the favorite of the heavens. Yet, to those cognizant of the platform's existence, the moment its members enter into a contract, they embody an entity with an almost infinite growth trajectory. Any favored child pales in comparison to the radiance of this identity, unable to contend with it. By employing such despicable tactics to coerce Su, E, and the others, and achieving their objectives, Will and his companion would be left with but one choice: seize an opportunity to eliminate Su, E, and Wei Wei entirely. Otherwise, it is merely a matter of time before Su, E, and her companion evolve into formidable beings they can only look up to, destined to be dispatched like stray dogs on the roadside to avenge today's grievances. This is a deadlock. The actions of Will and his partner fundamentally stem from a desire to find a better way to survive, indicating their intrinsic wish to live. However, having offended Sue E and her partner, failing to silence them would inevitably lead to their demise in the future. Thus, Will has consistently avoided addressing what to do after their plans come to fruition. Yet, at this moment, Sue E boldly articulated this very point. This is a matter we must contemplate moving forward. Time is ample, and we need not resort to mutual destruction. After a prolonged silence, Will reluctantly uttered this sentiment. Of course, this statement is quite forced. Their distrust of Sue E and Wei Wei is precisely what has led to today's predicament. If they could trust each other, why resort to such coercive measures to solicit help? They could simply find a way to request assistance. After all, they have plenty of time to wait. If Sue E and her companion were even slightly invested, it would not be a daunting task for them to assist in the future. Their reluctance to believe that Sue E and her partner would lend such significant aid without any vested interest is the root of their strategy to ensnare their opponent's weaknesses and coerce compliance. Sue E shook her head, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this, Will's demeanor gradually turned cold, and with a disdainful snort, he remarked, "You seem to be oblivious to the current predicament. Matters of the future can be addressed later. For now, I hold the knife, and you are the meat. The sole means for your survival lies in adhering to our demands. You must choose. Will you perish here and now, or shall you strive to survive this day? The choice rests in your hands." Yet, in the face of his unabashed threat, Sue E merely smiled and replied, "So, you believe you have me at your mercy?" Chapter 624. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. Do you believe there is still a chance for a turnaround? Will stroked his beard and smiled, his expression calm and composed, as though he possessed an unwavering confidence. Thanks to the connection between the two worlds, I have indeed gathered considerable information about you. When you first made your move in the magical realm, vanquishing those so-called demigods and deities, if I am not mistaken, you must have employed a formidable artifact of golden core level, perhaps even something more powerful, capable of contending against those in the nascent soul stage. At that time, you required the external force of an artifact to triumph over those who had been rendered inept on their path of cultivation. Yet now, the aura radiating from you has already reached the golden core stage, and even ordinary golden cores would stand no chance against you. I must say, you are indeed quite impressive. Not only do you possess extraordinary talent for cultivation, but you also enjoy unparalleled fortune, enabling you to swiftly align with a high-level cultivation world boasting a complete system of practice, and they are willing to extend their assistance to you. In my own experience, it took me over 2 centuries as a member of the trading platform before I first encountered the esoteric high-tier path of cultivation. It took me several more centuries to barely exchange for a low-tier technique from a fellow member hailing from a cultivation world. And a millennium passed before I finally managed to establish a foundation for my practice. Your fortune and talent truly evoke my envy. However, young man, Will said gently, as if devoid of malice, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. No matter how exceptional your talent or how abundant your fortune, transforming that into true strength requires time. In the cultivation worlds I have encountered, there exists a saying that I find profoundly insightful. Only those geniuses who have matured can be deemed true geniuses. Without growth, even the finest talent amounts to nothing more than mediocrity. The path to transcendence is arduous, and only those who endure to the end can attain genuine freedom. If you believe that possessing golden core level cultivation and a few superior artifacts will allow you to break free from the carefully constructed cage we have fashioned using the power of our worlds, you may be somewhat naive. Even if powerful beings from the orthodox cultivation worlds were to arrive today, life and death would rest upon my thoughts alone. His words carried an unwavering conviction, devoid of any hesitation. It was evident that he possessed this confidence genuinely, rather than merely to deceive Sue E. Sue E understood well that Will's assertions were indeed true. The two peculiar beings, who had likely lived for countless years, were not particularly formidable in terms of their innate power. With Sue Yi's current strength, even without any artifacts, he could likely slay them with ease, relying solely on his cultivation and abilities. However, the means by which they had trapped Su, Yi, and Wei Wei were not fundamentally tied to their own strength. They merely served as mediators, guides. The true force binding Su, Yi, and Wei Wei, severing their connection to the trading platform, was, in fact, the very essence of the magical world's origin. Or rather, it is the celestial order of this world. In the face of such circumstances, should one wish to shatter these constraints with brute force, the endeavor may prove exceedingly arduous, particularly for those who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, preparing to transcend and become immortal. The act of transcending itself is a defiance of the world's will, a rebellion against the natural order. Only those endowed with the power to oppose the world are deemed worthy to embark on the path of transcendence. To break free from this prison constructed by the primordial forces of the universe is akin to the challenge of transcending itself. Naturally, Su Yi did not possess the raw strength to forcibly dismantle this prison. Yet, why should he resort to such a method? A frog at the bottom of a well often believes that the view from the wellhead encompasses the entirety of existence, remaining oblivious to the vastness of the true world. As he spoke, the imperial seal had already materialized in his hand. Go forth. This place is abundant with the primal forces of the world. Consume to your heart's content and hatch early. Just refrain from draining the world dry, for you are a divine beast, not a world-devouring monster. As he spoke, he gently tossed the seal into the air. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the enigmatic space, reverberating with a grandeur that resonated beyond comprehension. After being cast by Su Yi, the seal appeared to come alive, radiating a golden brilliance, and a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon's ethereal silhouette flickered in and out of sight. Simultaneously, countless white orbs of light began to converge rapidly towards the dragon's phantom within this peculiar space. Will's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, "What are you doing? Why do I feel the primal forces of the world dissipating at an alarming rate?" "Nothing much," Su Yi replied with a smile. "I am merely facilitating the early emergence of my great son. Initially, even with rapid hatching, he would merely be our family's second child. However, with your assistance, he shall be born today, while the one in Vivi's womb will have to settle for being our family's second child." He had forged a blood pact with the dragon egg through a trading platform. In a sense, its hatching bore no distinction from that of his own offspring. In fact, they were even connected by blood. Although his terminology of firstborn and second carried a hint of jest, upon closer examination, it held a semblance of truth. Impossible. Impossible. Why is the primal force of the world dissipating? It is consuming the primal forces of the world. Stop it immediately. Do you comprehend the consequences? This is a malevolent beast that devours worlds. You will bring ruin upon this realm. Halt it at once. From beginning to end, Will had maintained a calm demeanor, confident in his position, yet witnessing the very essence of the world, the foundation of his existence, become ineffective and instead serve as sustenance for the enemy. He could no longer contain himself. His once gentle visage twisted in anguish. As the increasingly apparent dragon silhouette brushed past him, invigorated by the forces of the world, he instinctively raised his ornate staff, attempting to strike at the apparition. Such an action, however, was utterly futile. As a cherished child of the heavens, destined to absorb the primordial forces of the world and the beliefs of all beings, this little creature, yet to emerge from its dragon egg, embodies the true essence of wielding these primal energies. Its instinctual mastery over such power far surpasses that of Will and his companion, who have delved into this path for countless millennia. The knowledge they painstakingly cultivated over time pales into insignificance before the genuine dragon. At this moment, a once confident Will finally confronts an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if he were to be entirely consumed by it. He realizes that he is rendered utterly ineffectual, forced to watch helplessly as the very source of existence he relies upon is voraciously devoured. Do not consume it. Do not consume it. I do not need a corporeal form. I do not wish to be reborn. Please, cease this consumption. I was wrong. Chapter 625. You only know that you are dying with the strength of these two wells. They are certainly unworthy of possessing an extraordinarily long lifespan spanning hundreds of thousands of years, regardless of their original level of power. The present standing before Su, he now merely exudes the aura of an ordinary Yuanying stage cultivator. In fact, due to a lack of various cultivation resources and methods, their true combat prowess might even fall short of some formidable Jindan stage cultivators in Lin Iran's realm. In her world, Jindan stage cultivators possess a lifespan of less than 1,000 years. Even Yuanying stage cultivators enjoy merely a trifling 3,000 years of life. The fact that these two have survived from hundreds of thousands of years ago is not attributable to their own abilities, but rather to the wondrous power of the world's origin. It is precisely due to their prolonged existence in this unique environment, or to put it plainly, being enveloped by the essence of the world's origin, that these two weaklings have managed to endure until now. They have not yet exhausted their time. In the realm of magic, the assertion that their lifespans are equal to that of the heavens is not mere rhetoric, but a veritable truth. Consequently, the power of the world's origin is almost tantamount to their lifespans. In truth, this essence is not a finite resource. It is not the case that if too much of the world's origin is depleted at once, the world will collapse. If we were to liken the world to a person, then the world's origin would be akin to the blood coursing through that individual's veins. While losing a bit of blood may indeed leave one feeling weak, in most cases, it does not lead to any lasting harm. With adequate rest, one can gradually recover. It is not as if the world's origin is so limited that if I take a portion today, that absence will forever remain, ultimately leading to the world's demise over time. This essence can regenerate. Of course, the caveat is that one cannot extract too much at once. Just as a small bloodletting does not pose a mortal threat to a person, draining all of a person's blood at once would certainly result in dire consequences. For the world, extracting all of the world's origin in one go would mean the collapse of the entire realm, a cataclysm from which no living being within it could escape. Su clearly would not allow such a calamity to occur, which is why he had previously cautioned against the possibility of the creature within the dragon egg acting recklessly and inadvertently bringing about the world's end. Such a loss would be catastrophic. However, for the two Wells, this very action would be a devastating blow. They speak of mastering the world's origin in flattering terms, but in less savory language, they resort to disreputable techniques. Upon discovering the location of the world's origin, they use it as a medium to guide and siphon the world's power. In times of abundance, their actions would have no significant impact on the world, merely a trifling inconvenience, not something that would provoke the world's essence. After all, they have only been active for a mere few 100,000 years. Compared to a world that has existed for countless billions of years, such a brief span of time is akin to a fleeting moment. Their actions, such as stealing the essence of the world to gain a form of immortality, are quite remarkable. For instance, they pilfer the world's essence and bestow it upon those practitioners, allowing even the slightly talented among them to swiftly attain eternal life without further struggle. While these deeds appear to consume a significant amount of the world's essence, in reality, they are negligible and do not pose a threat to the world as a whole. Thus, they have evaded the scrutiny of the world's will, living freely and enjoying prolonged existence. All of this transpires amidst an abundance of the world's essence, which renders them indifferent to the minor loss of power consumed by the parasites on their bodies. However, if the essence of the magical world were to be devoured by this entity before them, it would result in a grievous depletion. They would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In realms with a complete cultivation system, when an individual attracts the attention of the world's will, it is referred to by a more specialized term: tribulation. Those formidable beings in the ascension stage face their heavenly tribulations with great peril, and should these weaker individuals encounter divine retribution, their demise would be assured. There is no doubt that will fears death. If they were not afraid, they would not have survived until now in such a disembodied state. Furthermore, due to their prolonged interaction with the essence of the world, they can now distinctly sense that the Supreme Will has seemingly noticed the occurrences here and is shifting its focus. However, It appears that the target of this attention is not the increasingly distinct dragon that is voraciously consuming the essence, but rather the two of them. In fact, the world's will seems to be subtly guiding the essence to nourish this creature instead of targeting it. This is truly bewildering. Among those present, the individuals who have illicitly absorbed a substantial amount of the world's essence are glaringly obvious, without a doubt. It is Will and his companion. As for Su, Yi, and Wei Wei, they have never utilized the world's essence for cultivation and, thus, remain under the radar of the world's will. Stop. Quickly. Let's cease. You have already drawn the attention of the world's will. If you continue to absorb, divine retribution will surely follow, and we shall all perish here. If there is to be divine punishment, it will fall upon you too. Why should it strike me? I have not stolen the essence of the world. Su, Yi scoffed, then turned his gaze to the increasingly tangible dragon. As for it, you likely do not comprehend the meaning of the beloved of heaven and earth. It was born to consume such essence. In fact, from another perspective, it embodies the personification of the world's will. The will of heaven targeting it is no different from targeting itself. So do not entertain such notions. Even if divine punishment comes, it is you too who will bear the brunt. The world has its own operational rules, and the profound essence of heavenly will is, in itself, the most obedient to those rules. In the current situation, Su, Yi, and Wei Wei have not committed the theft of the world's essence. Even if the will of the world were to be enraged due to the excessive absorption of power, it would not be able to take any action against them, nor could it retaliate against the dragon egg that has absorbed the world's essence. The only course of action would be to target these two thieves. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. Spare me, spare us. We promise to find a quiet corner to hide and never harbor any ill intentions again. Just give us one chance. Not long ago, the arrogant and self-assured will now knelt before Su Yi, disregarding all semblance of dignity. However, Su Yi was no saint and would not be swayed by mere pleas for mercy. You do not truly regret your actions. You simply realize that your life is at stake. Chapter 626. A swift demise. What more is there to say? Countless luminous points converged, as if the very essence of the world was at this moment coalescing towards the divine dragon on the brink of breaking free from its shell. At this juncture, Will's complexion had turned ashen, devoid of any trace of color. This was not to suggest that he was immediately affected. In truth, even if the dragon egg were to siphon the world's essence, causing the realm to collapse, Will could easily endure for several million more years. Drawing upon the immense reservoir of world essence he had accumulated over the years. The root of his profound fear was rather simple. Much like the billionaires and trillionaires among us, it is unlikely that they could exhaust their fortunes in a single lifetime. Yet, they still strive diligently to manage their enterprises and amass wealth. Should their companies falter and face bankruptcy, it signifies the loss of their income streams, a form of ruin. However, bankruptcy does not equate to personal destitution. Many affluent individuals possess enough wealth to ensure their prosperity for generations, even if their businesses fail. But would they willingly resign themselves to idleness and watch their fortunes dwindle? Clearly they would not. In essence, it boils down to a singular notion: greed. After earning $1 billion, they aspire for 10. After 10, they yearn for 100. Even in the face of business failure, the specter of losing their wealth can be utterly disheartening, as the thrill of accumulating assets becomes intolerable when faced with their sudden diminishment and the vanishing of their lucrative enterprises. With industry in place, their wealth tends to multiply. Yet, in the absence of such, it dwindles, leading to an inevitable decline. This is a reality many cannot bear. Will now found himself in such a predicament. Even if the world's will were to refrain from directing its wrath towards him after such a fierce consumption, thereby sparing him from divine retribution, it would be impossible for him to continue leeching off the world's essence to secure a semblance of eternal life. Even if he were to survive a few more million years, what would it matter? Each day lived would ultimately be one day less. The longevity he sought, to exist in harmony with the cosmos, was not to be attained. In the depths of despair, Will resolved to fight with all his might. Two manifestations of will appeared simultaneously within this space, each wielding their most formidable weaponry and executing their strongest techniques and arcane arts, attempting to thwart the divine dragon's consumption of the world's essence at its very core. The outcome, however, was predictably futile. Devoid of the unique power bestowed by the world's essence, the current Su-E, even without utilizing any arcane arts or magical artifacts, possessed the strength to contend with the two of them, with a strong likelihood of victory. Should he employ his abilities and artifacts, the outcome would mirror the present scenario. Both wills, in a desperate bid, would be swiftly vanquished by a single strike from the artifact bestowed upon Su-E by Lin Aran. From beginning to end, there was no tumult. In one swift motion, they were dispatched. What more is there to say? Following the obliteration of these lingering specters, the prison they had constructed using the world's essence gradually dissipated. After another distortion of space, Su-E and Vivi reappeared at the temporal gateway. The peculiar space they had entered seemed to share the same flow of time as the outside world. After approximately an hour inside, they emerged to find the surroundings of the time-space portal in complete disarray. A multitude of knights from the Radiant Sun Empire had cordoned off the area, while the elite mobile unit of the Celestial Domain Group, tasked with guarding the portal, had also mobilized to assess the situation, collaborating with the Radiant Sun Empire to secure the site. This was hardly surprising. The disappearance of the two prominent figures from the Radiant Sun Empire and the Celestial Domain Group in plain view warranted a significant response, as any lack of decorum would be utterly disgraceful. "Your Majesty, Prince, you have finally returned." A burly man suddenly appeared before them, kneeling on one knee in a show of respect, his voice a mixture of joy and alarm. It was Chuck, Vivi's trusted guard, who had risen from his previous position to become the commander of the Radiant Sun Empire's defense forces for the time-space portal, now the third highest-ranking official in the military. Yet his loyalty to Vivi remained unwavering. He would immediately draw his sword at her command. Vivi and Su-Yi's abrupt disappearance from the time-space portal clearly made him one of the most anxious individuals. "Please rise. Has anything occurred recently?" Vivi inquired calmly. Her expression bore no signs of distress. Even after what seemed like a brush with death, she was unafraid, knowing Su-Yi was by her side. Prior to entering the portal, Su-Yi had sensed that the old schemer, Will, was up to no good. In contrast to Will's troublesome antics, she was far more concerned about the internal affairs of the Radiant Sun Empire during their absence. "The situation is not very good," Chuck replied, glancing at the pregnant Vivi, hesitating to divulge the recent events in the Empire. He had heard from those in the 9 provinces that a woman should remain in a tranquil state during pregnancy, as speaking of distressing matters could adversely affect her mood. "Speak," she commanded. "Yes," Chuck responded promptly. "This month has been quite tranquil, with no significant incidents. Our ancestors have managed the affairs of state with great efficiency, and the post-war reconstruction is progressing steadily, all moving in a positive direction. There was nothing of concern until about an hour ago, right when you and the prince mysteriously vanished from the time-space portal. The neighboring nations, the Sand Empire, the Magic Empire, and even the Frost Empire, along with the Kingdom Alliance led by the Greenwood Kingdom to the south, appear to have launched an unprovoked assault almost simultaneously. They employed some unknown means to deploy a large number of troops to the borders, catching us completely off guard. According to the magical communication array, within less than an hour, 13 cities along the border have already fallen. And the ancestors? Chuck knew her inquiry extended beyond just the Radiant Sun Empire to the deities and demigods within it. After all, theoretically, the Radiant Sun Empire was the only realm left with beings of demigod status or higher. Such formidable entities could singularly alter the course of battle. In the face of such a sudden onslaught, the ordinary army would undoubtedly be caught off guard. Yet, those endowed with extraordinary strength would certainly respond and engage in battle, repelling or even counterattacking these unexpected aggressors. Moreover, Vivi had been well prepared for this eventuality, having dispatched her ancestors to take turns guarding the border regions well in advance. In a realm governed by esoteric principles, it is inconceivable that with an overwhelming superiority in advanced combat capabilities, one could still suffer a series of defeats at the hands of others. Among the invaders emerged a cadre of formidable deities, their origins shrouded in mystery, who proclaimed themselves as messengers of the light. The ancestors, however, refrained from joining the fray, a significant factor contributing to the swift downfall of those cities. Chapter 6:27. This time he is the suffering one. The Qiyang Empire shares its borders with various powerful kingdoms and empires, each fortified by formidable strongholds. Even in the event of a sudden surprise attack, it should theoretically be impossible for numerous border strongholds to fall within less than an hour. Upon hearing Chuck's words, Vivi began to grasp the gravity of the situation. She had initially assumed that the advantage of high-end combat power lay with them, only to realize that their elite forces had retreated, while the enemy had inexplicably unleashed several so-called divine envoys, seemingly slaughtering at will. From Chuck's demeanor, Vivi could discern without needing to inquire further that the swift downfall of these border cities was likely due to the negligence of her ancestors, rather than the soldiers stationed there failing in their duty. After all, even if one were diligent, it would be nearly impossible to defend a city against an army led by beings of divine caliber. Chuck refrained from expressing this explicitly, as he regarded himself merely as a servant of the Qiyang family, hesitant to speak ill of the ancestors. What, then, is the origin of the divine envoy? It is said that they hail from an organization known as the Temple of Light, worshipping a deity named Weir, who they claim to be the one true God, while declaring all other deities as false gods, merely mortals endowed with a modicum of divine power. The ancestors, it seems, had little to say regarding such proclamations. The sudden emergence of this Temple of Light and their deity Weir remains shrouded in mystery. General Mick, the Minister of Military Affairs, has dispatched scouts and experts to infiltrate those empires to gather intelligence, and it is expected that they will soon uncover the true origins of this foe. No need for further investigation. Here lies the head. Su-Yi produced a severed head from his spatial realm. After a moment of contemplation, he realized something was amiss and retrieved another. This one was peculiar, possessing two heads. Weir existed solely as a soul without a corporeal form. From a metaphysical perspective, he could be classified as a ghostly entity. From a scientific standpoint, he resembled a form of spiritual life. In the somewhat immature scientific terminology of blue star, he could be described as being in a Bose-Einstein condensate state. However, this being appeared distinct from other spiritual entities. Though in a spiritual state, he exhibited tangible existence. After Su-Yi dispatched him, he was astonished to discover that this entity had a physical body that was both perceivable and touchable, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. Remarkably, it even bled when injured, leaving Su-Yi somewhat perplexed. It was evident that he could not be in a normal living state. Otherwise, he would not be so desperate as to threaten them into assisting him in finding a way to resurrect and regain a corporeal form. Yet upon his death, the body seemed indistinguishable from that of a living person, adding an element of the bizarre to the situation. Su-Yi pondered this enigma, unable to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, as they were about to be expelled from that peculiar space, he decided to bring the body back with him, unexpectedly finding it to be of significance. As Chuck witnessed the head roll before him, he visibly froze in shock. As the third in command of the Imperial military, he naturally received intelligence through the magical teleportation array without delay in light of such significant events. The appearance of those bright, divine emissaries and the devotees of the light god was accompanied by fervent proclamations of their supreme deity, Weir. Among their presents were various portraits and sculptures. Thanks to the camera equipment acquired for Blue Star, Chuck had indirectly glimpsed what the so-called light god resembled. Were they not identical to the two figures before him? Chuck cautiously lifted his gaze to Su-Yi. "Your Highness, have you already slain the light god?" Merely two inconsequential gestures, dispatched with a mere kick. Su-Yi waved his hand dismissively. "The head is yours. How you choose to wield it is your prerogative. As for those divine emissaries," after a brief contemplation, he drew Lin Iran's sword, silently reciting the sword incantation. In an instant, the blade shot forth, rending the air before vanishing from sight. Yet, within moments, it returned to Su-Yi's grasp, now marked with several streaks of blood. This weapon could be conditioned to autonomously seek out its foes. In a traditional cultivation world, employing such a tactic could be cumbersome due to concerns over collateral damage. One typically needed to know the target's appearance and name to use it effectively. However, in a magical realm, such complexities were unnecessary. Su-yi commanded the sword to eliminate all beings of demigod status or higher in this world that bore no blood relation to Vivi. To a certain extent, this sword had developed a nascent spirit. While it did not possess complete sentience, its intelligence was comparable to that of an ordinary child. Its aesthetic beauty and formidable combat prowess meant Su-yi frequently took pleasure in wielding it. Naturally, Vivi often found herself in its company as well. Over time, the sword had become intimately familiar with Vivi's bloodline aura, ensuring it would not mistakenly harm the elders of the Qiang clan. Yet, under normal circumstances, the unexpected was never truly out of the question. As Su-yi prepared to sheath the sword that had flown before him, he sensed a wave of exuberant joy emanating from it. It seemed pleased to be granted the freedom to unleash its potential. Recognizing that he had other matters to attend to, Su-yi had no intention of indulging the sword at that moment. However, the next instant, the message it conveyed caused his brow to furrow. Wait, how many did you slay? The sword vibrated a few times, over 200. Su-yi abruptly turned to Chuck. How many divine emissaries were there? Based on reports from certain besieged regions, it was established that there were 15. And considering those areas that fell without transmitting effective messages, the total would not exceed 20, all of divine caliber, Chuck asserted. What about demigods? There are no demigods. All the divine emissaries possess godly power, and none of the invading forces include demigods. In less than 2 years, Su-yi has eradicated all beings of semi-divine status and above, save for those within the empire of the blazing sun. Such a phenomenon cannot manifest so swiftly. Where did you slay so many? This inquiry was directed towards the sword. In response, the long blade hovered in the air, indicating several directions. Lingering longest on one in particular, its body trembling with intensity. There are a few here, a few there. The last direction holds the most, over 200 in total, all congregated within a grand city approximately 8,000 kilometers away from here. What lies 8,000 kilometers to the northwest? Su-yi glanced at Weiwei. It should be the pivotal city of Inshur. What the semi-divine beings from your blazing sun clan there? That region was once the fief of the younger son of our esteemed ancestor. That branch, aside from the main lineage, is the most powerful, having defended the northwest of the empire for many years. I have directed them to maintain their watch over Inshur, serving as a bulwark against the incursions of the Huangsha Empire. They possess roughly 200 semi-divine beings, among which 7 are deities. Weiwei recounted these details with familiarity and, upon concluding, inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired?" "Oh, it appears we have inadvertently stumbled upon some gossip concerning that old ancestor of the blazing sun. Has the ancestor, in addition to his cowardice in battle, committed further indiscretions?" Weiwei's brows furrowed. Her patience with these ancestors was not boundless. Should the blazing sun engage in other mischief, she would undoubtedly demand an account from them this time. Not all, this time. He is the victim. A grin spread across Su-yi's lips, yet he struggled to contain his mirth. Chapter 628. The future, end of the book. Su-yi's command was to eliminate all demigod-level practitioners and above who bore no blood relation to Weiwei. Yet, this sword had claimed the lives of over 200 practitioners from the Qiang family, and remarkably, this number coincided with that of a single cohort. This can only be understood by those who truly comprehend the situation. Subsequent events require little elaboration. Su-yi dispatched, and the most formidable of the coalition forces attacking the Qiang Empire, the radiant divine envoy, was also ruthlessly eliminated. Upon learning of Su-yi and Weiwei's disappearance, and that they had returned bearing the severed head of the radiant divine Weir, the demigods and divine beings of the Qiang family dared not feign ignorance any longer. Energized as if by a potent elixir, they surged forth to the borders, ready to engage in battle. With the addition of high-level combatants, the situation quickly tilted in favor of the Qiang forces. Within a day, the armies of several great empires and the Southern Kingdom Alliance were decisively expelled from Qiyang territory, with the Qiyang troops buoyed by an indomitable spirit, even pushing back over 100 kilometers. Witnessing the dire turn of events, with not only the Radiant Divine, but also the Divine Envoys obliterated, the once belligerent factions lost all will to fight. After being repulsed, envoys from various nations hastily journeyed to the imperial capital of the Qiyang Empire, seeking to submit to Wei. However, having instigated the war themselves, they sought to surrender only when faced with inevitable defeat. Such a scenario is hardly commonplace. Wei categorically rejected these submissions, commanding the elders of her family to launch all-out attacks. In a display of overwhelming force, within a month, they eradicated nearly all nation-level powers in the magical realm, save for the Qiyang Empire itself. The only remnants were minor principalities of little consequence. While there may have been elements of coercion from the Radiant Divine Envoys when these empires and kingdoms united to assault the Qiyang Empire, it is implausible to assert that they did not harbor ambitions to annihilate the Qiyang Empire and seize its bounteous lands. If they had been entirely coerced, they would not have coordinated so seamlessly with Weir's Radiant Church, amassing troops at the borders without the Qiyang Empire's detection. Such a feat would have been impossible without at least some degree of cooperation. However, among those willing to comply, there were certainly those who hesitated. After witnessing Su Yi's formidable prowess in dispatching divine beings with such ease, they were understandably reluctant to trust the Radiant Church and oppose the Qiyang Empire. Yet, the voices of the cautious were drowned out, and with the presence of numerous divine-level powers within the Radiant Church, they were met with an overwhelming force. Thus, they could do nothing but watch helplessly as their nations were drawn into a terrifying vortex, ultimately to be crushed beyond recognition. In fact, within the plans devised by Wei and Su Yi, the objective of unifying the magical realm by eliminating rival factions has already been set into motion. The emergence of Will and his subsequent actions have merely expedited this timeline. Of course, this has rendered the process more straightforward, ruthless, and unforgiving. It is akin to how Su Yi would have approached matters on Blue Star. Absent the assistance of the Bald Eagle Empire, progress would have been slow. In a magical world, the ethical standards are not as elevated as those on Blue Star, where large-scale massacres are as commonplace as eating and drinking. However, the notion of utterly annihilating numerous empires and bizarre races, ultimately claiming dominion over the entire realm, lacks moral justification. The major empires and those kingdoms that stand apart from them were originally delineated territories assigned by deities after humanity drove the dragons into the sea and seized the continent. This is explicitly documented, with binding contracts in existence. Over the course of 100,000 years, while the conditions of various nations have evolved, the major empires and several vast, ancient kingdoms have endured. Naturally, some smaller states have vanished, as their existence depended solely on those deities. Once their foundational support crumbled, their annexation became a mere matter of time. Nevertheless, even when annexing these deity-less nations, both the great empires and powerful kingdoms would fabricate various justifications for their military actions, asserting that they were not acting against the will of their ancestors, and that their actions were not merely opportunistic in the wake of the demise of their adversaries. Over the span of 100,000 years, the covenants established by the deities have subtly transformed into unwritten rules, or rather, ethical principles, within this world. If Wei were to act without any pretense, directly mobilizing forces to pacify the entire continent after the semi-divine and divine beings of these factions were eradicated by Su Yi, she would undoubtedly possess the capability to accomplish this with the remaining divine powers of the Qiyang family. However, in the grand scheme of things, this would be no different from the ancient Sima Yi of Blue Star swearing an oath by the Luo River. Both actions would overtly disrupt public order and morality, leading to severely adverse repercussions that could echo for centuries. Years hence, should Su Yi and Wei no longer inhabit this world, future generations would undoubtedly unearth this incident, subjecting it to scathing criticism. Many matters are independent of one's strength. A wrong is a wrong. Thus, within the plans previously laid out by Su Yi and Wei, A key focus was on how to compel these factions to inadvertently provide incriminating evidence against themselves. Once such evidence was secured, the subsequent actions would be remarkably straightforward. Unexpectedly, following Will's recent endeavors, they found themselves no longer needing to devise methods to elicit such evidence, as he had directly placed the knife in their hands. I am formidable, yet I bear no malice towards you. Your emissaries are received with courtesy, and I have not deprived you of even a fraction. Consequently, your lack of gratitude is one matter, but to conspire with the malevolent deity against me and instigate a war of aggression is entirely unacceptable. My retaliation is thus not only justified, but also entirely reasonable. Is there a more fitting rationale for military intervention in this world? This account need not be altered in any way. It deserves to be meticulously inscribed in the annals of history. Many centuries hence, those who inhabit this land will gaze upon this record and perceive it as an extraordinarily righteous conflict. As for your inquiry regarding why a just counteroffensive resulted in the annihilation of a nation, the answer is simple. They were weak. What more is there to say when they crumbled at the slightest touch? Not only were they feeble, but they also harbored treachery, colluding with a malevolent deity, rendering them no better than jesters. In the ensuing period, Vivi returned to Blue Star to nurture her pregnancy, consistently visiting the magical realm with Su-e each month. Meanwhile, the affairs of the magical world were entrusted entirely to the eldest son of Chi-Yong. Why Chi-Yong did not oversee matters himself. The public narrative proclaimed that upon learning of the massacre of his youngest son's faction in Silver Sand City by the Yellow Sand Empire, he was so grief-stricken that he withdrew into seclusion. In truth, after uncovering the circumstances surrounding the demise of the Chi-Yong family's formidable members in Silver Sand City, he engaged in a fierce confrontation with his wife, Yaoyue. Had Su-e not intervened, and had their quarrel escalated beyond the city limits, the entire imperial capital could have been turned upside down. Following their clash, both were severely injured and have since vanished to recuperate, though they are certainly not deceased. Chi-Yong was aware of his wife's indiscretions. He himself was not without fault, having once indulged in the pleasures of an imperial harem of 3,000 beauties, a figure not merely fanciful but a tangible reality. Yaoyue, as a counterpart of equal strength, could hardly swallow her pride and maintain numerous male paramours, reveling in nightly festivities. Chi-Yong tacitly accepted this arrangement, for both understood that these concubines and paramours were, at their core, mere playthings. The offspring of Chi-Yong and those concubines held little standing within the court. Lacking any cultivation aptitude, they were destined to lead lives of mere affluence. Even those with talent would only gain a tenuous foothold in Chi-Yong's inner circle if they managed to ascend to semi-divinity. Otherwise, they would forever remain outsiders. What Chi-Yong found intolerable was that Yaoyue had borne a child, the progeny of an unknown paramour, and then claimed this child as his own. If his memory served him correctly, this transpired over 10,000 years after the establishment of the empire. By then, his legitimate heirs had proliferated for several hundred generations. At that time, he believed he had been blessed with a late-life son, which brought him considerable joy. In his exuberance, he granted this son a vast territory as a fief. Remarkably, this land had already been designated as the domain of his direct descendants. Chi-Yong circumvented the reigning emperor, effectively displacing his own direct heirs to a remote area, while bestowing the provinces along the vital trade routes of several empires in the northwest to this newfound son. Now, you dare to tell me that this child is a bastard? He truly found it hard to accept even the slightest bit. However, what fascinated Su-e was that despite their tumultuous situation, neither of them uttered phrases suggesting a complete severance. In fact, it appeared to be merely an exceedingly ordinary familial dispute. He was quite curious about the nature of Chi-Yong, who seemed remarkably tolerant. After much contemplation, he ultimately concluded that it is challenging for ordinary individuals to comprehend the mindset of these ancient beings. For instance, in this particular matter, Chi-Yong's greatest grievance was not that his wife bore another's child, but rather that she returned with this child, claiming it as his, thereby rendering him a fool. In other words, had Yaoyue not asserted that this child belonged to Chi-Yong, it is highly probable that he would not have reacted so vehemently. It was indeed absurd. Clearly, judging these ancient entities, who have lived for countless eons, through the lens of conventional morality and worldview is rather skewed. Fortunately, their quarrel did not hinder Su, Yi, and Wei Wei's plans in the magical realm. Seizing upon the pretext of war, the forces of the Qi-Yang Empire marched forth with unstoppable momentum, sweeping across the entire magical world. They swiftly accomplished the unification of territories from a military standpoint. The advantage was simply too great. Even if Su, Yi, and Wei Wei refrained from intervening, Qi-Yang and Yao Yu's discord would have inevitably resulted in chaos. Given the strength of the deities in Qi-Yang's household, they possessed ample power to dominate the entire realm. During this period, numerous hidden deities and demigods emerged. After all, Su, Yi had initially attracted the attention of the magical world's deities through the temporal portal, a prospect that most deities wished to partake in. However, some cautious and elderly entities chose to abstain from involvement. These individuals, having narrowly escaped disaster, subsequently concealed themselves, reluctant to reveal their presence again. Nonetheless, the sweeping advance of the Qi-Yang Empire would inevitably unearth them. Some of the more astute among them, upon having their whereabouts discovered, promptly declared their surrender, thereby salvaging their lives. Yet, the majority, upon being identified, attempted to resist, inevitably facing the righteous wrath of Qi-Yang's deities, who overwhelmed them with superior numbers. To thoroughly transform a world, one must first conduct a comprehensive cleansing of that world. This is true for Blue Star as well as the magical realm. However, this is a protracted endeavor. Achieving unification from a military or power perspective is merely the initial step, with much more to be accomplished thereafter. These tasks lie in the realm of the long term. Blue Star. Residents, please take heed. The floating city of Punlai Island has docked at the designated latitude, heralding the departure of the warm spring and the arrival of the scorching summer. In half an hour, the floating city will descend to meet sea level while unfurling the beach extension modules, allowing all residents to revel in the summer sands and waves. This docking location is situated in one of Blue Star's most picturesque maritime areas. From this moment forth, let everyone indulge in joyous festivities. The announcement resonated throughout Punlai Island, and as the energy shield over the island slowly opened, the unfiltered rays of the low-latitude sun flooded into the city. The residents hastily returned home to shed their spring attire, donning refreshing summer garments as they rushed towards the beach. After the Tianyu Group successfully completed its extensive projects on Blue Star, the engineering department, now with some leisure time, conceived an ingenious plan to construct a brand new floating city on Punlai Island. The proposal was swiftly approved, aided by the advanced research AI, Tianji, and the technological support from the interstellar realms. Utilizing a massive gravity generator, the original Punlai Island was soon transformed into a colossal city soaring through the skies. In light of this, Su Yi felt that if the island could soar, it would be rather monotonous for it to remain static. Therefore, he decided to adjust the island's orbit in accordance with the 24 solar terms of the Jojo calendar, ensuring that the floating island experienced remarkably stable seasonal changes. Over time, each seasonal transition evolved into a grand celebration across the island, where nearly everyone would set aside their work to partake in this collective revelry, creating an atmosphere of vibrant festivity. On a tranquil beach adorned with pristine white sands, Su Yi reclined lazily on a deck chair in his beach shorts, sipping on a cola. As he gazed at the throngs of people gathered on the distant shore, his eyes radiated warmth. To this day, he would not dare claim that everyone on Blue Star was leading a life devoid of material concerns. However, he was satisfied knowing that those employees of the Tianyu Group who followed him, along with the newcomers to life on Punlai Island, had no regrets regarding his decisions. For him, that was already sufficient. Darling, Wang Yuqiang from the North American continent has arrived with gifts and an entourage seeking an audience. Should we let them in? Yu Ling, clad in a swimsuit, placed a freshly opened coconut on the table beside Su Yi. What does he want? He mentioned that the North American Jojo Alliance has recently cultivated a promising group of cultivators, wishing to send them to Iran for further training. Teji, Sui Sukofut. ISNT, he merely hoping for Iran to provide special attention? What training are they talking about? If they want training, The portal to the realm of time and space is right there. Can't he take them himself? Perhaps it's because you previously assisted Jojo by sending a batch of cultivators over. Besides North America, factions from South America, Huzhou, and Ojo share similar aspirations. It's just that Wang Yuqiang was the first to speak up. Yuling shrugged. These are all individuals you supported from the beginning. They have now become the mainstream across these continents, nearly squeezing out any remaining space for those outside Jojo. Without outsiders, the secondary civilizations of Jojo naturally wish to advance further and become the orthodox Jojo, making competition inevitable. Let them compete, then. Tianshu. Sir, I am here. Have Wang Yuqiang send the cultivators tomorrow, but impose some restrictions on their numbers. Beyond that, do not concern yourself with other matters. At this point, a smirk played on Su E's lips. I wonder what these people are thinking, crying out to join the Hahuan sect, without a care that they might be led astray. What Hahuan sect? It is clearly the Inuit sect. Lin Iran suddenly appeared beside Su E like a ghost. Could you refrain from spreading rumors every day? Instead of wasting time, why not contemplate how to integrate the realms of cultivation and the interstellar world? The fleet on by Lu's side has already assembled. Stop pulling my ear. The end.